Chapter 1. Really Bad Luck. Bang. With a loud noise, the huge spotlight suddenly lit up. The dazzling light, as bright as day, dispelled the darkness, and everything was instantly visible. Wen Jianyan shrank back subconsciously and raised his hand to block the sudden glare. The next live broadcast will start in 5 minutes. An emotionless female voice rang out, and the harsh sound rolled, echoing in the narrow space. Wen Jianyan blinked his eyes after a brief glance. Although there was still a buzzing sound in his ears, the chaotic light spots gradually dissipated. What's going on? After a few seconds, his eyes finally got used to the harsh light. This was a room with a size of no more than 5 square meters. He was now standing in the center of the room, with nothing beside him. The walls on all 4 sides were completely transparent, and a bright red countdown flashed on the glass, which was slowly moving around him at the moment. For minutes and 25 seconds, the numbers decreased evenly, giving a sense of imminent uneasiness. Wen Jianyan stared thoughtfully at the camera in the room for 2 seconds. Immediately afterward, he retracted his gaze, stepped forward slowly, and looked out through the gap between the numbers. Outside was a boundless pure white space, with hundreds of identical small rooms floating. There was a person locked in each room, and a bright red countdown was displayed on the wall. Outside the small room, there were large and small cameras in all directions. Some were as tall as a building, some needed to be carried by several people, and some were only the size of a palm. Countless metal circles flashed with a strange luster under the light, silently aiming at the prisoners, giving them the feeling that they were being watched by aliens. It was downright creepy. The prisoners in the small rooms all had different expressions. Wen Jianyan found that all the trapped people in the nearest rooms were pale, dazed, and frightened. Some curled up in the corner of the room, some collapsed in fear, some were screaming hysterically under the weird camera, and some were beating the transparent wall. The glass blocked all the sounds. It was like watching an absurd pantomime. The people in the distance were expressionless, waiting calmly for the countdown to end. At this moment, a lively voice sounded, interrupting Wen Jianyan's thinking. "Hello, new anchor. I'm your personal assistant and will serve you from today." Wen Jianyan was startled and turned to look in the direction of the voice. He saw a light screen of the size of a palm appear in front of him, with his resume printed on it. Photos, names, and even his life history. It was detailed and comprehensive, covering almost his entire life, even including the experience that did not belong to the name Wen Jianyan, but which he had actually experienced, and no one knew except himself. Wen Jianyan pursed his lips subconsciously, looked down at lines, and paused for a few seconds on the last sentence of his resume. Sign a sole contract with the Nightmare Live Studio and become an active rookie anchor. The voice sounded again. "I'm opening an E-level live broadcast room for you. The exclusive live room 789326QW-K has been opened." The empty live broadcasting backstage appeared on the light screen, and the number of online viewers was displayed in the lower right corner, 0. Can I ask a question?" Wen Jianyan had a good voice. It was shallow, magnetic, and soft, and could become low and ambiguous with a little pressure. If he controlled the rhythm of articulation, he could easily gain the favor and trust of almost anyone. Of course, the young man raised his eyes. His eyes were of a gentle amber color. Under the strong light, the color appeared a little light, and there was a strong sense of deceptive harmlessness. He frowned slightly, and there was a bit of well-controlled distress in his eyes. "Can I change the name of the live broadcast room?" He seemed a little embarrassed and shyly added, "The name is so ugly now." After a short pause of a few seconds, the smart assistant replied, "Not for now. However, after reaching a certain amount of points in the account, the system store will be opened for you, and you can spend the points to buy a renaming card." The other party didn't seem to have any malice at all and continued happily. "I hope to serve you again." "Thank you." Wen Jianyan raised his eyes, looked at the camera, and smiled briefly and happily. The thin and light red lips formed a small arc, revealing a smile from the heart, and the dark pupils shrank under the strong light, appearing sincere and genuine. "I also hope to see you soon." The scarlet countdown on the glass wall finally reached 0. The voice resounded again, echoing in the empty white world, as if it was being surrounded by layers from all directions, deafening and terrifying. "Welcome to the Nightmare Live broadcast room. The next live broadcast will start immediately. The already dazzling light suddenly became even brighter, frantically overloaded, like countless suns being condensed in a narrow room. The metal circles of the cameras were almost half melted in the strong light, and the lenses retracted and contracted rapidly, as if they were living creatures. Wen Jianyan had to close his eyes. Across the bright, thin eyelids that were illuminated, the light that made his eyes hurt could not be completely blocked, causing a fine, needle-like pain. At this time, the mechanical female voice became emotionally vibrant. Our aim is to entertain to death. The live broadcast had started. There were countless channels connected to the huge live broadcast square. Each channel led to a different live broadcast hall. Each hall was densely packed with countless small screens. The list was hanging in the air, and various scenes were spinning rapidly, waiting to be selected by greedy spectators. Viewer's message. There are so many new anchors this time. I'm so excited. Viewer's message. This is the largest number of new people introduced to the live broadcast room, right? I have never seen so many live broadcast halls below level D in the square before. Viewer's message. There are so many newcomers, so there should not be many A level or above hall openings this time, right? Viewer's message. I'm so disappointed. What's so good about the newcomers screaming and running away and not believing in the evil and old tricks? I'll just sit and wait for the old anchors to start the broadcast. Viewer's message. Of course, the old anchors are very entertaining. But after all, they are all familiar faces, and I'm tired of watching them. Viewer's message. Moreover, the expressions of despair and collapse of those newcomers after realizing their current situation. I really can't see enough of it. Viewer's message. Ha 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 ha. Screams and blood also have their charms. Among them, a live broadcast hall named Danmei, First Middle School opened. The blood-red color logo flashed under the instance's name. Instance difficulty level, D. The highest unlocking progress in history, 72%. Viewing value, E. At the bottom, there was a small sign with several lines of text written in bronzing words. For your and others' viewing experiences, please follow the rules in the live broadcast room, and no spoilers are allowed in the barrage. After a brief period of dizziness, Wen Jianyan opened his eyes. The overhead fan creaked and whistled, emitting an exhaustive hum. Looking at it for too long could make people feel dizzy. The young man had broad shoulders and long legs. He was lying on the narrow bed, feeling a little restrained. He sat up and looked around silently. This was an old-fashioned student dormitory. The walls were crooked and dirty, covered with wallpaper of no apparent original color, and filthy dark brown and dirty yellow water stains were seeping from below. In the narrow room, there were 4 bunk beds, and the rust-red color was peeling off from the iron armrests. A mirror with a missing corner was attached to the cabinet on the opposite bed. The surface of the mirror was dirty and had greasy handprints, and in the dim light, only a vague figure could be seen in it. On the table beside him were piles of messy books, covered with dust. Wen Jianyan was lying on the bottom bunk of one of the beds. There was an indescribably strange smell in the air that made it hard to breathe. In the lower right corner of his line of sight was a translucent light screen. Live room 789326QWK. Status, on air. Online viewers, 3. The number of online viewers fluctuated between 0 and 3. No one posted any comments in the barrage, as if they were just clicking in to watch like a bored audience. There was no one else in the room besides him. Wen Jianyan lowered his eyes, and long, straight eyelashes cast a little shadow on his white face. There was no emotion on his face, and he seemed to be extremely calm. He rolled over, got out of bed, and then he started retching while leaning on the table beside him. The back of the young man's shirt trembled slightly with the sound of vomiting. The arm holding the edge of the table exerted force, and the blue veins burst out on the well-defined forearm. After a long time, he finally stopped. The mask of ease and calmness at the beginning was shattered and disappeared like melting snow. The corners of the young man's eyes were wet and red, and the previously calm and unwavering facial features instantly became fresh and vivid, appearing particularly fragile and helpless in the dirty mirror. That's right. What calmness, what composure. It was all fake. Wen Jianyan's inner activities were completely incompatible with the above adjectives. Any normal person would be frightened when they saw the previous scene. The red color countdown, a broadcast full of malice and strange cameras. No matter how you look at it, it looked like a scene that only appears in a horror novel. Not to mention how scary it was. Moreover, he was the kind of person who cherishes his life the most. However, over the years of his career, Wen Jianyan developed the habit of being impeccable no matter how scared he was in his heart or how much pressure there was from the outside world. It could be said that the more desperate he was, the calmer his face became. Otherwise, he would have been put into a cement bucket and drowned in the sea as early as 800 years ago. Wen Jianyan was a professional fraudster. On the night after completing the biggest order of his life and successfully knocking out a huge sum of 2 billion from a transnational smuggling group, he became a new anchor in the horror live broadcast room without any warning. Who else in the world was more unlucky than him? Wen Jianyan's facial features crumpled into a mess, suppressing the frustration surging in his heart. He wiped the corners of his mouth and straightened up. At this moment, the emotionless voice sounded again. In order to improve your live broadcast experience, the live broadcast room will personally customize a unique novice gift for you according to the quality of the anchor's soul. In such an infiltrating environment, the mechanical sound this time seemed even stranger. However, the keywords soul quality and personal customization in this passage immediately made Wen Jianyan feel extraordinary. He subconsciously let out a slight breath. Based on years of professional experience, this so-called novice gift was likely to play a crucial role in his future. Ding! The novice gift package has been delivered. Does the host want to open it? Wen Jianyan calmed down and said, "Open it." He saw a flash of light on the screen in front of him, and a colorful gift box popped open automatically. In the lively sound effect, the gorgeous long silk was automatically torn off. The gift box bounced open with a bang, and the animation interface disappeared, revealing a flower pot. The earth-gray flower pot and the brown-black soil. It was unremarkable and had no distinctive features. Aside from that, it was completely empty. Wen Jianyan, what? He poked at the flower pot on the screen incredulously, hoping to find something else. A line of text popped up. Product name, apple seedling. Wen Jianyan. So, this was the gift package that was customized according to the attributes of the soul, which was very intimidating to hear, but in reality, it was just an apple seedling that hadn't sprouted yet. What rubbish! This was a newbie gift? Are you sick? Wen Jianyan closed the light screen expressionlessly. He raised his head, subconsciously sweeping the place where he had just laid with his peripheral vision, and his gaze couldn't help but pause slightly. A card lay quietly on the pillow. The card was thin, about the size of a palm, with straight edges. Not paper, but more like metal. Wen Jianyan hesitated for 2 seconds, then stepped forward and carefully picked up the card. Identity card. Name, Cheng Wei. Age, 16. Occupation, first-year high school student of Danmei Middle School. Related plot, not unlocked. Wen Jianyan turned the card over. There was also a line on the back. Initial survival time allocation. Wen Jianyan. He flipped the card over and over a few times, but didn't find any other information. That's it. Wen Jianyan frowned and raised his head suspiciously. The moment he looked up, his heart jumped. The cabinet door on the opposite bed seemed to slide open slightly more than before, and the mirror hanging on it happened to be facing him directly. Wen Jianyan could clearly see the reflection of his face, as well as, under the bed, he was just lying. There was a smiling pale face. Pure black eyes stared straight at him, and the corners of the lips on the face that looked like a mask gradually widened. At that moment, Wen Jianyan felt a layer of cold sweat on his back. His heart was pounding like it was going to pop out of his chest. However, in the next second, the blurred face disappeared into the darkness. Just like an illusion, it disappeared without a trace in an instant. The screen, which had been silent for a long time, finally made some noise. Several comments drifted sporadically. Viewer's message. He didn't even make a sound. The anchor's psychological quality is good. Viewer's message. I was frightened. Wen Jianyan. No, I just had a calm face. In fact, my legs were already shaking. He took a deep breath and glanced down at the card in his hand again. He didn't know when the line on the back of the card had changed. Survival time allocation completed. Below was the blood-red 20-minute countdown. The number of people watching the live broadcast unknowingly reached double digits. Viewer's message. Hey, did I read it right? The survival time of the new anchor is 20 minutes? Viewer's message. LOL, what kind of luck is this? Ha ha ha. Viewer's message. Is he the only one here in this batch of newcomers? Less than an hour really is too bad. Viewer's message. Ha 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 LOL. Is this the real hell start? Chapter 2. Hello, novice anchor. Congratulations on starting your first live broadcast. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. The voice was mechanical and calm, and it was particularly abrupt in the empty dormitory. I'm going to tell you the rules now. This is an ordinary time-limited instance with a duration of 10 hours. The current time in the instance is 7 p.m. That is, you need to survive until 5 a.m. tomorrow to clear the instance. Wen Jianyan. He looked down at his ID card and fell into a moment of silence. Oh boy, 10 hours and 20 minutes. The gap, isn't it a bit too big? The card in your hand is an ID card, and the content of the ID card will be unlocked with the progress of the plot. The basic survival time has been issued to you, and more time can be redeemed through points. He just continued to listen to the voice broadcast in an emotionless tone. The rules for the anchor to earn points. 1. Real-time settlement will be made according to the number of viewers in the live broadcast room. The next point settlement will be in 2 hours. 2. Complete the live broadcast task. 3. Audience rewards. More ways to earn points will be unlocked as you explore. After explaining the rules, the voice suddenly became full of passion. The audience is God, and popularity is everything. Please fight for your live room. Fight, you big-headed ghost. The dormitory returned to silence. Wen Jianyan took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Although this voice relieved his nervousness a little, he could still clearly hear his rapid and irregular heartbeat. The frequency of his breathing was stable, but his lungs were still screaming for more oxygen. He subconsciously clenched his fingers. The sharp, hard edges of the ID card had a distinct sting. Wen Jianyan was able to clearly realize that his life was hanging by a thread, so he repeated the time limit in his mind. 20 minutes. He was a very greedy person, especially when it came to living. According to the rules, Wen Jianyan must obtain enough points within 20 minutes to stay alive. This method of settlement based on the number of viewers in the live broadcast room was unreliable. After all, he couldn't live till the first settlement point. Then there were only the remaining 2 options. Obviously, the audience in the live broadcast room was also clear about this. The barrage became significantly more active. Viewer's message. Oh, the anchor wants a reward, right? Show some sincerity then. Viewer's message. Count out to the audience first. Maybe I'm in a good mood and give you a few dozen or hundreds of points. Viewer's message. By the way, this novice anchor is very good looking. The unmasked malice and joy were revealed as the lines of text drifted by, as if watching and waiting for a commodity to sell at a high price, excitedly speculating and looking forward to how to chew it from the bone and swallow it. They had seen a lot of this kind of little anchor who was on the verge of life and death. The time limit for survival that the streamers watched helplessly draw nearer, like a noose around their necks tightening little by little, their eyes constricted and trembling, their faces twisting under intense despair and fear. In this case, as long as there was a chance to survive, they would seize it regardless. No matter how terrifyingly over-the-top demands the audience made, there was no limit to their satisfaction. Kneeling, kowtowing, self-mutilation, crying, begging for mercy. The snot and tears were flowing, ugly and pitiful. Wen Jianyan lowered his eyelashes, and a small shadow fell on his fair face, adding a bit of vulnerability to his upright appearance. There was no superfluous expression on his face. His lips were lightly pursed, and after a few quick glances up and down on the live broadcast interface, he precisely clicked the hide button above. There was a momentary stagnation in the barrage in the live broadcast room. In the dead silence, a comment slowly floated past. Viewer's message. Wait, did I see it right? Is the anchor hiding his own broadcasting interface? In fact, most anchors who were in the process of clearing the level would hide the broadcasting interface. However, if the anchor was in trouble or in a life-and-death situation, they would often leave it open. After all, although the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't spoil the plot in the barrage, they could reward points to their favorite anchors. Even if it was just on a whim, it was still a gift for the anchor. The audience is God, and popularity is everything. This kind of new anchor, who was about to die in 10 minutes, actually turned off the broadcasting interface under such circumstances? Was something wrong with his brain? Or did this anchor actually think that in this case, arrogance and pride would still be valuable? Really, laughing out loud. Although the anchor could not see it, the number of people in the live broadcast room had once again climbed slightly. Now, there were more than 80 viewers in the live broadcast room, all of them filled with schadenfreude and waiting to see a good show. After hiding the live broadcast interface, Wen Jianyan took a slow, deep breath. The moist air mixed with dust, and a musty smell poured into his nostrils. To be honest, after watching the remarks in the live broadcast room, Wen Jianyan actually didn't feel anything. After all, the way he made a living, it could be said that he was a fraudster. But in reality, he was a professional scammer targeting high-end customers. What dignity, pride, morality, and conduct? They were completely worthless to him. As long as he could live, there was nothing he wasn't willing to do. However, in the rules just now, Wen Jianyan captured a keyword precisely and clearly. Time. The way to clear the instance was the survival time. The points were also used to exchange the survival time, and the initial allocation was also the survival time. Time. It could be said that time was the only and absolute measure in this instance. At the same time, it was also the most urgent thing he needed right now. Spending these precious 20 minutes just to wag their tails and beg the dozens of viewers, praying for the possibility of a charity. It was simply the most uneconomical transaction he could think of. What's more, Wen Jianyan was all too familiar with what kind of reaction a human's nature would evoke in such a situation. He knew, and so did the audience. This group of old foodies was probably already tired of watching this kind of drama, and it was even more impossible to spend a lot of money just because of this. After all, according to those remarks just now, they didn't seem to be that kind of existence. And things that were delivered to your door in vain were the most worthless. As a fraudster, Wen Jianyan understood that well. Well, now there was one last option left. Wen Jianyan's gaze moved down and landed on the taskbar in front of him. For the time being, only one live broadcast task had been refreshed. Novice anchor, please explore the instance and unlock the ID card. Completion degree, 0%. Wen Jianyan looked around the room. Generally speaking, if he wanted to know his current status, searching in the dormitory was the easiest and most direct way. But when Jianyan looked down at his ID card, there were only 17 minutes left in the countdown, and it was rapidly decreasing by the minute. He had so little time. If that's the case, then the only option left was to take risks. If he didn't succeed, he would become benevolent. How to catch big fish with zero risk. Wen Jianyan gritted his teeth, put the ID card in his pocket, and strode out. The corridor was empty. The old-fashioned ceiling lamps hung crookedly on the ceiling. The dim, pale light swayed slightly, dividing the corridor into several half-lit and half-obscured areas. It was quite disturbing. Under one of the lamps, a rust-dappled half-map affixed to the wall could be seen faintly. Wen Jianyan stepped forward quickly and stood still in front of the map. It was covered with dark and greasy handprints, and most of the patterns had been peeled off, but some vague handwriting could still be discerned. He glanced up and down extremely quickly, then turned his head and trotted in a certain direction. In the barrage area of the blocked live broadcast room. Viewer's message. What? Viewer's message. What is the anchor doing? Viewer's message. Neither asking for a reward nor going through the dormitory. I'm afraid that something is wrong with his brain. Viewer's message. Never mind, there are 15 minutes left. Hurry up, I can't wait. Although it was only a few seconds, Wen Jianyan had already firmly memorized the map in his heart. He ran down the corridors with his memory. The closed bedroom doors flew past him one by one, and the windows were all pitch black, like empty eye sockets. A pale, smiling face slowly emerged from a window. Its eyes rolled and landed on the young man who was running past, and the corners of its mouth curved even more. Exclamation marks. Wen Jianyan abruptly stopped his pace and almost tripped himself because of the sudden movement. His heart was beating wildly. He turned his head in horror towards the window he just passed by. There was nothing in the window except the flickering lights. Through the shallow layer of gray, Wen Jianyan could vaguely see the outline of his face. He didn't know if it was an illusion. This time, the face was much closer than last time. It was as if he was approaching him little by little. Wen Jianyan felt goosebumps crawling up his arm. Viewer's message. Ha 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 ha. It seems that the time of death is getting closer and closer. Viewer's message. However, what happened to this anchor? Seeing this situation, his face didn't even change, and he continued to run forward. Viewer's message. Of the anchors who were in this instance before, there was not a single one who didn't scream when they saw the ghost so close. Viewer's message. Is he really not scared at all? Impossible, right? Wen Jianyan rushed downstairs at the fastest speed. Although the first floor was a hall, it still looked crooked and cramped, and the walls and floor were all greasy and shrouded in a dark shadow. Through the gray window, one could vaguely see the boundless darkness outside. The door was closed but not locked. The youth's pace did not slow down. Viewer's message. I thought it would be a potential new anchor, and I secretly looked forward to it. Viewer's message. His first reaction was to run. It's boring. Viewer's message. Where's the suspense? Let's go. The number of online users in the room dropped rapidly from more than 80. While rushing toward the door, Wen Jianyan suddenly stopped and turned around. He stopped at the door of the duty room. Unlike the other doors, the duty room was locked. The young man squatted, reached for his cuff with his slender fingers, and pulled out a piece of iron wire from somewhere. He bent the iron wire with familiarity and gently stirred it in the keyhole. Click! The lock made a crisp sound. In just a few seconds, the door to the duty room slid inward. Huh! Wen Jianyan stood up and breathed a sigh of relief, and between the drooping fingers, the iron wire disappeared magically. The number of people who were still decreasing in the live broadcast room suddenly stagnated and fell into a brief silence. Wen Jianyan pushed open the door of the duty room and stepped in. According to the map he saw just now, this was an old-fashioned dormitory with only 3 floors. The first floor was the hall and washroom, and the second floor and the third floor were the dorms. The map was covered with rust, so he couldn't clearly see what was written on it. However, the number of dorms on each floor was very limited, so the scale of this school must not be very large. Wen Jianyan knew a few things about the old schools with limited funds. They have limited places to store important items. If there was any place to gather the most information in the shortest amount of time, here was his best chance. Like the style of the entire dormitory, the duty room was also very shabby. A narrow bed was placed against the wall, where the teacher on duty could rest. A few books were piled up in a mess on the bookshelf. The dormitory timetable was hanging on the wall. A table was placed close to the window, and the outside window, which was usually used to talk to students, was also locked right now. Wen Jianyan didn't delay for a second and immediately began to search and rummage with an agility that ordinary people couldn't match. The locked drawers and cabinets were opened one by one and were quickly restored. A roster of past students. Teacher shift schedule. The prompt sound of information has been obtained continued to be heard in his ears. Some viewers in the barrage suddenly realized. Viewer's message. Oh, he is increasing his degree of exploration to get the points. Viewer's message. Many anchors only know that they can increase the degree of exploration to obtain points after several attempts, and he actually reacted without notification. His future is promising. Viewer's message. Hey, so, maybe he can really redeem enough time this time. Viewer's message. It's better not to jump to conclusions so early. There are only a few minutes left. The barrage fell into silence. Time was always a cruel thing, especially when there were only 20 minutes from the beginning. Although Wen Jianyan's movements were really fast, he still couldn't stop the minutes and seconds from slipping through his fingers. The top of the live broadcast interface marked the remaining survival time of the anchor, and before he knew it, there were only less than 6 minutes left. In an instance, the remaining 5 minutes of survival time were a critical threshold. If the anchor was only left with less than 5 minutes of survival time, then he would become the target of the entire instance and would indiscriminately attract the attention of all non-human beings in the instance, whether they were ghosts or NPCs. It was no less than holding a small flag in his hand and shaking it wildly, shouting, "I'm here. Come and catch me." Once the anchor fell into such a situation, the danger would only increase rapidly. Most people probably wouldn't be able to last even for 5 minutes. When the time reached 5 minutes, the countdown was dyed a dazzling bright red. Wen Jianyan was standing in front of the table, flipping through the documents, but his action suddenly paused. He could clearly feel that the temperature around him had dropped without warning, and the already cold and damp room had now turned bone-chilling at the moment. The chill was so strong that it was terrifying. It penetrated the skin like a steel knife and infiltrated the bones. A strong feeling of being watched came from behind. Wen Jianyan slowly turned his head, almost uncontrollably. In the vanity mirror placed on the table, he saw his blurred figure in the darkness. A pale hand silently and slowly stretched out from the half-opened cabinet behind, pressing against the wall. Over his shoulder, Wen Jianyan saw a face emerging from the shadows. It was a smiling face. The pale face looked like it was carved from melted wax, and the simple facial features were combined on the smooth surface, like a weird smiling mask. At this moment, the corners of its mouth were silently grinning at Wen Jianyan. The jet-black hair was like a sticky snake, and water droplets fell from the end of the black hair. Drip, drip. It leaned out of the cabinet little by little and slowly walked toward the youth. 1 step, 2 steps. As the distance became closer, the details on the smiling mask slowly became richer. More and more like Wen Jianyan himself. At this moment, heavy and dragging footsteps sounded from outside the half-closed door of the duty room. The sound of footsteps appeared particularly abrupt in the deadly silent room, bringing an extremely ominous atmosphere. Every step was like stepping on the human heart. Hum, hum, hum. A burst of intermittent humming came from a distance. The melody was eccentric and cheerful, and it became clear gradually with the sound of footsteps, which stood out even more in the dead and empty dark environment. As soon as this iconic voice was heard, the audience who knew the plot immediately became excited. Viewer's message. It's the old witch. It's the old witch. Viewer's message. The luck of this newcomer is really bad. He actually encountered the most difficult ghost and the most difficult NPC at the same time. I have never seen any anchor who gets this kind of treatment. The footsteps stopped at the door of the duty room. The next second, the humming stopped, and an overwhelming silence suddenly enveloped the room. As if waking up from a dream, Wen Jianyan bent down suddenly and went to the half-opened cabinet under the table. The barrage, which was still cold and clear just now, finally became hot at this moment. Viewer's message. Elmeo, the newcomer is really naive. Viewer's message. If it's a normal situation, you can dig into a cabinet and hide under the bed. Although you can't hide from ghosts, the probability of escaping NPCs is still very high. But now NPCs are 100% attracted to him. He will definitely be discovered. Viewer's message. Alas, it's a pity. If it weren't for the limit at the beginning, the development potential of the anchor is quite high. Viewer's message. Don't complain, at least it's worth watching now. Bang. The door to the duty room was slammed open from the outside. A tall and fat woman appeared outside the door. Her extremely thick lenses couldn't hide the viciousness and gloom in those eyes. Her thick gray lips were pursed tightly. The corner of her mouth was dripping with a white fluid. The flesh on her face was shaking slightly, and a strong sense of coldness filled her arrogant face. Who's there? Bang. After a soft sound of hitting something, the young man grinned and stood up while holding the back of his head. The glasses on his face were a little crooked, and a little dust was smeared on the side of his face. Oh, as if seeing a savior, the young man's eyes lit up slightly. Teacher Yang, you are here. The flesh on Teacher Yang's face shook, and she was stunned for a while, obviously not thinking of this development direction. The dean gave me the key and asked me to get the roster of newly enrolled boarding students. Wen Jianyan scratched his cheek and gave the other party a shy smile. It seems that there is a student who has not come to report, so the roster needs to be revised. Dean Shin wanted it in a hurry, so I came in without authorization. I'm really sorry. Looking at the rookie anchor, who was talking nonsense without changing his expression, the barrage area was dead silent. The young man was wearing the broken glasses that he had just picked up from the bottom of the cabinet. Although the legs of the glasses were a little crooked, they didn't look abrupt when combined with his actions just now. The previous alertness and indifference had long since disappeared. He pursed his lips a little embarrassedly. His face was stained with a little dust, and his glasses gave him a fledgling bookish air, making him look innocent and youthful. A pair of amber-colored eyes flickered behind the lenses with unquestionable sincerity and apology. Teacher Yang narrowed her eyes. Her sinister little eyes stared at the young man in front of her through the thick lenses. Wen Jianyan suddenly realized, Oh, I'm sorry, I haven't introduced myself yet. He hurriedly stepped forward and stretched out his hand to the other party. When he was just halfway through, he seemed to suddenly realize something. Then he hurriedly rubbed his dusty palm on his trousers with a shy expression. I'm a new trainee teacher here, just call me Wen. He stretched out his hand again. Teacher Young lowered her head and glanced at the palm of the other's outstretched hand, not knowing whether she believed it or not. The young man blinked blankly and asked with concern, What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Do you want to go to the infirmary? Just after he finished speaking, he seemed to suddenly realize something and frowned in embarrassment. But Teacher Wang Ping shouldn't be here today. Finally, the old witch let out a heavy snort from her nose. She stepped forward with an agility that didn't match her size and took out a crumpled booklet from a box deep in the cabinet. A clattering sound rang out in the narrow duty room. The old witch licked her greasy fingers, opened the booklet, and asked, Tell me which student didn't come to report. The moment the voice fell, the barrage was boiling. Viewer's message. FCK, FCK, FCK. She believed him, she believed him, she believed him. Viewer's message. How can a good guy play like this? Viewer's message. I'm amazed by him. How does the anchor know so much information? Viewer's message. Didn't he turn over the staff list and the duty list or something just now? Did you just come? Viewer's message. Yes, but who can make up such smooth nonsense in such a short period of time? Oh my God. Wen Jianyan knows nothing about the audience's reaction. He lowered his head and leaned over. His long, slender fingers lightly tapped one of the pages, and his fingertip landed on one of the names. Chengwei. That was the name on the ID card he had drawn. The young man smiled and said, This. The old witch took out a pen from her breast pocket and wrote 3 words after Cheng Wei's name. Not reported. The chat, which was in full swing just now, was silent for a few seconds. Viewer's message. Damn, he is the master of deception. Chapter 2. Hello, novice anchor. Congratulations on starting your first live broadcast. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. The voice was mechanical and calm, and it was particularly abrupt in the empty dormitory. I'm going to tell you the rules now. This is an ordinary time-limited instance with a duration of 10 hours. The current time in the instance is 7 p.m. That is, you need to survive until 5 a.m. tomorrow to clear the instance. Wen Jianyan. He looked down at his ID card and fell into a moment of silence. Oh boy, 10 hours and 20 minutes. The gap, isn't it a bit too big? The card in your hand is an ID card, and the content of the ID card will be unlocked with the progress of the plot. The basic survival time has been issued to you, and more time can be redeemed through points. He just continued to listen to the voice broadcast in an emotionless tone. The rules for the anchor to earn points. 1. Real-time settlement will be made according to the number of viewers in the live broadcast room. The next point settlement will be in 2 hours. 2. Complete the live broadcast task. 3. Audience rewards. More ways to earn points will be unlocked as you explore. After explaining the rules, the voice suddenly became full of passion. The audience is God, and popularity is everything. Please fight for your live room. Fight, you big-headed ghost. The dormitory returned to silence. Wen Jianyan took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Although this voice relieved his nervousness a little, he could still clearly hear his rapid and irregular heartbeat. The frequency of his breathing was stable, but his lungs were still screaming for more oxygen. He subconsciously clenched his fingers. The sharp, hard edges of the ID card had a distinct sting. Wen Jianyan was able to clearly realize that his life was hanging by a thread, so he repeated the time limit in his mind. 20 minutes. He was a very greedy person, especially when it came to living. According to the rules, Wen Jianyan must obtain enough points within 20 minutes to stay alive. This method of settlement based on the number of viewers in the live broadcast room was unreliable. After all, he couldn't live till the first settlement point. Then there were only the remaining 2 options. Obviously, the audience in the live broadcast room was also clear about this. The barrage became significantly more active. Viewer's message. Oh, the anchor wants a reward, right? Show some sincerity then. Viewer's message. Count out to the audience first. Maybe I'm in a good mood and give you a few dozen or hundreds of points. Viewer's message. By the way, this novice anchor is very good looking. The unmasked malice and joy were revealed as the lines of text drifted by. as if watching and waiting for a commodity to sell at a high price, excitedly speculating and looking forward to how to chew it from the bone and swallow it. They had seen a lot of this kind of little anchor who was on the verge of life and death. The time limit for survival that the streamers watched helplessly draw nearer, like a noose around their necks tightening little by little, their eyes constricted and trembling, their faces twisting under intense despair and fear. In this case, as long as there was a chance to survive, they would seize it regardless. No matter how terrifyingly over-the-top demands the audience made, there was no limit to their satisfaction. Kneeling, kowtowing, self-mutilation, crying, begging for mercy. The snot and tears were flowing, ugly and pitiful. Wen Jianyan lowered his eyelashes, and a small shadow fell on his fair face, adding a bit of vulnerability to his upright appearance. There was no superfluous expression on his face. His lips were lightly pursed, and after a few quick glances up and down on the live broadcast interface, he precisely clicked the hide button above. There was a momentary stagnation in the barrage in the live broadcast room. In the dead silence, a comment slowly floated past. Viewer's message. Wait, did I see it right? Is the anchor hiding his own broadcasting interface? In fact, most anchors who were in the process of clearing the level would hide the broadcasting interface. However, if the anchor was in trouble or in a life-and-death situation, they would often leave it open. After all, although the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't spoil the plot in the barrage, they could reward points to their favorite anchors. Even if it was just on a whim, it was still a gift for the anchor. The audience is God, and popularity is everything. This kind of new anchor, who was about to die in 10 minutes, actually turned off the broadcasting interface under such circumstances? Was something wrong with his brain? Or did this anchor actually think that in this case, arrogance and pride would still be valuable? Really, laughing out loud. Although the anchor could not see it, the number of people in the live broadcast room had once again climbed slightly. Now, there were more than 80 viewers in the live broadcast room, all of them filled with schadenfreude and waiting to see a good show. After hiding the live broadcast interface, Wen Jianyan took a slow, deep breath. The moist air mixed with dust, and a musty smell poured into his nostrils. To be honest, after watching the remarks in the live broadcast room, Wen Jianyan actually didn't feel anything. After all, the way he made a living, it could be said that he was a fraudster. But in reality, he was a professional scammer targeting high-end customers. What dignity, pride, morality, and conduct? They were completely worthless to him. As long as he could live, there was nothing he wasn't willing to do. However, in the rules just now, Wen Jianyan captured a keyword precisely and clearly. Time. The way to clear the instance was the survival time. The points were also used to exchange the survival time, and the initial allocation was also the survival time. Time. It could be said that time was the only and absolute measure in this instance. At the same time, it was also the most urgent thing he needed right now. Spending these precious 20 minutes just to wag their tails and beg the dozens of viewers, praying for the possibility of a charity. It was simply the most uneconomical transaction he could think of. What's more, Wen Jianyan was all too familiar with what kind of reaction a human's nature would evoke in such a situation. He knew, and so did the audience. This group of old foodies was probably already tired of watching this kind of drama, and it was even more impossible to spend a lot of money just because of this. After all, according to those remarks just now, they didn't seem to be that kind of existence. And things that were delivered to your door in vain were the most worthless. As a fraudster, Wen Jianyan understood that well. Well, now there was one last option left. Wen Jianyan's gaze moved down and landed on the taskbar in front of him. For the time being, only one live broadcast task had been refreshed. Novice anchor, please explore the instance and unlock the ID card. Completion degree, 0%. Wen Jianyan looked around the room. Generally speaking, if he wanted to know his current status, searching in the dormitory was the easiest and most direct way. But when Jianyan looked down at his ID card, there were only 17 minutes left in the countdown, and it was rapidly decreasing by the minute. He had so little time. If that's the case, then the only option left was to take risks. If he didn't succeed, he would become benevolent. How to catch big fish with zero risk. Wen Jianyan gritted his teeth, put the ID card in his pocket, and strode out. The corridor was empty. The old-fashioned ceiling lamps hung crookedly on the ceiling. The dim, pale light swayed slightly, dividing the corridor into several half-lit and half-obscured areas. It was quite disturbing. Under one of the lamps, a rust-dappled half-map affixed to the wall could be seen faintly. Wen Jianyan stepped forward quickly and stood still in front of the map. It was covered with dark and greasy handprints, and most of the patterns had been peeled off, but some vague handwriting could still be discerned. He glanced up and down extremely quickly, then turned his head and trotted in a certain direction. In the barrage area of the blocked live broadcast room. Viewer's message. What? Viewer's message. What is the anchor doing? Viewer's message. Neither asking for a reward nor going through the dormitory. I'm afraid that something is wrong with his brain? Viewer's message. Never mind, there are 15 minutes left. Hurry up, I can't wait. Although it was only a few seconds, Wen Jianyan had already firmly memorized the map in his heart. He ran down the corridors with his memory. The closed bedroom doors flew past him one by one, and the windows were all pitch black, like empty eye sockets. A pale, smiling face slowly emerged from a window. Its eyes rolled and landed on the young man who was running past, and the corners of its mouth curved even more. Exclamation marks. Wen Jianyan abruptly stopped his pace and almost tripped himself because of the sudden movement. His heart was beating wildly. He turned his head in horror towards the window he just passed by. There was nothing in the window except the flickering lights. Through the shallow layer of gray, Wen Jianyan could vaguely see the outline of his face. He didn't know if it was an illusion. This time, the face was much closer than last time. It was as if he was approaching him little by little. Wen Jianyan felt goosebumps crawling up his arm. Viewer's message. Ha 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 ha. It seems that the time of death is getting closer and closer. Viewer's message. However, what happened to this anchor? Seeing this situation, his face didn't even change, and he continued to run forward. Viewer's message. Of the anchors who were in this instance before, there was not a single one who didn't scream when they saw the ghost so close. Viewer's message. Is he really not scared at all? Impossible, right? Wen Jianyan rushed downstairs at the fastest speed. Although the first floor was a hall, it still looked crooked and cramped, and the walls and floor were all greasy and shrouded in a dark shadow. Through the gray window, one could vaguely see the boundless darkness outside. The door was closed but not locked. The youth's pace did not slow down. Viewer's message. I thought it would be a potential new anchor, and I secretly looked forward to it. Viewer's message. His first reaction was to run. It's boring. Viewer's message. Where's the suspense? Let's go. The number of online users in the room dropped rapidly from more than 80. While rushing toward the door, Wen Jianyan suddenly stopped and turned around. He stopped at the door of the duty room. Unlike the other doors, the duty room was locked. The young man squatted, reached for his cuff with his slender fingers, and pulled out a piece of iron wire from somewhere. He bent the iron wire with familiarity and gently stirred it in the keyhole. Click! The lock made a crisp sound. In just a few seconds, the door to the duty room slid inward. Huh! Wen Jianyan stood up and breathed a sigh of relief, and between the drooping fingers, the iron wire disappeared magically. The number of people who were still decreasing in the live broadcast room suddenly stagnated and fell into a brief silence. Wen Jianyan pushed open the door of the duty room and stepped in. According to the map he saw just now, this was an old-fashioned dormitory with only 3 floors. The first floor was the hall and washroom, and the second floor and the third floor were the dorms. The map was covered with rust, so he couldn't clearly see what was written on it. However, the number of dorms on each floor was very limited, so the scale of this school must not be very large. Wen Jianyan knew a few things about the old schools with limited funds. They have limited places to store important items. If there was any place to gather the most information in the shortest amount of time, here was his best chance. Like the style of the entire dormitory, the duty room was also very shabby. A narrow bed was placed against the wall, where the teacher on duty could rest. A few books were piled up in a mess on the bookshelf. The dormitory timetable was hanging on the wall. A table was placed close to the window, and the outside window, which was usually used to talk to students, was also locked right now. Wen Jianyan didn't delay for a second and immediately began to search and rummage with an agility that ordinary people couldn't match. The locked drawers and cabinets were opened one by one and were quickly restored. A roster of past students. Teacher shift schedule. The prompt sound of information has been obtained continued to be heard in his ears. Some viewers in the barrage suddenly realized. Viewer's message. Oh, he is increasing his degree of exploration to get the points. Viewer's message. Many anchors only know that they can increase the degree of exploration to obtain points after several attempts, and he actually reacted without notification. His future is promising. Viewer's message. Hey, so, maybe he can really redeem enough time this time. Viewer's message. It's better not to jump to conclusions so early. There are only a few minutes left. The barrage fell into silence. Time was always a cruel thing, especially when there were only 20 minutes from the beginning. Although Wen Jianyan's movements were really fast, he still couldn't stop the minutes and seconds from slipping through his fingers. The top of the live broadcast interface marked the remaining survival time of the anchor, and before he knew it, there were only less than 6 minutes left. In an instance, the remaining 5 minutes of survival time were a critical threshold. If the anchor was only left with less than 5 minutes of survival time, then he would become the target of the entire instance and would indiscriminately attract the attention of all non-human beings in the instance, whether they were ghosts or NPCs. It was no less than holding a small flag in his hand and shaking it wildly, shouting, "I'm here. Come and catch me." Once the anchor fell into such a situation, the danger would only increase rapidly. Most people probably wouldn't be able to last even for 5 minutes. When the time reached 5 minutes, the countdown was dyed a dazzling bright red. Wen Jianyan was standing in front of the table, flipping through the documents, but his action suddenly paused. He could clearly feel that the temperature around him had dropped without warning, and the already cold and damp room had now turned bone-chilling at the moment. The chill was so strong that it was terrifying. It penetrated the skin like a steel knife and infiltrated the bones. A strong feeling of being watched came from behind. Wen Jianyan slowly turned his head, almost uncontrollably. In the vanity mirror placed on the table, he saw his blurred figure in the darkness. A pale hand silently and slowly stretched out from the half-open cabinet behind, pressing against the wall. Over his shoulder, Wen Jianyan saw a face emerging from the shadows. It was a smiling face. The pale face looked like it was carved from melted wax, and the simple facial features were combined on the smooth surface, like a weird smiling mask. At this moment, the corners of its mouth were silently grinning at Wen Jianyan. The jet-black hair was like a sticky snake, and water droplets fell from the end of the black hair. Drip, drip. It leaned out of the cabinet little by little and slowly walked toward the youth. 1 step, 2 steps. As the distance became closer, the details on the smiling mask slowly became richer, more and more like Wen Jianyan himself. At this moment, heavy and dragging footsteps sounded from outside the half-closed door of the duty room. The sound of footsteps appeared particularly abrupt in the deadly silent room, bringing an extremely ominous atmosphere. Every step was like stepping on the human heart. Hum, hum, hum. A burst of intermittent humming came from a distance. The melody was eccentric and cheerful, and it became clear gradually with the sound of footsteps, which stood out even more in the dead and empty dark environment. As soon as this iconic voice was heard, the audience who knew the plot immediately became excited. Viewer's message. It's the old witch. It's the old witch. Viewer's message. The luck of this newcomer is really bad. He actually encountered the most difficult ghost and the most difficult NPC at the same time. I have never seen any anchor who gets this kind of treatment. The footsteps stopped at the door of the duty room. The next second, the humming stopped, and an overwhelming silence suddenly enveloped the room. As if waking up from a dream, Wen Jianyan bent down suddenly and went to the half-open cabinet under the table. The barrage, which was still cold and clear just now, finally became hot at this moment. Viewer's message. Elmeo, the newcomer is really naive. Viewer's message. If it's a normal situation, you can dig into a cabinet and hide under the bed. Although you can't hide from ghosts, the probability of escaping NPCs is still very high. But now NPCs are 100% attracted to him. He will definitely be discovered. Viewer's message. Alas, it's a pity. If it weren't for the limit at the beginning, the development potential of the anchor is quite high. Viewer's message. Don't complain, at least it's worth watching now. Bang. The door to the duty room was slammed open from the outside. A tall and fat woman appeared outside the door. Her extremely thick lenses couldn't hide the viciousness and gloom in those eyes. Her thick gray lips were pursed tightly. The corner of her mouth was dripping with a white fluid. The flesh on her face was shaking slightly, and a strong sense of coldness filled her arrogant face. "Who's there?" Bang! After a soft sound of hitting something, the young man grinned and stood up while holding the back of his head. The glasses on his face were a little crooked, and a little dust was smeared on the side of his face. Oh, as if seeing a savior, the young man's eyes lit up slightly. "Teacher Yang, you are here." The flesh on Teacher Yang's face shook, and she was stunned for a while, obviously not thinking of this development direction. "The dean gave me the key and asked me to get the roster of newly enrolled boarding students." Wen Jianyan scratched his cheek and gave the other party a shy smile. "It seems that there is a student who has not come to report, so the roster needs to be revised. Dean Shin wanted it in a hurry, so I came in without authorization. I'm really sorry." Looking at the rookie anchor, who was talking nonsense without changing his expression, the barrage area was dead silent. The young man was wearing the broken glasses that he had just picked up from the bottom of the cabinet. Although the legs of the glasses were a little crooked, they didn't look abrupt when combined with his actions just now. The previous alertness and indifference had long since disappeared. He pursed his lips a little embarrassedly. His face was stained with a little dust, and his glasses gave him a fledgling bookish air, making him look innocent and youthful. A pair of amber-colored eyes flickered behind the lenses with unquestionable sincerity and apology. Teacher Yang narrowed her eyes. Her sinister little eyes stared at the young man in front of her through the thick lenses. Wen Jianyan suddenly realized, "Oh, I'm sorry, I haven't introduced myself yet." He hurriedly stepped forward and stretched out his hand to the other party. When he was just halfway through, he seemed to suddenly realize something. Then he hurriedly rubbed his dusty palm on his trousers with a shy expression. "I'm a new trainee teacher here. Just call me Xiaowen." He stretched out his hand again. Teacher Yang lowered her head and glanced at the palm of the other's outstretched hand, not knowing whether she believed it or not. The young man blinked blankly and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Do you want to go to the infirmary?" Just after he finished speaking, he seemed to suddenly realize something and frowned in embarrassment. But Teacher Wang Ping shouldn't be here today. Finally, the old witch let out a heavy snort from her nose. She stepped forward with an agility that didn't match her size and took out a crumpled booklet from a box deep in the cabinet. A clattering sound rang out in the narrow duty room. The old witch licked her greasy fingers, opened the booklet, and asked, "Tell me which student didn't come to report." The moment the voice fell, the barrage was boiling. Viewer's message. FCK, FCK, FCK. She believed him, she believed him, she believed him. Viewer's message. How can a good guy play like this? Viewer's message. I'm amazed by him. How does the anchor know so much information? Viewer's message. Didn't he turn over the staff list and the duty list or something just now? Did you just come? Viewer's message. Yes, but who can make up such smooth nonsense in such a short period of time? Oh my God. Wen Jianyan knows nothing about the audience's reaction. He lowered his head and leaned over. His long, slender fingers lightly tapped one of the pages, and his fingertip landed on one of the names. Chengwei. That was the name on the ID card he had drawn. The young man smiled and said, "This." The old witch took out a pen from her breast pocket and wrote 3 words after Chengwei's name. Not reported. The chat, which was in full swing just now, was silent for a few seconds. Viewer's message. Damn, he is the master of deception. Chapter 3. People, they're all voyeuristic. After revising the list, the old witch closed the crumpled booklet and threw it to Wen Jianyan. "Okay, send it. But you have to make a copy for me to keep." The young man hurriedly took the roster, helped the slightly crooked legs of the glasses, and replied embarrassedly. I'm sorry to bother you. Trainee teacher." Humph. The old witch narrowed her eyes. Behind the greasy lenses, her dark eyes reflected a gloomy light. Then she ordered arrogantly, "It's about time to count the number of students. You're just in time. Come back after you send the roster. I'm very short of manpower here." Fuck, every time a bunch of shits comes to me, a bunch of shameless things. The woman spat and scolded sloppily as she turned around and walked out, her tall and bloated back disappearing outside the door. Bang! The door to the duty room was slammed rudely. Across the door, Wen Jianyan heard the strange humming sound again. accompanied by the woman's heavy footsteps. The humming gradually faded away and was finally engulfed by the darkness. It was only a few minutes, but for him, it was as long as a century. Finally, there was only a dead silence in the ears. Almost immediately, the youthful and shy smile on the young man's face disappeared like thin snow under the strong sunlight, and only an expressionless silence remained that didn't reveal any emotion. The barrage was also silent for a few seconds. Viewer's message? Viewer's message. The anchor's expression always seems like he was planning something. Viewer's message. Speaking of which, he seemed very familiar with the process from the very beginning. Is he some big shot using an alternative account? After all, anchors can use points to change the outer appearance. Viewer's message. And if I remember correctly, this anchor had drawn the initial survival time of hell difficulty in the first level. How can ordinary people have such bad luck? Is it a limitation imposed by the system? Viewer's message. Yes, I feel the same. The possibility of being an alternative account is very high. Viewer's message. However, I have followed the vast majority of S-rank anchors in big guilds, but this live broadcast style feels a little out of place. At this moment, the anchor who had been motionless just now suddenly stood up. Exclamation marks. The audience watching the live broadcast seemed to be surprised. They subconsciously held their breath and stared at the young man on the screen, half surprised and half excitedly looking forward to his next move. Yuck! Wen Jianyan rushed to the desk with a single step, leaned over to the trash can, and started retching. His slender fingers pressed firmly against the edge of the desk, his knuckles turned pale due to the force, and combined with the retching sound that rang through the room, it didn't look like an act. The barrage fell into a dead silence. After a few seconds, rows of question marks appeared slowly. Viewer's message. What the fuck? Viewer's message. The anchor showed such an unfathomable expression just now. And in the end, he showed me this? Viewer's message. The anchor is really a newcomer. Otherwise, how could the reaction be so big? Viewer's message. Maybe he's acting? I'm not sure. Half a minute later, Wen Jianyan stood up while holding the table with a pale face. He didn't know if it was because he hadn't eaten for too long, but this time he didn't spit out anything. He wiped the corners of his mouth with a look of prostration. The corners of his eyes were wet and red, and a layer of physiological mist was covered under his long eyelashes. Oh shit. Just now it was really terrifying. The clothes on Wen Jianyan's back were tightly adhered to his skin because of the sweat. The palms of his hands were also wet with sweat, and when the cold wind blew, he couldn't help shivering. Aha, what the hell is this place? That terrifying smiley face just now was right behind my head. Behind my head. So close. So close. I was fucking scared to death. Wen Jianyan's expression twisted slightly. Fortunately, the NPC who came in later looked at least like a person. Otherwise, he suspected that he would die on the spot. And more importantly, although Wen Jianyan didn't know how long he had left to live, it should be very short now. He was afraid it would be over in a few seconds. He didn't even get the time to spend the 2 billion he just got. He hadn't even enjoyed the good life. He wasn't get sunk by a criminal group, but because he was pulled into the nightmare live broadcast software, he died inexplicably. Don't do this kind of thing. Wen Jianyan was very desperate now. Just when he was panicking inside, a ding sound was heard in his ear, and then the mechanical sound of the system sounded. Congratulations to the anchor for unlocking the new way to earn points. Plot modification. 31%. Reward points. 10,000. As the modification increases, the reward points will also increase significantly. Note: as the degree of plot modification increases, the instance will undergo uncontrollable changes. Please make persistent efforts to unlock the new plot of the instance. The reward of the live broadcast task is being calculated for you. Instance exploration. 20%. Reward points. 2,000. Oops. The system has detected that the host's remaining survival time is less than 1 minute, and your live broadcast room is about to be closed. Do you want to redeem all the points in your account for survival time for your loyal fans in the live broadcast room? Exclamation marks. Just waiting for these words. Wen Jianyan almost cried with joy. Redeem. Ding. Your points have been redeemed. Please open your ID card to check. Wen Jianyan took a deep breath and calmed down. Then, he took the ID card out of his pocket, only to see that the words on it had changed. Identity card. Name. Chengwei. Changed. Xiaowan. Age. 16. Changed. Question marks. Occupation. First-year high school student of Danmei Middle School. Changed. First-year trainee teacher of Danmei Middle School. Related plot. Not yet unlocked. Changed. Question marks. All the text before changed were light gray, barely visible in low light, as if they would disappear on the card in the next second. Wen Jianyan looked at it thoughtfully for a few seconds, then flipped the card. Above was the blood-red countdown. The survival time increased from a shocking single digit to 120 minutes. Although it was only 2 hours, he could at least live to the first settlement point. Wen Jianyan let out a slow sigh of relief. He stared at the remaining survival time displayed on the card and fell into deep thought. It seemed that points in survival time were exchanged of 100 to 1. The rewards given by the instance exploration were really too few. Even if he reached 100%, he would only get 10,000 points. Of course, more live broadcast tasks might be updated in the future, but whether he could live to that time remained to be seen. Wen Jianyan touched his chin. And the plot modification. Although the points given were really a lot, he did not forget the prompt from the system just now. The follow-up risk of this method was too great. Then, in the end, there was only one way to get points. Wen Jianyan lowered his head and looked for it, then tapped in the void to release the live broadcast interface again. The barrage suddenly came alive. Viewer's message! Exclamation marks. Viewer's message. Oh. The anchor has opened the interface. Viewer's message. Now you remembered to open the live interface? Finally found out that the points are not enough to survive? Wen Jianyan vaguely skimmed over the comments filled with excitement, maliciousness, strangeness, and schadenfreude, and his line of sight fell on the upper right corner of the screen. Online audience. 364. Although the single digits were fluctuating constantly, the changes were not large. Hello everyone. The young man lowered his head slightly, and the light fell on his pale complexion, making his contours more profound and his face clear and handsome. He raised a smile. Who knows if it was because of his profession, but Wen Jianyan's lips were very beautiful. The lower lip was soft and plump, but the corners of the lips were narrow and sharp. When they were curved upward, they could easily manipulate people by showing a variety of emotions. Whether it was to intimidate or to express friendship, it could be done without any trouble. The previous situation was too urgent, and I didn't have the time to say hello to everyone. I'm sorry. Wen Jianyan's eyelashes were slightly drooping, and there was no haze in his light amber eyes, appearing clear and honest. Although the voice was slightly hoarse because of the retching just now, the apology was very sincere. The viewers were dumbfounded for a moment. Indeed, the situation just now was so urgent that the anchor had no choice but to block the barrage. He didn't mean it either. Looking at the host's sincere and handsome face, some viewers couldn't help but start to reflect on themselves, whether they were too harsh on this novice anchor before. As a result, more friendly comments appeared. Viewer's message. It's okay, it's understandable. Viewer's message. It's the first time a new anchor can play like this. It's amazing. Some people even threw some small gifts into the live broadcast room as comfort. Watching the increase in points displayed on the screen, Wen Jianyan rolled his eyes without a trace. Next, he randomly picked a few questions from the comments to answer. How does it feel? It's hard to describe. Of course, there is a little bit of fear, but it's not because of you guys. Of course, I want to go out alive. Ha, I'm single. Finally, when Jianyan's eyes fell on a comment, it seemed that he subconsciously read out the content. Is the anchor really playing for the first time? It's really not someone's ghost account. He stopped speaking. After a while, the young man smiled at the screen and said with a calm attitude, I'm sorry, I stopped for too long. It's time to continue. After speaking, without waiting for the chat to respond, Wen Jianyan simply and neatly blocked the live broadcasting interface again. Viewer's message. Question marks. Viewer's message. Exclamation marks and question marks. Viewer's message. Wait, I seem to be aware of something. Viewer's message. Is there anyone who went to see the anchors of several major guilds above B-level who did not open a live broadcast today? Viewer's message. The retching just now was definitely acting. Absolutely. The comments swiped frantically, countless speculations emerged, and the number of people watching the live broadcast also soared. In the next few minutes, it rose from more than 300 to nearly 800, and it was still increasing. Although Wen Jianyan blocked the broadcasting interface, he did not turn it off yet. He squinted his eyes as he listened to the sound effect of the live gift, and a fleeting smile flashed across his lips. People. They are all voyeuristic. However, both the number of people online and the reward points were still too few. First, raise them, and then slaughter them when they are fattened. Suddenly, Wen Jianyan's eyes fell on the corner of the interface, and he couldn't help but pause for a moment. There was a miniature version of the flower pot icon. It was the apple seedling that the system just sent. However, he didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt the soil layer on the flower pot seemed to bulge a little. Wen Jianyan stared at it for a while, then frowned. The icon was too small. Maybe it was his imagination. He shook his head and turned off the interface completely. Wen Jianyan stood up. Although his legs were still a little weak, they were much better than before. Before turning to leave, he couldn't help but look in the direction of the mirror. Although the matter had passed, he still had some lingering fears when he thought about what happened just now. In the half-broken mirror, the bluish-white smiling face had disappeared, and only the cabinet was still half open. Cabinet. Wen Jianyan showed a thoughtful look. Speaking of which, the roster of this year's students was also dug out from here. So, were there some important clues here? It was better to act than just think. Wen Jianyan stepped forward and leaned over to look for something in the messy cabinet. Because his life was at stake just now, and he didn't have a purpose, he only did some rough rummaging, and now he finally had the opportunity to rummage through the entire cabinet in detail. Click. A slight crisp sound sounded. A small hidden drawer popped up from the bottom of the cabinet. Really? Wen Jianyan pursed his lips, preventing his excitement from showing on his face, and lowered his head to examine the bits and pieces in the drawer. The drawers were dusty and piled with useless clutter, old yellowed photos, a few crumpled pieces of change, a half-cut red comb, scraps of paper, rags, and small pieces of glass, nothing special. Except, Wen Jianyan's eyes moved, and his gaze stopped on one of the corners of the drawer. There lay a small red cloth pouch. In the gray background, the blood-red little pouch appeared too bright, almost to the point of dazzling, like a wound oozing out blood. He paused, and carefully reached out to pick it up. The pouch was not big, only the size of the thumbnail, and was tightly wrapped with thin black threads, inexplicably exuding a strange and ominous feeling. Wen Jianyan untied the cloth pouch. The blood-red cloth spread out silently, revealing a small section of jet black, shiny hair tied with a red string, and a molar. The pale tooth was very dazzling against the background of the red cloth, looking very strange. Wen Jianyan felt that the temperature around him seemed to drop a few degrees in an instant. At this moment, a crisp ding-dong sound sounded in his ears. Congratulations to the anchor for obtaining one of the hidden items in the instance. Difficult. Collection degree. 1 of 3. Wen Jianyan asked in his mind. Is there any reward for finding hidden items? For example, points that can be exchanged for survival time. He held his breath in anticipation. The unwavering female voice of the system replied. More rewards are waiting to be unlocked. Wen Jianyan. Okay, it looks like there are no points. Forget it, something is better than nothing. He sighed, wrapped the red cloth again, and put it in his pocket, and closed the drawer. In the place where the anchor couldn't see, the barrage became hot. Viewer's message. If I am not wrong, among 3 hidden items in this novice instance, one is easy, one is difficult, and the other is legendary? Viewer's message. Fuck. Other anchors desperately broke into the duty room and waste all their abilities to get the items. Is it that simple to get it? Viewer's message. Good lord, for newcomers finding the first hidden item is always difficult. This anchor is not ordinary. Viewer's message. Upstairs, you just came in, right? The anchor is not a newcomer at first glance. But I just don't know which big shot's trumpet is this. Wen Jianyan left the duty room and walked toward the door of the dormitory. He took a deep breath, then carefully pushed the door open with his fingertips and peeked outside. The sky was dark, and a thick shadow shrouded the campus in front of him. As he expected, the school covered a very small area, and the school building not far away was only 4 stories high. From this angle, he could vaguely see a small crooked playground and a small artificial lake not far away. There was no lighting in the school building, and it was very dark. Just when Wen Jianyan was about to take his eyes back, he suddenly found a shadow standing silently in front of a window on the 4th floor. In the darkness, a thicker shadow outlined the outline of a human figure. The shadow stood still in front of the window, silent and motionless. He didn't know why, but when Jianyan felt that it was watching him, he suddenly felt a cold chill cling to the back of his neck, causing goosebumps instantly. So infiltrative. At this moment, the shadow raised its hand and gently pressed it on the window. A pale and blurry face emerged from the darkness and slowly and firmly stuck to the window. Thud. The next second, a clear sound of knocking against the door sounded without warning, almost exploding in front of Wen Jianyan. Fuck Ayawa. Wen Jianyan's scalp went numb in an instant, and the hair stood on the end. He saw that the door in front of him was vigorously pushed open in the darkness. The old witch's tall and bloated figure appeared in the night. While wiping her hands on her greasy skirt, she looked at Wen Jianyan in surprise. "Trainee, have you sent the list?" Wen Jianyan's heart was beating wildly, but there was a reflexive smile on his face. Yes. So fast. Because you need help." The young man shyly touched the back of his head. "So I came back as fast as I can." The old witch looked Wen Jianyan up and down for a few seconds, and finally squeezed out a cold snort from her nostrils. "Quite clever." She walked over to Wen Jianyan and said, "Follow me." The door of the dormitory building closed behind the old witch. Wen Jianyan subconsciously looked in the direction of the building. The window on the 4th floor of the school building was empty, and there was nothing. He swallowed. Although it was not reasonable to think so, but thank God it was this NPC. At least she was human-like. Wen Jianyan recited the words human-like over and over in his mind several times before finally summoning up his courage. He turned around and quickly followed the back of the old witch. The old witch stood at the entrance of the stairs and looked up. The narrow stairs were extended into the darkness, and through the thin walls, one could vaguely hear the noise coming from upstairs. This class of freshmen is really unruly. After she finished speaking, she giggled abruptly. Her voice was rough, but the tone was as delicate as that of a young girl. There was a malicious and happy light in the depths of her two small eyes, looking especially creepy. "It's time to take care of it." The huge woman took a step forward, gently humming a strange and pleasant tune, and walked up the stairs step by step. After a series of hysteria and denial of reality, all novice anchors were temporarily forced to accept the present situation. Their life and death were on the line, and there was no other way but to follow the rules. Although they had no intention of helping their competitors, in order not to let newcomers get in the way, senior anchors would still inform the rules in the instance to them. This D-level instance was not very difficult. As a novice with no audience base, the first thing that an anchor should do was to unlock the hidden information on the ID card. The more you know about your identity in the instance, the better you could deal with various unexpected situations, and the higher would be the survival rate. So when everyone woke up, they started to rummage through boxes in the room, looking for all the personal information related to the ID card. Su Cheng held his ID card tightly while lying on the ground, panting and trying to grab the sundries under the bed. His survival time was only 4 hours, the shortest among these companions. No matter how he spoke to the live broadcast area, the barrage and the number of viewers were all empty, and there was no sign of growth at all. So, if he didn't manage to find something, he wouldn't be able to survive tonight. This feeling of being able to see death approaching made Su Cheng feel so panicked that he could hardly breathe. Cold beads of sweat ran down his hot bloodshot cheeks and landed on the dusty ground with a clatter. The ground under his palm trembled slightly. Thump, thump, thump. It seemed that heavy footsteps were approaching. What followed was a woman's humming. The melody was cheerful and simple, intermittently and faintly hovering in the gloomy corridor, becoming clear little by little with the sound of footsteps. Su Cheng broke out in a cold sweat. He stood up and subconsciously looked at the senior anchor in the opposite room. Obviously, the other party also heard the ominous signal that was gradually approaching and was also vigilant. The footsteps and humming stopped together. Cough, cough, cough. After deliberate coughing, a rude voice full of maliciousness suddenly sounded, echoing in the dark and narrow corridor. Assemble. The dead silence after the noise became particularly hard to bear. The anchors looked at each other, standing still. Finally, under the leadership of several experienced anchors, the remaining anchors were all half convinced and left their dormitory rooms step by step. A tall and bloated woman stood at the end of the corridor. The flickering light above her head fell on her broad shoulders, illuminating her face full of flesh and crowded features. She stared at the sparse newcomers in front of her with her small gray eyes. Her eyes were sinister and sticky, like a poisonous snake winding up your calves. Too slow. With a sinister smile on her fleshy face, the old witch said, "It's a blessing for you to be admitted to the Danmei Middle School. You are still so lax, and don't know what's good or bad. You will be punished for not following the rules." Her voice gradually lowered, becoming more and more strange, almost unbearable. Everyone could feel their body becoming cold and their hair standing on the end. Some anchors couldn't help but take a step back. After seeing the NPC that appeared, the barrage in each anchor's live broadcast room became active. Viewer's message. As expected of the old witch, she is still so deterrent. Viewer's message. Hee hee, I'm looking forward to it. Viewer's message. I don't know which anchor will be punished first this time. The old witch looked around with gloomy eyes and found that everyone was silent. She slowly showed a satisfied smile. However, this is your first time, and you don't know the school rules, so I won't do anything. Next time you won't have such good luck, did you understand? She said in a more serious tone. The panicked and powerless reply sounded, echoing unevenly in the corridor. Yes, we understood. Did you understand? The old witch raised the volume without warning. All the anchors were agitated and shouted in unison. Understood. Very good. The old witch nodded with satisfaction. From today, you can call me Teacher Yang. It's almost time for dinner. After counting the number of people, I will show you the place. Seeing the current situation, the audience of all the anchors in the live broadcast room seemed a little regretful. Viewer's message. It seems that this time she is not planning to act from the beginning. Viewer's message. Because the anchors are very obedient this time, and there are no other problems. Viewer's message. Well, after all, it is a D-level instance, and the difficulty is low. So it's understandable that there is no killing in the beginning. Viewer's message. Tut. It's boring, let's go. While the viewers were chatting, the old witch made a move they had never seen before. She turned her head and shouted, "Shao one." The audience was silent for a moment. They saw a tall and handsome young man walking out of the shadows behind the old witch. His hair was messy, and even with the slanted glasses, he still couldn't hide his outstanding facial features. His expression was shy and docile. "Hey, Teacher Yang, you called. Is the copied list with you? Count the number of people." The barrage of each anchor's live broadcast room exploded, and rows of question marks appeared. Viewer's message. Question marks. Viewer's message. Wait, I've seen the instance of Danmei Middle School several times, but I have never seen this NPC. Viewer's message. Isn't this a D-level instance? Why is it temporarily modified? Viewer's message. Ha ha ha, those who came from next door to watch. I'm happy to see you all here. Viewer's message. Ha 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 ha, I'm from next door too. The above user's remarks involve the same instance anchor and will only be visible to the audience. Viewer's message. Wait, what the hell? I can't understand anymore. Viewer's message. Please give me directions. Viewer's message. The live broadcast room number 789-326QWK. After watching it, you will come back to thank me. The above user's remarks involve the same instance anchor and will only be visible to the audience. When the live broadcast hall of Danmei Middle School was in chaos, the signs outside the live broadcast hall changed slightly. Instance difficulty level D. Highest unlocking progress in history. 72%. Viewing value E. The letter E flashed slowly, then turned into a D+. Chapter 4. On the live broadcast square, the quick entrances of each live broadcast hall were arranged from top to bottom according to the viewing value. Perhaps because there were too many newcomers, the live broadcast halls open this time were basically below the C level, and the B level and A level halls were rare, which also made the vast majority of the audience concentrate in those high-level halls. After all, the higher the difficulty, the more enjoyable it was to watch. Suddenly, someone saw a familiar novice-level instance somewhere in the middle. Danmei Middle School? Isn't it a D-level instance? Why is it listed here? Is something wrong with the system's ordering? The audience was puzzled. Seeing this, some curious viewers couldn't wait to go in, ready to see what happened with their own eyes. After all, if it wasn't for the system's ordering error, Then there must be some variables in this D-level instance that made the system's judgment on the viewing value of the entire instance suddenly increase. This kind of thing didn't happen every day. Frightened anchors crowded in the narrow corridor, like sardines stuffed into a can. After the voice of the old witch fell, all eyes instantly fell on the young man at the end of the corridor. Bewildered, they held their breaths and waited anxiously. Under the dim light, the corridor was narrow, and the green walls were mottled and peeled off, revealing black-gray stains. The air was dead silent. But in the 789326QWK live broadcast room, it was completely opposite to the outside world. With the influx of viewers from other live broadcast rooms, the number of online viewers displayed in the live broadcast room continued to increase. Ding! The number of online viewers in the live broadcast room exceeded 1,000. Ding! The number of online viewers in the live broadcast room exceeded 2,000. Congratulations to the anchor for his achievement. A newcomer. Wow, the popularity of your live broadcast room is rising, and your high-quality live content has attracted more viewers to your live broadcast room. Ding! The number of rewards in the live broadcast room exceeded 50. Congratulations to the anchor for his achievement. A small gain. Wow, more and more loyal fans are convinced by your charm. Please, anchor, work hard, and continue to encourage them so that more people will be willing to open their wallets for you. Viewer's message. I came from next door. I didn't expect this trainee teacher to be an anchor. I was shocked. Viewer's message. +1 from next door. Viewer's message. Awa, how did the anchor get into the NPC team? I'm dying of curiosity, asking for supplementary lessons. Viewer's message. Where is the novice's history replay? I can't find the homepage. Is there any kind-hearted person to show me the way? Viewer's message. Upstairs. Don't bother. Don't waste your time. Anyway, this anchor is going to overturn soon. Ha. Viewer's message. Question marks. Viewer's message. Question marks. Why? What happened? Immediately after, more and more gloating ha brushed off the screen. Although the audience that just came in was not clear, most of the other audience members had been watching from the beginning. The dean didn't ask anyone to get the list at all. It was all made up by Wen Jianyan, and the crumpled booklet was now in Wen Jianyan's pocket. As for the copied list, there was absolutely no such thing. But now, the heavy duty of naming fell on Wen Jianyan's shoulders. He either honestly said that he didn't copy it at all, or he had to take out the booklet from his pocket and read it. However, no matter how he chose, it would be contrary to his lie at the beginning, which would definitely arouse suspicion. And doubt was like water poured on a sandcastle, which could break apart a lie that couldn't stand the scrutiny. This was the case in reality, not to mention that he was still in an instance now. With the temperament of an old witch, it was absolutely impossible to miss such an opportunity. Once caught, this anchor would surely die. It seems that the short and glorious career of this anchor was probably coming to an end. Although it was a pity, most of the viewers had become more excited. After all, the car was already overturned, and the more fierce the flip, the better it would look. The entire corridor was shrouded in suffocating silence. All eyes fell on Wen Jianyan. The tall, fleshy woman leaned slightly to the side. Her small, sinister, dark eyes looked through the gap on the side of her glasses, and the bottom of her eyes flickered like the sharp blade flashed a second before it fell in front of the guillotine. The dim light flickered overhead, and the light was reflected at the edge of the somewhat crooked lens, blocking the look of the young man's eyes. His face looked pale and weak in the light, and his lips were pursed. He calmly and slowly, little by little, reached into his pocket. The audience in front of the screen held their breath subconsciously, greedily watching the anchor's every move. Soon, when Jianyan's fingers were pulled out of his pocket, they saw that in his hand was a piece of white paper folded in 4 folds. It was wrinkled with irregular marks on the edges as if it had been torn from a notebook, and scribbled handwriting was faintly visible on the side. Wen Jianyan unfolded the paper. The rustling sound of paper rubbing sounded in the dead corridor, making people's heartbeats quicken. Jiangze. The young man's voice sounded in the corridor, gentle and clear. The audience in the live broadcast room was stunned. Viewer's message. Question marks. How did he read it? Viewer's message. What's going on? Could it be that the anchor is trying to slip through by making it up? After a few seconds of silence, a weak voice sounded at the end of the corridor and replied in a low voice. Here. Zhou Fanyuan. Arrived. Wen Jianyan read one name after another, and each time he read one, there would be a high or low response from the crowd. This was absolutely impossible to make up. What was going on? Did he really make a copy when the audience wasn't paying attention? When did this happen? They didn't have any impression at all. As if to answer the doubts of the audience, the camera in the live broadcast room moved and zoomed in, again and again. It finally landed on the piece of paper in Wen Jianyan's hands. The white paper was still wrinkled, with a few lines written in extremely scrawled handwriting. Onion, cabbage, garlic, pork, chili peppers. Remember to buy toothpaste and washing powder. A dense series of question marks floated through the live broadcast room. This is a shopping list. Wen Jianyan lowered his head, stared at the few lines on the shopping list without changing his face, and continued to read it with great confidence. Zhao Runqing. Arrived. Fang Ke. Arrived. After realizing what happened, the barrage exploded. Viewer's message. Question marks. The anchor has memorized the list. Viewer's message. Shit, what kind of memory is this? Did he not forget? Viewer's message. Not necessarily, right? Maybe he had expected this, so he secretly memorized it. After all, there are only a dozen names. Viewer's message. Didn't the person upstairs use his brain when speaking? Isn't that more difficult? What kind of prejudgment level is this? Soon, except for Cheng Wei, who was not enrolled, everyone else completed the roll call. The old witch stood on the spot, squinted her eyes, and looked around slowly, and let out a cold snort from her nose. One couldn't tell whether she was satisfied or disappointed. She turned around. Let's go. Wen Jianyan let out a slow breath, folded the paper again, and stuffed it into his pocket. By the way, he secretly rubbed his wet palm on his pants. So close. Fortunately, his occupation was too high risk, so he developed the habit of subconsciously remembering all the important information in front of him. One reason was to prevent his lies from being exposed, and the other was to play on the spot at a critical moment. After all, the point of a lie was in the details. Even trivial details could be fatal if neglected. He took a deep breath, turned his head to look at the anchors behind him, and raised his chin. Didn't you hear what Teacher Yang said? Follow us. Just now, the audience was still sighing about the anchor's extraordinary memory and prediction ability, but the wind direction suddenly changed. Viewer's message. Fuck, the fox is pretending to be a tiger. Viewer's message. Damn, the scoundrel is successful. Viewer's message. Shameless. All the anchors looked at each other in dismay, stepped forward in fear, and followed behind Wen Jianyan. The old witch went straight downstairs and walked outside of the dormitory. It was dark outside. The small campus was immersed in the burning twilight, like a small cardboard box that was about to be squashed. A few dozen meters away from the dormitory building was a low-rise building with only one floor. The gate was opened, revealing the gray-black cement floor moistened with water or sweat. As a canteen, there were several rows of long gray-yellow tables side by side. The protection leather on the tabletop was peeling off, looking greasy under the dim light, as if it had not been carefully cleaned for many years. At the end of the dining room were two desks that had been put together. Huge food bowls made of white iron were placed side by side on top of them, and steaming hot air was flowing outward. The old witch stopped at the entrance of the canteen, turned her head to look at the anchors behind her, and said coldly, "Here we are." The woman looked around. Her tall figure brought a terrifying sense of oppression. The anchors gathered together in silence, waiting for each other to speak, only to see the old witch raise her short and thick fingers and point to the cabinet next to her. "Your lunch boxes are all there. After you finish eating, wash them and remember to put them back. If you lose them, you will have to pay." The old witch then pointed to the clock hanging on the wall of the canteen. "After eating and washing the dishes, go back to the dormitory by yourself. You can access the door of the dormitory building till 9:30 p.m. She grinned, and the maliciousness in her expression could hardly be concealed. "If you don't come back on time, I won't open the door for you. Okay, you can move now." After speaking, the old witch turned around and walked toward the dormitory while humming a song. Because of the close proximity, Wen Jianyan heard the last words she sang this time. Pleasing and satisfactory. She hummed the little melody, and her tall and fat body quickly disappeared into the dark night. Wen Jianyan was stunned for a moment, then quickly recovered to his senses. He took a step forward, clapped his palms, and raised his voice. Did everyone hear what Teacher Yang said? The freshmen who have received their lunchboxes came here and lined up in 2 rows to go in to eat. As a fraudster skilled in his business, he had integrated into the role of trainee teacher without any psychological barriers. In just a few words, not only Wen Jianyan transferred the remaining authority of the old witch to himself, but also naturally became the one who controls the overall situation. All the anchors instinctively follow his order. After a short period of confusion, everyone carried their lunchboxes and honestly lined up in 2 rows at the entrance of the canteen. Wen Jianyan nodded without changing his face and said with satisfaction, "Come in." So, the imposter calmly took 2 rows of people into the canteen and commanded them to line up to eat. The person in charge of the meal was an old woman with rickets. Her eyes were cloudy, her fingers were wrinkled like tree bark, and she held the rice spoon tremblingly. The white iron spoon made a harsh sound when it touched the bottom of the basin. Dinner was some kind of porridge. A layer of oil was floating on the turbid yellowish white, and in the viscous semi-liquid, the white meat, the thin rice grains, and the soft noodles were mixed at the bottom of the spoon, exuding an unappetizing smell. She mechanically gave the students a spoonful of rice. The moment anchors saw the food in their bowls, an indescribably complex expression appeared on their faces. They held the bowl with a disheveled look and chose a seat on the long table to sit down. When all the students finished taking their meal, the old woman leaned down tremblingly, ready to pick up the big iron basin that was left in front of her. Wen Jianyan stepped forward and took the basin from the other party's hand involuntarily. "I'll do it. You can just rest." His gesture was gentle and courteous, and he looked at the old woman in front of him with great concern. Whether it was giving orders at the door or organizing everyone to line up to enter the canteen, Wen Jianyan was preparing for this conversation from the beginning. "In which direction?" he asked. The old woman raised a bark-like finger and pointed to the back of the canteen. Wen Jianyan slowed down and walked in that direction side by side with the other party. The old woman raised her turbid eyes, turned her head to look at the young man beside her, and asked in an old voice, "Young man, what's your name?" Wen Jianyan shyly pursed his lips. "I also just came here today. Just call me Xiao Zhao. I am Dean Shen's distant nephew. I just graduated some time ago, so I want to ask my uncle to help me find a job." "Oh, my uncle asked me to come to Teacher Yang and ask her to show me around the school, but, Wen Jianyan shook his head and quickly raised a slight smile. "No, it's nothing. Teacher Yang seems to be busy, so she left me here to help maintain the discipline, and then left in a hurry." He hesitated, pursed his lips, and asked uneasily, Did I do something wrong?" In the 789326QWK live broadcast room. Viewer's message. "The smell of tea is strong." Viewer's message. "Tea is overflowing." Viewer's message. "He was a trainee teacher just now, but now he is Dean Shen's nephew. I want to see if he can make up a few more identities." Viewer's message. "Simple. The way to be human is simpler." This covert way of answering obviously made the other party immediately understand something. The old woman sighed, and a trace of haze flashed across her face. She stretched out her hand and patted Wen Jianyan's shoulder and said kindly, "Don't take it too seriously. Teacher Yang, she's always been like this, not deliberately targeting you. It doesn't matter. If you have any questions in the future, you can ask me." Really? Thank you." Wen Jianyan showed a flattering smile, reaching to the bottom of his eyes. Sure enough, when dealing with such elders, a favorable background combined with an appropriate display of weakness was the fastest way to obtain information. The two chatted as they walked. Wen Jianyan spoke calmly, keeping all the information that was spat out from the other party's mouth firmly in his mind. Unconsciously, Wen Jianyan reached the back kitchen. Compared with the canteen in front, the back kitchen was more narrow and dirty. The air was mixed with a foul smell of sour rot. The blue swill bucket placed on the side was half full. The inner edge of the outer wall was covered with thick residue dirt, and there was garbage all over the place. Under the command of the old woman, Wen Jianyan poured the remaining soup from the food bowl into the swill bucket, and then placed the empty container next to the chopping board. Just as he was about to turn around to say goodbye, his eyes suddenly flickered. Not far from the chopping board was a sink. The shallow layer of gray-yellow water couldn't flow down and accumulated in the sink. In the turbid water, There were several strands of long and black oily hair slowly floating, entangling in the drain like a living creature. Wen Jianyan subconsciously cast a glance at the top of the old woman's head. Short, gray, and dry hairs. At this moment, a shrill scream came from the direction of the canteen, cutting through the night like a sharp blade, making people frightened. Exclamation mark. Wen Jianyan was taken aback. In the next second, he reacted immediately, said goodbye to the other party in a hurry, and then turned around to walk in the direction of the sound. However, before he could take a few steps out, the trembling old voice sounded from behind. That's right, young man. Wen Jianyan paused and turned to look. The old woman opened her turbid eyes. Her wrinkled face like tree bark trembled slightly, and she said in a very low voice, "Stay away from the 4th floor of the dormitory." Wen Jianyan's pupil shrank. Before he could ask anything, the old woman turned around, took a few steps, and slowly disappeared into the depths of the canteen. In the canteen, tables and chairs fell haphazardly to the ground. Hurried footsteps and panicked screams were mixed into the noisy sound, and there was chaos everywhere. One of the anchors fell down beside the sink with the overturned food bowl beside his feet, and the yellow-white soup was spilled all over the ground. The long, dark hair mixed with saliva was coming out of his mouth, and the large slimy lump lay on the ground. However, he was still vomiting frantically, scratching his throat with trembling fingers, as if something was stuck in his throat. Gret. The anchor arched his back convulsively, making a terrible retching sound. What happened? What's going on? Several anchors gathered together and asked in confusion. He violated the rules. A cool voice came from not far away. The novice anchors were startled and turned to look in the direction of the sound. They remembered that the man who spoke up was a senior anchor named Kong Shishing. There were 2 other senior anchors. They seemed to be on the same team because the 3 stayed together all the time. Kong Shishing was standing by the side with his arms crossed. His expression was indifferent. This kind of D-level instance is generally not too difficult. The point is just to be obedient. As long as you act under the premise of abiding by the rules, start live broadcasts, and do the main and side tasks issued by the system, you can make up the necessary survival time. Of course, provided that you do not violate the rules. A novice anchor felt a chill behind his back. Violation? Instead of thinking about it here, you might as well go and ask around to see how this unlucky bastard violated the rules, so as to avoid risks. Su Cheng, who was standing on the sidelines, heard all their conversations. He swallowed hard, his voice trembled slightly, and said, I seem to know. Hearing this, the eyes of several others turned to him. He was just saying, who knows if there is any problem with the food here and whether it will cause an accident if you eat it. So he wants to take advantage of the absence of the NPCs to secretly dump the contents of the bowl into the sink. This statement does sound a bit reasonable. In addition, the soup and rice here look so bad, almost like swill water. Even if they were poured out, it was not a pity. So he also got the approval of several anchors and came to the sink with his food bowl. However, the moment the leading man poured out the soup, a look of pain suddenly appeared on his face. The rice bowl fell to the ground with a clang, and a mouthful of untouched soup and rice spilled on the ground. The other anchors were frightened and could not help but back away, not daring to approach the sink anymore. Then, the long pitch-black hair began to pour out of the anchor's mouth. As Su Cheng described, he squeezed the rice bowl in his hands with sweaty hands, and his voice became a little unstable. Several people who listened carefully were stunned. They suddenly realized something, and turned their heads abruptly to look sideways. They saw a few mottled and faded words written on one side of the wall in the canteen. Saving is glorious, wasting is shameful. Kong Shishing narrowed his eyes and said, So that's the case. This is one of the rules. After his voice fell, several other anchors looked at the soup and rice in their own food bowl that was almost untouched, and their expressions could not help but change. It seems, this meal they must eat it. Not only do they have to eat, but also have to eat it clean with not a grain of rice left behind. Outside the door, Wen Jianyan stood with his arms crossed, with a thoughtful look on his face. Rules. That seems to be the keyword. The overall game was not too different from his own guess, which made Wen Jianyan breathe a long sigh of relief. After all, compared to ghosts who kill indiscriminately, rules were much easier to handle. As long as there were rules, loopholes were bound to be found. As long as a loophole was found, the rules could be exploited in turn. Moreover, perhaps due to the low level of the instance, the judgment of the rules here was obviously not strict. Otherwise, Wen Jianyan wouldn't have taken advantage of the loophole and successfully blended into the teacher team. At this moment, the vomiting anchor bent down sharply and finally let out heart-piercing, violent retching. Yuck! Click! A crisp landing sound sounded. Several white molars mixed with blood and saliva fell on the ground. The small, fingernail-sized teeth rolled on the ground until one of them rolled in front of Wen Jianyan and slowly stopped. The pale and bloody teeth stayed on the edge of the line of sight, looking very strange. Wen Jianyan stared at it and felt a chill rise on his back. The little red cloth bag that had been forgotten in his pocket seemed to suddenly become heavy in his trouser pocket, sticking to his thigh, causing his skin to burn for no reason, almost unbearable. Molar? Could this have something to do with the hidden item he found earlier? At this moment, a familiar mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Wen Jianyan's ear. Ding! The condition is detected to be met. The hidden task is being opened. Wait, what? Wen Jianyan panicked. Before he could react, he saw strands of jet black hair spreading without warning, tightly wrapping around his wrists and ankles, cold and wet, twisting like a living creature. The opening of the hidden task is completed. The moment the words fell, Wen Jianyan suddenly felt darkness in front of his eyes. It felt so familiar. The moment he entered the instance was the same. Before Wen Jianyan lost consciousness, there was only one sentence left in his mind. Garbage live broadcast room. Fuck your ancestors. Chapter 5. Congratulations to the anchor for triggering the scenario. Chase battle. Bang. Wen Jianyan fell on the ground while facing upward in an extremely unsightly manner. His tailbone slammed on the hard ground, and a dull pain came from it, which made his expression slightly distorted. He cursed a few times between his teeth, but now was not the time to feel unfortunate. Wen Jianyan swallowed his complaint, gritted his teeth, and raised his head to quickly look around his surroundings. The bright, incandescent lights overhead, the dirty wash basin on the edge of the front, and the rows of dark blue cubicles behind him, both in terms of color and structure, look much newer than the scene before. Obviously, this was a toilet. Ladies' toilet. Even people who didn't watch movies often knew that the scene in front of him was definitely a favorite place for all kinds of horror movies. Suddenly being thrown into such a place all alone. Wen Jianyan was not a daring person to begin with, and at this moment he couldn't help but feel even more frightened. Stay calm, stay calm, stay calm. He muttered over and over again in his mind. Wen Jianyan walked to the door, stretched out his hand, and pushed it hard. It didn't move. The door handle was shaken and made a rattling sound, but the door panel seemed to be sealed by cement, and it didn't move under Wen Jianyan's shaking. Don't panic, don't panic. This is just a D-level instance, a D-level instance. It won't be so quick to throw people to a dead end. Wen Jianyan closed his eyes forcefully, trying to calm himself down. He took out his ID card from his pocket. Identity card. Name. Chengwei. Changed. Xiaowen/Xiao Zhao. Age. 16. Changed. Question marks. Occupation. First-year high school student of Danmei Middle School. Changed. First-year trainee teacher of Danmei Middle School / Dean Shin's distant nephew. Related plot. Not yet unlocked. Changed. Question marks. Wen Jianyan found that the lines of text related to the identity of Xiao Wen were much darker than before, while the texts on the side of Xiao Zhao were light gray, as if they would disappear in the next second. He had a thoughtful look on his face. It seemed that as the number of people who believe in an identity increases, it would gradually solidify, just like being recognized step by step. So, as long as his identity was not exposed, perhaps he could create a plot that had never been seen in this instance. It was almost like tampering with the script. He decided to compose himself and retracted his wandering thoughts. This was not something a person whose life was in jeopardy should worry about. Wen Jianyan turned the ID card to the back. He saw that the number on the back of the card was frozen at 9:05 p.m. Looking at the stagnant countdown, he couldn't help but be startled slightly. This meant that no survival time would be consumed inside the hidden mission. It was good not to waste time. But it also symbolizes a dangerous tendency. Outside, the survival time was a limit, but also a kind of protection to some extent. According to the information disclosed by the senior anchor earlier, in this simple instance, as long as there was no rule violation or death, the time would not be deducted, and the anchor would always be given psychological protection. In this hidden task, this rule obviously didn't apply. In other words, he wouldn't be able to predict what was going to happen in the future. Wen Jianyan shuddered, and an ominous premonition suddenly rose in his heart. At this moment, a mechanical sound came from Wen Jianyan's ear. Ding! It has been detected that the anchor's live broadcast has reached 2 hours. Do you want to start the point settlement? This voice brought Wen Jianyan back from the trance state. Start, he replied. In the E-level live broadcast room 789326QWK, the average number of viewers per hour is 2,000, so 200 points can be redeemed. It is detected that the anchor is a novice. The points you're going to get for this live broadcast are doubled. 400 points have been settled into your account for you. You are still 4,600 points away from the upgrade of your live broadcast room. Please make persistent efforts to create greater glory. In your live broadcast, a total of 63 people gave you rewards, i.e. a total of 500 reward points. It is detected that the anchor is a novice. The live broadcast system will not cut any points this time, and 500 points have been settled into your account for you. The remaining points in your account, 900. The next point settlement, midnight. Wait. Wen Jianyan suddenly realized something. Take a cut? Your system will take a cut? The mechanical voice replied politely. Yes. After the end of the novice anchor period, the system's cut on the rewards will gradually increase. The corners of Wen Jianyan's eyes twitched, and he said dryly, You guys can really make money. He suddenly had an ominous premonition and continued to ask, Then what about the points accumulated according to the number of viewers? Will you take a cut from that too? No. However, before Wen Jianyan could breathe a sigh of relief, the mechanical voice continued. However, as your anchor rating improves, the exchange rate of points will also change flexibly. All our rules will be based on the viewing experience of the audience, so please rest assured. It means that now it was 1 to 10, and in the future, it might not be the same, right? Wen Jianyan, rest assured my ass. The viewing experience of those audiences will cost him his life. Damn capitalist. Before he could continue his questioning, there was the sound of gradually approaching footsteps outside the door of the washroom, followed by the low laughter of the two girls through the door. Exclamation mark. Wen Jianyan was startled and reflexively retreated into one of the cubicles. The next second he hit in, he heard a squeak, and the door of the washroom, which was shaken by an adult man just now, was easily pushed open. Thud thud. With the sound of brisk footsteps, the conversation between two strange girls came from outside the door. Speaking of which, have you heard of that? The girl's lowered voice contained a kind of creepy excitement. What? That's right, that legend. Wen Jianyan stood in the toilet cubicle, listening to the conversation outside. His expression became a little complicated. As an adult man, secretly hiding in the school's girls' washroom and eavesdropping on their conversation, it was actually a bit perverted. The conversation between the two girls outside continued. Oh, did you say? Yes. Unconsciously, the girl's footsteps stopped in front of the door of the toilet cubicle where Wen Jianyan was, and the shadow under the door swayed slightly. Her clear and transparent voice passed through the door. There is a mirror in dormitory room 408. As long as you can find it, it can fulfill one of your wishes. Another girl's voice was a little hesitant. Do we really have room 408 on the 4th floor? It is said that there was, but 408 was later sealed with cement. The girl said mysteriously, You need to look for it at midnight to find it, and after you open the door. Stop talking. The other girl raised her voice in panic and interrupted the other party's narration. If Teacher Yang hears it, you will be punished with confinement. That old witch. The girl's voice became gloomy. She not only slapped me a few days ago, but also punished me by not letting me eat dinner. This kind of ugly, cheap, and disgusting woman. Dying early is the only way she can contribute to the world. You keep your voice down. I won't. She giggled twice. Anyway, that old witch better pray that I'll not find that mirror, or I won't let her go. The tap was turned on and off, and the two girls were talking and laughing while washing their hands. After a while, the sound of footsteps gradually drifted away. As the footsteps left, all the sounds in the toilet seemed to be sucked up by a sponge, leaving only a heart-pounding silence. Wen Jianyan slowly exhaled a turbid breath and looked down at the gap below the cubicle's door. The shadow that was still shaking just now disappeared. Are they gone? He raised his fingertips and was about to open the door to walk out. Drip. The sound of water dripping came from outside the door, and Wen Jianyan's movements involuntarily paused slightly. Drip, drip. The sound of water dripping came from outside the door. Drip. A drop of scarlet viscous liquid fell from the ceiling and dripped onto the back of the young man's white hand. Wen Jianyan froze in place. A shudder slowly climbed up his spine, and an unspeakable sense of terror made his whole body tremble. Immediately afterward, he felt a little itchy on the back of his neck. It was almost like the long hair hanging from the ceiling, swaying, gently brushing against his sweaty skin. At this moment, a girl's laughter sounded from above Wen Jianyan's head. Hee hee, eavesdropping caught you. Before the sound of the words could reach the ground, Wen Jianyan suddenly raised his foot and fiercely kicked the door in front of him. Half of the door hinges fell off, and the entire door fell to the ground with a bang, bringing up a puff of dust. In the next second, as if his ass was on fire, the young man's figure swished out and rushed toward the toilet door without looking back. Apparently, there was no reaction for a moment. The hair hanging from the ceiling stopped for a while, and then as if provoked, it rushed towards the direction where the young man just disappeared. The audience in the live broadcast room also didn't react. Viewer's message? Question mark. Viewer's message? Question marks. Viewer's message. I'm still waiting for him to look up. Why did he just run away? Viewer's message. I'm so pissed. Look up. What are we watching if you don't look up? Viewer's message. Fuck, this anchor is faster than a rabbit. I think he ran with afterimages. Viewer's message. Ha 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 ha. The anchor's desire to survive almost overflowed the screen. Awa. There's something behind me. Wen Jianyan screamed crazily in his mind and hurriedly rushed out of the toilet. Nonsense. What are you waiting for? Wait for the party to politely ask, excuse me, can I kill you? 36 stratagems are the best. Whatever it is, run away first. After rushing out of the toilet, there was an extremely familiar corridor in front of him. It was pitch black, extending into the distance with almost no end in sight. Obviously, he was now back in the dormitory building. It was just that the sight in front of him was much newer than before. Most of the stains on the walls and floor had disappeared, which meant he shouldn't be in the same timeline as before. At this moment, a rustling sound came from behind, as if something was rubbing against the walls and floor. As Wen Jianyan was running forward, he took time to turn his head to take a look. The sight made his whole scalp go numb. The jet-black hair was like a wriggling snake, clinging and extending outside from the toilet's door. In the depths of the black tides, deathly pale limbs were faintly visible. One after another, they rushed toward him. The soft, intermittent humming came from the hair. At that moment, extremely unexpectedly, a mechanical voice sounded in his ear. Congratulations to the anchor for triggering the scenario. Chase battle. Scenario countdown. 10 minutes. Immediately afterward, Wen Jianyan saw two blood bars appear above his line of sight. One was health, and the other was sanity. If the health value becomes 0, the anchor will die and the live broadcast will end. If the sanity value becomes 0, the host will become a part of the instance and the live broadcast will end. In order to bring a better viewing experience to the audience, please ensure that the live broadcast is smooth and does not disconnect. Damn, you are trying to squeeze the last drop of blood from the working people. Wen Jianyan's expression was slightly distorted, and he ran forward with all his might. The long hair on the back followed him like a shadow. In all fairness, Wen Jianyan's physique wasn't bad, and his physical condition was even pretty good. After all, having a well-proportioned body was a basic professional requirement. As a professional scammer with a life pursuit, Wen Jianyan could be considered to be thin in clothes and fleshy when undressed. In short, running wildly in the corridor for 10 minutes without being caught was not a problem. But Wen Jianyan had a feeling that this chase battle was not that simple. Hee hee. The girl's childlike laughter sounded from all directions, and for a moment, he couldn't tell where it was coming from. Unruly child, you will be punished. Drip, drip. In the dim light, the blood-red viscous liquid dripped down slowly, and the sound of droplets hitting the floor echoed in the empty corridor. Wen Jianyan saw sharply that the small piece of ground where the blood dripped began to change slowly. The cold and hard floor became dark and soft as if living creatures were squirming beneath the ground. Exclamation mark. Wen Jianyan suddenly jumped to the side, thrillingly avoiding the strands of hair that came at him from beneath the ground. Drip. A drop of blood fell, hitting his shoulder. Wen Jianyan instantly felt a chill on the right half of his body. A creepy feeling climbed up, and in a moment of fright, he seemed to vaguely see a small pale face pressed against his right shoulder. A pair of pitch-black eyes with no whites were looking at him with a smile. Fuck! His scalp went numb, and he stopped subconsciously. However, before Wen Jianyan could look clearly, the pale face disappeared in the next second, leaving only a small hole that had been corroded on the clothes on his right shoulder. Wen Jianyan looked back and found that the blood bar marked with sanity value on the top of his head had been chewed down. Oh God, that's what sanity meant. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the long black hair on the corridor behind him had already chased over, spreading over the ground little by little, as if little hands were stretching out trying to catch him. Hee. The pale limbs turned around the corner. Little red comb, brushing your hair before the mirror, with one brush. May you be blessed with intelligence and beauty. With the second, may happiness never be far from you. Cackling and intermittent nursery rhymes came from the hair, and the childlike voice echoed in the empty corridor. The hallway lights flickered, dimly illuminating the grotesque limbs twisting and crawling through the hair. When Jinyan's hair stood on the end, he turned his head and ran wildly. This time, instead of rushing forward, he was a little more cautious and careful, nimbly avoiding the blood dripping from the top of his head and the long hair curling toward him from under the ground. The further he went, the faster the blood dripped and the more difficult it became to dodge. Finally, under Wen Jianyan's wild run, the stairway was finally in sight. A blood-red number was printed on the wall. 2. The stairs went up on one side and down on the other, and the two ends were submerged into the darkness, as if it were some kind of ominous omen. Wen Jianyan rushed upstairs without thinking. However, before he could run a few steps, he suddenly stopped and stood abruptly in place. The young man stood at the entrance of the stairs and turned his head to look at the jet-black hair chasing after him in the distance. Under the dim light, his face showed a rare look of hesitation. The barrage in the live broadcast room 789326QWK was buzzing with activity. Viewer's message. Come on, buy it or leave it. Is the anchor going to go upstairs or go downstairs? Viewer's message. Definitely upstairs. He can't get out of the dormitory building, and there is much space downstairs, so he won't be able to escape at all. There are still 6 minutes left in the chase battle. If he goes downstairs now, he will definitely be finished. Viewer's message. Come on, you know the anchor can't get out of the dormitory building, but the anchor doesn't know. I bet he will go downstairs. Viewer's message. I also bet that the anchor will go downstairs. Have you forgotten? The old lady in the cafeteria gave the anchor a warning, stay away from the 4th floor. If I were him, I never go upstairs. Viewer's message. The warning was actually correct. But in this hidden mission, the way to save his life is on the 4th floor. TSK. It's a pity. Viewer's message. Upstairs, don't behave like a prophet, okay? The two NPCs in the toilet gave hints before, and the 4th floor had been mentioned several times. Based on the anchor's previous actions, I don't believe he would miss such obvious clearance tips. The above user's remarks involve spoilers and are only open to the audience. The strands of hair were getting closer. The expression on Wen Jianyan's face also became shakier, as if he was wandering between the two options. Finally, he seemed to have finally made up his mind. The young man took back his steps, then turned around, and rushed downstairs without looking back. In the live broadcast room, some people were happy and some were sad. Viewer's message. I won. I already said that he'll definitely run downstairs. An average person who encountered this kind of thing will definitely want to run away directly. Viewer's message. I'm furious. This anchor was so clever just now. Why was he being stupid at the critical moment? Viewer's message. This is really boring. I thought this anchor could last a little longer, but I didn't expect it to be over so soon. Viewer's message. Dead silent. Can the money I just rewarded come back? At live broadcast room management assistant. Seeing Wen Jianyan going downstairs and going straight toward the exit, the barrage became even more impatient. Viewer's message. What's the use of rushing to the exit now? Just go around in the hall. 6 minutes is a bit of a limit, but it's not impossible. Viewer's message. Upstairs. Why are you in a hurry? It's just watching a live broadcast. Why are you feeling emotional as if it's real? Anyway, if the worst comes to worst, we'll watch someone else's live broadcast. Viewer's message. And to be honest, I've always wanted to see this anchor roll over. Viewer's message. Yes, isn't it cool to watch a novice live broadcast? I really want to see a high IQ big shot past the instance, so I'll just stay here. I don't think any senior anchor's live broadcast is that interesting right now. Although he said that, the number of people who had been at the peak in the live broadcast room began to decline from more than 2,000 to 1,000. Wen Jianyan quickened his pace and headed straight towards the exit. Then he turned to the side and rushed over to the duty room. He didn't prepare any tools to pick the lock this time, but raised his long legs and kicked it violently. Viewer's message. Question marks. Viewer's message. What does he want to do? Viewer's message. Is he addicted to running in the duty room? This time is different from the last time. Why did he go to the duty room again? Viewer's message. TSK. These low-level anchors are all like this. All of them like to dig into their comfort zone. It's really stupid and isn't interesting at all. Wen Jianyan rushed in, went straight to the cabinet, and pulled it open with amazing agility. He opened the hidden compartment and grabbed something from it. Then he turned around. At this moment, the tidal wave of hair had already rushed to the front of the duty room. The jet-black hair climbed up the wall, crossed the threshold and the window, and probed towards the prey who had been watching it for a long time. The lights in the hall, under the influence of some strange force, start flickering. The pale limbs twisted and deformed, crawling in the pile of hair. Wen Jianyan slowly took a deep breath. His forehead and neck were covered in a cold sweat. His fingers twitched slightly under extreme pressure, and his palms were wet and cold. He steadied his trembling and began to hum. Little red comb, brushing your hair before the mirror. With one brush, may you be blessed with intelligence and beauty. With the second, may happiness never be far from you. And with the third, may you be pleasing and satisfactory. Just now, the barrage that was still sneering and constantly screaming suddenly became shocked. Viewer's message. Wait, this tune? Viewer's message. These lyrics? Viewer's message. Is the person in front has amnesia? Isn't that what this boss hummed just now? Viewer's message. No. This boss never sang the last sentence. Viewer's message. Exclamation marks. I know. Crap. The tune that the old witch hummed has always been incomplete, and what this boss sings is also incomplete, but just now he put both the songs together. Wen Jianyan slowly raised his hand and opened his palm. In the center of his fair and slender palm lay a comb. Like the whole building, the time on this comb also seems to have been reversed. Although its color is dull gray now, one could vaguely see its once bright red color, and even the broken comb teeth had become complete again. The hair stopped moving and became quiet. Behind the youth, the drawer that had been vigorously pulled open was not closed. Among the messy clutter that had been turned over, lay several yellowed photographs. The dust had not yet had time to fall, and two figures, one large and one small, could be seen above. A tall woman was standing in the amusement park, next to a 13 or 14-year-old girl. Her black hair was tied into a big braid that hung down on her shoulders, but one could still see the happy smiles on the two faces, frozen in the narrow photo. A few words were written with a pen below. Happy birthday to Xiaojia. Wen Jianyan took a deep breath and slowly stepped forward. Xiaojia, Mom. Mom missed you so much. The barrage was dead silent. Viewer's message. What the hell? Chapter 6. The moving hair became motionless. They densely covered the walls and the ground as if some kind of shadow. In the dead silence, under the hood of the dark and heavy pressure, the passage of time seemed to have lost its meaning. Wen Jianyan stood in his place. Sweat was oozing from his forehead and palms, and the comb lying in his palm became wet. He was at a loss. But the guess should be right. After all, this hidden item was dug out from the secret compartment of the old witch's cabinet from the very beginning. At that time, he was very puzzled. After all, the things hidden in the cabinet looked ordinary and could even be regarded as garbage, but they were deeply hidden in the most concealed place by the owner. If you don't obey the rules, you will be punished. In the canteen, the anchor was choked by the hair because of this. That meant this ghost was punishing the students according to the old witch's rules. In short, it was helping her. It was almost like a child with a lack of self-awareness, unconditionally attached and obedient to his mother. The comb hidden in the cabinet, the hair in the sink, the familiar humming, the corresponding lyrics, and the canteen auntie's hesitation when talking about Teacher Yang. These broken clues were strung together in his mind, and an incomplete idea gradually took shape. In the end, Wen Jianyan made up his mind, turned around, and went straight to the first floor. Whether this was a way to save his life or not could only be a gamble. After an unknown amount of time, the hair finally started moving again. The dark, thick layer of hair slowly shrank back, thinning and shortening little by little, gradually revealing the pale limbs hidden in the middle. The little girl was on all fours, her joints twisted strangely in all directions. She raised her neck, and a small pale face was revealed. Her facial features were blurred as if they were made from molten wax, and she fixed her gaze ahead with her pitch-black eye sockets. "Mom, Mom." She repeated these words blankly, her voice full of doubt and unfamiliarity. There was only one problem. Based on the opponent's current behavior, the odds of winning were 50%. Therefore, he did not hesitate to seize this precious opportunity in front of him. "Xiaojie." The young man's voice was deliberately suppressed, with a bit of feminine softness in addition to the roughness. The words and pauses were all subtly similar to Teacher Yang, and the choked sob was just right and skillfully concealed the sense of incongruity. Even the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but feel a little dazed after listening. "Don't you remember your mother?" The little girl repeated in confusion. "Remember?" She tilted her head and faced Wen Jianyan with her blurred facial features as if trying to remember. Wen Jianyan waited without saying a word. His heart was beating wildly in his ears, his fingers were slightly numb because of the excessive tension, and his back was wet and sticky, bringing a biting chill when the cold wind blew. And under the pressure, his legs trembled a little. However, from his expression, he looked calm as usual. "Xiaojie?" The little girl recalled blankly. Taking advantage of this gap, Wen Jianyan quickly cast a glance at the upper right corner. Health was full, but sanity was only half left. This place was too narrow. If the other party launched an attack now, he would have no way to escape. However, there were only 4 minutes left in the chase battle, and even if the opponent didn't recall anything, as long as he delayed for 3 minutes, he would be able to clear the level. "Hold on tight, just hold on." At this moment, a ding sound came suddenly beside his ear. Congratulations to the anchor for accurately locating the key props. The special plotline in the hidden task has been unlocked. Wen Jianyan was startled. What? The barrage in the live broadcast room was full of commotion. Viewer's message! Exclamation marks. Special plotline. He actually opened a special plotline. Viewer's message. Has anyone seen it before? Tell me, has Ditsai Middle School opened this plotline before? Viewer's message. In the history of this instance, the highest unlocking progress is 72%, and it is unlikely that this special plotline has been opened. Viewer's message. I declare that he is the strongest newcomer in my heart. Viewer's message. Is this really not a vest? How could this not be a vest? If this anchor is really a newcomer, I will stand upside down. The mechanical voice continued beside Wen Jianyan's ears. Now the special live broadcast task is being assigned to you. Sing while combing Xiaojie's hair. After starting the task, the timing of your chase battle will be suspended. It will end automatically after completing the special mission. Then the countdown in the upper right corner stopped immediately, and the 4 numbers in 3 minutes and 15 seconds appeared very bright and irksome. Wen Jianyan's face stiffened. He stood on the spot with no expression on his face. Then he looked down, and his line of sight slowly landed on the broken-tooth comb in his palm. I'm really so stupid. I only knew that this comb was a prop to prove my identity and awaken the other party's memory, but I didn't expect that this would trigger a special mission in the live broadcast room. Wen Jianyan took a deep breath and bit his back molars fiercely. Forgot it. Anyway, if you ride a tiger, it's hard to get off. So let's just give medicine to a dead horse. He took a step forward, pulled the chair in front of the table away slowly and cautiously, then reached out to Xiaojie not far away, and said in a very gentle tone, Come. Xiao Jia tilted her head, and the confusion on her blurred face deepened. Look, your hair is all messed up. I'll brush it for you again. The other party still didn't move. Be obedient. Wen Jianyan lowered his voice a little, imitating the imposing style of the old witch. Xiao Jia hesitated for 2 seconds, and finally crawled in Wen Jianyan's direction. The pale thin arms climbed onto the wooden chair, and the twisted body sat on it little by little. She faced the dusty mirror. Her thick and long jet black hair fell and spread out on the ground. Wen Jianyan raised his hand and brushed it down the other party's hair. The moment it touched the top of the girl's head, a sharp pain suddenly came from the fingertips, and the strands of hair squirmed as if alive. Wen Jianyan's heart trembled, and he began to feel dizzy. A horrific feeling suddenly struck, as if the surrounding gaps were filled with peeping eyes, casting malicious gazes from all directions. The instinct to run away in danger was screaming, and at that moment, every cell in his body was shouting, "Throw away the comb. Get out and run. Hurry up. Hurry up. Otherwise, it will be too late. Calm down." Wen Jianyan bit the tip of his tongue fiercely, forcing his body that wanted to escape to stay in place. He glanced at the upper right corner. Both health and sanity had been gnawed down together, and the color of the blood bar had also changed from green to yellow. The sanity was even more dangerous and had already turned orange. He slowly took a deep breath and sang, Little red comb, comb your hair before the mirror." Xiao Jia seemed to have no idea what was going on behind her. She sat on the chair with her back to Wen Jianyan, gently swaying her deathly pale calves, and hummed the tune somewhat sluggishly. Wen Jianyan didn't know if it was his illusion, but the facial features on her small face reflected in the mirror seemed to be much clearer than before. The comb brushed to the bottom. "I remember." Xiao Jia spoke suddenly, and said slowly with some difficulty, "Mom, although she is very strict and sometimes gets angry, which is scary, she is very gentle to me, and will sing while combing my hair, and will make a nice braid for me. With one brush, may you be blessed with intelligence and beauty." The brush slid down the hair. The little girl's speech was incoherent, with a bit of dullness and clumsiness that didn't match her age. "I'm stupid and can't go out. If I go out, I'll meet bad people and Mom can't always protect me." The hot red blood seeped out, dyeing the comb with broken teeth red, turning it into a shiny, brand new rosy color. With the second, "May happiness never be far from you." After the second brush, the mirror reflected the little girl's gradually clear facial features, and the hair that had grown to the ground was now shortened to the waist. "Mom, I'm sorry. I should have listened to you about not eavesdropping on other people's conversations, and I shouldn't have sneaked out of the room at night." Xiao Jia sobbed, raised her pale little hands, and wiped them randomly. "Mom, I'm sorry. I just wanted to. I was afraid they really made a wish to take you away." With the third, "May you be pleased and satisfied." One last stroke. The comb was slowly combed down, and the speed at which the blood bars fell finally slowed down. At the end of the sanity bar, there was only a little amount left, and it was about to be used up before stopping. The girl's hair no longer wriggled. It became docile and smooth, as black as ink, almost no different from normal people's long hair. Xiao Jia raised her eyes while sobbing, and looked at Wen Jianyan in the mirror. She whimpered with tears in her eyes, "I make a wish to help my mother. Those adults say that I am your burden. Because of me, you have to work so hard, and you're so fierce to others. I don't want to be a burden. I want to protect my mother. With my help, will my mother be a little relaxed? Not as tired as before, right?" Wen Jianyan was silent. He turned around and picked up the faded and dull hair tie from the hidden grid behind him. His blood-stained fingers seemed to have not been affected by the wound at all. He smoothly gathered the long hair behind Xiaojia's head and skillfully braided her braids with a bow at the end. Exactly as in the photo. After doing all this, he gave a soft as if hearing a satisfactory answer. Xiao Jia burst into tears. She clapped her hands happily. "That's great, I was helpful." In the mirror, the little girl's figure became a little bit lighter, and he could only vaguely see that happy and cheerful smile. The girl with pigtails sniffed her nose, raised her hand carefully, and grabbed Wen Jianyan's sleeve, and said with incomparable nostalgia, "Mom, I miss you too." With that, her figure became transparent little by little until it finally disappeared. Only the girl's last sentence was left fluttering and dissipating in the air. Wen Jianyan looked at the empty duty room, his eyelashes drooping slightly, but there was no expression on his face. He turned around and picked up the picture from the hidden compartment of the drawer. In the photo, a mother and daughter, one big and one small, were standing in the amusement park, smiling happily at the camera. At this moment, a prompt sounded in his ear. Ding! Your chase battle has been automatically cleared, and the hidden task is completed. The moment the words fell, Wen Jianyan felt dizzy for a while, and the next second, when he opened his eyes again, he found that he had returned to the door of the canteen. The riots in the canteen continued, and the sound of the system rang in the ears. Ding! For completing the special task of the live broadcast and unlocking the special plotline. Reward points. 5,000. The reward of the live broadcast task is being calculated for you. Instance exploration degree. 50%. Reward points. 5,000. At this stage, the degree of modification. 62%. Reward points. 20,000. Remaining points in the account. 30,900. Wow. Congratulations on becoming the richest anchor in the entire instance. Unlock achievement. With all due respect, everyone here is a poor ghost. Wen Jianyan was still poor just now, but now he had suddenly become the richest anchor with the most points in the entire instance. He was feeling a little dizzy by this news. In addition to the surprise, Wen Jianyan was a little uneasy. There won't be any traps here, right? It's detected that the points in the host's account are greater than 1,000, and the system store is being unlocked for you. Do you want to open the system store? Wen Jianyan calmed down. Open. The store interface of the E-level anchor unfolded in front of him. The store interfaces of the other levels were all gray and weren't unlocked yet. Wen Jianyan tried to click on them, and although other interfaces could be opened, all the products and points in it were in the question mark status. However, at the top of the interface of the most advanced S-Class anchor store, a dazzling golden coupon was displayed. Sole contract termination letter. The exchange method below was still locked. Wen Jianyan's eyes stayed on the golden coupon for a few seconds, and then he switched back to the store interface of his E-level anchor store. Although only a limited area had been opened, the variety of goods here was still very wide. Concealment robe. Won't be found by any monsters or ghosts for a minute. Substitute puppet. Create a puppet with your smell for 1 minute. Hand of guidance. Show you the location of a hidden object. Level limit. Ordinary. Book of contracts. Amulet, and so on. The efficacy of the notes below each prop was eye-catching. Wen Jianyan's eyes swept across the price list, and his eyes suddenly darkened. Oh God, you need at least 5,000 points for any life-saving prop. Isn't that a ripoff? He could finally see through the face of the profiteer in this live broadcast room. Wen Jianyan closed the system store with a blank face. He redeemed 3.5 hours of survival time, and then deposited the remaining 9,900 points into his account. There must be a reason to give so many life-saving props in the system store. Wen Jianyan was keenly aware of the danger signs. Therefore, he didn't use up all the points this time. Just as the interface was about to close, his line of sight inadvertently swept across the upper right corner again. Wen Jianyan was startled. This time it was definitely not his illusion. There was a little green in the center of the flowerpot icon, which was particularly conspicuous under the gray background. It sprouted? He reached out and poked the icon. A line of text popped up. Product name. Apple seedling. Wen Jianyan. I already know this. Thank you. He wasn't sure what he had done to cause the apple seedling to germinate. After all, he rarely turned on the live broadcast interface, let alone use the extra points to irrigate and fertilize it. However, based on the nature of this live broadcast room, Wen Jianyan dared to conclude that the growth of this apple seedling absolutely had nothing to do with the passage of time. As for its function, it was even more unknown. So for the time being, he could only continue to wait and see. Soon, the turmoil in the canteen finally subsided. The anchors sat back in their seats with trepidation. This time, no one dared to dislike the swill-like food. All the anchors looked disheveled as they ate everything in the bowl with difficulty. After washing the rice bowl and putting it back in place, the anchors returned to the door of the dormitory building before 9:30. Clang. The frantic rummaging sound sounded from the duty room. All the drawers were hurriedly pulled open one by one, and the wardrobe door was slammed open. Mattresses, sheets, and pillows were all scattered on the ground, and there was a mess everywhere. The anchors looked at each other in panic, standing at the door of the dormitory building and daring not to move forward. Until the door of the duty room was slammed open with a bang, the tall figure of the old witch appeared inside the door. Everyone was terrified. The old witch's hair was disheveled, her eyes were bloodshot, and her expression was crazy and furious. Her twisted face was bulging with blue veins, and she looked like a ghost. She gritted her teeth and stared at the anchors standing at the door. "Have any of you entered my room?" The woman's terrifying eyes swept over the anchors' bodies, and the madness exuded from her body was frightening. There was a small red cloth bag. Who took it away? No, no, no. The anchors shook their heads in panic, afraid of being targeted by the other party. A thief. The old witch's teeth clenched tightly. There is a thief among you. A neurotic chuckle came out of her throat. If I catch him, I will make him pay the price for his actions. Suddenly, the old witch seemed to remember something. The woman stared and looked around the room with frantic eyes. Where's Xiaowen? Where's the trainee teacher? Who among you saw him? The anchors huddled together in a panic, shaking their heads together. Kong Shishing said boldly, I saw him when I was in the canteen. Later, he followed the canteen aunt who served us the food to the back kitchen, and then I never saw him again. The old witch's eyes fell on Kong Shishing's body. Those turbid and protruding eyes did not blink, as if thinking about the authenticity of the other party's words. Finally, the skin on her face twitched. I'm going out. You are not allowed to go out of the dormitory building. Turn off the lights at 10 p.m. I will come back to check after the lights are turned off. If I see any of you outside your room, you'll have good fruits to eat. After speaking, the old witch turned around and walked out without looking back. The anchors stood there in shock. What's the matter? That NPC's stuff was stolen? It seems like this. Who stole it? A player or an NPC? The whispering voices sounded in front of the door of the dormitory. Kong Shishing and his two teammates stood aside, and the three discussed in a low voice. That NPC named Xiaowen is very suspicious. Indeed, Kong Shishing showed a thoughtful expression, and what he took away might be a very important prop. In short, we will also have to look for the NPC within the scope of our ability to see if we can get the props from him. And if it doesn't help, we can tell that crazy woman about his whereabouts. Maybe it will give us a chance. Anyway, let's go back to the dormitory for now. The identity card has not been fully unlocked yet. All the players walked towards the dormitory building and soon disappeared. The air fell into a dead silence. In the shadowy corner outside the dormitory building, the young man bent down, quietly stuck out half of his head, and looked around cautiously. Great, no one. Wen Jianyan walked out of the corner lightly and breathed a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, he turned his mind quickly just now. When he came back, he saw the abnormality in the duty room, so he quickly hid. If he had got caught on the spot, who knew what would have happened? At this moment, the familiar mechanical sound came again. Ding! It is detected that the plot modification has reached the threshold, and the instance is undergoing uncontrollable changes. The new plot is opening. NPC Teacher Yang's alienation countdown. 30 minutes. The target of hatred. Xiaowen. Wen Jianyan. The barrage in the 789326 QWK live broadcast room was flooding with haha. Viewer's message. Ha 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 hatred. LMAO. Viewer's message. Ha 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 ha. The car is overturned. Viewer's message. I don't understand. There was an anchor who took this prop in the Danmei middle school before, but I haven't seen such a big reaction from the old witch at that time. Viewer's message. Because the plot modification is too high. Viewer's message. Speaking of which, I have seen this instance quite a few times, but I really have never heard of this plot. Viewer's message. Exclamation marks. Damn. New plotline. Shocking. Viewer's message. If the anchor can really pass this new plotline, he will probably make a profit. Viewer's message. Hee hee. Can you say that once more? I think the anchor is going to be finished. Wanted by NPC and other anchors together, he's 100% finished. At the same time, the sign outside the live broadcast hall changed again. Danmei Middle School. Instance difficulty level. D. The highest unlocking progress in history. 72%. Viewing value. D+. The difficulty level was raised to D+. The viewing value flickered, slowly changing from D+ to C-. In the live broadcast square, under the watchful eyes of everyone,
The quick entrance to the Instance Daisai Middle School jumped up again and entered the first page of the recommended list. Outside audience. Question marks. What was going on? What the hell happened in this low-difficulty simple instance? Chapter 7. After the chasing battle, Wen Jianyan knew the layout of the dormitory building like the back of his hand. He cleverly used a few blind spots to sneak back into the room where he woke up before anyone could find him. It was the same as when he left a few hours ago. Dirty walls, cramped iron beds, cluttered stacks of books. Wen Jianyan's line of sight hurriedly fell on the mirror hanging on the cabinet, daring not to stare at it for too long. When he first woke up, he looked through the mirror and inadvertently met the face under the bed. Even now, he could still seem to be able to feel the terrifying sight coming from the corner of the room, which made him feel terrified and cold. Wen Jianyan took a deep breath and calmed down before walking slowly toward the mirror. He deliberately didn't look inside the mirror this time, but took it directly from the cabinet door. In the previous hidden mission, both NPC and Shao Jiem mentioned a crucial mirror. This made Wen Jianyan immediately think of his own experience after entering the instance. After he glanced at the person under the bed in the mirror, the initial 20-minute survival time was determined. And if he recalled carefully, every subsequent appearance of that ghost was in the mirror. There might be some connection here. Wen Jianyan tore off a pillow cover from the bed, covered the mirror, and then carefully looked down at the mirror in his hand. It was a very ordinary vanity mirror, oval, with a slightly faded light green plastic frame that looked slightly whitish in the dark. There was no mezzanine on the back, and nothing could be hidden. Nothing special inside and out. However, Wen Jianyan used his fingertips to gently stroke the uneven surface under the mirror, as well as the rough holes that had been drilled by hand above the frame. His face showed a thoughtful look. In other words, this was supposed to be the kind of vanity mirror that sat on the table. However, now its base had been removed, 2 holes punched on the top, and hung on the cabinet. Wen Jianyan raised his head and hurriedly looked around the room. Finally, his eyes fell on a corner of the table. In a cluttered pile of books, there was a small blank space that looked as if it had been left on purpose. Wen Jianyan walked there and took a closer look. There were rectangular gray marks left on the table, as if something had been placed on it for a long time. He turned the mirror upwards to make a comparison. The size was almost the same. At this moment, the pillow cover on the mirror's surface suddenly fell down, as if it was pulled by some unknown force and slid down. Wen Jianyan was startled and subconsciously wanted to reach out to hold it, but he only barely touched the rough edge of the fabric. The pillow cover slipped between his fingers and fell to the ground. The air seemed to stagnate. Wen Jianyan maintained a half-bent state. His eyes fixed on the pillow cover, and a fine layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, as if a cold breath slowly crawled over the back of his neck, making his scalp tingle. The room was eerily quiet. This is a D-level instance, a D-level instance, a D-level instance. Normally, something that has already been experienced is unlikely to happen again. He chanted over and over again in his mind. Wen Jianyan closed his eyes forcefully, gritted his teeth, straightened up a little, and forced himself to look into the mirror. The mirror faces the upper bunk near the right side of the door. On the originally empty bed, a figure appeared at some point. She was wearing an old-school uniform with her back to the mirror, her long hair falling behind her, and she was sitting quietly on the bed at the moment. However, judging from the curved breasts and the style of the school uniform, she was now. In fact, it should be the front. Wen Jianyan's hand trembled, and he nearly dropped the mirror. In the mirror, the woman's long hair moved slightly, and the head turned around slowly. Crack! Wen Jianyan slammed the mirror upside down. He took a deep breath and slowly turned his head to look behind him. The bed in the mirror was empty. Unconsciously, Wen Jianyan was already in a cold sweat. He took out his ID card and glanced at it. There were still 3 hours left to survive, and it seemed that his actions just now didn't trigger any mortal trap. So, the person in the mirror just now might not be a danger, but some kind of reminder. But how to be sure? Wen Jianyan thought for a few seconds and then opened the hidden live broadcast interface. The barrage came in like a tsunami, densely covering the screen, which was 10 times more lively than before. He glanced at the upper right corner, and there were more than 5,000 people online in real time. Although he had a hunch for a long time,
After seeing the live broadcast room growing so rapidly, the smile on Wen Jianyan's mouth couldn't help but be a little sincere. Viewer's message! Exclamation marks. The anchor has opened the barrage. Viewer's message. Awa. That seems familiar. Viewer's message. Familiar, my ass. The anchor is probably not going to survive tonight. Viewer's message. Open your eyes and don't talk nonsense. How many newcomers can pull the entire instance rating by themselves? I think he's some big shot who came to the novice village to play two hands. Viewer's message. So whose vest is he? Let me know if someone in the barrage figured it out, okay? I want to know. Viewer's message. Please, the anchor will reveal it himself afterward. For now, let's just pay attention to the situation, okay? Reward points 50. Viewer's message. Please figure it out. +1. Reward points 80. Good. Roll it. Roll it up for me. Wen Jianyan kept his face calm, turned a blind eye to all the barges asking about the vest, and said hello with a smile. I didn't expect after not seeing you for just a few hours, there would suddenly be so many new friends in the live broadcast room. Hello, everyone. He swiped through the rapidly refreshing barrage, selected a few fans with high rewards, and thanked them, and then changed the subject. Did you all see that person in the mirror just now? The young man glanced at the iron bed not far away and raised his brows with sincerity. That was too scary. I really don't want to approach that place at all. There was an embarrassed look on his face. However, it seems that there will be clues. Do you want me to go up and have a look? A simple question, so natural that people didn't think much about it, but it led the topic in a direction where more information could be obtained without a trace. The barrage suddenly became lively, and the audience watching the live broadcast shouted. Viewer's message. Go. Of course, you have to go. Viewer's message. Hurry up, anchor. Don't be a coward. Go. Reward points 100. Viewer's message. Exciting. I already watched this instance several times, but this is the first time I saw the ghost in the mirror. I'm going to sit on the small bench and wait for the good show. Reward points 100. First time? That's good. According to the information revealed in the previous barrage, it was estimated that they had already seen many anchors clear the instance called Danmei Middle School. Since they hadn't seen the ghost in this mirror, it means that she probably didn't take the initiative to attack the anchor. Then it was more likely to be a clue. Although his mind was clear, the struggle on Wen Jianyan's face became more intense, and he seemed to be very hesitant. After the atmosphere was at its hottest, he sighed and let out a sigh of relief helplessly. Since I've said it, then for everyone's viewing experience, I'll climb up and take a look. And with the buffering of the barrage just now, that creepy feeling had been diluted a lot. After hiding the panel, Wen Jianyan climbed onto the bed carefully. The metal frame couldn't bear the heavy weight of an adult man and let out a squeaky sound. The bed was covered with a thin cotton mattress, compressed to the point of losing its elasticity. A few faded stickers were stuck on the wall, and the edges of the sheets were neatly tucked under the mattress. At that time, Wen Jianyan stopped. The touch under his palm was a little wrong. He lifted the mattress and took out a thin notebook from below. On the title page of the notebook were two beautiful words. Su Yuan. Most of the content inside has been blurred, and only 2 or 3 short diary entries were left to read clearly. X year X month X day. Clear. This girl is really scary. I always feel that she has a gloomy and infiltrating temperament. Every time I stay in the same bedroom with her alone, I feel very uncomfortable. This afternoon in the bathroom, Yaoi said some ridiculous things. Although it was a bit excessive, I also agreed with a smile. But as soon as I went out, I saw her leaving back. I don't know if she heard it. I'm feeling uneasy. X year X month X day. Cloudy. I wanted to apologize several times, but every time I saw her back, I didn't dare to go forward. After the art class today, I secretly followed her. I wanted to find a chance to say sorry to her, but never found a chance. I followed her to the grove and saw her breaking up the ham sausage and feeding it to the stray cat. The cat's name is Xiaoju, Little Orange. I'm so happy. I wanted to go up and talk to her, and then I heard Xiaoju scream. I saw she held Xiaoju and grabbed its throat with her hands. Xiaoju's claws formed long bloody marks on her hand, but she didn't move, as if she didn't feel it. She held Xiaoju tightly and then stabbed it in the neck with an art knife. Xiaoju quickly stopped moving. I was trembling all over, and I didn't dare to move and just stood there motionless. I should have gone up to stop it so that Xiao Ju might survive. But I'm really cowardly. Only if I would be half as brave as Xian. After I realized that my body could move, I ran back without looking back and laid down on the quilt, trembling. I heard the sound of her opening the door and coming in. I could feel her standing beside my bed for a long time and not leaving. I also heard the sound of water dripping on the ground, but I didn't dare to move or speak. Please, go away. I didn't see anything. I didn't hear anything. Year X, month X, day X clear. This girl is really scary. I always feel that she has a gloomy and infiltrating temperament. Every time I stay in the same bedroom with her alone, I feel very uncomfortable. This afternoon in the bathroom, Xian said some ridiculous things. Although it was a bit excessive, I also agreed with a smile. But as soon as I went out, I saw her leaving back. I don't know if she heard it. I'm feeling uneasy. Year X, month X, day X cloudy. I wanted to apologize several times, but every time I saw her back, I didn't dare to go forward. After the art class today, I secretly followed her. I wanted to find a chance to say sorry to her, but never found a chance. I followed her to the grove and saw her breaking up the ham sausage and feeding it to the stray cat. The cat's name is Xiao Ju, Little Orange. I'm so happy. I wanted to go up and talk to her, and then I heard Xiao Ju scream. I saw she held Xiao Ju and grabbed its throat with her hands. Xiao Ju's claws formed long bloody marks on her hand, but she didn't move, as if she didn't feel it. She held Xiao Ju tightly and then stabbed it in the neck with an art knife. Xiao Ju quickly stopped moving. I was trembling all over, and I didn't dare to move and just stood there motionless. I should have gone up to stop it so that Xiao Ju might survive. But I'm really cowardly. Only if I would be half as brave as Xian. After I realized that my body could move, I ran back without looking back and laid down on the quilt, trembling. I heard the sound of her opening the door and coming in. I could feel her standing beside my bed for a long time and not leaving. I also heard the sound of water dripping on the ground, but I didn't dare to move or speak. Please, go away. I didn't see anything. I didn't hear anything. Year X, month X, day X rainy. Something has changed, but I can't tell what it is. I seem to have changed in the mirror, but no matter how I rub the mirror, it's blurry and I can't see anything clearly. Year X, month X, day X rainy. Today, the class monitor sent me the wrong test paper again. More and more people started to call me by the wrong name. What's going on? Year X, month X, day X rainy. I went to talk to Xian after class, but Xian looked at me with very unfamiliar eyes and left after saying a few perfunctory words. Why? Did I do something wrong? Year X, month X, day X rainy. It was the weekend, but I didn't wait for my parents to pick me up. I went to ask the teacher at the security office, but the teacher was very surprised and told me that Su Yuan's parents had already picked her up and gone home. But I'm Su Yuan. Year X, month X, day X rainy. The mirror is no longer blurry, but that face inside is not mine. Wen Jianyan flipped page after page, looking at the gradually messy handwriting on it, and the goosebumps on his back came out layer by layer. He couldn't help thinking of the monster in the mirror in the duty room downstairs. As it gradually approached him, the simple facial features on the pale face changed little by little until it became more and more like him. Wen Jianyan shivered. He calmed down and continued to flip the pages. On the next page of the notebook, there were only a few messy words written. Where did my face go? In the deadly silent dorm room. Only the sound of the turning of pages could be heard. The next page. The shocking red letters were so powerful that they almost cut through the paper. Have you seen it? The next second. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The sound as if the neck bones were twisting one by one came from behind, making a tooth-aching crunching noise. Have you seen it? A soft female voice sounded behind his ear, and the cold tone seemed to be filled with deep malice. The hair on the back of Wen Jianyan's neck stood up. It was so close that the voice seemed to be coming from the back of his head. He could almost draw a picture in his mind. The head that was completely twisted behind his back slowly turned around and looked at him little by little, slowly revealing that face that lost its facial features. The temperature in the air dropped to the freezing point as if it could freeze a person's muscles and bones in an instant. He didn't have time to think too much and told a lie decisively. Yes, the clucking sound stopped. The bedroom fell into deadly silence again. However, Wen Jianyan could clearly feel that he wasn't alone. There was something quietly staying behind him at the moment, watching and waiting. I know where your face is. The young man sat upright and didn't look back. He just faced the air and asked, "Do you want to get it back? I can help you." His voice was calm as if filled with great self-confidence. There was an irresistible certainty in it. However, no one could see the warm sweat sliding down his forehead, leaving a cold, wet mark on his cheek. Time passed minute by minute, and the standards of calculation seemed to be out of balance. When Jianyan was staring in front of him, his eyes flickering. His heart was beating wildly in the chest cavity, the blood was hitting his eardrums, and the high-pitched noise was pulled away from the ears. He counted down in his mind. 9, 8, 7. At the moment when the countdown reached 0, he would open the store as quickly as possible and buy life-saving props. However, before that, Wen Jianyan wanted to take a bet. Bet that he got it right. 5, 4, 3. Suddenly, a familiar mechanical sound rang. Ding. Congratulations to the anchor for triggering the hidden item, legendary, task. Please find Su Yuan's lost face. After the task was completed, you will get a hidden item, legendary. At the moment, when the voice fell, the temperature around him began to rise slowly, and the feeling of being stabbed in the back, as if being stared at by someone, also disappeared. Wen Jianyan turned his stiff neck and carefully glanced behind his back. Empty. As if a big stone in his heart fell to the ground in an instant, the excessive pressure suddenly disappeared, causing Wen Jianyan's limbs to go numb. Good, it's over. According to the information he got from the audience, this Su Yuan had never appeared in the previous live broadcasts, and coupled with the contents of the diary, she herself was more like a victim. Even if there was residual resentment, she should be far less dangerous than the female ghost in the mirror before, and the appeal in her diary was also very clear. Therefore, Wen Jianyan never changed his initial judgment. Like a clue, not like a danger. It seems he made the right choice. Viewer's message. Legendary hidden item task. Aawa. So strong. Viewer's message. Is he really going to find the legendary hidden item? No way. This one really has something strange about him. Viewer's message. Why are you so excited? It's not like legendary hidden item hasn't been unlocked in other more difficult live broadcasts, right? Viewer's message. Upstairs doesn't have to show a sense of superiority. I think you don't watch the live broadcast much, right? Most of the anchors are newbies in the live broadcast. Let alone legendary. Even ordinary hidden items are hard to find. Even if you start a new account, you can only get difficult hidden items, but open legendary item tasks. I really saw it for the first time. Wen Jianyan's upper body swayed, and he reached out to the railing beside him a little slowly, and then leaned out with a sullen face. Yuck! The barrage became lively again. Viewer's message. I'm dying of laughter. Now, it can be seen that the anchor is really afraid. Viewer's message. While being afraid of ghosts, he can still deceive them. He is very professional. Viewer's message. Bah. Don't pretend. Viewer's message. Although I haven't torn down the anchor's trumpet yet, it really isn't necessary to pretend to be a newcomer in such a simple and rude way, right? Viewer's message. No, isn't it? Do you really think the anchor is pretending? Is it necessary to pretend to be a chicken? Please don't make excuses. Viewer's message. Upstairs doesn't know. It's because of this host that the difficulty and viewing rating of the live broadcast Hall.si Middle School have increased. How can this be a real chicken? I don't believe it. When the two waves of people were arguing, the old viewers who had been in the live broadcast room from the beginning were stunned. Viewer's message. Question marks. Viewer's message. Exclamation marks, question marks. Viewer's message. What? What are you talking about? New viewers come up in the barrage. Viewer's message. Don't you know? Viewer's message. I also came in because of this. Otherwise, how could I come to see this D-level instance? Viewer's message. +1. Viewer's message. +1. Viewer's message. Plus 10,086. If you don't believe me, go out and take a look. The rating at the entrance won't lie. The number of people in the barrage fluctuated sharply, first decreased significantly, and then increased again. The audience who came back were all in a daze. Viewer's message. Crap. Really, the rating has really changed. Viewer's message. Even the trumpet of the big shot can reach this level with such limited resources. He's really too strong. Viewer's message. Damn, no matter whether he is a rookie or a boss, I announce that I will live in this live broadcast room from now on. Viewer's message. Invest in shares in advance. You won't lose money. Wen Jianyan's face was white, and he crawled out of the bed in exhaustion. The twitching caused by the tension in the stomach finally disappeared, but the physical discomfort caused by it has not completely disappeared yet. The mirror that was upside down on the table disappeared at some point, replaced by a small key with a faded nameplate hanging on it, which seemed to be the key to a locker. There was a crumpled note under the key, with a line of words scrawled on it. Classroom 408 on the 4th floor, locker 368, time limit. Before 1 a.m. It seemed that he had to complete this so-called mission before the time limit was up. But, Classroom 408? Wen Jianyan remembered the words he overheard in the women's toilet before. The room where the mirror was located was dormitory 408. Was there any connection between these two rooms? Or was it just a coincidence? Wen Jianyan read the note over and over several times, but he didn't find any other clues. He put the note and the key in his pocket. At this moment, the sound of the bell ringing came from downstairs. Ding, ding, ding. The bell rang 10 times. Clear and loud, as if amplified by some unknown force for everyone in the dormitory to hear. Snap. The lights in the corridor suddenly went out. It's time to turn off the lights. In the distance, an old witch's voice came from downstairs. Her voice became extremely strange. The original thick voice was mixed with a hissing sound, which seemed weird, and in the boundless darkness, it seemed extraordinarily strange, giving people goosebumps for no reason. You bastards, don't let me find out that you are still outside the dormitory. Ding. The familiar mechanical voice sounded in the ears of each anchor. The live broadcast mission has been updated. As if to push everyone into the depths of nightmares and fears, the emotionless voice continued to say, Released mission. Leave the dormitory after lights are turned off and explore the campus. In order to bring a better viewing experience for the audience, please ensure that the live broadcast is smooth and does not disconnect. At the same time, Wen Jianyan heard a ding in his ear. Immediately afterward, a few lines appeared in front of him. NPC teacher Yang alienation countdown. 0 hours, 0 minutes, 1 second. NPC alienation completed. Target of hatred. Xiaowan. Under the anchor's unremitting death courting and persistent provocation, you have finally become the target of NPC hatred. Congrats to the anchor for this honor. Everybody celebrate. Congratulations. Wen Jianyan. I have a dirty word that I don't know if I should say or not. Chapter 8. After hearing the mission, everyone was stunned. After what they had just experienced, the hint given by this D-level instance had become clear. As long as you follow the rules, you won't be killed. However, after the NPC clearly stated the rule, don't leave the dormitory after 10 o'clock, the live broadcast system immediately updated a task that was completely contrary to the rules. Leave the dormitory after the lights were turned off and explore the campus. Wasn't this clearly pushing the anchor into a death trap? They could hardly imagine what kind of terrifying situation they would face if they were caught by the old witch after leaving the dormitory. The sound of the clock echoed in the air. The entire dormitory building was surrounded by darkness, and only the ceiling light at the corner of the corridor was still on. In the suffocating darkness, only a dim and faint white light was flickering. Dormitory room 201. The rookie anchor Chung Huaquan stood alone in the dark, not yet reacting from the shock of the live broadcast mission. With shaking hands, he took out his ID card in a panic. His initial survival time was 7 hours, and now there were still 4 hours left. Chung Huaquan's fingertips were white, and he was holding the card tightly as if this was the only way to gain a sense of security. He stared at the numbers above and made up his mind secretly. He won't do this main task. Anyway, his initial survival time was the longest. Even if he didn't do this main task of the live broadcast, it shouldn't matter too much. He only needed to get enough points that could be exchanged for 3 hours to clear the level. He could ask the audience for a reward before the next point settlement was reached and collect the points for customs clearance. He really didn't want to face the unknown monster outside the dormitory. After completing the psychological construction, Chung Huaquan turned on the live broadcast interface. He tried hard to please the audience, spared no effort to meet any of their increasingly outrageous requirements in the live broadcast room, licked his face, and begged for more popularity and rewards. However, What he couldn't understand was that no matter how hard he tried, the number of people online in the live broadcast room was still inexorably dropping rapidly. Just like the sand in the palm of your hand, the harder you try to hold it, the faster it would drain. When the number of live broadcast viewers dropped to 3 digits, Chung Huaquan finally panicked. If this continued, he would no longer have the possibility of continuing his life. Don't go, don't go. He put his miserable, pale, sweaty face in front of the light screen and shouted in panic. What do you want from me? Just tell me, I will definitely. When Chung Huaquan was sweating with anxiety, a slight duh sound came from behind. Rhythmic, thumping sound. It was so faint that it could be ignored if one didn't pay attention. Unexpectedly, in Chung Huachuan's live broadcast room, the number of people who had been decreasing rapidly suddenly stopped, and even showed a tendency to rise. The fire of hope lit up in his eyes. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I will definitely live up to your support. However, Chung Huaquan, who was immersed in ecstasy, didn't notice that although the number of people in this live broadcast was increasing, the barrage was extremely quiet, and almost no comment appeared on the bullet screen. Chung Huaquan, who was a novice anchor, didn't know that all barges involving spoilers would be blocked. However, in the dead silence, he gradually realized that something was wrong. Duh, duh, duh. The regular thumping sound gradually became clearer over time, until it was completely impossible to ignore. Chung Huaquan froze in place. That voice did not come from the corridor, but was coming from inside this room. Right behind his head, to be precise. His eyes trembled nervously, and cold sweat slid down his sunken temples. Don't turn back, don't turn back, don't turn back. The light screen in front of him shook slightly, and the faint light illuminated the glass not far away. Like a mirror, the glass clearly reflected the anchor's distorted face. And a pair of feet hanging in the air behind him. Duh, duh. The drooping black toes slammed against the metal bedpost, making a regular sound. Almost uncontrollably, Chung Huachuan's gaze slowly moved upwards. He saw a person hanging from the fan. With long black hair hanging down, the smiling face half submerged in the shadows was staring straight at him. It was pale as molten wax. A pair of strange pitch-black eyes stared at him for a moment, and the corners of the mouth grinned silently. Aya! A shrill scream swept through the darkness. On the ID card, the remaining survival time dropped rapidly at a terrifying speed, as if being swallowed by some invisible existence, and in a blink of an eye, it dropped to single digits. Snapped. In the live broadcast square of Danmei Middle School, a screen went black. The anchor has been disconnected. The 27463 HUD live broadcast room will close in 1 minute. Countdown. 60, 59. In the live broadcast room that had turned black, the audience was delighted by the death, and they were discussing it contently in the barrage area. Viewer's message. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's a shame that he got the 8-hour survival time in the beginning. Viewer's message. This kind of anchor who resists the main task is hopeless, and it's not worth watching at all. Viewer's message. At least a few minutes before it was disconnected was pretty cool to watch. Viewer's message. This type of death is nothing new. Friends, I vomited blood in the 789326QWK live broadcast room next door. Not only the anchor with the 20-minute survival time didn't collapse, but he also raised the rating of the entire instance on his own. It's super nice. Viewer's message. Yes, that anchor is really good, bold, and careful, with a very fine mouth, and it seems that he is a trumpet of a big boss. Viewer's message. And as soon as he started the game, he encountered this strange thing, and it is absolutely amazing. Viewer's message. Really? I don't believe it. Viewer's message. Is it true? I'll go check it out. As time went by, the number of people online in the live broadcast room gradually decreased. 5, 4, 3. The bloody red words slowly appeared before the live broadcast room closed. Our slogan is entertainment to death. In the dark corridor, Su Chung groped in fear and walked forward step by step. His initial survival time was too short, and even though he had been desperately trying to unlock his ID card to earn points, there was only more than an hour left. As a newcomer to live broadcast, the number of online viewers and the number of rewards in the live broadcast room were only a few hundred or so. Therefore, even if he knew that the cost of violating the rules was high, Su Chung had to bite the bullet and leave the dormitory. If he didn't do the main task, he will surely die. The corridor was pitch black, and only the lights in the stairwell flickered behind him, giving a strange atmosphere of depression and suffocation. In his live broadcast room, the audience sent barges one after another. Viewer's message. This main broadcast room has been around for a while. Why still nothing happened? Viewer's message. Yes, I remember that in this instance the anchors can't violate the rules. As long as they violate the rules, they will be targeted by ghosts. It's just a matter of time. Viewer's message. I thought it was the good luck of the host, but I just went to the host next door who chose to leave the dormitory to check. They are all safe. What's going on? Viewer's message. Didn't the people upstairs go to the 789-326 live room for makeup lessons? Viewer's message. Question marks. Makeup lessons? What's going on? Viewer's message. The plot modification of this instance is more than 60%, don't you know? The ghost who would target the offending anchor was gone in the special mission. Viewer's message. Question marks, question marks, question marks. Some of the user's remarks above involve spoilers and will only be visible to the audience. At this moment, Su Chang heard footsteps coming from the stairwell behind him. It was heavy, dragging, and had an uncomfortable and weird friction sound. Someone was stepping on the stairs and was coming upstairs. He turned his head in horror to look in the direction of the sound. The large, human-like shadow was distorted into a grotesque shape and was projected on the walls of the hallway by the dim light. The edges of the shadow were squirming as if some unstable existence was slowly changing shape. A strong sense of danger hit him. Su Chang turned his head and ran wildly. He heard the woman's he come from behind him. I heard that there are students upstairs who are still wandering in the corridor after the lights are turned off. The hissing in the woman's voice became clearer, and the heavy malice and pleasure seemed to come through the darkness. It's really unruly. The footsteps echoed in the empty corridor, accompanied by low humming as if a gradually approaching life-threatening sound. Su Chang broke into a cold sweat and ran forward with all his strength. The second floor, the third floor. However, he didn't know if it was an illusion. No matter how fast he ran, the humming sound followed him like a shadow, approaching him step by step without stopping, as if an invisible rope was strangling his neck, tightening little by little mercilessly. Just when Su Chang was almost in despair, suddenly, without warning, a pair of hands stretched out in the darkness from the side and yanked him to the side. Wah! Su Chang was shocked. A cold palm covered his mouth, forcibly blocking all the sound. In the darkness, a pair of eyes as bright as stars looked at him. The handsome young man came close, raised a finger to his lips, and made a shush gesture. This person seems a little familiar? Su Chang leaned against the wall in shock, nodding slightly, indicating that he would not make a sound. Wen Jianyan let go of his hand and quietly approached the door. He carefully pushed open a gap with his fingertips and looked out cautiously. The hallway was pitch black. A faint light source flickered in the distance, barely reflecting a large shadow that was slowly moving forward. The old witch's figure nearly became twice as large as before. Her head was pressed against the ceiling, and the wet blue-gray skin seemed to be swollen and stretched to the extreme as if it would burst open in the next second. Some places that were not covered by the fabric had already cracked several openings, and the water droplets fell to the ground, leaving a long string of wet marks on the ground. The dark eyes looked out from the slits in the skin, rolling maliciously. Before one of the eyes looked over, Wen Jianyan quickly closed the door, blocking the other's view. The palm of his hand was pressing against the cold door, and he could almost feel the heavy vibration caused by the footsteps outside. Really, it had nothing to do with the word human-like at all. As the target of the other party's hatred, Wen Jianyan's eyelids twitched ominously. Time passed minute by minute. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, the sound of footsteps hovering at the door gradually moved away and disappeared. Wen Jianyan breathed a sigh of relief. After the biggest threat was temporarily gone, his mind quickly turned. The next most important thing was to complete the task of finding the face. If Su Yuan's face wasn't found before the specified time limit, he didn't know what would happen, and he didn't want to gamble on this possibility. However, the current situation was not good for him. Whether it was the alienated NPC who focused his hatred entirely on him, or the group of senior anchors who wanted to find him to get props, and sell him to the NPC to save their lives. All of them have pushed him to the cusp of the storm. Make the slightest mistake, and he would be doomed. It wasn't good for him to act alone at a time like this. Wen Jianyan turned to look at the anchor behind him who had just been rescued by him, and he narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. He had watched the episode that had happened in the canteen before, and at that time, this anchor had caught his attention. He was a newcomer. He had no experience, but had certain observational and analytical skills. Being calm and not screaming. What's more, since he was wandering in the corridor just now, he must be trying to complete the newly released main task. Either there was an ambition and desire to seize greater interests, or he was forced by the circumstances to take the risk. Either way, there was an opportunity. A smile swept across Wen Jianyan's lips as if a breeze was blowing, causing a fleeting ripple. For some reason, Su Cheng suddenly shivered. What's happening? Obviously, the NPC outside should have left. He rubbed his nose in confusion. At this moment, the young man standing by the door turned around and walked over step by step. As the distance narrowed, Su Cheng couldn't help but widen his eyes slightly. The other party's glasses had already been taken off, and the gentle and soft bookish air was swept away. After losing the blocking of the lenses, a pair of light-colored sharp and clear eyes appeared. At this moment, those eyes were looking over at him, giving him a sense of frankness and sincerity. Su Cheng stammered. You are. The young man in front of him had a straight back like a pine, and he looked directly at him seriously and solemnly. He took out a palm-sized wallet from his coat pocket and shook it open in front of the other party's eyes, with a sense of calm authority in his voice. Su 1, police number 598405. Exclamation mark. Su Cheng was stunned. In the darkness, the certificate in the young man's hand flashed by. After being stunned for 2 seconds, Su Cheng finally recovered. The other party didn't seem to notice his reaction. He was frowning and stuffing his wallet back into his pocket and continued. In the past 5 years, the number of deaths and disappearances in Danmei Middle School has been abnormally high, but all the investigations related to this have come to an end as if there was always something hindering the investigation. But I didn't come with a mission this time. The young man paused and took a deep breath. I came here to find my sister. Sister? Su Cheng's eyes widened slightly. Su Yuan. She disappeared at Danmei Middle School 3 months ago. The young man lowered his eyes to hide them, and a hint of pain flashed at the bottom. All my efforts were in vain, so I had to hide my identity and sneak into the school to find her, and as a result, he glanced at the closed door and said with lingering fear, "Just now, what was that thing?" A perverted live broadcast room has created a nasty product to torture them. But of course, Su Cheng wouldn't say that to the NPC in front of him. He just shook his head. I don't know either. However, since the old witch was mentioned, Su Cheng naturally remembered something. He pondered for a while and asked euphemistically, "By the way, before Teacher Yang said something downstairs. She seems to have lost something. Could it be?" Originally, he was already prepared that the other party was not going to say anything, but what he didn't expect was that when Jianyan nodded calmly and answered frankly, "Yes, it was me." He took out an old key from his pocket. "This is the only clue I have now." Su Cheng! Exclamation marks. Based on his years of experience in mystery-solving games, whether it was the background story displayed by the other party or the special prop held in his hands, these were definitely crucial points only an NPC could have. "I'll help you," he volunteered. The young man was startled. "No." He frowned and flatly refused. "This kind of thing is too dangerous. It's not something you middle school students can touch, and I can't bring you into danger. You saw the monster just now. Do you think this kind of thing would happen in the normal world? If you act alone, you will never be able to find your sister." Su Cheng said seriously. The young man who called himself Su Wen's eyes flashed slightly, and there was a hint of hesitation on his face. Seeing that the other party was wavering, Su Cheng hurriedly stepped forward, racked his brains, and tried his best to promote himself. "Since I have reached this point, there is no need for me to hide anything. In fact, I am not a student in this school either. I have channels to get all kinds of supernatural props. If it really reaches the point of last resort, please believe me. I will definitely be very useful to you," he said with emotion, trying to convince the other party. "You must have violated your superior's order by coming here this time, right? Your relationship with your sister must be very good, and you definitely want to find her safely, right?" The air fell into silence. Su Cheng waited timidly. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, the young man seemed to have finally compromised. He slowly let out a breath and said reluctantly, "No matter what happens, you must follow my instructions." Exclamation mark. Su Cheng's eyes lit up, fearing that the other party would regret it. He agreed immediately. No problem. In the live broadcast room of 789-326QWK. Viewer's message. It's been a long time since I've seen someone rushing to sell themselves. Viewer's message. Haven't you noticed? The host has been using words to guide the other anchor from the very beginning. Whether it's about his identity or anything else, it's been said about 3 points and hidden about 7 points. Even the props he got from the old which had been prevaricated by him. And he even made the other party agree to go to the other place with him without leaving any traces. Awesome. Viewer's message. That's right. In order to form a team with this fake NPC, the anchor not only has to unconditionally listen to his commands, but also has to be prepared to buy props from the system store. It's almost like signing a contract to sell himself. Viewer's message. Fuck, pity. Viewer's message. It's so miserable that the anchor is completely distracted and doesn't doubt anything at all. Viewer's message. Ha 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 ha. Poor victim +1. Wen Jianyan smiled briefly. Placing the victim in a precarious state of mind and manipulating it through external danger and pressure was a common formula for scamming. The live broadcast room itself had helped him complete the most difficult step. It used the countdown to death and the threat of ghosts to create a dangerous slaughterhouse that made everyone in it nervous and fearful. All people who were under such unstable emotions, theoretically speaking, would become easily gullible to the authorities and become the easiest target to conquer. Just like right now. In the dimly lit environment, the once recognized NPC identity and the other party's initial thinking about game clues, as long as one made a little use, they could easily make the other party follow their own script. Su Cheng. Then, where are we going next? Wen Jianyan. Go to the teaching building. The room number on Su Yuan's note must be an important clue. He raised his eyes, patted the other person's shoulder lightly, and said slowly, I'll go to the corridor to check the situation. Increase physical contact and induce a kind of subconscious trust. Take the initiative to help, so that the other party was accustomed to relying on you as the stronger party. These small tricks had long been familiar to Wen Jianyan, and they had become an instinctive habit. Su Cheng's expression was obviously relaxed. He nodded. Okay. Wen Jianyan opened the door and walked outside lightly towards the end of the corridor. When the other party's figure disappeared into the darkness, Su Cheng let out a sigh of relief and leaned against the wall. He opened his own live broadcast interface. Su Cheng's eyes widened slightly when he saw the number of people online. Just now, there were only a few hundred viewers. He didn't know when it began to soar, and now it was approaching 1,000. So many people. Thank you for your support, he said, feeling somewhat flattered. Unexpectedly, although the number of online viewers has doubled, the barrage was sporadic, and only some content that was not related to the plot fluttered on the screen. Su Cheng didn't notice this. He took a deep breath and solemnly analyzed. I think I may now have access to the deep plot line of this instance. The storyline of that brother just now is very important. The barrage was filled with schadenfreude ha ha ha. Viewer's message. Ha 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 ha. Please, don't analyze. I can't bear to look at it anymore. Viewer's message. It's indeed very important to hear it. In case you ignore this storyline made up by the other party. Ha ha ha. There are also people who hate the iron not being steel. Viewer's message. Fuck, the other party is a liar. Anchor, you sober up a bit. Don't be tricked by him. Some of the above user remarks involve the same instance anchor and will only be open to the audience. Su Cheng knew nothing about these barrages. After earnestly analyzing a wave of possible plot lines, he found that his live broadcast room became more popular, and he couldn't help but be more flattered and more convinced that his guess was correct. At this moment, Wen Jianyan leaned back quietly and made a gesture to him. It's safe outside, let's go. The young man's body was slender and tall, his eyes were clear, and his calm and cautious expression gave people a strong sense of strength and security. Su Cheng looked at the other party's back, turned his head to face his own live broadcast room, and said with sincerity, This NPC is really a good person. The barrage. This is not just being tricked, you have been sold without getting any money in return. Chapter 9. Su Cheng really didn't expect that it would be so easy to get out of the old witch's patrolling range by using the time difference in blind spots. The young man who was traveling with him seemed to know the internal structure of the place very well. Even in the dark, they could go in and out freely from the rooms they could enter and from the rooms they couldn't. Every point in time was just right, and it seemed that they could always find a hiding place before they were discovered. Soon, the two came to the first floor without any danger. Standing in the empty hall on the first floor, Su Cheng suddenly couldn't help but feel a little amazed. We just came down like this? Isn't it a little unreal? He followed Wen Jianyan in a trance and walked through the hall toward the closed door of the dormitory building. The young man in front of him suddenly stopped on his steps. What's wrong? Su Cheng was stunned. He stepped forward and tried to push the door. The iron gate didn't move. He squeezed the handle tightly and pressed it down again, but the handle was stuck in place. It was locked. No, it doesn't matter. The key must be nearby. Su Cheng stared at the door, took a few steps back, and said calmly, although he was still a newcomer, he has played a lot of horror mystery games. According to the routine, a locked door would always have a corresponding key, but the player had to find it. It must be so. I'll go look over there. Officer Suyu. As Su Cheng spoke, he turned his head to look at the young man standing beside him. Halfway through, the words got stuck in his throat. Click. The door lock made a crisp sound, and then slowly opened. Su Cheng became stunned and stared at the young man standing beside him speechlessly. Ah, the key. Wen Jianyan seemed to notice the horrified look in the other's eyes. He casually put the wire back into his pocket, turned his face slightly, and said nonchalantly, "It's not needed now." The young man smiled slightly, standing upright between light and dark with a slender and straight figure, his eyes clear and magnanimous. Su Cheng opened his mouth and said dryly, "Haha, your police academy teaches this too." The live broadcast room was filled with a happy atmosphere. Viewer's message. Ha 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 ha, laughing to death. Viewer's message. Ha 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 ha, I knew it. Viewer's message. Come on, the game has begun. Let's bet whether the other party can figure out the anchor's scam. Viewer's message. I think it should be possible. How can the police academy teach such things? He is not a good person at first glance. Wen Jianyan did not change his expression. We are trained to deal with every possible circumstance. He pointed to the stairs behind him and changed the subject, including always being alert to the surrounding environment. The dim light flickered in the stairwell. The walls were vaguely imprinted with shadows that were silently changing their shapes, and the sound of faint footsteps could also be heard. Exclamation mark. Su Cheng was shocked. He subconsciously turned his head and grabbed Wen Jianyan's arm. Someone is coming. Hurry up. Wen Jianyan smiled silently. The two quickly left the dormitory building and restored the door behind them to its original appearance. At this moment, a ding sounded in their ears at the same time. Congratulations to the anchor for leaving the dormitory building. Mainline task. Leave the dormitory after the lights are turned off and explore the campus. Completion degree. 50%. Reward points. 5,000. Su Cheng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Great. It looks like he made the right choice. He turned his head and glanced at Wen Jianyan not far away, and a trace of happiness and gratitude flashed in his heart. It was all thanks to meeting this important NPC and entering this seemingly crucial plot line. Otherwise, he would have been in danger long ago, either being chased by monsters or struggling with the approaching countdown. He looked directly at the young man in front of him and asked cautiously, "Officer Su, where are we going next?" The fourth floor of the teaching building. The key that Su Yuan had left for him pointed there. Wen Jianyan looked at Su Cheng seriously and said softly, "Also, I originally sneaked in as an ordinary person, so you don't need to call me Officer Su. You are the same age as my sister, so you can call me Brother Shaowen from now on." Although his tone was calm, his voice was very heavy, as if there was some kind of complicated emotion hidden deeply. Even if he knew that the other party was an NPC, Su Cheng still couldn't help but be touched. At this moment, the backstory that the other party just briefly told him seemed to have become vivid and concrete. Oh, what a touching sibling relationship. However, according to the horror film routine, I'm afraid, alas. Su Cheng's face flashed with a trace of intolerance. "Okay, Brother Shaowen." Su Cheng took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Don't worry, I will definitely help you find your sister." The barrage was filled with floating ellipses.
Viewer's message. Ellipsis. Viewer's message. My God. He actually messed with him again. Viewer's message. I thought he was going to be suspicious. I didn't expect him to be more convinced. It's beyond reasonable. Viewer's message. Where's the sister? There is no sister. Anchor. Wake up. These are all made up by that liar. Crash JPG. Viewer's message. Technique. It's all technique. The first floor of the dormitory building. The shadows printed on the walls gradually solidified, and the sound of messy footsteps sounded in the stairwell. Several somewhat embarrassed figures appeared in the hall. Oh shit. One of the anchors said with lingering fear. This monster is too fierce. If I didn't throw a prop in time, I'm afraid I would have capsized. Another person looked equally embarrassed. If I remember correctly, this is a D-level instance, right? Isn't it a bit too difficult? The difficulty is really a bit high. One of the anchors guessed. Speaking of, could this be related to the NPC that the old witch was looking for? Kong Shishing frowned and interrupted the conversation between the two. Let's not mention this. The most important thing now is to find the key to the door. The three spread out and began to look for the key on the first floor of the dormitory building. One of the anchors was looking under the table, and when he raised his head, he was so frightened by the figure that suddenly crashed into view that he almost had a heart attack. A lonely human-shaped silhouette stood in the stairwell, surrounded by the dim and pale light, and it looked like a ghost at first glance. The figure slowly took 2 steps forward, exposing his entire face to the light. It's you? The anchor couldn't help but stare. The other party's body and facial features were very familiar. He was a rookie anchor who had been seen more than once in the instance. When Kong Shishing heard the movement, he walked out of the duty room and narrowed his eyes slightly when his eyes fell on the uninvited guest. What's wrong? I want to team up with you. The man said. The fear on his face did not disappear. His face was pale, and his voice was trembling. Let me join you. The anchor who just talked with the man gave Kong Shishing a look. Kong Shishing said without changing his face. You can act with us if you want, but you must obey our orders unconditionally and don't drag us back. The man hurriedly nodded. Okay. Inside an instance, the basic survival time was very valuable. Not only the person with more survival time had more opportunities for trial and error, but he could also transfer the time to other anchors. That is to say, time could be plundered, traded, and deceived. Experienced anchors generally keep their initial survival time strictly confidential. If a person had too much time, he was likely to be targeted, but with too little time he would be in danger, and it would be easier to be alerted and alienated. The reason why they have an impression of this anchor was that as a novice anchor with the highest survival time, he was too high profile. If it was just an ordinary D-level instance, they generally wouldn't consider this method. After all, if the other party was not killed in the end, they would definitely forge a deep hatred. However, now this instance, it always felt like something was beyond their expectations and grasp. Well, it was always good to have a health pack on the team. A trace of greed flashed in Kong Shishing's eyes. What's your name? The man's figure was vaguely reflected on the dirty glass of the duty room. His face was pale and stiff, and the corners of his mouth slowly cracked and lifted, revealing a twisted and exaggerated smile. Chen Huaquan. The man answered. It was already completely dark. The thick darkness was like a living creature, swallowing the entire campus into its belly. The street lamps were flickering, illuminating only a small pale area. The edges of the buildings were blurred and distant, and the shadows were long and silent, living silently at the edge of the line of sight. After the night came, the current campus seemed to have fallen into another dimension. Wen Jianyan looked up at the teaching building in front of him. There was not a trace of light in the dark window, and it was lifelessly immersed in the darkness of the night, as if something was wiggling in the shadows, peeking out from one side of the window. There was no one in the building, and the inexplicable sense of oppression was chilling. Su Qing couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Holding the last ray of unrealistic hope, he asked with a trembling voice. This here? Wen Jianyan. Although he really didn't want to admit it, he nodded expressionlessly. After getting a positive answer, the last glimmer of hope in Su Qing's heart was also shattered. He stared at the teaching building in front of him with a sad face, and the cold sweat on his back came out layer after layer. This ghost place, you could see at a glance that there was nothing good in it. Wen Jianyan felt the same way.
But the task was in hand, and there was no way to retreat, so he had to bite the bullet and step forward. With a calm and well-trained voice, he said, "Let's go." Sucheng looked at his companion's suddenly taller back and couldn't help but awe. As expected of a righteous public servant, even in the horror live broadcast, he can give people such a strong sense of security. He took a deep breath and mustered up the courage to follow. It was so quiet in the teaching building that only the footsteps of two people could be heard in the empty and dead corridor. Sucheng followed closely behind Wen Jianyan, and his eyes couldn't help drifting to both sides. Suddenly, he froze. In the dark classroom, the dim light of the street lamps in the distance could be vaguely seen. The lights outlined several black silhouettes which stood silently side by side, motionlessly. With a pale face, Sucheng stepped up to Wen Jianyan's side, stretched out his hand, and tugged at the other's sleeve, and said in a low voice, "Class, there seems to be someone in the classroom. Not necessarily people." Wen Jian didn't raise his head and said hurriedly, "Don't look, lower your head, and walk forward quickly." Sucheng's scalp tingled, and he nodded hastily. The two men continued to move forward, accompanied by the beating of their heartbeats, and the sound of their gradually fastening footsteps echoed in the empty corridor. Soon, the classroom was left far behind. Before Sucheng could breathe a sigh of relief, in the next classroom, those shadows appeared again. They were still side by side, but closer this time. Then again in the next room, and again in the next. With each step they took, the shadows would also take a step forward, and the strange shadows gradually enlarged, as if slowly approaching. There were vague weird rustling sounds in the ears, like a low laugh or a malicious whisper. Those meaningless syllables came from the far side of the corridor, approaching little by little. "Run!" Wen Jianyan shouted. The moment the voice fell, the two of them ran desperately. The edge of the line of sight became blurred, but they could still see the dark shadows relentlessly chasing after them. As those shadows continued to chase, the distance between them decreased little by little. In the end, the shadow, which had been fully enlarged to its normal height, clung to the window near the corridor, as if it would leave the classroom and come into the corridor in the next second. Those rustling and eerie human voices were amplified, again and again, circling in the empty corridor, attacking from all directions. The source of the sound could not be found at all, but it can make people feel inexplicably chilling and trembling. This way, the young man running in front made a sharp turn and dragged Sucheng into the stairwell. The stairwell was dark and cramped. The green paint had been peeled off, revealing a mess of scribbled graffiti, and the overhead lights flickered and squeaked. Other than that, it was dead silence. The whispers disappeared. Those gradually approaching shadows also did not seem to catch up. Sucheng leaned against the wall in shock. His voice changed. "What the hell are those things?" Wen Jianyan didn't answer. He raised his head and looked up at the stairs that stretched upwards in front of him. The top of the stairs were engulfed in darkness and seemed endless. The adrenaline generated during the run just now had disappeared, and the icy chill began to rise from the soles of his feet. Although his face still maintained a well-trained calm and composed expression, Wen Jianyan's heart began to feel weak. If he could, he really didn't want to go up at all. Remembering the time limit of the task, he squeezed the hard outline of the key in his pocket, gritted his teeth, and squeezed out a few words. "Let's go upstairs." Sucheng looked at the young man beside him in shock. "This NPC, are you not afraid at all? Your psychological quality is really strong." He opened his mouth and sincerely praised Wen Jianyan. He, strong my ass. I don't have any choice but to be headstrong, okay." The corners of his mouth twitched, and he replied without a smile. "Don't praise." The barrage laughed madly. Viewer's message. Ha 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 ha, why is it so funny? Viewer's message. What kind of weird comedy effect is this? Viewer's message. In a sense, the opposite side did say the truth. The anchor's psychological quality is indeed very strong, but it is all in the direction of telling lies without blinking. Viewer's message. But the fear of ghosts is also true, ha. After entering the stairwell, there were no more strange sounds and images. However, once they leave the stairwell and enter the corridor on the second and third floors, they fall into the previous predicament again. The shadows became clear and imminent, swarming in the darkness of corridors and classrooms. Watching them greedily and eagerly, waiting to drag them into the darkness. Su Cheng secretly took out his ID card during the process and took a look. He found that every time he entered the realm of the shadows, his remaining survival time would be eaten up a lot. It was only a few minutes ago that he entered the teaching building, but the survival time on the card had been dropped by nearly half an hour. His back felt cold, and he gave up his thought of exploring the second and third floors. Soon, the fourth floor was already in sight. 4. The bright red digital lacquer print had faded and peeled off, illumined by the flickering lights in the corridor, looking more and more ominous. Wen Jianyan slowly took a deep breath, stepped forward carefully, and walked out of the stairwell little by little. It was very quiet in the ear, without any weird whispers and low laughter. The voice-activated lights lit up one by one, illuminating the empty corridor. No shadows. To be precise, after leaving the stairwell, nothing happened. Compared with the other 3 floors, it was simply too peaceful and simple. But Wen Jianyan didn't feel any relief. There were only 2 possibilities for it to be so quiet here. One was that the shadows were originally designed to drive them to the 4th floor, and the other was that there was something more vicious here, and even they didn't dare to approach here. Either way, it was not easy to deal with. The icy light overhead was steady and continuous. The empty corridor stretched out to both sides, and the end was engulfed by darkness. The classrooms on both sides had no obvious signs, so they could only go and check them one by one. Wen Jianyan turned to look at Su Cheng. Let's split up and find classroom 408. If you encounter something unusual, don't act rashly and call me loudly. Su Cheng was startled for a while, and then nodded quickly. No problem. To be honest, in such a weird place, splitting up was the last thing he wanted to do. After all, acting alone was the death rule in horror movies. But now Su Cheng had to quickly check the remaining points and survival time on his ID card, and then buy life-saving props from the store, so the other party's proposal was just right. After parting with Wen Jianyan, Su Cheng breathed a sigh of relief, turned around, and walked toward the side corridor. Great. What he was going to do next couldn't be seen by that NPC, which was not only difficult to explain, but also likely to lead to suspicion. As he thought, he opened the live broadcast interface. But what Su Cheng didn't know was that in a place he couldn't see, the NPC himself was doing exactly the same thing as him. Opening the live broadcast interface. It has been a long time since the live broadcast interface was opened here. As soon as Wen Jianyan entered, he saw the overwhelming barrage, and he was overwhelmed for a while. Viewer's message. Oh, the anchor has opened the barrage. Viewer's message. Exclamation marks. Reward points 50. Viewer's message. The anchor is here. Viewer's message. I love the anchor's style. The front row confession. He took time to look at the number of people online in the live room. Oh God, last time there were only more than 2,000 people, and now it has doubled, almost approaching 6,000 people. Wen Jianyan glanced at the barrage a few times. After a moment, the previous wave of enthusiasm had passed, and the remaining content of the barrage had become more clear. Some were enthusiastic, some were indifferent, some were malicious, and some were doubtful. Of course, most of them were watching the play with great interest, and no particularly effective information could be extracted from it. This time the barrage was of no use. There was no need for any interaction anymore. But he couldn't be too perfunctory. Thank you. The handsome young man smiled and lowered his eyes, letting his long eyelashes cover the shimmering light under his eyes. He lightly pressed his fingertips on his curved lips, gently threw a kiss over, and said, I also confess to you. The previous indifferent and upright disguise was torn apart, revealing a bit of frivolity and cynicism that did not belong to that fake character. But it was not serious. Instead, it has a casual sense of distance. It seemed to be just a random teasing, but it was inexplicably very skillful. Immediately afterward, the interface was closed without hesitation. The barrage fell into a brief silence. Viewer's message. Fuck, he really understands. Reward points 50. Viewer's message. Damn, this anchor is too skilled at cheating and getting rewards. Fellows, don't be deceived. Reward points 50. Viewer's message. Generally speaking, I rarely give a tip to such a new live broadcast room, but reward points 50. Viewer's message. The anchor's mouth, a deceitful ghost. Reward points 100. Listening to the sound of the points being credited, Wen Jianyan happily opened the store interface. Perhaps because the save points had increased, this time the store had more open interfaces. After careful selection, Wen Jianyan added a life-saving prop to the shopping cart. After all, there might be dangers in the future, so it was necessary to have insurance in advance. He stared at the store interface for a moment, and then added another item to the cart. Hand of Guidance. Although the price of this thing was not cheap, it had become more and more necessary as time went by. Wen Jianyan had now collected a difficult level hidden item, and the legendary hidden item task was also in progress. Seeing that victory was in sight, there was only one hidden item of ordinary level left. In this case, if he didn't collect all the hidden items in this instance, it would be a pity for him who was desperately trying to survive. Wen Jianyan clicked to place an order. The item has been put into the backpack. The system prompt sounded. Looking at the 7,000 points that were quickly being debited from his account, his heart couldn't help but faintly ache. The process was fast, and there were still dozens of minutes left until the next point settlement. Wen Jianyan comforted himself in his heart. At this moment, Su Cheng's shout came from behind. Here, 408 is here. Wen Jianyan came back to his senses. He closed the interface, turned around, and walked towards Su Cheng's location. Su Cheng pointed to a faded iron sheet on the closed door in front of him. Sure enough, this was the room he was looking for. Wen Jianyan nodded, stepped forward, and pressed his hand on the doorknob. The cold metallic touch came from the palm of his hand, and a chill spread, causing him to shiver slightly. He took a deep breath and was about to press his palm down when suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Wen Jianyan was startled, his eyes widened slightly. Wait. He turned his head to look. This was the 4th floor, the second room on the right. That's right, what he saw from the dormitory building, the terrifying figure standing in the teaching building with his face on the window, seemed to be in the same room. The second room from the right side on the 4th floor. When Jianyan's eyes fell on the door in front of him, the bright red lacquer print on the iron sheet had faded slightly. It was here. 408. Chapter 10. Wen Jianyan felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet. What's wrong? Seeing that he hadn't moved for a long time, Su Cheng asked nervously. Wen Jianyan calmed down and tried to answer in a calm voice. Nothing. In any case, he still had to enter. He took a deep breath and pressed the door handle down with force, only to hear a crisp click. The door lock was opened and slid inward along the force. It was pitch dark inside the room. Thick shadows flowed irregularly, shrouding everything in unknown darkness. The lights in the corridor poured in along the cracks of the gradually opening door, barely dispelling the darkness and illuminating the corners of the room. In a place very close to the door, a dark shadow was standing fixedly. Wen Jianyan was shocked. He jerked back a few steps, away from the doorway. Su Cheng let out a shivering scream from his throat, and then he also stepped back violently. He stumbled backward, almost tripping himself. The door panel, which had lost control, made a creaky sound and slowly opened inward. With the lights in the corridor, more figures could be seen standing in the room. Tall and short, far and near, motionless, silently standing in the dark as if they had long since merged with the darkness. Looking at it suddenly could make one's scalp tingle. Su Cheng heard the clattering of his teeth. A layer of cold sweat broke out on his back, his body tensed, and he was ready to escape immediately. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the person beside him who suddenly started moving. Su Cheng's heart raced to his throat. Don't. The young man didn't look back as if he didn't hear it, but instead took a step and walked straight forward. His footsteps were very light, and one couldn't hear the slightest sound when he stepped on the ground. His slender body was taut and slightly bowed, like some kind of feline ready to attack. He walked forward cautiously, getting closer to the room step by step. Not far away, in the blurred boundary between light and shadow, those figures stood silently in the depths of the room. Their silhouettes overlapped in the darkness, and their faces looked as if peering out, watching them silently, waiting patiently for the prey to fall into the trap. Su Cheng's brain seemed to be about to explode. He subconsciously held his breath, watching the scene in front of him with trepidation. Soon, Wen Jianyan walked to the door. He didn't step into the room hastily but pressed the side of his arm against the wall to ensure that most of his body remained outside the room. and then reached out a hand into the darkness and groped on the wall inside the room. Su Cheng heard himself take a deep breath. Snap! A soft noise sounded. The lights came on, dispelling the thick darkness and instantly illuminating the entire room. In the light, everything was clearly visible. There were no desks and chairs in the huge classroom. Several easels were placed disorderly, and plaster statues of different postures were standing in different corners of the classroom, quiet and motionless. Su Cheng was stunned. So, those shadows were actually plaster statues? The terrifying shadows approaching on the first 3 floors and the excessive emptiness of the 4th floor. Under these circumstances, he did not think in a harmless direction at all. The sudden shock of facts made him a little dazed, as if he could not let out a breath struck in his chest. Wen Jianyan let out a slow breath. His palms were wet and sticky. Just now, at the moment when his body turned around and was about to flee, his brain was habitually thinking rationally and soberly. If this room were to open the door to death, then the so-called hidden item unlocking task would not be possible to complete. In addition, it could be seen from some details in Su Yuan's diary that she was an art student studying fine arts. Wen Jianyan had a vague guess about the shadows in the room, so he made a decisive move. Su Cheng calmed down. He stepped forward, raised his hand, and patted Wen Jianyan, half in amazement and half in emotion. Awesome. In such a strange atmosphere just now, he could still observe calmly and make accurate judgments, as expected of a trained professional. Wen Jianyan almost stumbled by the pat, and his expression almost couldn't be maintained. Although he guessed that there should be no major danger in the room, this didn't mean he wasn't afraid. His legs were still a little weak. Fortunately, he was leaning against the wall, so he didn't reveal his true situation. Wen Jianyan frowned and said inscrutable, "Go in and have a look." Su Cheng nodded. Because the lights were turned on, every corner of the room was visible, and the previous fears finally vanished. He took the lead and walked inward. Su Cheng, who was walking forward, didn't see that behind him. The young man who had a serious face just now was holding the wall. He turned his weight on his left and right feet, secretly moved his numb legs, and then stepped forward to follow. "Brother Xiaowen, what is the number of the locker you're looking for?" Su Cheng stood in front of the rows of lockers at the end of the room and raised his voice to ask. 368. Wen Jianyan replied. Su Cheng quickly glanced around the lockers in front of him, and his eyes lit up. He pointed to the corner of the room. Here. At this moment, Wen Jianyan had completely returned to his previous expressionless and cold appearance. He walked forward in the direction of Su Cheng's fingers, stood in front of the cabinet, and took out the key from his pocket. The rusty key slid into the keyhole. Only a soft click was heard, and the locker door popped open. Wen Jianyan took a deep breath slowly and opened the locker door. A strange bloody smell rushed towards his face, causing him to turn his face slightly and subconsciously hold his breath. Wen Jianyan adapted to the smell and stared into the cabinet. The surface of the inside of the cabinet was painted with rough black and red lines, which looked gloomy and eerie under the illumination of the light behind them. In the cabinet, an animal skeleton was arranged into a circle, like some kind of weird altar, and in the center of the circle lay a pile of soft treaded fur. The brown-yellow fur was covered with brown blood scabs, and the bloody smell escaped from there. It was peeled cat skin. Wen Jianyan's scalp felt numb. Viewer's message. Oh God, is this Su Yuan's cabinet? The things in it are too evil. Viewer's message. Impossible. It's probably the cabinet of the person who occupies Su Yuan's identity. Look at the cat skin. It should be peeled off by that person. Viewer's message. Wait. I remember that Su Yuan did say in that diary that she heard the dripping sound coming from the side of the bed. Could it be that the person who pretended to be her was carrying a skinned cat in her hand, and all she heard was the sound of blood dripping down? Viewer's message. I'm getting goosebumps. Viewer's message. Speaking of which, I just spent my points to exchange for a plot tip. This storyline occurred at the earliest time in the whole school, and it is related to the S-level hidden item. It can probably involve the core of the entire instance. Viewer's message. Fuck. Then won't he be the first person to unlock 100% of this instance? Viewer's message. Aya, the anchor is awesome. At this moment, Wen Jianyan's eyes were drawn to a corner deep in the cabinet. It was a crumpled little black-skinned book, very thin, and the edges of the pages were curled up, revealing the tan-stained interior. Wen Jianyan reached in, took out the book, and started flipping through it quickly. Su Cheng stood aside, covering his nose with one hand to block the odor. Intense curiosity drove him to step forward and probe into the cabinet. However, before he could see anything, something seemed to move slightly in the background. Question mark and exclamation mark. Su Cheng jumped up like a frightened bird and turned his head to look behind him. The room was very quiet. Bright lights streamed overhead, illuminating the dried paint on the ground, the easels covered in white cloth, and the motionless plaster statues. There was no shadow, no place to hide, and everything was revealed. All he could hear was the sound of the page turning from Wen Jianyan's side. However, inexplicably, Su Cheng felt his nerves gradually tense up, and cold sweat oozed from his palms. His sense of crisis was no worse than when he was in the corridor just now. No, even stronger. He forced himself to scan the empty classroom in front of him with his eyes. Wait, those plaster statues, was this the pose just now? Those plaster statues were facing different directions. He didn't know when it started. Now those identical faces were facing this way. The ice-cold light fell from the top of the head and fell on the outline of the facial features of the plaster statue, casting a deep shadow on it. The pale faces and the eye sockets without pupils silently looked in this direction. Although they remained motionless, Su Cheng no longer dared to treat them as harmless decorations. He swallowed hard and opened his mouth. Hey, Su Cheng was taken aback by his hoarse and trembling voice. Wen Jianyan lowered his head and carefully read the small notebook in his hand. The more he looked, the tighter his brows became. He turned pages with one hand, while the other hand carefully moved the animal skeletons in the cabinet, so focused that he didn't hear Su Cheng's call at all. Su Cheng said in a somewhat out-of-tune voice, "Should we leave?" Wen Jianyan paused and pulled away from the state of concentration. At this moment, a clear sound suddenly sounded behind his ear. Drip. He was slightly startled and subconsciously turned his head to look in the direction from which the sound came. He saw a large amount of blood oozing out from under the cat's skin at some point, and the red and stinky blood slowly diffused out of the bone area and dripped down the edge of the cabinet. Drip drip. It appeared that the altar was successfully destroyed. Although everything was going smoothly according to his ideas, Wen Jianyan couldn't help feeling a little shudder when he saw the blood dripping on the ground. Whether what he did was right or wrong could only be judged later. At this moment, Su Cheng's changed voice came again. That. Wen Jianyan turned to look. In the next second, he almost forgot to breathe, and there was a tingling sensation in his back. Looking around, a plaster statue stood motionlessly in the room, blocking the route leading to the outside, and a series of pale faces looked straight in their direction. The door was clearly close at hand, but it seemed so far away at the moment. Were there so many plaster statues just now? Crack. A slight cracking sound sounded. The face of the plaster statue cracked with fine lines as if something is trying to break free from underneath. Crack. Crack. The snow-white plaster fragments fell slowly. The arm of the plaster statue lifted little by little. The cracks at the joints became bigger and bigger, and it stretched out its hand in the direction of the two people. Su Cheng's face turned pale. He raised his legs, prepared to bury his head and rush out. Suddenly a strong force came from behind him, dragging his whole body back. Wait. Su Cheng was stunned and subconsciously looked toward the place where he was just about to step. The ground turned into a soft grayish-white at some point in time, and something was stirring faintly underneath it, like melted plaster. Seeing Su Cheng retreating, a look of disappointment appeared on the face of the plaster statue for some reason. Su Cheng felt cold all over. He now knew what was sealed in the plaster statue. Once he stepped on it, he would definitely be dragged in and become a member of this group of plaster statues. The movement of the plaster statue was getting bigger and bigger, and the finely divided gypsum powder fell. As soon as it fell to the ground, it immediately dyed the small area into a soft and eerie gray-white. The ground deformed and wriggled, and more plaster statues crawled out from under the ground. More and more, more and more. There was a sigh in the barrage. The previous enthusiastic atmosphere suddenly changed, and only the call of pity was left. Viewer's message. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's over. Viewer's message. These things are going to destroy everything. Viewer's message. Alas, it's a pity. Although there have been players who came to this classroom before, he was the first to get the S-level item quest for this instance. Viewer's message. But, I don't know when the next anchor who will find the clues will appear, and what year and month it will be. Viewer's message. Come on, don't be sorry. If the anchor hadn't spent too much time checking the cabinet just now, there wouldn't be such a big group of plaster statues that there is almost nowhere to go. Then how could they will be able to wipe out everything? Viewer's message. Yes, this anchor has passed the first few levels by luck. Did he really think that he is some kind of awesome character? Not good enough to accomplish anything, but more than enough to spoil everything. I have seen it long ago. This kind of anchor who always wants to stray from the usual way, they don't live long. Wen Jianyan didn't know anything about the change in the barrage's attitude. He stared at the gray swamp that was about to spread on the ground with a thoughtful look on his face. Without warning, he moved, but not in the direction of the front door that was about to be blocked. The young man stretched his long legs, turned sharply, and rushed toward the back door of the classroom. One of the plaster statues noticed his movements and raised its arm with more agility than before. More lines were cracked on its joints, and its pale fingers rushed towards Wen Jianyan's back. Before it could touch Wen Jianyan, snapped. The lights in the room suddenly went out. The light's source disappeared, and there was only thick darkness left. Su Cheng stood helplessly in the darkness, hearing nothing, seeing nothing, nothing to defend himself, and no way to escape. He could only gasp in despair and helplessness, quietly waiting for death to come. Time passed minute by minute. The darkness was viscous like a fluid, like a black cloth covering his eyes, and he could only hear his chaotic heartbeat. Other than that, there was a dead silence. Su Cheng sensed something was wrong. The cracking sound that the group of plaster statues made when they were moving also disappeared, as if they lost power at the moment when the light was lost. Thinking of this, Su Cheng dared to raise his voice a little. Brother Xiaowen, are you there? A muffled came from the other end of the classroom. The plaster statue activity relies on a light source? Su Cheng guessed. It looks like it should be. Wen Jianyan leaned against the back door and let out a slow breath. The barrage that was prophesying Wen Jianyan's death just now quieted down. After a few seconds, several puzzling barges slowly floated past. Viewer's message. Ellipsis. I don't understand. How did the anchor find out? Viewer's message. Do you need to turn on the lights when entering the door? There are too few clues, right? Viewer's message. Did he use any props just now? I don't believe that a human can deduce this through normal means. Wen Jianyan opened his live broadcast interface. But this time he didn't directly look at the barrage, but opened his backpack. At the critical moment of life and death, a voice sounded in Wen Jianyan's ear. The novice gift package function has taken effect. At the moment when the voice fell, his vision suddenly lit up for a moment. In the next second, a line of translucent small characters appeared on the top of the nearest plaster statue in front of him. Plaster statue made of corpses and resentment. Activation method. Light. On the translucent virtual screen, the apple seedling sprouted at some point and became very big. At the moment it appeared, a pure white apple blossom fell from the top and disappeared completely before falling to the ground. Growth Phase 1 unlocked. Flower of Delusion -1. Remaining quantity. 0. Sorry, live broadcast room for blaming you. Your starter pack is still of some use. I swear I'll never call it junk again. Wen Jianyan thought very sincerely. However, although the plaster statue was temporarily unable to move, it did not mean that the crisis was over. He had tried it just now. The back door could not be opened from the inside. The only way out was the front door. Avoiding plaster statues and swamps on the ground was already extremely difficult in the light, and it was simply impossible to do it in the dark. Obviously, Su Cheng also thought of this. He raised his voice tremblingly. Brother Xiaowen, what do we do next? Wen Jianyan. Well, this is a good question. I would like to know the answer to this question myself. At this moment, he suddenly felt something wet rubbed against his ankle. Cold and sticky, making Wen Jianyan instantly get goosebumps. He shivered and straightened up. Meow? A faint cat's meow came from under his feet. Wen Jianyan was stunned. Xiaoju, he called tentatively. The wet, bloody, furless little thing rubbed even more enthusiastically. Meow? It bit the hem of Wen Jianyan's trousers and dragged him in a certain direction. Wen Jianyan instantly prayed in his heart. In front of him was so much darkness that he could not even see his 5 fingers, as if struggling to stick his head out in the suffocating swamp. He moved his steps cautiously, following the tiny force at his feet, step by step, moving forward cautiously. The tip of the toe hit something hard and made a soft thud. Not like plaster, but like some kind of wooden shelf. Meow? The little thing at his feet urged. Wen Jianyan paused, slowly raised his hand, and stretched out into the dark depths in front of him. The fingertips touched the rough, soft fabric. Seems to be an easel? Wen Jianyan had some hunch in his heart. He tugged at the corner of the canvas. In the next second, a ferocious and piercing scream rang out behind him. The intense resentment and evil caused the temperature of the air to drop sharply, like invisible thorns stabbing at the back. Wen Jianyan gritted his teeth and exerted force with his hands. The white cloth covering the easel was suddenly lifted. The sharp scream, as if scratching on the glass with a fingernail, soared again, accompanied by the sound of hard objects exploding and rocks falling to the ground. After a long time, two zzz sounds sounded, and the lights above his head flashed twice before slowly recovering. This time, it was no longer bright and dazzling like at the beginning. But like the 3 floors downstairs, it was dim and pale, flickering due to the unstable current. The room was empty. All the plaster statues had been blasted into pieces all over the floor, and white dust with a bloody smell was floating in the air. Wen Jianyan lowered his head and looked at the canvas in front of him. On the canvas was a young girl, beautiful, fair-skinned, with shoulder-length black hair and clear eyes, who was smiling shyly with her lips. He reached out and touched the canvas. Soft, delicate, and an uncomfortably strange touch. Like human skin. Ding. Congratulations to the anchor for finding Su Yuan's face. Bonus points. 5,000. Hidden item, legendary, task update. Return Su Yuan's face to its original owner. Main task. Leave the dormitory after lights go out and explore the campus. Degree of completion. 100%. Reward points. 5,000. Instance exploration degree. 71%. Reward points. 5,000. The next second after this number appeared, a burst of elegant and melodious music rang in Wen Jianyan's ears, abruptly pulling him out of his own thoughts. He raised his head blankly. Question mark. What was going on? Why did the piano music suddenly start playing? Congratulations to the anchor of 789326QWK. You will be able to break the exploration record of the instance Danmei Middle School in no time. The mechanical voice changed its normal state and announced cheerfully. You are about to make history. At this moment, outside the square, in the hall of Danmei Middle School, one of the live broadcast rooms suddenly emerged, jumping directly from its place to the end of the specially recommended single-player list. This position may seem inconspicuous, but it surprised the audience who had been following this list for a while. This special list never recommended instances. Only the most outstanding performers in the instance, and even the most likely anchors to break the instance's internal records would be selected. They would be removed from the instance hall and placed on the entire live broadcast square. The audience became interested and stepped forward to watch, but they were dumbfounded when they saw the name of the live broadcast room. 789326QWK? What kind of shit name was this? Or, the gathered audience thought of a possibility at the same time, and they were all dumbfounded. Wait, was this the anchor who was selected by the system and was likely to break the record? Was he a newcomer who didn't have time to change the name of the live broadcast room? They all stared at the screen in confusion. Live broadcast room number 789326QWK. Live broadcasting. Instance. Danmei Middle School. Under a few lines of small characters, there was a young face attached. Question marks. I haven't seen this face before. It's definitely a newcomer? It should be, but he looks pretty good. Is he a face value anchor? A face value anchor can still be on the special recommendation list, can't he? A newcomer who uses his face to please the audience to clear customs? Well, it's boring. While everyone was talking about it, the picture on the screen moved. The young man's facial features were neat and handsome. His long amber eyes are slightly curved, squinting like a cat, and the corners of his lips were raised in a half-smile. He winked at the crowd and threw a kiss frivolously, with a kind of seductive playfulness and provocation. After the newcomers were placed on the list, the system would take clips from the live broadcast room and put them in the recommended position to attract more viewers. The clip of this anchor was not decrypted nor broken. It was actually a flying kiss. The audience around the screen was silent for a moment. After a few seconds, the discussion rang again. I heard my heart beating. Thank you, live broadcast room. I think I can do it. Sorry, I slapped my face. What about the face value anchor? I'm rushing. Rush. Chapter 11. Have you found my face? After jumping to the bottom of the list, the number of people online in the live broadcast room increased rapidly. Ding. The number of people online in the live broadcast room exceeded 6,000. Ding. The number of people online in the live broadcast room exceeded 8,000. Congratulations to the anchor for his achievement. I am the most beautiful boy in this instance. Wow, your unique live broadcast style and charming personality shined in the live broadcast room. It successfully attracted the attention of a large audience and became the rating champion in this instance. Please continue to burn your life, move forward bravely, and create a higher quality live broadcast for the audience. Wen Jianyan had a headache from the noise. He turned his head to look at his watch. There were still 10 minutes left. The time of the new point settlement was approaching. Thinking that this popularity would soon be turned into points, the ding sound seemed to be less annoying. Su Cheng stepped forward from behind. His eyes fell on the canvas, and he was slightly startled. This is... Wen Jianyan immediately came back to his senses and instantly entered the role. Su Yuan. He paused, his voice a little deep with subtle hoarseness. My sister. Su Cheng pursed his lips, a look of intolerance appeared on his face, and he couldn't help but be silent for a while. Wen Jianyan seized the opportunity to take advantage of the fact that the other party was still immersed in the false emotions created by him, and before he had time to recall and question everything that happened, he stepped forward and quickly removed the human skin painting from the drawing board. After picking it up and putting it away, he gave the instruction cleanly and neatly. Let's go. Su Cheng. Wen Jianyan's tone was calm, but his speech was slightly rushed. It's not appropriate to stay here for a long time. That's true. Su Cheng nodded, hurriedly quickened his pace, and followed Wen Jianyan out of the room in confusion. He paused and sighed heavily. Things have developed to this point. No matter what, I can't just continue to sit back and watch. I must ask for support. Then where are we going next? Su Cheng trotted a few steps, tried his best to be side by side with Wen Jianyan, and asked in a low voice. Go back to the dormitory. Wen Jianyan replied. Su Cheng was stunned. The dormitory? Although Wen Jianyan still looked calm, his actual mood was extremely bleak. Seriously, no one in this world would be more against going back to the dormitory than him. After all, the hatred of the old which was still concentrated on him, and going back now was like a sheep going into a tiger's mouth. However, he had to return the face to Su Yuan, so he had no choice. Wen Jianyan sighed in his heart and nodded his head hard. That's right. He put on an unfathomable and solemn expression, frowned slightly, and said vaguely, I still have something to confirm. So let's go back. Su Cheng nodded incomprehensibly. So that's why. He doesn't know why, but the other party's brows are wrinkled as if he has his own plans. So he subconsciously stopped asking questions, kept his mouth shut, and followed him. The barrage was swiped by the wicked ha-ha. Viewer's message. Sprinkle flowers. The head of the Scammer Victims Alliance is born. He will really suffer to death. Ha ha ha. Viewer's message. Fuck. Once again I pity the other newcomer anchor. Some viewers scoffed at this. Viewer's message. Come on, don't feel sympathetic. Is this anchor's lie so hard to expose? Stupid people are not worthy of our sympathy. Viewer's message. Don't expose your ignorance too thoroughly, okay? In a situation like this, can you still identify those subtle loopholes while running for your life? Don't make me laugh. Viewer's message. Yes, anyone can say that they can do it while seeing from God's perspective. Viewer's message. No. This is secondary. The main reason is that the anchor's psychological play is really slippery. First, subtly establish authority, and then pretend to be mysterious to confuse the public. It is simply to cut off the doubt from the root. Basically, if this set of tricks is played, anyone could be led on. With the experience of going upstairs, the two escaped the siege and interception of the shadows and successfully left the teaching building. They went back the same way and quickly returned to the dormitory. The door of the dormitory was open, and everything was blurred in the shadows of chaos. The surroundings were dead silent, and one could hear the empty whimpering of the cold wind slowly passing through the doorway. There was a thick smell of blood in the air, and the strong smell of rust was almost sickening. Wen Jianyan and Su Cheng looked at each other and saw the solemn expressions on each other's faces. The two stepped forward lightly and walked cautiously into the building. After the lights went out, the hall was empty, as quiet as a tomb. In the stairwell, a dim light lamp illuminated the blood-stained stairs, and the traces of being dragged looked shocking under the light. The fragments of internal organs and scratched finger marks were faintly visible in the pool of blood that had not yet dried up. After seeing it, one could imagine how tragic the massacre had been that occurred here. Wen Jianyan looked solemn. He turned his body slightly, avoiding a lot of splattered blood on the wall, and walked up the stairs step by step. Su Cheng followed behind him. His eyes slowly swept over the cruel traces, and he couldn't help but feel a chill in his back. He lowered his voice and asked, what happened here?" Wen Jianyan shook his head. "I don't know." He frowned. "However, based on these traces, it is very likely that someone has suffered misfortune." The young man paused for a while, then lowered his head slightly to look down. "Do you remember the room I pulled you into?" The dim light was cast from the top of his head, gilding his beautiful and profound facial features with a layer of gold, and in the boundary line between shadow and light, he appeared worried and honest. Su Cheng was a little stunned for a moment before nodding his head. "Wen Jianyan, my phone is hidden there." Su Cheng was startled. "Then your sister?" Wen Jianyan gritted his teeth slightly. "I won't let more innocent people be killed." Su Cheng was stunned for a second, and then could not help but be in awe. The other party concealed his identity and sneaked in against the order. If he contacted his superiors for support, his actions would also be exposed. But he gave up the chance to find his own sister in order to save people. So moving. The barrage was filled with ellipses. Viewer's message. Hitue. Viewer's message. He is looking for a fart sister and wants to contact a fart superior. This guy finally found a legitimate excuse to go back to the dormitory. Viewer's message. Dog liar, deceiving innocent anchors. Reward points 50. Viewer's message. Shameless. Reward points 50. Viewer's message. If the first few people hadn't been scolded and rewarded at the same time, your righteous indignation would be more credible. After easily deceiving Su Cheng's trust again, a smile flashed across Wen Jianyan's lips. He withdrew his gaze, turned around, and continued to walk upstairs. The psychological stress of walking through the stairwell was much greater than the last time when they left. The ground was slippery, the blood stains that had not yet dried up were covered with messy footprints, and the air was filled with a strong smell of rust, which became more pungent as they went up. Even Wen Jianyan, who had memorized the map of the entire dormitory by heart, was fully alert and walked forward cautiously. But fortunately, from the first floor to the third floor, they did not encounter any danger. The old witch that Wen Jianyan was most worried about, they didn't even see half a shadow of hers. Soon, the two came to the third floor without any risk. Compared with when they left, the third floor became more eerie and deadly. Some bedroom doors were open crookedly, and there were long trailing marks on the ground. Although some bedroom doors were closed, their windows were splattered with blood, which looked extremely tragic, as if something as terrifying as in the corridor had happened inside. Looking at the silent bedrooms, Su Cheng felt a little terrified, but also felt a little bit of joy in his heart. It seemed that his previous choice to leave the dormitory to explore the school was the right choice. Obviously, hiding in the bedroom was no safer than going out to complete a mission. He just didn't know how many anchors were still alive in this instance. Wen Jianyan walked straight to his room. The bedroom door was tightly closed, and the inside was pitch black and quiet as a tomb. Wen Jianyan took a deep breath, raised his hand, pressed it on the door handle, and slowly opened the door. As soon as he entered the room, the bedroom door seemed to be dominated by some kind of force, and it slammed shut with a bang. The deafening sound echoed in the empty corridor, making the heart tremble. Su Cheng was shocked. He took a step forward in a hurry and shook the doorknob forcefully. "Brother Xiaowan, what's going on?" Through the thin door panel, the young man's somewhat muffled voice came over. "The door lock is stuck. You wait for a while." The moment he heard the other party's voice, Su Qing couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. As a novice anchor who entered the instance for the first time, the sense of security brought by the other party was really precious. He didn't know when. He began to trust this NPC more and more, and even unknowingly regarded him as the backbone. "Do you need me to look for the key outside?" Su Qing asked. "Okay, sorry to trouble you." Wen Jianyan leaned back against the door, his Adam's apple rolled, and he tried his best to answer in the calmest voice. His eyes were fixed on the corner of the bedroom. A girl in an old-fashioned student uniform was standing there silently. She was facing Wen Jianyan, but her head was turned 180 degrees behind her. Her long black hair was hanging on her chest, and her whole body looked weird and scary. Wen Jianyan heard the blood rushing in his ears, and his head was a little dizzy under the excessive pressure. Although this was not the first time he experienced this kind of thing, the instinctive physiological response to fear had not eased in the slightest. The female student, whose head was facing backward, slowly raised her hand and opened her palm as if asking for something from him. "Have you found my face? Calm down. This was the reason you came back here." Wen Jianyan warned himself in his heart. He took a deep breath and said, "Yes." As he walked forward, he reached into his pocket and touched the folded human skin painting with his fingertips. "Give it back to me." The female student took a step forward slowly, with a trace of abnormal eagerness in her voice. Her head was still twisted 180 degrees backward, and Wen Jianyan couldn't see her expression. He could only see the long, dark hair fluttering in front of her chest with the movement. "Wait a minute. Chest." Wen Jianyan was stunned. In his mind, a thought flashed like lightning. In an instant, it tore through the dark sky and illuminated everything clearly and vividly. In that human skin painting, Su Yuan's hair obviously only reached to her shoulder. Is this an error of the instance? Or, he pulled his fingers out of his pocket little by little, took a half step back defensively, and narrowed his eyes. "You are Su Yuan? Give it back to me." The attitude of the female student in front of him became more frantic, and her voice suddenly became sharp, as if the fingernails were scratching on the glass with high frequency. The hysteria in it could almost pierce people's eardrums. "Or do you want to become Su Yuan?" Wen Jianyan breathed lightly, stared at the other party, and slowly completed the remaining half of the sentence. The other party suddenly stopped moving. The air seemed to freeze in an instant, squeezing deeply, making breathing difficult and laborious. The cold and gloomy air was sucked into the lung cavity, causing the body temperature to drop. The female student lowered her hand slowly. Cluck, cluck. The sound of neck bones twisting sounded, and her head slowly turned forward. Under extreme pressure, Wen Jianyan could feel his fingertips trembling slightly. He held his breath and forced himself to fix his eyes on the other person's face. A pale and gloomy face turned around. It was a face that did not resemble the person in the painting. She stared at the young man in front of her with pitch-black eyes for a split second, and the corners of her mouth rose greatly, revealing a terrifying smile that could be called eerie. Her face was 30% similar to the one Wen Jianyan saw under the bed, but the details were richer this time. To be precise, the female ghost's mask-like face looked like a poor and rough replica, and the authentic version of that terrifying face is in front of Wen Jianyan at the moment. Click, click. A sharp metallic rubbing sound sounded in the small bedroom, monotonous and infiltrating. A utility knife was slowly pushed out of the plastic casing, flashing a cold light in the dim bedroom, and the icy surface reflected the gradually clear, sinister smile. Hee 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 hee. Her head was crooked as if it was broken. Weird laughter overflowed from her throat, and she walked toward Wen Jianyan step by step. Wen Jianyan stepped back, cold sweat seeping from the corner of his forehead. His fingers were hanging by his side, already tightly grasping the life-saving prop he had just taken out of his backpack. The concealment robe, which could provide a minute to prevent him from being found. From the beginning, he had already thought of a way out. However, the duration provided by the robe of concealment was too short, and it was still very difficult to open the door to escape in such a short time. So Wen Jianyan must hold on to the last moment before using it. At this moment, meow, a faint cat meow rang in his ear. Wen Jianyan was stunned. Xiaoju. In the next second, all the light disappeared, and a bloody blob jumped out of the darkness at a speed that the naked eye couldn't catch. and dashed straight towards the female ghost's face. Hey! A shrill scream rang out. With this emptiness, Wen Jianyan quickly seized the opportunity, turned around suddenly, and rushed toward the bedroom door. The door that was closed just now seemed to have lost its strength and was easily pulled open. Su Cheng, who was squatting at the door, raised his head in astonishment and met Wen Jianyan, who rushed out of the door. Wen Jianyan didn't care about indifference and integrity at the moment. He raised his hand, grabbed Su Cheng's collar, and pulled him up. Let's go. Su Cheng stumbled and was dragged out in confusion. Gasping for breath, he heard the click sound of the utility knife being behind him. The voice was getting closer and closer, as if something was chasing after him. Su Cheng became terrified, and he didn't dare to turn his head back. He could only follow Wen Jianyan as fast as he could. While running, he cried out, "Where are we going?" Wen Jianyan also broke down and shouted back, "Downstairs." He didn't want to stay in this ghost place for a moment. However, the two of them had just arrived at the stairwell, and before they could go down, they heard an all-too-familiar humming sound coming from downstairs. The lights at the top of the stairwell flickered dimly, accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps. The gloomy and intermittent humming gradually approached. Fuck! It's the old witch. As the target of the opponent's hatred, Wen Jianyan's hair stood up, and he shouted in a somewhat out-of-tune voice. Go, go. Go upstairs. Caught between both the utility knife and the humming voice, Wen Jianyan and Su Cheng stumbled to the 4th floor of the dormitory. The bright red number 4 was imprinted on the mottled wall, illuminated by flickering lights. Not far away, the stairs extend into the darkness. In the blink of an eye, several broken memories flashed across Wen Jianyan's mind. In the toilet, there is a mirror in 408 in the dormitory building. As long as you can find it, it can fulfill one of your wishes. Do we really have room 408 on the 4th floor? It is said that there is, but 408 was later sealed with cement. You need to look for it at midnight, and after you open the door. At dusk, the old woman opened her cloudy eyes. Her tree bark-like wrinkled face trembled slightly, and she said in a very low voice, "Stay away from the 4th floor of the dormitory." Chapter 12. Beautiful offering. The two stumbled up to the 4th floor at the fastest speed. They didn't know if it was because of a psychological reason, but this floor was much darker than the other 3 floors. The darkness was like a sponge, sucking up all the sounds, leaving only a disturbing boundless silence. Wen Jianyan stopped for a while and did not continue to rush forward. What's wrong? Su Cheng panted heavily and turned his head to look over. Wen Jianyan shook his head, took 2 steps toward the stairwell, put one hand on the handrail, and looked down cautiously. There was no sound on the stairwell. Whether it was the clicking sound of the utility knife or the strange humming sound of the old witch, all of them disappeared, as if they were isolated in another dimension. They didn't catch up. Wen Jianyan looked back and frowned. Su Cheng stood beside him blankly, his chest still rising and falling rapidly, and he looked at the young man in front of him with some puzzlement. Isn't this a good thing? But why? The other party's face didn't have the slightest sense of ease. Instead, it seemed to be more solemn. Seeing that Wen Jianyan didn't seem to be ready to continue to move forward, Su Cheng said in horror, "Wait, do you want to go back?" Looking at the dark stairwell, Su Cheng thought of the 2 NPCs just now who were chasing after them. He couldn't help shivering and proposed, "How about we go down the stairs at the back? That way, we might be able to bypass those 2. Not to mention whether they could go down now. Even if they could, they might fall into the same situation as before." Now, there was only one last way left in front of him. Keep going. Well, Wen Jianyan sighed and nodded weakly. Let's go. There was a stale smell of dust in the air. The temperature was very low, a bit colder than downstairs, and the needle-like chill penetrated the thin clothes and gradually invaded the skin. There was no light source in the entire corridor, and everything was shrouded in increasing darkness. The closed doors swept past. The silence in the ears was frightening, and they could only hear the slight friction between the soles and the ground when walking. Going forward in the darkness, the concept of time seemed to be distorted. Every second was almost stretched into a century, and the space seemed to be stretched infinitely, making people almost fall into a strange daze. Dang! A dull bell rang from downstairs, and the dusty air vibrated, making them shudder subconsciously. Dang! Dang! The bell continued to ring, ringing 12 times. It was 12 o'clock. At this moment, a familiar mechanical voice sounded in their ears at the same time. Ding! It has been detected that the anchor's live broadcast has reached 3 hours. Do you want to start the point settlement? The sudden voice startled Su Cheng, and his shoulders trembled. He secretly glanced at Wen Jianyan and saw that the other party didn't seem to notice his gaffe, so he felt relieved and secretly replied in his mind, "Open." At the same time, Wen Jianyan was also doing the same thing. His expression was calm as he looked ahead and replied in his mind as he walked forward, "Open." In the E-Class live broadcast room 789326QWK, the average number of viewers per hour is 7,000, which can be redeemed for 700 points. It is detected that the anchor is a novice, so the points you earned for this live broadcast will be doubled, and 1,400 points have been settled into your account for you. There are still 3,200 points left before your live broadcast room upgrade. Please make persistent efforts and create greater glory. In your live broadcast, a total of 226 people gave a reward, and you got a total of 4,150 reward points. It is detected that the anchor is a novice. Your live broadcast system will not take any points, and 4,150 points have been settled into your account for you. The remaining points in your account, 28,450. Next point settlement time, 3 a.m. Immediately afterward, Wen Jianyan exchanged 2 hours of survival time again to ensure that he would survive until the next settlement. After the purchase, the voice sounded again. The remaining points in your account are 10,450. Wen Jianyan's steps suddenly stopped. At the moment when the sound fell in his ears, his peripheral vision caught the presence of a door not far away. The yellow paint on the door was peeling off, the door handle was rusted, and the room number hung crookedly on it. 408. In the darkness around him, the 3 half-rusted characters seemed extremely dazzling and abrupt, as if some invisible force had attracted his attention. Fuck! Wen Jianyan's eyes twitched slightly. He was expressionless and walked straight forward without looking sideways. After a few seconds, room 408 appeared again. Wen Jianyan didn't even look at it, and once again speeded up his pace silently. Soon, room 408 appeared hauntingly in front of him again. Wen Jianyan, his feet were flying, and the doors of the room were quickly left behind him. But 408 still appeared in the field of vision again. Su Cheng was tired. He was panting, barely keeping up with Wen Jianyan's pace. Brother Shaowen, don't you think the time we walk is a bit too long? The corridor stretched endlessly into the darkness as if it didn't have an end. Based on the size of the building, this corridor should have been finished by now. He didn't know when it started, but the lights in the stairwell have long been engulfed by the darkness and disappeared without a trace. Only darkness remained behind. The bedrooms on both sides of the corridor were not numbered. The doors were closed tightly, as if they had been welded to death, and the dark windows stare at them intently. It seemed as if there was only this endless corridor and the 2 people in the corridor left in the whole world. The ghost built the wall. Su Cheng shivered involuntarily. Wen Jianyan, do you think I don't know? I just don't want to know. He finally gave up the struggle, stopped slowly, and said weakly, it seems to be true. Su Cheng stopped and managed to straighten his breathing. He didn't seem to notice Wen Jianyan's strange reaction, but began to probe the surrounding environment very cautiously. Suddenly, he seemed to have found something. Hey, speaking of which, room 408. Did we pass by it before? Wen Jian said dryly. Oh, I didn't notice. Unexpectedly, he was the first to discover the clues this time. Su Cheng was suddenly full of energy and felt that he had finally come in handy. This room is definitely not ordinary, he said firmly. Su Cheng approached cautiously, gently pushing the door with his fingertips, only to hear a creaking sound, and 408 opened a small gap. He said excitedly, this door can be pushed open. The other doors they passed by on the way were all locked, and only this door can be pushed open. What does this mean? This means that there are clues they have been looking for. Su Cheng's eyes lit up, and he turned his head. Brother Shaowen, let's go in. Wen Jianyan, help. Don't worry, if there is any accident. Su Cheng raised his chest and said firmly, I will definitely protect you. Wen Jianyan's mouth twitched. Thank you. Although he was very sure that there was danger inside the door, even Wen Jianyan had to admit that in the current situation,
Running around in the corridor like a headless fly could only waste his physical strength and would not help to improve the current situation. No matter how reluctant he was, judging from the current situation, walking into room 408 had become his only choice. Su Cheng took the lead in pushing the door and walking inside. Wen Jianyan raised his hand and pinched his eyebrows. He sighed for a long time, bit the bullet and followed. He raised his hand and slowly pushed open the half-open door in front of him. Darkness, boundless darkness enveloped his vision. "Hey!" Wen Jianyan frowned and whispered. No one responded. "Where are you?" Still no response. The room in front of him was pitch black and deadly silent, and the only response to him was the endless sound of the wind in the empty space. The person who had entered the room only a dozen seconds before him disappeared without a trace at this moment, as if he had been swallowed up. The rotten and cold air poured into the nasal cavity, causing the body temperature to drop slowly. A strange shudder slowly climbed up his back. Wen Jianyan took a deep breath, forced himself to open the system store calmly, and spent 20 points to buy a flashlight. Snap! A beam of light appeared in the darkness, illuminating the scene in front of him. Lots of mirrors. Wen Jianyan was stunned. In front of him were several huge floor-to-ceiling mirrors, each reflecting the light of the flashlight and his own expressionless and nervous face. The mirrors were arranged together in a random pattern, and a path was divided in the middle, extending into the depths of the endless labyrinth. As far as the eye could see, there was no second person. Wen Jianyan swallowed his saliva and turned his head to look behind. He didn't know when the door had disappeared, leaving only countless mirrors standing quietly behind him, quietly reflecting his own figure. There was no way out. Wen Jianyan had no choice but to settle down and walk toward the mirror labyrinth. The flashlight in his hand was reflected by the mirror, forming countless light sources. Countless mirrors reflected the young man's figure from all directions, and when he moved, countless shadows moved at the same time, as if he was surrounded and monitored by countless mirrors himself, which was simply creepy. Although each mirror contained the same face, after looking at it for a long time, it would give people a strange and eerie feeling. Wen Jianyan was already intuitive and sensitive. Surrounded by countless mirrors, every nerve was kept in a state of extreme vigilance. A slight noise at the edge of his sight would instantly make him nervous, but after walking for a few minutes, he felt physically and mentally exhausted. Until, under the light of the flashlight, the figure of a little girl appeared not far away. Wen Jianyan was startled. "Xiaojie?" He took a few steps forward but stopped just before hitting a mirror. Wen Jianyan stopped his steps. He suddenly realized that what he saw was just an image in the mirror. In the image, the little girl was holding a baby tooth that had just been replaced, sending it to a huge mirror that looked very strange, and made a wish in an innocent and childish voice. "I hope I can help my mother." The little girl's figure disappeared. Wen Jianyan continued to move forward. In the next mirror, the old witch wailed and knelt in front of the mirror, cutting off her waist-length hair with the knife in her hand. "Let my daughter come back. I am willing to be your slave." Wen Jianyan paused and continued to move forward. In the next mirror, the drenched old witch stood in front of the mirror, her facial features twisted and ugly, like a ghost. She cut out her own eyeballs with a knife. "I'm giving my eyes in exchange for more eyes so that the man who pretended to be a trainee teacher and took my daughter away from me had nowhere to hide." The skin cracked, and countless vicious eyeballs grew out from beneath the flesh. Wen Jianyan. This section should have happened after he entered the instance. That was NPC alienation. He stepped forward again. This time, all the footage disappeared. Only the sharp knife lay quietly on the ground, reflecting a cold luster. His own face was reflected in every mirror, and in the pale light of the flashlight, it looked very strange. Wen Jianyan took a deep breath and turned to leave. But the next second, his movements suddenly stopped. He turned around, but the man in the mirror was not really him. Wen Jianyan slowly turned his head and looked into the mirror. Wen Jianyan in the mirror smiled and looked back at him. To be precise, Wen Jianyan in all the mirrors showed the same expression and movement. Wen Jianyan stretched out his hand with a smile. "Make a wish." Wen Jianyan heard his own voice ringing in his mind. Countless shadows gradually surrounded him. "Make a wish." The voice was getting louder and clearer, as if it sounded from all directions,
revolving in his mind. Wen Jianyan saw his own reflection in the mirror bending down slowly. Exclamation mark. Could it be that? Wen Jianyan sucked in a breath of cold air and watched helplessly as he picked up the knife that the old witch used to gouge out her eyes, and then slowly put it across his thumb. There was a tingling pain at the end of his thumb. Wen Jianyan looked down and found a fresh bloodstain on his thumb. Wen Jianyan in the mirror smiled. The corners of his mouth stretched even more, looking almost malicious. But Wen Jianyan moved even faster. Almost without thinking, he pushed the pulp of his fingers upward. With a click sound, the flashlight went out. The light source disappears. All that was left was endless darkness and tranquility. Wen Jianyan panted slightly, his stiff fingers still numb. Without the light source, the mirror lost its effect. Fortunately, it seems that the rules here and in classroom 408 in the teaching building are the same. But now the same question arises. How does he get out of this room? While Wen Jianyan was thinking hard, a familiar touch suddenly came from his feet. Wet and sticky, like a skinned cat rubbing against his ankle affectionately. This is Xiaoju. Is it not just the rules, but the space between these two rooms is also the same? When Wen Jianyan destroyed the altar according to the contents of the booklet and released this little thing, he really didn't expect this cat to play such a big role. He breathed a sigh of relief and walked forward with Xiaoju's guidance. In the pitch-black darkness where he could not even see his fingers, Wen Jianyan stepped forward with difficulty and even bumped into the mirror walls from time to time. Stumbling away for an unknown amount of time, the surrounding space suddenly opened up. Meow? A faint cat meow sounded. Immediately afterward, the sticky touch that had been around his feet disappeared. Arrived? Wen Jianyan hesitated for a moment, then covered the flashlight with one hand, leaving only a gap between his fingers, and then turned the flashlight on again. Faint light spilled out from between his fingers, barely illuminating the front. What appeared in front of him was not a door, nor a corridor, but endless darkness. In the darkness, a huge mirror stood silently in front of him. This mirror looked heavy and strange, with strange patterns carved on the edge, wrapping around the entire mirror like vines. Pulled by some kind of weird force, Wen Jianyan took a step and walked toward the mirror. Strangely, his face was not reflected in the mirror. Instead, Wen Jianyan frowned and slowly moved closer. The phantom of a man lay in the mirror, submerged in the shadows. His long, soft, jet-black hair spread out under him, and on his pale skin, there were weird and eerie dark lines like tattoos or incarnations. So peaceful, so serene, and so terrifying. A layer of cold sweat broke out on Wen Jianyan's back. It was a living horror. It was like staring into the abyss into which you were falling, and you could only watch in horror as the endless darkness engulfed you. The nature of animals that perceived danger was trembling frantically. Every cell in the body was screaming to flee, and the limbs could hardly control the urge to escape. This feeling was expressed in accurate words, but one thing Wen Jianyan was very clear about. Although that phantom fully conformed to the standard of human-like, it was not ugly, and there was not even the slightest distortion, but for some reason, the sense of pressure he brought far exceeded any ghost he has encountered in the entire instance. And even the mirror itself was terrifying, almost completely surpassing his own cognition as a human being. The inhuman, almost ghost-like, primitive sense of terror emanating from the other party made Wen Jianyan instinctively horrified. Run away. While there is still time, Wen Jianyan made a decisive decision and turned around to run. However, in the instant, before he could move, the strange force that attracted him here suddenly intensified. Wen Jianyan was shocked to find that his limbs had lost the power to move. He was being drawn into the mirror uncontrollably, and the man in the shadows was getting closer and closer to him. Wen Jianyan's eyes widened suddenly. Fuck. I'm going to be dragged in. Don't come here, Aha. The mirror surface swayed slightly, like an extended membrane, swarming toward the young man, whispering softly. Come on. Beautiful offering, offer your body and soul. Come on. Bow down to God the Father and be the nourishment for his awakening. From the tip of the toes to the calves, to the knees, then the thighs. Wen Jianyan felt his body being pulled and quickly sinking, as if he was being swallowed bit by bit into the mouth of a giant beast.
The strange and frightening feeling made his hair stand on end. Looking at the phantom of the man who was getting closer and closer to him, Wen Jianyan took a deep breath. Backpack. Open the backpack. Although he cherished his hard-earned points, and each life-saving item was ridiculously expensive, if he continued like this, he would be doomed. However, for some unknown reason, the system seemed to be malfunctioning, and no matter what Wen Jianyan called, he couldn't get it out. It was just like being disconnected. Wen Jianyan. Garbage. The man in the shadow was getting closer and closer, and Wen Jianyan could almost see the other side's pale, sharp chin and beautifully curved lower lip. And as the distance decreased, the creepy and terrifying aura on the other party became more and more distinct, approaching him slowly. Wen Jianyan. No, right? He's not going to end like this, is he? He gritted his teeth, crossed his heart, and shoved the back of his hand to his mouth. Bit down with his upper and lower teeth hard. The next second, blood splattered, and the hot scarlet liquid dripped down. Plop! A bright red and bloody piece of flesh rolled to the ground. Wen Jianyan spat the excess blood in his mouth to the ground and shouted in an extremely calm voice, I want to make a wish. The speed of the subsidence stopped. Wen Jianyan saw that his face finally appeared in the mirror. Wen Jianyan in the mirror smiled and asked, So, what sacrifice are you willing to make for your wish? Wen Jianyan raised the corners of his blood-stained mouth, revealing a bloody smile. He looked even more terrifying than the person in the mirror and said decisively, My soul. Your soul? Wen Jianyan in the mirror was slightly startled, and a flash of greed quickly flashed in his eyes. The next second, the curvature of his lips rose even more, and he commented in a tone of admiration. Ah, the condition is very good. What is your wish? The person in the mirror became solid, and his tone even became somewhat urgent. Wen Jianyan calmly pointed to the sleeping phantom in the mirror. I want him. Chapter 13. The moment when Jianyan's voice fell, the air suddenly fell into a dead silence. The smile on the face of the man in the mirror disappeared at some point. He had the same face as Wen Jianyan, but his expression was cold and frightening. He slowly repeated, What? The young man in front of him was pale, the wound on the back of his hand was badly mangled, and the blood was still dripping down. Even though he was at a disadvantage, he still smiled calmly. His lips were pale because of blood loss and stained with scarlet blood, looking almost glamorous in the dark. A person's most valuable thing is his soul, isn't it? Wen Jianyan stared at himself in the mirror. Obviously, taking the initiative to make a deal with you to deliver the soul is more profitable than robbing it. He smiled slightly. What's more, it's a soul as pure as mine, right? Years of professional experience had made Wen Jianyan develop a good habit. The more critical the situation, the calmer his thinking became. Although he was at the critical juncture of life and death, his brain was still spinning nonstop, carefully reviewing everything that had happened since he entered the room. The 2408s in the dormitory and the teaching building were obviously mirrored images, and many of the rules inside were the same. After a careful review, Wen Jianyan was sure that every step he took was right. He should have gotten out of here without a hitch. After all, this was still a D-level instance in the end, and there shouldn't be any mortal barriers for a newcomer like him. But the mortal barrier had clearly appeared. Although Wen Jianyan had been playing the game according to the rules, this time, the mirror did not follow the rules. After he clearly broke the deal, the mirror still did not give up, but instead led him over, and even tried to forcibly eat him without reaching a deal. This was very unreasonable, unless he had something very precious on him, and the other party wanted it too much, even at the risk of breaking the rules. Based on the content of the manual he got from Locker 368, it most likely refers to his soul, although Wen Jianyan himself didn't think his soul is anything special. Even if this guess only had a possibility of 1%, he had to regard it as 100%. The man in the mirror looked back at him expressionlessly without saying anything. Wen Jianyan made a bold guess based on the few words he heard before being pulled into the mirror. This mirror was probably used to awaken the God the Father, and it was necessary to sacrifice human souls for it, which was why it was so unscrupulous in trying to grab more souls. In this case, it was absolutely impossible for it to make a deal about its own God the Father. That was why Wen Jianyan took such a big gamble. However, he was not prepared to speak out about these speculations.
The young man narrowed his eyes a little loosely. Well, as for the reason, he glanced at the phantom in the mirror, and the soft and wet tip of his tongue hooked lightly over his lips, licking away the sticky scarlet blood from the corners of his lips. His pale face looked a little sinister in the dark. Wen Jianyan smiled and said frivolously, "It's probably love at first sight." The live broadcast room of number 789-326QW suddenly became restless. Viewer's message. He's so good at it. He's so good at it. He's so good at it. Viewer's message. Nice, lecture covering my heart. Viewer's message. Hello everyone. I declare that I am the object of Anchor's love at first sight. Thank you for your blessings. Viewer's message. Upstairs. Are you drunk and talking nonsense? Viewer's message. As long as you eat peanut rice. Viewer's message. Wait. It's obvious that no anchor has played this part before. But why is no one paying attention to the plot at all? Aren't you focusing on the wrong thing? The already gloomy expression of the person in the mirror looked almost twisted at the moment. Wen Jianyan sighed with a slight smile on his face, looking particularly rude. Oh, don't make this kind of expression while using my face. It's really ugly. You guessed it right. However, the gloomy look quickly disappeared from the face of the person in the mirror. I can't make this deal. He smiled again as usual. Obviously, you realize that I also have to abide by the rules. If a human makes a wish that I can't fulfill, I can't take the other person's soul. Wen Jianyan in the mirror applauded and praised. Wonderful. But Wen Jianyan himself was not happy because of the compliment. Instead, he narrowed his eyes subconsciously and watched himself in the mirror vigilantly. The other party still has something up his sleeves. The curvature of the mouth of the person in the mirror gradually widened. But what you don't know is that although after breaking the rules, there will be a certain price to pay, it is not completely impossible to achieve. A click sounded. A thin crack appeared on the mirror surface, just across the face of Wen Jianyan in the mirror. The upright and handsome face was divided by the crack, looking strangely distorted. He smiled and said, I can still forcibly take your soul. Of course, the loss may be a little more, but I can bear it. At the moment when the voice fell, the once stopped devouring started again, and the young man's body once again began to continue to sink downwards. However, in the next second, the winning expression on the face of the person in the mirror suddenly disappeared. Wait, this. His voice was sharp and high-pitched, but it was cut off abruptly in the next second. Wen Jianyan's eyes became a little blurry, and the scene in front of him changed abruptly. His whole body fell backward uncontrollably. The next second, his back slammed into the ground. His bones seemed to be broken apart, and a heavy, dull pain spread from the contact surface, causing him to hiss and take a cold breath. Brother Shaowen, are you all right? Su Cheng hurried up and held Wen Jianyan's shoulder. Wen Jianyan was dizzy after the fall. He waved his hand to indicate that he was okay, and slowly got up with the help of the other party. Whether it was the labyrinth, the mirror, or the phantom sleeping in the mirror, all had disappeared. In front of him was a familiar corridor with a closed door. The weird 408 has also disappeared. I haven't seen you in a while since I came out of 408, so? Su Cheng organized the language, and then said vaguely, Brother Shaowen, you should remember what I told you before about those supernatural props, right? Of course, Wen Jianyan remembered. The reason why he was beating around the bush with the mirror just now was to delay time and wait for the live broadcast system to go online. But he didn't expect that as soon as the live broadcast system went online before he had time to use the prop, he was directly pulled out by Su Cheng's prop. Wen Jianyan glanced at Su Cheng in surprise and nodded. If he remembered correctly, the price of the item Su Cheng used was not low, and the other party was willing to use it on him, an NPC, which was indeed something he didn't expect. Su Cheng patted his chest. Didn't I just say that if something goes wrong, I will definitely protect you? Wen Jianyan gave him a second look. Thank you. He straightened up and took his hand from the other side. Su Cheng noticed the wound on Wen Jianyan's hand and couldn't help being surprised. Are you injured? Only then did Wen Jianyan feel the pain. He lowered his head and glanced at his bloody palms. With a pale face, he pretended to be calm and choked out. It's okay. Fart. This is a piece of meat he bit off with his teeth. How could it be okay? It's very painful. Although Wen Jianyan himself was an extreme hedonist in ordinary life, at a critical juncture, he was extremely cruel to himself. and there was almost nothing he couldn't do. He was familiar with the distribution of meridians and muscles on the human hand, and even if he bit down with his teeth, he deliberately avoided the key parts to ensure normal actions later. Wen Jianyan gritted his teeth and ripped off a piece of the hem of his shirt and skillfully bandaged his hand to stop bleeding. Blood splattered out of the fabric, looking startling. After dealing with everything, Wen Jianyan turned to look at Su Cheng. As if he remembered something, he asked, "For 08 you went in?" "Yes." Su Cheng shook his head in confusion. But there was nothing inside. All he saw was an empty room with a cramped area, no table or anything, but only a thick layer of dust on the ground. After finding nothing, he turned back to the corridor, but Wen Jianyan was gone by then. Su Cheng waited anxiously for a long time, but still did not see the shadow of the other party, so he gritted his teeth and used the prop. Wen Jianyan showed a thoughtful look. It seems that although Su Cheng pushed open the door, he did not walk into the real 408. So, the conditions for entering 408 are selective? What about you? Su Cheng lowered his head and glanced at the blood-stained cloth on Wen Jianyan's hand, frowned worriedly, and asked, "Did you encounter any danger in the corridor?" Danger. The moment he heard the word, what flashed in Wen Jianyan's mind was not the mirror that was trying to forcibly snatch his soul, but the blurry male phantom in the mirror. He didn't know why. Obviously, he didn't do anything harmful to him, but the sense of oppression was far heavier than that mirror. Wen Jianyan lowered his eyes, held his wrist, and moved the injured part carefully. He opened his mouth and replied, "I." He just made a short syllable when the sound of footsteps suddenly came from one side of the corridor, interrupting his unfinished words. Su Cheng was shocked and turned his head to look in that direction. Wen Jianyan also jumped up suddenly. His eyes were bright, and he stared at the place where the voice came from. His injured arm was hanging by his side, and his slender body was taut and slightly arched, like some kind of graceful feline. The sound of footsteps was getting closer, more and more hurried and messy, as if several people were rushing in this direction. A flickering beam of light pierced through the darkness and shone from a distance. The other side also seemed to have noticed the two uninvited guests, and suddenly stopped the pace and pulled away. Who is there? Across the heavy darkness, the other side's voice seemed very tense, revealing a strong sense of vigilance. This voice seems a little familiar. Wen Jianyan was slightly startled. Su Cheng's eyes widened. "Wait, you are?" The beam of light carefully dangled over the faces of the two people, revealing their faces clearly. Wen Jianyan narrowed his eyes slightly. His long eyelashes blocked the strong light, and his face remained calm. Soon, the light beam was pressed down, and accompanied by the sound of footsteps, the three people on the opposite side stepped forward. The man in the lead held a flashlight in his hand, and the slightly dangling light and shadow flashed across his face. Wen Jianyan instantly recognized the identity of the other party, the senior anchor who explained the rules in the canteen. Kong Shixing's gaze swept across the two people in front of him, and there was a trace of imperceptible surprise in his eyes. "You?" One was a rookie anchor, and the other was an NPC who was frantically searched by instance monsters. This combination was really too strange for him to imagine. "Why are you here?" Su Cheng was obviously relieved after seeing that the other person was also an anchor like him. He took a step forward and said, "We've been up for a while. This floor is really too evil, and we can't get down at all." Su Cheng sighed and asked, "How about you?" Kong Shixing frowned and said, "We've been up here for a while. There is no way to leave at all." He glanced at Wen Jianyan without a trace. Su Cheng didn't notice the other's small movements at all. He said excitedly, "That's great. We can be together next." Before Su Cheng finished speaking, Kong Shixing interrupted. "Of course." He took a step forward, raised his hand familiarly to wrap his arm around Su Cheng's neck, and showed a very close look. "We are all classmates, and we have known each other for so long. So, of course, we need to help each other." Chapter 13, Part 2. Deceiving people is his old profession. Kong Shixing looked at Wen Jianyan, and a little unspeakable shyness appeared on his face. "Teacher, I want to talk to my friend about something personal. Can I?" Su Cheng was stunned for a moment, and then he also reacted. There were some things they couldn't say in front of NPCs. It was just that he was so used to Wen Jianyan being by his side that he didn't think about it at all. Su Cheng nodded somewhat stiffly. Indeed, me too. Have some private matters. Wen Jian understood. He smiled kindly and nodded. Of course. He turned and walked to the side, kindly leaving a room for the two of them to chat privately. Kong Shishing winked at one of his teammates, who immediately understood. He turned around and followed, and began to talk to Wen Jianyan, trying to get some information out of his mouth. Soon, only the two of them were left in this area. Su Chung looked at the senior anchor in front of him with some unease. The other party let go of his arm and asked, "What happened after you came up?" Su Chung simply told him what happened before. Kong Shishing frowned. "You guys found 408 and went in?" Although Su Chung was a little confused, he still nodded. "Yes, but there was nothing in it." Kong Shishing didn't answer, showing a thoughtful look. He turned his head, glanced into the darkness, and continued to ask, "Speaking of which, what's the matter with you and that NPC just now?" Su Chung explained the information he knew one by one. What key, sister, undercover, contacting the superiors. Kong Shishing was stunned after hearing it. After listening, the way he looked at Su Chung changed. "Your storyline is very crucial." Su Chung nodded somewhat cautiously. Kong Shishing looked at Su Chung and said thoughtfully, "Maybe it will be the main line of the entire instance." The instance was divided into the main line and secondary lines. The higher the difficulty of the instance, the more lines there were. Although the exploration value could be unlocked by completing the secondary lines, it could not be unlocked to 100%. The reward for completing the main line was not only the highest, but more importantly, if the main line was completed, even if the other secondary lines were incomplete, the exploration degree would be 100%. 100% exploration. A trace of eagerness flashed across Kong Shishing's eyes. However, unlike his faint excitement, his live broadcast room was filled with question marks. Viewer's message. Question mark. Viewer's message. Question marks. Kong Shishing was a senior anchor, and most of the online viewers in the live broadcast room were his own traffic. Many of them had been squatting in the anchor's live broadcast room since the beginning of the broadcast and had never been to the square to watch it. Viewer's message. Wait, the instance that the anchor entered this time is Danmei Middle School, right? Has it been revised? How come I don't remember it having this storyline? Viewer's message. I'm also a little confused. This line sounds really important, but why haven't I heard of it? In the barrage area, a wave of viewers with completely different styles frantically wrote ha. Viewer's message. Ha 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 ha. Come from the next door to watch. I am finally satisfied. Now I am going back. Viewer's message. Laughing and vomiting. The Scammer Victim Alliance has gradually grown, and now it even automatically develops offline. Viewer's message. Ha 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 ha. I am so happy. The above users' remarks involve the anchors in the same instance and will only be open to the audience. Kong Shishing knows nothing about the movement in his live broadcast room. After a short period of thought and interest in judgment, he decided to throw an olive branch at Su Chung. One of the members of our team provided information that after midnight, 408 would appear every hour, and it is the only time you can leave the fourth floor. This room is very important. It is very likely to be the core of the entire instance. If you say that there is nothing in it, it's probably because you haven't actually opened it. After simply sharing his information with the other party, Kong Shishing cut to the main subject. We can form a team to act together and wait until the next hour. Then we will go in and investigate. Maybe we can get a different result. Before Su Chung could nod, he heard the other party continue. However, the NPC who has been following you has to deal with it. Su Chung was taken aback. What? Kong Shishing has a clear mind and succinctly said, our current instance is D-level. Will there be important clue characters in this difficulty? As long as you get the props on the NPC, the mainline task will be stable. Su Chung stuttered a little. But that's not necessary. Kong Shishing shook his head and interrupted him. It's too dangerous to act with this NPC. The instance monster downstairs is frantically looking for him, and working with him will only reduce our odds of survival. Su Cheng's face turned pale. He opened his mouth but couldn't answer. The best thing to do now is to walk with him for a while, wait until door 408 appears, let him in again, and see if he can help us find out more information and rule out some dangerous options. If he really survives and leaves the fourth floor with us, we can still push him to the NPC downstairs to attract the attention of the old witch and take the opportunity to escape. Kong Shishing looked at Su Chung. You have been with him for so long, so you should have gained the trust of the NPC, right? That being the case, it's your responsibility to get the props and information out of him before the next hour. Kong Shishing seemed to see through Su Cheng's hesitation. He narrowed his eyes slightly. We are the anchors. We are living people, and he is just an NPC. Don't waste the opportunity that has been sent to you. He put his hand on Su Cheng's shoulder and said in a serious voice, On the way just now, we sacrificed a person in our team, and now there is a vacant position. After this instance is over, I will introduce you to our guild. Our guild has the third highest number of points in the whole nightmare. It is one of the largest guilds, and there hasn't been a new person in the guild for a long time. After entering, you will get a wider network and richer resources. Think about it. The other party said this with sincerity, but Su Cheng doesn't really want to continue this topic. His eyes wandered, and he changed the subject bluntly. You said, your team sacrificed a person? He looked to the side as he spoke. In the dim darkness, the NPC was standing in the distance, talking to the other two anchors. Don't you still have 3 people? Kong Shishing waved his hand indifferently. There is a new one added later, but you don't need to worry about him. We have him for other purposes. Su Cheng seemed to understand. So that's why on the other side, Wen Jianyan was chatting with the 2 anchors in front of him. Although his face was pale due to blood loss, it did not affect his skill and ease in saying things. He calmly looked at the 2 in front of him. One of them had obviously been instructed by the captain and had been probing him vaguely, but he was easily distracted every time. And the other person, Wen Jianyan's eyes fell on Cheng Huaquan, and his brows involuntarily wrinkled slightly. Although this man also followed the order, he didn't even say a few words throughout the whole process. Instead, he kept his head down, and his pale face was hidden in the darkness, appearing cowardly and timid. But Wen Jianyan just had a vague feeling that something wasn't right. At this moment, the conversation between Su Cheng and Kong Shishing seemed to be over. The 2 walked in this direction together. Wen Jianyan ended the conversation that had been led by him and stepped forward to greet them with ease. Behind him, Cheng Huaquan, who had been keeping his head down, slowly raised his head, and half of his pale face hidden in the shadows turned to Wen Jianyan's back. On the dormitory door beside him, his face was lightly imprinted on the glass. A huge twisted smile hung on the corner of his mouth. A pair of pure black eyes fixedly stared at the victim who had escaped from his hands, and the upward arc of the corner of his mouth widened again. Wen Jianyan felt a chill down his spine. He turned his head subconsciously and looked behind him. Cheng Huaquan lowered his head and looked the same as before. Wen Jianyan frowned. His instinct for danger was naturally acute. For some reason, there was a strange aura about that anchor, which made him instinctively feel creepy. Kong Shishing's voice came from in front of him. Brother Xiaowen, my friend told me everything about you just now. Wen Jianyan withdrew his gaze and looked at Kong Shishing, who was standing in front of him. With a smile on his face, the other party said sincerely, We will also do our best to help you find your sister, but before that, we may need to go back to 408 again. Wen Jianyan pondered for a few seconds, then sighed lightly. You are right. In this situation, acting together is the best choice. But isn't there nothing in 408? Wen Jianyan asked in confusion. The expression on Kong Shishing's face was firm. Isn't it better? His eyes glanced down and fell on Wen Jianyan's hand. The dazzling blood made his brows jump. Your injury. I got it in the corridor. Wen Jianyan moved his wrist and frowned. But I don't know who attacked me. It happened too quickly. He looked candid, even when he lied without leaving a trace. Hearing the other party's description, Kong Shishing couldn't help but get nervous. Oh, is it? But you don't have to worry. The young man raised his eyes, and under his long and thick eyelashes were a pair of light amber eyes filled with light. When he gazed intently at a person, it always gave the illusion of sincerity and magnanimity. If anything happens again, I will do my best to protect your personal safety. Kong Shishing smiled. Thank you, Brother Xiaowen. After hearing what the other party said, Su Cheng's face was even worse. He stared at Wen Jianyan hesitantly, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he pursed his lips again. Finally, he just turned his head away silently, and the fingers hanging on the side slowly tightened. Wen Jianyan pretended not to notice. He didn't change his expression. His eyes fluttered over the top of Kong Shishing's head. Only Wen Jianyan and the audience in his live broadcast room could see that a red arrow was pointing straight at the top of Kong Shixing's head, shaking regularly, as if waving the flag and shouting, "I am here. Come and see me." The 789326QWK live broadcast room burst into laughter. Viewer's message. Damn, the special effect of this hand of guidance is really funny. I laugh every time I see it. Ha 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 ha. Viewer's message. I really didn't expect that the ordinary level hidden item was on the opposite anchor. Viewer's message. Ha ha ha. I just came back from the live broadcast room next door, and everything is planned out there. I guess they are still complacent because of the anchor's bait. Viewer's message. I can't even imagine it. The purpose of your deception is to deceive yourself better. Viewer's message. Ha 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 ha, that's true. The longest road I have traveled is the routine of this scammer anchor. The young man was not far behind the team. His face was hidden in the darkness. His facial features flashed between light and shadow, looking unpredictable. The hand of guidance has taken effect, remaining stock. 0. Very good. Now he finally returned to the field he is familiar with. Looking at the backs of people not far away, a fleeting smile flashed across Wen Jianyan's pale lips. The amber eyes were squinted slightly, the smile in the eyes was unpredictable, and the handsome face inexplicably carried a bit of seductive charm. It was better for him to deal with people than to confront the weird phantom in that mirror. After all, deceiving people was his old profession. Kong Shixing looked at Wen Jianyan, and a little unspeakable shyness appeared on his face. Teacher, I want to talk to my friend about something personal. Can I? Su Cheng was stunned for a moment, and then he also reacted. There were some things they couldn't say in front of NPCs. It was just that he was so used to Wen Jianyan being by his side that he didn't think about it at all. Su Cheng nodded somewhat stiffly. Indeed, me too. Have some private matters. Wen Jian understood. He smiled kindly and nodded. Of course. He turned and walked to the side, kindly leaving a room for the two of them to chat privately. Kong Shixing winked at one of his teammates, who immediately understood. He turned around and followed, and began to talk to Wen Jianyan, trying to get some information out of his mouth. Soon, only the two of them were left in this area. Su Cheng looked at the senior anchor in front of him with some unease. The other party let go of his arm and asked, "What happened after you came up?" Su Cheng simply told him what happened before. Kong Shixing frowned. You guys found 408 and went in? Although Su Cheng was a little confused, he still nodded. Yes, but there was nothing in it. Kong Shixing didn't answer, showing a thoughtful look. He turned his head, glanced into the darkness, and continued to ask. Speaking of which, what's the matter with you and that NPC just now? Su Cheng explained the information he knew one by one. What key, sister, undercover, contacting the superiors. Kong Shixing was stunned after hearing it. After listening, the way he looked at Su Cheng changed. Your storyline is very crucial. Su Cheng nodded somewhat cautiously. Kong Shixing looked at Su Cheng and said thoughtfully, maybe it will be the main line of the entire instance. The instance was divided into the main line and secondary lines. The higher the difficulty of the instance, the more lines there were. Although the exploration value could be unlocked by completing the secondary lines, it could not be unlocked to 100%. The reward for completing the main line was not only the highest, but more importantly, if the main line was completed, even if the other secondary lines were incomplete, the exploration degree would be 100%. 100% exploration. A trace of eagerness flashed across Kong Shixing's eyes. However, unlike his faint excitement, his live broadcast room was filled with question marks. Question mark. Question marks. Kong Shixing was a senior anchor, and most of the online viewers in the live broadcast room were his own traffic. Many of them had been squatting in the anchor's live broadcast room since the beginning of the broadcast and had never been to the square to watch it. Viewer's message. Wait, the instance that the anchor entered this time is Danmei Middle School, right? Has it been revised? How come I don't remember it having this storyline? Viewer's message. I'm also a little confused. This line sounds really important, but why haven't I heard of it? In the barrage area, a wave of viewers with completely different styles frantically wrote ha. Viewer's message. Ha 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 ha. Come from the next door to watch. I am finally satisfied. Now I am going back. Viewer's message. Laughing and vomiting. The Scammer Victim Alliance has gradually grown. and now it even automatically develops offline. Viewer's message. Ha 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 ha, I am so happy. The above user's remarks involve the anchors in the same instance and will only be open to the audience. Kong Shixing knows nothing about the movement in his live broadcast room. After a short period of thought and interest in judgment, he decided to throw an olive branch at Su Cheng. One of the members of our team provided information that after midnight, 408 would appear every hour, and it is the only time you can leave the fourth floor. This room is very important. It is very likely to be the core of the entire instance. If you say that there is nothing in it, it's probably because you haven't actually opened it. After simply sharing his information with the other party, Kong Shixing cut to the main subject. We can form a team to act together and wait until the next hour. Then we will go in and investigate. Maybe we can get a different result. Before Su Cheng could nod, he heard the other party continue. However, the NPC who has been following you has to deal with it. Su Cheng was taken aback. What? Kong Shixing has a clear mind and succinctly said, our current instance is D-level. Will there be important clue characters in this difficulty? As long as you get the props on the NPC, the mainline task will be stable. Su Cheng stuttered a little. But that's not necessary. Kong Shixing shook his head and interrupted him. It's too dangerous to act with this NPC. The instance monster downstairs is frantically looking for him, and working with him will only reduce our odds of survival. Su Cheng's face turned pale. He opened his mouth but couldn't answer. The best thing to do now is to walk with him for a while, wait until door 408 appears, let him in again, and see if he can help us find out more information and rule out some dangerous options. If he really survives and leaves the fourth floor with us, we can still push him to the NPC downstairs to attract the attention of the old witch and take the opportunity to escape. Kong Shixing looked at Su Cheng. You have been with him for so long, so you should have gained the trust of the NPC, right? That being the case, it's your responsibility to get the props and information out of him before the next hour. Kong Shixing seemed to see through Su Cheng's hesitation. He narrowed his eyes slightly. We are the anchors. We are living people, and he is just an NPC. Don't waste the opportunity that has been sent to you. He put his hand on Su Cheng's shoulder and said in a serious voice, on the way just now, we sacrificed a person in our team, and now there is a vacant position. After this instance is over, I will introduce you to our guild. Our guild has the third highest number of points in the whole nightmare. It is one of the largest guilds, and there hasn't been a new person in the guild for a long time. After entering, you will get a wider network and richer resources. Think about it. The other party said this with sincerity, but Su Cheng doesn't really want to continue this topic. His eyes wandered, and he changed the subject bluntly. You said, your team sacrificed a person? He looked to the side as he spoke. In the dim darkness, the NPC was standing in the distance, talking to the other two anchors. Don't you still have 3 people? Kong Shixing waved his hand indifferently. There is a new one added later, but you don't need to worry about him. We have him for other purposes. Su Cheng seemed to understand. So that's why on the other side, Wen Jianyan was chatting with the 2 anchors in front of him. Although his face was pale due to blood loss, it did not affect his skill and ease in saying things. He calmly looked at the 2 in front of him. One of them had obviously been instructed by the captain and had been probing him vaguely, but he was easily distracted every time. And the other person, Wen Jianyan's eyes fell on Cheng Huaquan, and his brows involuntarily wrinkled slightly. Although this man also followed the order, he didn't even say a few words throughout the whole process. Instead, he kept his head down, and his pale face was hidden in the darkness, appearing cowardly and timid. But Wen Jianyan just had a vague feeling that something wasn't right. At this moment, the conversation between Su Cheng and Kong Shixing seemed to be over. The 2 walked in this direction together. Wen Jianyan ended the conversation that had been led by him and stepped forward to greet them with ease. Behind him, Cheng Huaquan, who had been keeping his head down, slowly raised his head, and half of his pale face hidden in the shadows turned to Wen Jianyan's back. On the dormitory door beside him, his face was lightly imprinted on the glass. A huge twisted smile hung on the corner of his mouth. A pair of pure black eyes fixedly stared at the victim who had escaped from his hands, and the upward arc of the corner of his mouth widened again. Wen Jianyan felt a chill down his spine. He turned his head subconsciously and looked behind him. Cheng Huaquan lowered his head and looked the same as before. Wen Jianyan frowned. His instinct for danger was naturally acute. For some reason, there was a strange aura about that anchor, which made him instinctively feel creepy. Kong Shixing's voice came from in front of him. "Brother Xiaowen, my friend told me everything about you just now." Wen Jianyan withdrew his gaze and looked at Kong Shixing, who was standing in front of him. With a smile on his face, the other party said sincerely, "We will also do our best to help you find your sister, but before that, we may need to go back to 408 again." Wen Jianyan pondered for a few seconds, then sighed lightly. "You are right. In this situation, acting together is the best choice. But isn't there nothing in 408? Wen Jianyan asked in confusion. The expression on Kong Shixing's face was firm. "Isn't it better?" His eyes glanced down and fell on Wen Jianyan's hand. The dazzling blood made his brows jump. "Your injury? I got it in the corridor." Wen Jianyan moved his wrist and frowned. "But I don't know who attacked me. It happened too quickly." He looked candid, even when he lied without leaving a trace. Hearing the other party's description, Kong Shixing couldn't help but get nervous. "Oh, is it? But you don't have to worry." The young man raised his eyes, and under his long and thick eyelashes were a pair of light amber eyes filled with light. When he gazed intently at a person, it always gave the illusion of sincerity and magnanimity. "If anything happens again, I will do my best to protect your personal safety." Kong Shixing smiled. "Thank you, Brother Xiaowen." After hearing what the other party said, Su Qing's face was even worse. He stared at Wen Jianyan hesitantly, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he pursed his lips again. Finally, he just turned his head away silently, and the fingers hanging on the side slowly tightened. Wen Jianyan pretended not to notice. He didn't change his expression. His eyes fluttered over the top of Kong Shixing's head. Only Wen Jianyan and the audience in his live broadcast room could see that a red arrow was pointing straight at the top of Kong Shixing's head, shaking regularly, as if waving the flag and shouting, "I am here. Come and see me." The 789326QWK live broadcast room burst into laughter. Viewer's message. "Damn, the special effect of this hand of guidance is really funny. I laugh every time I see it. Ha 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 ha." Viewer's message. "I really didn't expect that the ordinary level hidden item was on the opposite anchor." Viewer's message. "Ha ha ha ha. I just came back from the live broadcast room next door, and everything is planned out there. I guess they are still complacent because of the anchor's bait." Viewer's message. "I can't even imagine it. The purpose of your deception is to deceive yourself better." Viewer's message. "Ha ha ha ha, that's true. The longest road I have traveled is the routine of this scammer anchor." The young man was not far behind the team. His face was hidden in the darkness. His facial features flashed between light and shadow, looking unpredictable. The hand of guidance has taken effect, remaining stock. 0. Very good. Now he finally returned to the field he is familiar with. Looking at the backs of people not far away, a fleeting smile flashed across Wen Jianyan's pale lips. The amber eyes were squinted slightly, the smile in the eyes was unpredictable, and the handsome face inexplicably carried a bit of seductive charm. It was better for him to deal with people than to confront the weird phantom in that mirror. After all, deceiving people was his old profession. Chapter 14. In the darkness, only the flashlight in Kong Shixing's hand lit a faint light. The beam of light swayed slightly with his steps and was weakly engulfed by the darkness ahead. Kong Shixing looked at Su Cheng with concern and asked in a low voice, "Is your survival time long enough? If not, I can transfer some to you first." Su Cheng raised his head and waved his hand, feeling flattered. "Enough, it's enough." When working with Wen Jianyan earlier, he completed the main task by mistake. Coupled with the sudden increase in traffic in the live broadcast room for unknown reasons made his current point reserve quite ample. "That's good." Kong Shixing nodded. "Since that's the case, then everything will be as we just planned." Thinking of the other party's proposal just now, Su Cheng froze, and the expression on his face involuntarily stiffened. He turned his head subconsciously and cast a glance behind him. In the darkness, the tall and straight figure of the young man could be vaguely seen. The distance was too far to see the expression on the other party's face clearly, but even so, the other party's upright and indifferent face was still clearly outlined in his mind. The help along the way, the rescue at a critical moment, and the forbearance and sadness of the other party when he mentioned his sister. All these pictures surged in his mind. Su Cheng pursed his lips, an indescribable sense of guilt welling up in his heart. Kong Shishing noticed his strangeness and frowned. What's wrong? Go for it. Su Cheng was silent for a few seconds, then turned and walked toward Wen Jianyan at the end. The young man seemed to have noticed the footsteps coming toward him. He raised his eyes and looked towards Su Cheng. The swaying light and shadow swept across the clear and handsome features, and the light fell directly into those clear and deep eyes. There was an almost intimidating brightness and magnanimity in his eyes, which made Su Cheng, who was already feeling guilty, hardly dare to look at him. It's over? Wen Jianyan's tone was clear, and the texture was slightly cold, with a little subtle concern. He paused, then added the second half of the sentence. Is your classmate all right? Su Cheng made a low hum and turned his eyes away. Wen Jianyan didn't seem to notice. There was a trace of worry between his brows, and he continued on his own. You are still students after all. It must be difficult to completely calm down when faced with such a thing. But you don't have to worry. As long as I'm here, I won't let anything dangerous happen to you. Su Cheng. It's over. He was even more ashamed now. In the live broadcast room number 789-326-QWK. Viewer's message. Ha 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 ha, he's starting. Viewer's message. Woohoo. Wife looks really attractive when he deceives people. Reward points 50. Viewer's message. Damn. If I hadn't known the true face of this guy, I felt like I would have been deceived too. Viewer's message. Yes, I can feel my resolve wavering through the screen. Viewer's message. What should I do? My morality is condemning this dog liar, but I can't help but look more and more. Reward points 50. Viewer's message. Upstairs +1. Reward points 50. Looking at the other party's tangled expression, a trace of smile crossed Wen Jianyan's lips. He brought up the topic very considerately. By the way, do you have something to ask me? Su Cheng. He stammered and asked. That is, when coming back from the teaching building before, we were in a hurry to escape, and I didn't have time to ask what you found on the 4th floor of the teaching building just now. What really happened at that time? Can you tell me? Wen Jianyan sighed regretfully in his heart. These words are too blunt and direct. There is no sense of art at all. However, after all, the other party has no experience in this area, so he can't force it, right? Su Cheng raised his eyes a little nervously and looked at Wen Jianyan. Of course. He saw that the young man in front of him didn't seem suspicious, and nodded frankly. Immediately afterward, he briefly summarized what he saw after opening the cabinet. The more Su Cheng listened, the more frightened he became. Although he had smelled a thick, rancid, bloody smell before, he could not see what was in the locker. He didn't expect there would be such evil things inside. Su Cheng hesitated for a moment, then asked, So, are the things in that cabinet your sister's? No, they aren't. Wen Jianyan shook his head and said firmly, These things belong to the one who harmed my sister. All this was verified after he returned to the dormitory building. The female student in the dormitory who gave him the key at the beginning was not Su Yuan, but the one who forcibly exchanged identities with Su Yuan and took away Su Yuan's face. So the key to the cabinet actually belonged to her, not Su Yuan. However, for some unknown reason, she did not seem to have succeeded. However, Su Yuan still lost her identity and face because of this, and became that faceless ghost, wandering endlessly in the dormitory building, instinctively looking for what she had lost. A face. These are Wen Jianyan's inferences based on known clues. Su Cheng was stunned, and before he could ask anything, he heard the other party throw a heavy sentence to him without warning. Also, this matter may be related to why this school has become like this. Su Cheng's eyes widened, dazed by the other party's sudden conclusion. What? Remember the notebook I found in that cabinet? Wen Jianyan took out a thin notebook from his pocket and swiped it lightly in front of the other party's eyes. At that time, I simply flipped through and found that there are many incredible things written in it, which almost completely subvert my previous understanding. It even contains the source of the alienation of the whole school. Su Cheng held his breath subconsciously. What? A method? Wen Jianyan narrowed his eyes and said in a succinct manner. To be precise, it is a ritual. Su Cheng has an ominous premonition in his heart. Ritual? Is it for summoning something? That's right. Wen Jianyan glanced at him approvingly and continued. A mirror. Su Cheng was stunned. Mirror? Yes, a mirror that can fulfill all of the people's wishes. As a fraudster, Wen Jianyan always pays attention to details subconsciously. And the female student whose head was twisted 180 degrees in the dormitory was wearing an old-fashioned school uniform, at least 20 years old, even earlier than the conversation in the hidden line. Coupled with the contents recorded in the notebook, he was basically certain that the Su Yuan incident was the beginning of the alienation of the entire school, and that Xiao Jie's transaction should have happened long after that. Perhaps that was why the hidden item related to this was legendary. However, Wen Jianyan wasn't going to tell all this information together. The audience watching the live broadcast was also shocked. Viewer's message. So the main story of this instance is actually like this. Viewer's message. So the anchor is lying or not? I can't tell. Viewer's message. It should be made up? Isn't his unlocking rate only 71%? And he also didn't get the legendary item yet. How can it be possible to already dig up the entire main line? Viewer's message. As a viewer who has seen the instance of Danmei Middle School more than once, I can responsibly say that the conclusion that the anchor has come to now is very likely to be true. Viewer's message. Yes, I've also seen it a few times. Although those anchors basically follow the secondary lines, there are many details in it that are consistent with the anchor's conclusions. Viewer's message. This is actually in line with the mirror in 408. I think the anchor isn't deceiving this time. Viewer's message. Then I can't understand it. If this is the truth, why did the anchor say it? Viewer's message. I don't understand either. The anchor should know that the other side is going to deal with him, right? Is it really okay to say the truth that you have summed up like this? Su Cheng was shocked and speechless. The young man in front of him continued to speak on his own. Besides, there is one more crucial thing written in that notebook. Su Cheng asked in a trance. Oh, what is it? How to destroy the mirror. Wen Jianyan stared at the other party with a serious expression and lightly dropped a bomb that was no less powerful than the previous one. Exclamation mark, question mark. Su Cheng's eyes widened. His mouth opened subconsciously. The broken words were struck in his throat, and he couldn't say a word for a long time. After a few seconds, he finally found his voice and asked in disbelief. You mean, you know, how to end this? No, I don't know at all. But it didn't affect his nonsense. Wen Jianyan nodded without changing his face. Although I have always refused to admit it, my sister. He pursed his lips, and a well-covered gloom flashed between his eyebrows. Should be dead by now. The young man's fingers hanging by his sides slowly tightened. The back of his white hand showed distinct veins due to the force, and a little scarlet blood smeared the bandages. My sister was a very kind child. He raised his eyes, which were as bright as stars, with unquestionable firmness. I can't let more victims appear, even for her sake. I will end it all. Su Cheng looked back at him and fell silent. After a long time, he slowly opened his mouth and said, Suwen, you are a very good brother. Su Yuan will definitely be glad. Since Wen Jianyan, who was immersed in the role, had been walking slowly at the end from the beginning, he didn't notice that Cheng Huaquan, who was walking at the end with his head down all the time, paused slightly, slowly raised his head, and looked in this direction. His face was even paler than before. The junction of his neck and cheeks was slightly wrinkled, and a pair of dark and bottomless eyes looked in this direction without emotion. The whole face seemed vain and stiff, like between humans and non-humans, giving people a creepy and eerie feeling. In the barrage, some viewers suddenly recognized the person in front of them. Viewer's message. Wait, isn't this the one with the highest initial survival time? Viewer's message. Ha ha ha, sorry. I remembered the 20-minute initial duration of the host again, and I died of laughter. Really unlucky. Viewer's message. No, that's not what I'm talking about. I mean, that anchor had already died as early as 10 o'clock in the evening. I saw it with my own eyes. Viewer's message. Question mark. Viewer's message. Question marks. Viewer's message. Question marks. Viewer's message. Yes, speaking of this, I do have an impression. I still saw the liar's room number in his live broadcast room. His live broadcast room has been disconnected anyway, definitely dead. Viewer's message. How did he die? Viewer's message. He was killed by the most difficult ghost in this instance. Viewer's message. Su Yuan? Viewer's message. Crap. Yes, according to the anchor's reasoning, that ghost is Su Yuan. Viewer's message. So, now this person is Su Yuan in the anchor's skin? Viewer's message. And then the anchor said he was her brother in front of her? Viewer's message. Then, for this liar anchor who appeared out of thin air and claimed to be her brother, what do you think Su Yuan herself would think? After coming to this conclusion, the barrage that was in full swing was suddenly quiet for a moment. Viewer's message. Damn, he is really unlucky. Viewer's message. Ha 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 ha, rollover is scheduled in advance. Viewer's message. Ha 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 ha, lol. Is this the strength of a well-known lucky level anchor? After listening to the information brought back by Su Cheng, Kong Shixing was stunned. He held his breath subconsciously, barely able to believe his ears. It's amazing, it's really amazing. This was definitely not an ordinary clue, and it couldn't be an ordinary prop. If what the NPC said was true, after following this process to complete the main line, it would not only unlock a 100% exploration degree, but he might even get a platinum achievement. After the platinum achievement was given, the entire instance would be closed. As the anchor who received this honor, he would be an epic figure with a perfect clearance record, and his name would be listed in the Hall of Fame forever. Under the temptation of such big interests, the depths of Kong Shixing's eyes radiated an exciting light, and his entire body trembled slightly. He looked at Su Cheng. That notebook. Have you got it? Su Cheng lowered his eyes and shook his head. Indecisive trash. Kong Shixing's eyes flickered with a trace of hostility, but after thinking about the use value of the other party, he forced the words that were about to be blurted out back into his throat. He took a deep breath and said in his calm voice, "It's fine. Let me take over." Kong Shixing turned around and walked towards Wen Jianyan at the end, and Wen Jianyan was waiting for him. Looking at the senior anchor walking toward him, he raised his brows and asked knowingly, "What's the matter? Is there something wrong?" Kong Shixing pressed the excitement. "Brother Xiaowan, I heard. You know how to end all of this and get the whole school back to its original state?" Wen Jianyan raised his lower lips silently. Greed was always a human being's inherent weakness. When a person asks for something, that was the time when the mind was most likely to be carried away. The young man was stunned for a moment, turned his eyes away disguisedly, and said in a blunt tone, "This is not something you students should be concerned about." Before Kong Shixing could speak, Wen Jianyan took a deep breath and said solemnly, "This school is too dangerous now. You should leave as soon as possible. I have actually contacted my superiors just now. They should be here soon. When we leave this floor, I will escort you out of the school. You don't have to worry about anything else. Just leave it to me. Apply a little appropriate pressure. Create a sense of urgency." Kong Shixing was a little anxious. He stepped forward and shortened the distance between Wen Jianyan and himself. "After all this, do you really think reinforcements will come? Even if your call does go out, do you think they will come in?" Wen Jianyan's eyes flashed, and he fell silent. "If you really want to protect us, let us help you solve this matter together." Kong Shixing stepped forward again. "Only in this way can we really rescue more people, okay?" In the live broadcast room. Viewer's message. Wait, these familiar words. Viewer's message. The liar is coming again. Wen Jianyan hesitated for a few seconds before finally saying, "It's not that I don't want this to end, it's just..." Seeing the softening of the other party's attitude, Kong Shixing was faintly excited, and he asked, "Just what?" The corridor fell into a dead silence. After a long time, the young man sighed lightly and said with some difficulty, "The conditions are too harsh." "What conditions?" Kong Shixing asked impatiently. "We need 3 things to complete the ceremony." Wen Jianyan took out a small red cloth bag from his pocket. He nimbly opened the thread tied at the mouth of the bag, revealing a molar and the half-cut hair lying in it. "I have got one of them, but I have no clue about the other 2. This is..." At that moment, the system prompt sounded in Kong Shixing's ears, and he couldn't help but widen his eyes. "Difficult level hidden item?" The young man smiled bitterly. "I don't even know what it is." Kong Shixing's eyes began to glow green. He knows what it is. Unexpectedly, something that he couldn't find since he entered the instance was actually on this NPC from the beginning. This NPC is full of treasures. Wen Jianyan shook the red cloth bag in his hand in front of Kong Shixing. "I got this one from the duty room. The process of getting it was very difficult, and I paid a great price for it." Kong Shixing suddenly realized. It turned out that this was why the old witch kept chasing this NPC. "I only know the location of these 3 things, but I don't know what exactly they are." Wen Jianyan took out the notebook from his pocket. The moment he saw the notebook, Kong Shishing's eyes lit up, and his gaze glued to the notebook greedily and moved with it. The young man opened the notebook, took out a piece of paper in the middle with one hand, and handed the notebook to Kong Shishing with the other hand. "Hold it for me." Kong Shishing was stunned and subconsciously took the notebook from the other party's hand. He raised his eyes, and his exploratory gaze fell on the piece of paper in Wen Jianyan's hand. It was so dark at night that even the 5 fingers could not be seen in the corridor. Kong Shishing's flashlight was now in Su Cheng's hand, but the faint light could not penetrate such thick darkness. The young man in front of him unfolded the paper and frowned. His eyes were solemn and serious. After a long time, he raised his head. "There are 2 remaining pieces. One is on the 4th floor, and the other." Wen Jianyan frowned, sighed, and showed Kong Shishing the missing corner of the piece of paper. "I only know that it is in this dormitory, but I don't know the exact location." Kong Shishing shifted his gaze from the cloth bag in his hand to the paper, swallowed his saliva subconsciously, and took a long time to forcibly withdraw his gaze. "The other one, maybe I know what it is." Wen Jianyan looked stunned. "What did you say?" Kong Shishing took out an identical little red cloth bag from his pocket, and inside the cloth bag lay the small half-truncated finger. The section is neat and bright red as if it had just been cut from the hand, and it looks particularly dazzling in the dim light. This is... Wen Jianyan's eyes widened. He stepped forward abruptly, and naturally took the cloth bag from Kong Shishing. At the moment when the thing was in his hand, the system's prompt sounded. "Congratulations to the anchor for obtaining the hidden item, normal, in the instance. Collection level 2 of 3. Hearing the prompt in his ear, Wen Jianyan's expression didn't change in the slightest. He raised his eyes in amazement, his voice carrying a little undisguised excitement. "Since this is the case, we only need the last one now. Maybe we can really succeed." At this moment, a dull clock striking sound came from downstairs. Dang! The afterglow of the bell trembled slightly in the air. It was 1 o'clock in the morning. At that moment, the few people on the 4th floor shivered at the same time. The gloomy and cold feeling climbed up their spine like a snake. The temperature around them dropped instantly, and a strange sense of crisis struck, making them feel a chill in their hearts. Creak. The creaking sound of the door opening came from the depths of the corridor, breaking the silence without warning. Everyone was startled and instinctively looked in the direction where the voice came from. In the illumination of the flickering and shaking light of the flashlight, the distant scene could be faintly seen. At the end of the corridor, a door was opened. It was so dark inside that no light could penetrate it, like a bottomless abyss. It seemed to be waiting for something. Thinking of his previous experience in 408, Wen Jianyan couldn't help but feel a chill. However, as a professional fraudster, no matter how intense his mental activity was, there was no clue on his face. The third thing should be in there. Wen Jianyan was the first to break the silence and lied without changing his face. "Well," Kong Shishing recovered, and the expression on his face became solemn. "You guys wait for me at the door. I'll go ahead to explore the way first. I should be back soon." Wen Jianyan took a deep breath and took a step forward. At this time, he seemed to have thought of something, and turned to look at Kong Shishing behind him. "By the way, I'll give this back to you." Wen Jianyan retied the cloth bag, took back his notebook with one hand, and put the cloth bag with the other hand. Handing it back to Kong Shishing, he immediately took out the cloth bag containing the molars and hair from his pocket and pressed it into the other's palm. "And this?" Kong Shishing was stunned. "This is..." Before he could finish the rest of his words, the young man solemnly put the folded paper into his hand. Kong Shishing's eyes widened. "Wen Jianyan, it's extremely unsafe to put these things on me. If I can't come back, you will find other ways. In any case, you must stop the tragedy. I don't want to see more people injured." Su Cheng couldn't help taking a step forward. "Wait." Wen Jian stopped the other party with a stern face. "Don't follow." Su Cheng was frightened by the other party's sudden stern look and subconsciously stopped his steps. Wen Jianyan frowned and said, "Although nothing happened the first time you entered, no one knows if it will be the same this time. For your own safety, don't follow, understand?" Su Cheng was stunned and subconsciously stopped his pace. Wen Jianyan turned to look at Kong Shishing. "There are specific methods for performing the ritual on paper. I shouldn't need to teach you how to do it, right?" He gave orders in a natural manner, as if he was the master of the entire situation, and born with the absolute right to speak. Kong Shishing nodded involuntarily. In the light beam that flickered slightly from the flashlight, the young man's eyebrows and eyes were handsome. His face was calm, and the corners of his lips were slightly raised as if he had already understood the predetermined ending. Then, the next thing, I'll leave it to you. This sentence seemed like the last words. After speaking, Wen Jianyan turned around and walked toward the darkness without looking back. Under the light of the flashlight, his back looked extraordinarily tall, and in the darkness and chaos, it seemed to be glowing. The sound of footsteps gradually faded away. In the end, the tall and slender back of the young man was swallowed by the darkness. Kong Shishing was also surprised by this selfless NPC. He stared at the depths of the dark corridor not far away, and it took him a long time to return back to his senses. However, as a senior anchor, he quickly regained his form. In any case, the current situation was far beyond Kong Shishing's expectations, which could be regarded as a pleasant surprise. Difficult level hidden item. The way to get the platinum achievement. Everything he wanted was already in his hands, and it took no effort to get it. Not to mention that there was still a stupid NPC taking the initiative to be cannon fodder to find the way for them. Whether he could get out of 408 alive or not, there was no loss for them. It was so perfect that it almost made him flutter. You did a great job. Kong Shishing had an uncontrollable happy smile on his face. He was in a good mood. He raised his hand and patted the depressed Su Cheng's shoulder. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid we wouldn't have succeeded. However, before Kong Shishing could finish speaking, he saw Su Cheng dodging to the side, avoiding his actions. This is not right. Su Cheng pursed his lips and said in a trance. Kong Shishing. What? Su Cheng. I said, this is not right. Kong Shishing's expression darkened. What nonsense are you talking about? The other anchor also laughed. All of you newcomers are like this, overflowing with compassion, unable to figure out anything. That's an NPC, understand? No matter how smart he is just an NPC. Kong Shishing said impatiently. Su Cheng. But, Kong Shishing's expression slowly cooled down, and he looked tired. It's really boring. I thought you were a person that can be made, but I didn't expect you to be so stupid and cowardly. He sneered coldly. Since that's the case, don't waste my time. In fact, Kong Shishing didn't plan to let this stupid newcomer join his team from the beginning. What to act together, what to introduce to the guild after the instance was over, all of those were just his methods to make the other party obedient. He wasn't going to bring this kind of cowardly newcomer into his guild. The previous trust and closeness were just to make this newcomer obediently talk to the NPC. Now that the NPC was gone and the items were in hand, this newcomer has no use value. What's more, looking at his current attitude, if that NPC really came out alive, it would be a bad thing for him to stay here. It was time for him to go too. Kong Shishing raised his hand with a malicious smile on his lips. I'll count to 3, disappeared from here before that. Su Cheng watched him silently, not seeming to be ready to argue or plead. After a few seconds, he took one last deep look at the open door at the end of the corridor, turned around, and walked in the opposite direction. Kong Shishing raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect this newcomer to be quite sensible. He thought that in such a crisis-ridden situation, he would be humble, even apologizing and begging him not to let him act alone. It was a pity, but it saved him a lot of trouble. Kong Shishing looked down at the prop in his hand. Feeling the heavy weight, a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. What he gained in this instance was far beyond imagination. Countless surprises hit his head one after another, making him almost dizzy. If everything goes smoothly, he would not only become the first C-level anchor in the history of the live broadcast room to achieve a platinum achievement, but also jump to the B level with this. His status in the guild would definitely improve a lot. Kong Shishing took a deep breath and suppressed the trembling in his heart. At this time, he suddenly thought of something and hurriedly opened the live broadcast interface. He didn't know when it started, but the number of people online has exceeded 10,000 and has reached the highest peak since he entered in this instance. Looking at the live broadcast data that was still rising, Kong Shishing's eyes were hot, and he couldn't help but raise a complacent smile. Under the impact of victory and joy, he did not notice that there were only a few barges floating on the screen, and most of the content had nothing to do with the current situation and did not match such a huge number of online viewers. I want to share such a crucial moment with everyone. Kong Shishing said slowly, unable to hide the excitement in his voice. However, what surprised him was that after he said these words, the barrage actually became less, and he did not receive any rewards. It was completely different from before. Did the audience not understand it yet? Kong Shishing cleared his throat and explained. Everyone who has been in my live broadcast room from the beginning also knows that I only got the normal level hidden item before, but now, I have also got the difficult level hidden item. He spoke while opening the red cloth bag and unfolding it in front of the screen. The red cloth spread out, and something shiny silver rolled out of it. It fell on the ground with a ding, rolled, and slowly stopped in front of Kong Shishing's feet. A coin. Kong Shishing froze in place, almost unable to believe his eyes. What? How? The other anchor on the side noticed his abnormality and came forward. Brother Kong, what's wrong? Kong Shishing didn't answer. His face showed a look of uncertainty. His breathing was a little unsteady, and he hurriedly untied another cloth bag. This time, a well-wrapped candy was revealed inside. The candy wrapper was shiny, shimmering in the dark, looking particularly absurd at the moment. Kong Shishing's face turned pale. The smug look on his face seemed to be wiped clean in an instant. Impossible. 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 His face was twisted, almost looking sinister. His fingers trembled slightly under the extreme emotional fluctuations, and he violently ripped apart the note left by the NPC. The anchor who stepped forward was taken aback by the other party, and looked at Kong Shishing with a frightened expression on his face. What happened? Brother Kong, don't scare me. However, Kong Shishing couldn't hear anything at the moment. His pupils tightened, his teeth clenched, and he stared at the note in his hand. His fingers clenched tightly, making a rubbing sound as he squeezed the paper. The handwriting on the note was sloppy and slightly crooked. Onion, cabbage, garlic, pork, chili. Remember to buy toothpaste and washing powder. At the entrance of the stairs on the 3rd floor, the air fluctuated slightly for a moment, and the slender figure of the young man appeared out of thin air. Prop. Concealment robe has expired. The system's flat prompt sounded in his ears. Wen Jianyan stretched his waist. The integrity and passion he had shown before had long since disappeared. His eyes were half closed, his long eyelashes drooping down, covering the harmless light-colored eyeballs, and the corners of his lips were slightly curved, not sharp, but rather frivolous and cynical. Good. It went well. Ever since the anchor had spoken about the operation mechanism of the 4th floor, Wen Jianyan began to plan everything. Even when talking to Su Cheng, he was still methodically calculating the passage of time in his mind. During the whole process, Wen Jianyan skillfully grasped the progress of the conversation and controlled the speed of the entire conversation, just for the last moment. 1 o'clock in the morning. Just when the bell rang and attracted all the attention, Wen Jianyan skillfully replaced the items in the red cloth with the things in his pocket. He has long been familiar with this trick of stealing the beams and changing the pillars. Even with his eyes closed, he can operate it skillfully, and the little injury on his hand can't affect it at all. And the last step was the most crucial. As a fraudster, being able to deceive was secondary, and being able to get out after deception was the key. Wen Jianyan was not ready to go back to 408 from the beginning. That room was too dangerous. The mirror was a trivial matter, but the phantom in the mirror gave him too much threat. Wen Jianyan really didn't want to see him again. No matter what clues there are, to Wen Jianyan, it is not as important as his life. Risking your life to go to the most dangerous places just to get more points, more props, and unlock more exploration? It's laughable. Wen Jianyan wouldn't do such a loss-making business. So he stopped Su Cheng, because he had a flashlight in his hand. The light source was shaken due to the unsteady mood of the holder and could not completely illuminate the end of the corridor. With the help of this blind spot, Wen Jianyan deliberately created clear footsteps that gradually drifted away. However, before stepping into 408, he activated the prop he had purchased in the system store. The concealment robe. There should be no adulteration when the anchor gave the information. Wen Jianyan could be regarded as an expert in this regard, and he could tell at a glance whether the other party was lying. If that's the case, he should have been able to leave at 12 o'clock sharp, but he had to go in 408 because the ghost hit the wall. If the introduction of the system store was not wrong, then his breath should be able to disappear completely. Even if the mirror wanted to repeat the same trick, It couldn't break the rules of going downstairs and using ghosts to hit the wall to drag him to the 4th floor. Apparently, this trick worked. When everyone thought that Wen Jianyan had entered 408, he himself was using the stealth effect brought by the prop to pass over everyone silently and rush downstairs at the fastest speed. A perfect runaway. The corners of the young man's lips twitched slightly. He threw up and caught the tricked item, whistling in a good mood, looking a bit innocent and naughty that did not match his age. The topic in the live broadcast room of 789-326QWK unknowingly shifted. The content on the screen changed from anchor, "Is NB to my wife is so beautiful." Viewer's message: Dog liar. Hurry up and restrain your charm that you have nowhere to release. Stop cheating money from me. Reward points 100. Wen Jianyan walked forward. Zizi. At this moment, the light above his head flickered twice, making a harsh electric sound. He hesitated slightly and stopped subconsciously. Wen Jianyan looked around cautiously. There was no one in the corridor, no footsteps, no familiar humming. The anchor didn't catch up, and the old witch wasn't around. There was a dead silence in his ears. Only the sound of his own, even breathing, could be heard. But for some unknown reason, Wen Jianyan just felt a chill creep up his back. Zizi. The lights flickered on and off, brightened and dimmed, as if some kind of ominous sign. The light dimmed, and when it turned on again, a second person suddenly appeared in the corridor that was empty just now. The man bowed his head and stood straight under the light. Wen Jianyan couldn't see his face clearly, but he clearly remembered the clothes the other party was wearing now. This is the anchor who follows Kong Shishing? If it was really the anchor who chased after him, even if he was caught, Wen Jianyan was not too worried. It was not a big deal. However, the atmosphere around this man was not quite right. He didn't know why. From the first time he saw this person, Wen Jianyan felt a little creepy. Cheng Huaquan raised his head slowly, revealing a pale face. The skin on his face was wrinkled and his facial features were displaced, looking blurred and distorted, especially terrifying in the dim light. He smiled. Zizi. The lights flickered. The next second, the human face disappeared. There was only a wax-like mask left on the head. The facial features were simple. The eyes were dark and strange, and the curvature of the corners of the mouth continued to rise, getting bigger and bigger, forming a terrible and frightening smiling face. It was the ghost who looked at him from under the bed and chased him down for 3 floors. She was also the sister in Wen Jianyan's mouth, and the owner of that face in his pocket. Wen Jianyan, you said your name is Su Wen. Su Yuan's head turned. Her neck made a crunching sound, and the smile on the corner of her mouth widened. Her eyes stared at the young man in front of her, and a dark malice was released from her body. Is it my brother? Wen Jianyan. Help. Chapter 15. As a real man, be a coward when you should. Ha 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 ha. Why was he caught so soon? Ha 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 ha. I declared that I will live in this live room from now on. It has brought me so much happiness. Ha 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 ha. Why is it so funny to watch the anchor roll over? Ha ha ha. I want to see what story he is going to make this time. Ha ha ha. Inside the corridor, the temperature in the air dropped sharply, and the icy cold air penetrated into the skin, infiltrating the heart. Zzz, zzz. The harsh sound of electric current echoed in the empty corridor, scratching the eardrum like a thin, sharp needle. Before he knew it, that face had completely changed back to its original appearance. Under the flickering light, that terrifying face was coated with a layer of blue-gray light. The curvature of the corners of its mouth was exaggerated and eerie, and the skin was white, as if swollen. A pair of pure black pupils stared straight at him. The cold gaze full of maliciousness was like gangrene attached to the bones, snaking up his back. The young man was standing a few steps away, looking calm and expressionless. He took a deep breath slowly, then turned around and ran away. Question marks and ellipses floated across the barrage. Question mark. Question marks. That's it. That's it. As a swindler who cherished his life, Wen Jianyan always firmly believed in a life rule. As a real man, when it's time to be cowardly, be cowardly. Wen Jianyan looked ahead and ran like mad. It was as if he was not running away, but rushing toward a better tomorrow with big strides. Not only was he caught lying in front of the main boss, but the other party also had strength that he could not compete with. At this time, he only had the last magic weapon at the bottom of the box. Escape. Behind him, the smiling face was like a shadow. From the corner of his eyes, Wen Jianyan saw that Su Yuan's face appeared in the glass window beside him from time to time, and a pair of dark eyes stared straight at him. Approaching him step by step, the face drew closer, and the distance between them slowly and irreversibly shortened. The corners of the pale and twisted lips rose strangely, and the facial features became more and more similar to Wen Jianyan's. Wen Jianyan's heart skipped a beat. He found that the speed of the other party's assimilation this time was much faster than the last time. In just a few tens of seconds, the face was already 7 or 8 points similar to his. But it doesn't matter, it's almost here. Wen Jianyan gritted his teeth and took off his coat while speeding up. He rushed toward the stairwell with large strides, and suddenly raised his arm. The coat was thrown upward and smashed precisely at the light bulb above his head with a sound. Crack! The clear sound of glass shattering sounded. Fragments of the hot bulb scattered, and the red-burning wick quickly dimmed. The next second, the only light went out, and the entire corridor was plunged into darkness. Wen Jianyan stood in the darkness, his chest heaving up and down quickly, and his heart was thumping in his chest cavity. There was dead silence in his ears. Nothing was catching up anymore. Well, it looked like he made the right choice. Wen Jianyan let out a long sigh, leaned against the cold wall a little out of strength, and gasped for breath. According to his previous experience in dealing with Su Yuan, the other party was mostly inside the mirror, and only after robbing the identity of a living person could she move outside the mirror. Wen Jianyan noticed the state of the anchor when he was on the 4th floor before. Judging from his increasingly stiff and deformed face, Su Yuan's time outside the mirror was most likely limited. Therefore, in order to be able to leave the mirror all the time, she must constantly seize other people's identities. Obviously, the time limit for the unlucky anchor had arrived, and he was the next victim to be targeted. Fortunately, however, there was a time lag in between. Since Su Yuan wanted to get his identity, she must give up the identity of the anchor first. So during this time, she returned to the mirror. And Wen Jianyan seized this opportunity. The premise that the mirror could reflect the object was that there was a light source. So if the light source could be made to disappear, the other party couldn't move. Wen Jianyan raised his hand and rubbed the small blood marks on his cheeks that had been scratched by the glass fragments. The pain was minimal under the action of adrenaline, and he could only feel the warm and sticky touch when the blood flowed across his cheeks. He adjusted his breathing. It was fine so far. Finally caught up. The human skin portrait in the pocket was heavy. In fact, at the moment when he was just blocked by Su Yuan, Wen Jianyan had the idea of handing over her face to the other party so that he could escape the disaster and complete the task. Wouldn't that be the best for both sides? However, the idea was quickly rejected by him. This was not enough. If that person with an inverted face was really Su Yuan, Wen Jianyan would never hesitate. But the problem was that now this Su Yuan had absolutely nothing in common with the one in the diary. According to the information revealed by the audience in the barrage, Su Yuan was now the most difficult monster in the entire instance. Her aggression was too strong. All the monsters Wen Jianyan had seen since entering the instance have a core obsession as the driving force. Xiao Jie's obsession was to help her mother, while the obsession of that person with an inverted face was to take Su Yuan's identity. But what about Su Yuan? Take back her face? Normally that should be the case. But Wen Jianyan always felt that something was not right, so he didn't dare to draw conclusions so easily. After all, according to the information he had obtained from another anchor, the reason why they went back to the 4th floor was that the anchor whose body was occupied by Su Yuan led them there. She repeatedly seized the identity of a living person, left the mirror, and led more people to the 4th floor. This was not something that a ghost who wanted to take back their identity would do. If Wen Jianyan's intuition wasn't wrong, even if he had just returned the human skin portrait, it wouldn't do anything to save his life. Although the task would be completed, the person would also be gone, which was too worthless. So, after a quick weighing of the pros and cons, Wen Jianyan decided to settle for the next best thing and risked going to the stairwell to cut off the light source. Although the mission has not yet been completed, at least his life was safe. After groping around in the corridor, Wen Jianyan slowly stood up. After losing the only light source, the entire corridor seemed to be immersed in bottomless darkness, and nothing could be seen. Wen Jianyan asked tentatively in his mind, "Does the light from the live broadcast interface count as a light source in the instance?" "No." The system's flat and cold voice sounded. "Live broadcast interface can only be seen by the host, so it can't create real light in the instance." "That's good." Wen Jianyan calmed down and opened the live broadcast interface. As soon as the interface was opened, all the clanging sounds that had been blocked rang together. Ding! The number of people online in the live broadcast room exceeded 10,000. Congratulations to the anchor for his achievement. Popular newcomer king. Wow, the popularity of your live broadcast room is steadily increasing. Although you are just a newcomer, more and more viewers are pouring into your live broadcast room, deeply impressed by your charm, sending you to the throne of the popular newcomer king in this instance. Please make persistent efforts to create a more exciting and novel live broadcast experience for the audience. Wen Jianyan exchanged some points for survival time. The remaining points now, plus the reward points, should last until the end of the instance without any problem. That being the case, he had enough points to hide from the old witch, so he could now slack off and wait for the instance to end automatically. Wen Jianyan let out a breath slowly. The pressure brought by the 20-minute survival time in the beginning was too great, so he was in an extremely tense state from the beginning. Now he can finally not be afraid all the time that he would die violently in 5 minutes. He opened the backpack. The hand of guidance and the concealment robe that he had purchased before were all used up, and now the entire backpack was empty, which also made the apple seedling icon in the upper right corner look extraordinarily lush. The following 2 lines of small print look particularly clear and eye-catching. The second stage of growth has been achieved. Unlock conditions have been met. Wen Jianyan? He remembered that in the first stage, there seemed to be no unlocking of this program. Under his puzzled gaze, a line of small words popped up on the screen. Detecting that the host is out of danger, the system is automatically unlocking it for you. Wen Jianyan? Wait. He suddenly had a very ominous premonition. No way. Wen Jianyan hurriedly opened the backstage again and looked at his remaining points in a panic. The next second, the numbers on it came into view, which suddenly made his eyes go blank, his breath suffocated, and he almost had a cardiac arrest. Remaining points: 0. Wen Jianyan. After working hard for half a day, he returned to the pre-liberation period overnight. Fuck your uncle. Wen Jianyan was dizzy with anger. He stared at the apple seedling and almost put himself on a ventilator. After finally earning enough points to ensure that he could clear the instance, the result was suddenly destroyed by this useless thing. What luck! Under his furious stare, a small tip slowly emerged from the top branch of the apple seedling, green and round, only the size of a fingernail. Wen Jianyan was stunned. He frowned and reached out to poke the icon. A line of small print appeared. The fruit of lies. Wen Jianyan was startled. In the Old Testament, the human beings in the Garden of Eden were deceived to eat the forbidden fruit by the devil, who turned into a snake. All desires, disasters, greed, and destruction began with this lie. This was a novice gift customized by the system according to his soul quality. Indeed, unique. Just as Wen Jianyan was muttering, the sound of footsteps came from overhead, and a faint light swayed, gradually illuminating the dark stairs. Not good. Light source. Wen Jianyan suddenly came back to his senses, and his expression froze. Su Cheng held the flashlight he forgot to return in his hand, and walked down the stairs step by step. His heart was as heavy as his pace. Although he understood intellectually that the senior anchor's approach was the most efficient and safest, he was just an NPC. Even if he was coaxed into a dangerous place and sacrificed, it didn't matter. But whenever Brother Su who went into danger alone in order to find his younger sister, even when he encountered danger, his first reaction was to protect these students, flashed in his mind. Su Cheng's heart couldn't help but faintly ache. He didn't think that was the right thing to do. Whenever he thought of himself, who didn't stand up and stop loudly at that time, Su Cheng regretted it so much that he wanted to slap himself. Anger and remorse collided in his heart, causing him to turn away without hesitation. The group of senior anchors was guarding in front of 408, and Su Cheng couldn't go in to find him, so the only thing he could do now was to try his best to help Su fulfill his wish. To find his sister. Su Cheng took a deep breath and his eyes became firm. At this moment, he suddenly noticed that he had walked into darkness unknowingly. The lights in the stairwell on this floor at some point actually went out. Too dark. It was like being alone in a swamp, with an impenetrable heavy darkness in front of you. The sound and the light disappeared together, leaving only an uneasy abyss of nothingness. Su Cheng stopped in surprise. What happened? What exactly happened here? Before he could figure out why a black figure suddenly rushed over from the darkness and pressed him against the wall. Su Cheng's breathing stopped, and his pupils instantly tightened in shock and fear. The flashlight was brutally snatched away. In the next second, the only light source disappeared, leaving only bottomless darkness in front of him. No. Need to escape. Su Cheng gasped in horror. His back was firmly pressed against the hard wall, and he struggled desperately with all his strength until... Quiet. A deliberately lowered voice sounded in his ears. A clear voice with a slightly hurried enunciation, seemingly familiar. Exclamation mark. Su Cheng slowly widened his eyes, and his tense limbs relaxed little by little. He took a deep breath and whispered cautiously, almost in disbelief. Brother Wen. It's me. After hearing this familiar answer, Su Cheng's eyes became hot, and he almost shed tears. I thought. Me too. Wen Jianyan interrupted him and said quickly. He narrowed his eyes slightly, examining the other person's blurred silhouette in the darkness. If the people who came were those senior anchors, Wen Jianyan would definitely not take the flashlight. He would just turn around and run away. As for whether anyone would die under Su Yuan's hands this time, it was not something he cared about. However, after discovering that it was Su Cheng, Wen Jianyan immediately changed his strategy. A living comrade was more useful than a dead one. However, first, he had to know how much the other party understood about what had happened before. Wen Jianyan let go of Su Cheng's hand. What about the other students? How did you get separated from them? Contrary to his indifferent expression, his voice was full of warmth, as if he genuinely cared about the other party and his companions. After you entered 408, I took the initiative to leave. Su Cheng sniffed and looked at him in the dark, with a rare solemnity and calmness in his voice. Brother Wen, I have to confess something to you. I'm not a student, and the people I met on the 4th floor before are not students either. We all came here with the same purpose. They have bad intentions. The reason why they acted with you just now is to use you to get something and trick you into exploring dangerous places. He took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and said the words that he had been holding in his heart for a long time. And, in fact, I'm the same as them. We all have bad intentions. There was silence in front of him. Su Cheng looked into the darkness and waited anxiously. After a long time, he only heard a sigh from the opposite side. Don't say that. The young man's voice was particularly soft in the darkness. After all, didn't I also start working with you because I want you to help me? Su Cheng's nose was sour. He didn't expect that the other party would actually use this way to comfort him. Oh, what a good man. Viewer's message. Damn. Viewer's message. Fuck. Viewer's message. Unexpectedly, the anchor didn't lie this time. Viewer's message. But he was still regarded as a good person, ha ha ha. Viewer's message. Wake up. This is the person in front of you who really has bad intentions. Viewer's message. Ha 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 ha. The anchors who were trying to pit this scammer had already been slaughtered. This silly kid is caring about the wrong person, ha ha ha. After being pulled up by Wen Jianyan, Su Cheng asked, Brother Wen, what are you going to do next? What's the plan? If this question had been asked 10 minutes ago, Wen Jianyan would have chosen to slack off and wait for the time to pass. However, thinking of the bright zero in his account now, Wen Jianyan could only swallow a mouthful of old blood back into his stomach. He endured the toothache and tried his best to answer in a calm voice. I know how to find my sister. After all, he had just smashed the light bulb, forcing his sister to be unable to show up. However, the situation now has been completely reversed. At that time, the points in the account were enough, and the task of returning the face to Su Yuan wasn't necessary to do. But now Wen Jianyan has to do it. Otherwise, he won't be able to survive the next few hours. What? Su Cheng was startled and suddenly looked up at the young man in front of him. Have you found a clue? Almost. Wen Jianyan paused and said, It's just that this may require your help. Unexpectedly, after he confessed, the other party was still willing to cooperate. Su Cheng, who was already ashamed, was even more moved at the moment. He nodded quickly. Okay, no problem. Wen Jianyan narrowed his eyes, smiled silently in the darkness, and said in a sincere tone, Thank you very much. The third floor of the dormitory building. There was no light in the entire corridor, only bottomless darkness. Wen Jianyan touched the door of the room where he woke up according to his memory. He took a deep breath, raised his hand, and pushed open the door. A hoarse creaking sound rang out in the dead silence, seeming particularly permeable to the ears. Wen Jianyan stood at the door, without moving forward, and said in a calm and peaceful voice, Hello. The voice sounded like a stone falling into the abyss. It didn't stir up at all and disappeared directly into the vast darkness. No one answered. The open door was like a black mouth, waiting to devour the next figure who stepped into it. Wen Jianyan wasn't going to go in again this time. What? Are you still waiting for me to go in? There was still a dead silence in his ears. Wen Jianyan's fingertips trembled as he unfolded the human skin portrait. Or, do you not want this anymore? The young man's voice was low. His tone was rising and falling as if he was singing an aria, which sounded extremely worthy of beating. Before he could finish speaking, a strange voice sounded from the dark doorway in front of him. Ka 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 ka. It was the sound of the neck bones turning, or like the rubbing sound of a utility knife when it was slowly opened. Sharp, harsh, and creepy sounding. Very good. Wen Jianyan slowly took 2 steps back, and before the voice approached, he suddenly turned around and rushed toward a direction in the darkness. The sound of the rapid footsteps echoed in the corridor, matching the rhythm of the heartbeat. Behind him was the creepy clucking sound, chasing after him like a ghost who wants vengeance. After losing the light source, he couldn't see anything clearly in front of him. He could only rely on his own memory to sprint in the dark. Almost. It's almost there. The ground under his feet creaked, and he faintly saw a familiar blurred silhouette not far away. Wen Jianyan shouted sharply. Now, with a snapping sound, the flashlight suddenly lit up, which was particularly abrupt in the dark corridor. Then Wen Jianyan's slender figure turned toward the side nimbly. There were several mirrors collected from different bedrooms. They were leaning against the wall, and countless pieces of glass shards were scattered on the ground. The light of the flashlight was reflected in each piece, and in an instant, it was as bright as day. Hey ma! An extremely sharp scream sounded, fierce and harsh as if a sharp needle was pierced straight through the eardrums. Wen Jianyan raised his hand to block the light. His eyes, which were stung by the bright light, narrowed slightly, and he looked in the direction from where the voice came. The female student in the old-school uniform was standing upright among the countless pieces of glass at the moment. She seemed to want to struggle, but she couldn't move, and the bones on her body were distorted into strange angles. Her figure was reflected in every mirror on the ground. With a click, the utility knife in her hand fell to the ground. The arm of the shadow was raised unnaturally and slowly. Her pale, twisted fingers bent inward little by little, choking her own neck tightly. In the next second, a shrill scream resounded throughout the building. Wen Jianyan turned sideways subconsciously, avoiding the sudden glare of light. At the place where he first woke up, in the mirror, the first time he was entangled with Su Yuan, and the second time when he passively received the hidden item task, Su Yuan was present there, as well as her roommate, who tried to snatch her identity. In other words, there were 2 ghosts in that room, but they did not appear at the same time. The imposter who posted the task showed low aggression, while high aggression was shown by Su Yuan. Although Wen Jianyan didn't know the reason, he still decided to take a gamble. Simply put, it was to divert the attention and hatred of the other party. At least not to get slaughtered immediately. Soon, the light disappeared. Wen Jianyan took a deep breath and looked up not far away. Among the glass shards on the ground, a pale figure gradually solidified. Wet, pitch-black hair, stiff and weird smile on the mask-like face, and pure black eyes. Su Yuan. She slowly stepped forward and walked in this direction. Her figure seemed to be unstable, and her shadow kept glowing. Wen Jianyan stood up and handed over the human skin portrait in his hand. I think this should be yours. Behind him, Su Cheng stared at the strange scene in front of him without blinking. His fingers clutching the flashlight trembled slightly, and every nerve in his body was tense to the extreme. He remembered Wen Jianyan's instructions just now. As soon as you find something was wrong, turn off the light immediately. Su Yuan lowered her head slowly, her gaze fixed on the portrait in Wen Jianyan's hand. The pale mask seemed to crack a gap, and a touch of human emotion appeared on her face, but it quickly disappeared. Do you think it's what I've been looking for? Her voice was rough, hoarse, and gloomy with distinct malice. You guessed wrong. No. Wen Jianyan shook his head and said in a calm voice, if your purpose was to find your own face, you won't steal the identity of a living person and lead more people to the fourth floor. To be precise, the person who was eager to get this face was not Su Yuan standing in front of him, but the fake Su Yuan who tried to steal Su Yuan's identity. The task of returning the face to Su Yuan was a pit itself. As a fraudster, Wen Jianyan was very clear about one thing. Desire is a weakness. If you want to achieve your goals through trading, you must find what the other party desires most. So what does Su Yuan long for? Wen Jianyan recalled the few words he saw in the notebook, organized the messy clues in an orderly manner, and gradually more and more specific guesses emerged in his mind. He continued, I guess, you should have also made a deal with the mirror, but the price was to attract more sacrifices for the mirror, right? Su Yuan raised her head suddenly. Her face became more terrifying under the light, as if she was laughing silently, and seemed to be making silent roars and wailing. Don't you want freedom? The young man looked at her with sincere eyes and said earnestly, don't you want to be freed from endless slavery? He took a step forward and handed over the human skin portrait in his hand. I can help you. Time passed little by little. The air was as heavy as it was saturated with moisture, and the people who were pressed could not get through it. Don't know how long had passed. Wen Jianyan found that the weight in his hand became light. The next second, Su Yuan's figure disappeared, and she slowly returned to the mirror. In the mirror, Wen Jianyan saw his face, showing him a weird smile. I'll give you 2 hours. In the next second, the figure in the mirror disappeared. A mechanical sound rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the anchor for returning Su Yuan's face to the original owner. Reward points. 5,000. The hidden item, legendary, task has been completed. Rewards are being given. Plot modification at this stage. 83%. Reward points. 20,000. Wen Jianyan took 2 steps backward weakly, leaning back against the wall, and slowly slid down. After relaxing, the physiological reaction caused by the tension suddenly appeared in the body. The thin and straight back of the young man became tense. The slender arms of his hands trembled slightly, and he retched against the wall. Su Cheng hurried over and patted Wen Jianyan's back nervously. Brother Wen Yu, are you okay? Just as he was anxious and worried, a mechanical sound suddenly sounded in his ear. Ding! Congratulations on assisting another anchor in triggering the final hidden line task of the instance Danmei Middle School. Question marks. Completion time limit. 2 hours. Note: if the task fails, all survival time and points will be deducted, and the anchor's live broadcast room will be closed immediately. Su Cheng. Question marks. Wait a minute. What's the situation? Another anchor? The final hidden line task? The amount of information in this system prompt was too large. Su Cheng's brain was like an overloaded CPU, completely unable to process such complex information. He can understand every word separately, but when they are combined together, why is it so hard to understand? Su Cheng immediately became quiet, stunned in place, unable to recover for a long time. It seems there is no way out. The young man on the side straightened up and looked sideways. There were fine beads of sweat floating on his forehead. His face was pale and bleeding, and his black hair was wet with sweat, sticking to his cheeks. He looked extra weak and helpless. The young man sighed softly. Let's get to know each other again. The long and soft eyelashes were raised, and the amber eyes looked extraordinarily dignified in the light and shadow. It was still the same handsome and pale face, but at this moment, it contained a little bit of almost evil beauty, looking dangerous and puzzling in the darkness. He stretched out a hand towards Su Cheng. Wen Jianyan, a rookie anchor. Wen Jianyan winked at him and said with a smile, "First time meeting, please take care of me." Chapter 16. Su Cheng looked sluggish. He stood still, unable to move, and could only stare foolishly at the young man who called himself a rookie anchor in front of him. Wen Jianyan stood up with one hand on the wall, bent over to pat the dust on his body, and sighed to himself. Oh, Now this situation is a bit troublesome. He really didn't want to go back to the fourth floor at all. Not only did the mirror want his soul, but the two senior anchors who had been tricked by him were still on the fourth floor. Not to mention the God the Father, who made him horrified. All the people he least wanted to meet were gathered together on the fourth floor. In addition, Wen Jianyan already had a headache when the plot modification level was 62%, and now that it has already reached 83% without him realizing it. Whether or not something unexpected would happen next, no one knows. Originally, he had enough points on hand to sit back and relax. However, due to the auto-unlocking of that apple seedling, all the points Wen Jianyan had in hand were emptied, causing him to make a deal with Su Yuan, who was working for the mirror. Now he has to complete the task given by the other party, and it was the kind in which you would die if it wasn't done. It's so worrying. Wen Jianyan turned his head to look at Su Cheng, who looked like a clay puppet, and shook his hand in front of him. "Hello, are you still there?" Su Cheng was in a trance. The overrunning brain stalled and became a mess, and the whole person fell into repeated self-doubt. What? What's going on? Could it be? Wait, it shouldn't be, or... When he was wandering, Wen Jianyan leaned over and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" The handsome young man's face suddenly enlarged in front of him, and the strong visual impact made Su Cheng lean back abruptly. Exclamation mark. The sudden weightlessness made him suddenly come to his senses. After 2 seconds of blank expression, Su Cheng slowly widened his eyes after realizing it. "You." He pointed at the young man in front of him with a slightly trembling finger, unable to form a sentence for a long time. You. Wen Jianyan put one hand in his pocket and blinked. "Me?" He seemed to have no self-awareness, and asked with 100% sincerity and doubt. "What's wrong with me?" But Su Cheng won't be deceived this time. He screamed in an out-of-tune voice. You are an anchor?" Wen Jianyan nodded naturally, without the slightest hint of guilt on his face. "Yes, didn't I say that just now?" His attitude was too natural, causing Su Cheng to open his mouth and stare blankly at the other party, unable to say anything for a while. How can there be such a shameless person in this world? Speaking of which, there should be more items unlocked in the store now, right? The shameless liar lowered his head, tinkered with his live broadcast interface, signed from time to time. Really, it's a pity that the price is too high. Su Cheng pressed down his suddenly swollen temple, stumbled, and concluded with some difficulty. Then Su Wen. Hearing the other party's voice, Wen Jianyan closed the live broadcast interface, raised his head, and said as a matter of fact, "Yeah, I made it up, as well as the whole storyline." He thought for a while. "However, if you find it troublesome, you can continue to call me Brother Wen. By the way, what's your name?" "Su Cheng. How old are you?" Su Cheng couldn't keep up with the other party's train of thought, and replied dumbly, 25. "Oh, it seems that you are older than me." Wen Jianyan leaned forward with a smile. "It seems that I have to call you brother." His face was already very handsome, but now he looked even more friendly and likable. His voice was intimate and magnetic, and the end of the tone was slightly raised. When he said the word brother clearly, it made it impossible for people to be wary of him. "Is that right, Brother Su?" Su Cheng's mind was in chaos. The other party's previous cold, ruthless, businesslike, and reliable appearance was still deeply etched in his mind, but now it was completely different from before. Half evil and half innocent. This kind of completely opposite appearance made Su Cheng confused and speechless, and he didn't know how to deal with it. "You don't get too close to me." Su Cheng tried to maintain his bottom line, stammering and trying to bring the topic back on track. Then your sister, and those stories." Wen Jianyan repeated his answer patiently. Of course, it was all made up to match the character. He paused, and seemed to suddenly remember something. "Oh, but Su Yuan is real." Su Cheng. "Huh," the young man said lightly. "You have seen her just now, the one with disheveled hair and a terrifying smile." Su Cheng. "Fuck, that Su Yuan is actually the boss." Wen Jianyan touched the bridge of his nose and laughed dryly. "Speaking of which, she seems to be very unhappy with me pretending to be her brother. I am afraid that I'm going to be hated. I hope that the difficulty of our task will not increase because of this." Su Cheng. "You were pretending to be her brother in front of the boss? You are a true warrior." Having said that, Wen Jianyan thought of something, and turned to look at Su Cheng. "By the way, do you still remember our mission?" "Our Su Cheng was stunned. In the next second, memories that had been selectively forgotten under the intense shock came back to mind. Congratulations on assisting another anchor in triggering the final hidden line task of the instance Danmei Middle School. The completion time limit is 2 hours. If the task fails, all survival time and points will be deducted, and the live broadcast room will be closed immediately. The simple translation is, complete the task within 2 hours or die. Su Cheng cracked. According to his experience of playing games over the years, the difficulty of this task was equivalent to letting the brave players who had just come out of the novice village duel with the Demon King with just the initial level equipment. This was no longer a cross-level challenge, it was courting death. Su Cheng was struck by lightning, and the whole person was dumbfounded. Wen Jianyan looked at the other party's expression. Looks like he remembered. He raised his hand and patted Su Cheng's shoulder and comforted him in a gentle tone. It's okay, we are now grasshoppers on a rope. No matter what, you have me with you, okay? Su Cheng's expression cracked once again. Bah, you fucking dragged me in. However, he had taken so many blows today that he had no energy to react to this sentence now. In the 789326QWK live broadcast room. Viewer's message. Ha ha ha, the car has exploded, no one survived. Viewer's message. Ha ha ha, El Mayo, the expression on the face of the other anchor is really too rich. I will watch the replay hundreds of times after the instance is over. Viewer's message. The opposite anchor will probably have a psychological shadow in the future. Ha! The NPC, who has been with him for so long, is actually another anchor. If it was me, I would have doubts about the whole world. Viewer's message. I really hate that iron for not being steel. The opposite anchor can obviously take the initiative to stand. Being cheated all the way, he can always make this dog liar pay a little price. But he was being led by the nose by this dog liar again. I hate it. Viewer's message. Woo-woo. I also want the anchor to call me brother affectionately. I would rather be deceived. Viewer's message. Wife, come act coquettish with me. Viewer's message. Question mark. So, the topic in the live broadcast room shifted in a strange direction again, like a wild horse who never came back. Wen Jianyan didn't notice the strange topic trend in the live broadcast room. He opened his backpack and took out the legendary hidden item that was just put into it. At the moment when the item appeared, the familiar sound of the system prompt sounded in his ears. Congratulations to the anchor for obtaining the hidden item, legendary, in the instance. Collection degree. 3 of 3. Wen Jianyan looked down into his palm. The red cloth pouch was still tied tightly, and it took him several seconds to open it. Unexpectedly, this time the object was not some kind of human tissue used for sacrifice, but a fragment of a mirror. It was bright and transparent. The surface was hard and smooth, and the irregular edges reflected a cold luster. Compared with some teeth, hair, and broken finger, this hidden object looked extraordinarily normal, but for some reason, such a small and thin piece of mirror seemed heavy in the palm. A bit of icy chill spread from the contact point, seeping into his heart little by little. Wen Jianyan shivered involuntarily. At this moment, the system's prompt sounded again. Ding! It is detected that all the hidden items have been collected by the anchor, and the hidden plot line is now released. Core tip. Return the things back to their original places. The beginning is the end. The content of this sentence was very easy to understand, meaning, as long as the fragment of this mirror was put back where it should be, all this could be ended. According to conventional thinking, it was time to go back to the 4th floor. But the problem was, as someone who had been in close contact with the mirror, Wen Jianyan remembered very clearly that there was no gap in the mirror except for the gap that cracked at the end. Take another 10,000 steps back. If this fragment was really of the mirror on the 4th floor, why would all of this end after putting the fragment back into the mirror? Wouldn't it instead increase its power? Wen Jianyan was a little puzzled. He frowned, looking at the mirror fragment in his hand to and fro, trying to find some clues that he had ignored. Su Cheng noticed that Wen Jianyan hadn't moved for a long time. Although there was still some awkwardness in his heart, he couldn't control his curiosity. He probed over and asked, "What's wrong?" The two were now completely tied together. Wen Jianyan didn't need to hide it from him, so he happily informed the other party of the information he had learned. After listening, Su Cheng's thoughts were exactly the same as he had at the beginning. That is to say, As long as we put this fragment back in the mirror, our mission will be completed? His face finally showed an excited look. Then why are we hesitating? Let's go to the 4th floor. Knowing the way out of the predicament, the awkwardness just now disappeared, and even the swindler in front of him seemed a little kinder. But when Jianyan didn't answer, he just stared at the mirror fragment in his palm without saying a word. Seeing that the other party didn't respond, Su Cheng couldn't help but get closer again and shook his hand in front of the other party. Are you still listening? The flashlight swayed slightly along with his movements, and the beam of light scattered on the wall, spreading a cold white light. Wen Jianyan seemed to realize something and was slightly startled. This, Su Cheng. Huh. Wen Jianyan, don't move. His command was short and precise, with an unquestionable meaning. Su Cheng couldn't help but forget the identity of the other party. He habitually obeyed his instructions and stood still subconsciously. After dozens of seconds, I got it, the young man in front of him suddenly said and raised his eyes. His eyes were clear and bright. All the excitement was hidden behind the calm surface, and in the darkness, he looked particularly soul-stirring. Su Cheng subconsciously held his breath. Wen Jianyan took a step forward and handed the mirror in his palm to Su Cheng. Look inside, what do you see? Su Cheng looked into the mirror with doubt. Under the light of the flashlight, the small piece of mirror surface was particularly bright, like an irregular ice crystal, shining with a cold luster. Nothing. Su Cheng looked at it closely for a while and said blankly, Yes. Wen Jianyan smiled. It's nothing. Su Cheng was a little confused. Wait, I don't understand. What do you mean? Wen Jianyan, didn't you find out? Even in the presence of light, it can't reflect a person's face. Su Cheng was startled and lowered his head to look into the mirror fragment. The light of the flashlight was still on steadily, but the inside of the mirror was foggy. The light and shadow moved, but it didn't reflect the face of the person. This really. Su Cheng's eyes widened slightly. Wen Jianyan retracted his hand, nodded contentedly, and said, So, it's not a mirror, and the return the things in the prompt doesn't refer to the 4th floor. Where else could it be? Su Cheng felt that his mind was already very chaotic, and his thinking couldn't keep up with the other party's pace at all. Wen Jianyan was also lost in thought. These hidden items should be related to each other. A normal level hidden item was a severed finger. When he entered 408, the him in the mirror was trying to get him to cut off his pinky finger. The difficult level hidden item was tooth and hair, which were also the medium that Xiao Jie and the old witch used to trade with the mirror. According to this logic, the legend level hidden item should be related to Su Yuan or the fake Su Yuan who tried to seize Su Yuan's identity. Because its position on the timeline was higher, its status was also the most critical. Return the things back to their original places. The beginning is the end. According to the logic hidden in this prompt, this fragment was likely to be related to the original sacrificial summoning. Thinking of this, Wen Jianyan pulled out the notebook he had found on the altar from his pocket. He took the flashlight from Su Cheng's hand and started to read it for the second time in the light. The handwriting in this notebook was very sloppy, and the logic was disordered in many places, with almost no complete sentences. Most of the blank spaces are filled with strange symbols drawn randomly, making it difficult to extract clear and complete information from them. However, relying on guesswork, Wen Jianyan already has some vague ideas about the context and outline of this instance, so his interpretation efficiency this time was much faster than that of the previous one in the teaching building. On one of the pages, he found several lines of scribbled paragraphs. I heard their conversations, but I wasn't hurt. I've heard these words countless times since I was a child, and these comments don't affect me much anymore. She just doesn't have any other opinions to refute it. I don't hate her. Wen Jianyan raised his eyebrows unexpectedly. Obviously, she in this sentence was referred to Su Yuan. He turned another page. Mr. Mirror comforted me that it wasn't my fault. I just didn't have a good family like her. A pair of parents, a good-looking face, a caring personality, and a natural likability. I don't hate her. I just really envy her. I'm going crazy with envy. Every day I see her in the bedroom, I want to. The following words were blacked out, and Wen Jianyan carefully distinguished every character before he could understand what those words were. If only I were her. Tonight, Mr. Mirror told me that there is a way to help me. I can have it all. Wen Jianyan thought thoughtfully. No wonder. He thought it was very strange at the beginning. In this series of actions, the most difficult thing was not execution, but knowledge. How did an ordinary middle school student know how to summon evil things? Now, this question had been answered. It was the mirror who told her personally. Wen Jianyan continued to flip backward, and soon, he found some clues on the page covered with graffiti. He had turned to this page before, but at that time he didn't know the meaning of the lines. Wen Jianyan stroked the rough paper with his fingertips, which outlined a familiar shape with random brushstrokes. He took out the fragment of the mirror he got and put it on the paper. Irregular edges fixed together tightly. In the foggy mirror, a line of crooked small characters slowly emerged. Today, I found a talking mirror fragment in the old place, and I called it Mr. Mirror. The old place. While Wen Jianyan was thinking about it, a little dampness suddenly came from his fingertips. He was slightly startled and picked up the mirror fragment. On the page, the crooked small characters were soaked by water from nowhere, and the wet marks with unclear outlines slowly spread, causing the surrounding handwriting to be blurred. Wen Jianyan! Exclamation mark. He suddenly recalled something. Every ghost in this instance, whether it was Shao Jie, Su Yuan, or even Old Witch was dripping with water all the time. Even the initiators were no exception. It was mentioned in Su Yuan's diary. After returning to the dormitory, the other party stood by her bed and did not leave, and there was the sound of water droplets falling on the ground. At first, he thought the sound came from blood dripping from the cat's skin. However, a cat's blood volume was limited, and it was impossible to continue to drip overnight, nor could it disappear without a trace the next day. It meant the sound wasn't from blood, but from ordinary water. Wen Jianyan put the mirror fragment and the notebook back into his pockets, then rushed to the side window and looked outside. The night was dark, and everything was shrouded in disturbing darkness. With the dim light, the outline of the entire campus could barely be discerned. Teaching building, dormitory building, playground, artificial lake, and canteen. Wen Jianyan drew a map of the school in his mind. Soon, he realized that the canteen and the playground were all far away from the central axis. Only the teaching building and the dormitory were facing each other, separated by a small artificial lake. They both had 4 floors. The most critical room number in both is 408, except that in one, it is the second room on the right, and in the other, it is the second room on the left. All the clues were connected together, making Wen Jianyan hold his breath slightly. It meant the 2 buildings were mirror images centered on the artificial lake. The lake was the largest mirror on the entire campus. At this moment, the familiar system prompt sounded again in his ears. Ding! It is detected that the plot modification has reached the threshold, and the instance is undergoing uncontrollable changes. The new plot is opening. Fuck again. Wen Jianyan took a deep breath. The moment the system sound fell, Wen Jianyan saw that the door of the opposite teaching building that had been closed suddenly opened. Under the faint light of the street lamps, shadows could be seen moving in classrooms. Shadows, deep or shallow, moved silently in the dark windows, slowly moving toward the direction of the gate. Wen Jianyan felt a chill on the back of his neck. If he guessed correctly, the mirror in his hand was the original Mr. Mirror. It was picked up by the students by the lake. After understanding the weaknesses and desires of the other party, it tricked the other party into summoning itself completely until it became what it is now. Then, the solution to this instance was very simple. Return the things back to their original place. Throwing the original Mr. Mirror back into the lake should be able to end it all. However, looking at the ghostly figures outside, there was not much time left for them. He turned his head to look at Su Cheng. Quick, we have to leave the dormitory quickly. Su Cheng seemed to want to ask something, but his voice was quickly caught in his throat, because both of them heard a familiar voice at the same time. The humming sound was intermittent, and it echoed in the dark corridor, cold and strange, making people's scalps numb. It was the old witch. Damn, she really knows how to choose the right moment. Wen Jianyan, who was the target of the opponent's hatred, jumped up like a frightened rabbit, dragged Su Cheng, and ran in the opposite direction. Go, go, go. The messy footsteps of the two echoed in the corridor. The humming from behind stopped. Huh, it's so late. The old witch's rough voice sounded extraordinarily strange, like some kind of sticky snake. Let me see who is still running around in the corridor. Su Cheng subconsciously turned his head to cast a glance behind. In the dim light, A huge figure with sarcoma-like swellings on its body could be faintly seen moving slowly in the darkness. The cracks on the swellings flickered slightly, and countless vicious eyeballs peeked out. Su Cheng's hair stood on end in an instant. "Mommy, what the hell?" Just then, a dull bell rang from downstairs. Dang, dang. The clock struck twice, signaling the arrival of 2 o'clock in the morning. Not far away, the stairwell was close at hand, and one could faintly see a beam of light coming down from above. Wen Jianyan sucked in a breath of cold air, dragged Su Cheng to a sudden turn, and rushed into a nearby room. Su Cheng panted and looked at the young man in front of him, and asked puzzledly, "Didn't you just say we were going out of the dormitory? Why did you drag me in?" The old witch's movement speed was very slow. Although they could avoid her by hiding here for a while, it cannot solve the problem from the root cause, and their retreat may even be blocked. "I know." Wen Jianyan's chest was heaving up and down, and he said nervously in a low voice, "But it's 2 o'clock, and the group of anchors is probably coming downstairs. Su Cheng, are you worried that they will continue to be bad to you?" Wen Jianyan touched the bridge of his nose and laughed dryly. "Haha, about the senior anchors on the 4th floor, there is something I may not have mentioned to you." 20 seconds later, after listening to everything, Su Cheng looked blankly at the young man in front of him who was obviously guilty, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. After a brief silence, he asked half desperately and half brokenly, "Well, my friend, I want to ask you, in this instance, is there anyone you haven't offended? From players to NPCs to ghosts, almost no one left. All of them were tricked by this guy in front of him. What kind of plague god is he tied to?" The barrage in the 789326QWK live broadcast room was going crazy with laughter. Viewer's message. "Ha ha 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 ha." Viewer's message. "Ha ha ha, thanks to the other anchor for finally asking the question, which was in the hearts of us viewers for a long time." Viewer's message. Other anchor's live broadcast is to accurately control the boundary between overturning and not overturning the car, and this swindler is frantically on the edge of overturning the car every day. A legendary giant bird spreading its wings. Viewer's message. "Ha ha 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 LMAO." Wen Jianyan's eyes drifted for a moment, and he whispered somewhat unnaturally, "Well, in fact, there is still someone. For example, the phantom that had been lying in the mirror. I didn't offend him at all." After hearing Wen Jianyan's defense, Su Cheng's eyelids jumped ominously. For some reason, he had a strong feeling. With this guy's style, it should only be a matter of time before all the existences in the entire instance are offended. Even the only one who hadn't been pitted would probably not be spared sooner or later. This was the intuition of the victim. Chapter 17. Kong Shishing walked downstairs with an ashen face. After realizing that he had been tricked, he immediately understood. The other party was probably an anchor. A complete liar. Kong Shishing never thought that he would be played so miserably one day, and would be played from beginning to end. Not only did he not get half a cent of the advantage, but even the things he had already obtained were deceived. Even the red bag he had been keeping was taken away for no apparent reason. Although he didn't know what exactly had happened, Kong Shishing still put the whole account on the dog liar. In any case, he couldn't get away from the responsibility. Not to mention, he made such a big fool of himself in his own live broadcast room. Thinking of how excited and stupid he was just now, Kong Shishing's face couldn't help but look ugly again. The fingers holding the flashlight tightened subconsciously, and his knuckles made a clucking sound. He doesn't know whether that anchor was alive or dead, but if he appeared in front of him again, he would be looking for his own death. He must use all his means to make him kneel at his feet and cry bitterly, regretting what he did today. As Kong Shishing walked down from the 4th floor, he imagined the scene of revenge in the future over and over again, and his face became distorted with illusory pleasure. At this moment, a figure suddenly turned around the corner and slammed into him. Kong Shishing was taken aback. The flashlight in his hand trembled slightly, and the swaying beam of light swept past, illuminating a particularly familiar face. Handsome facial features, amber eyes, and a pale face filled with panic. After a brief, stunned moment, Kong Shishing's eyes suddenly lit up with a vicious light. It was the liar who played him around. The other party obviously found out who he had bumped into. His eyes widened slightly, and a look of horror appeared on his face. Seeing this, Kong Shishing couldn't help but laugh fiercely. He hadn't been so excited for a long time. He thought he would have to wait for a few more instances to see this liar again, but he didn't expect to meet him just after going downstairs. He didn't even have to wear out his iron shoes and got him without effort. The young man's face was white. He slowly took a few steps back, his lips trembling slightly, as if he hadn't yet recovered from the shock. In the next second, heavy footsteps came from the depths of the corridor, and the strange humming sound echoed in the darkness, seeming particularly piercing. The young man's breathing stopped, and the face that was already pale due to blood loss became even bleaker. He turned around and rushed in the other direction. Seeing this, Kong Shishing immediately understood the current situation. Although the other party was full of lies before, he shouldn't have lied about the old witch's hatred. Being reduced to this point now, it's hard not to say that he deserves it. Kong Shishing raised his lips and revealed a sinister smile. This is a good opportunity to take revenge. In this kind of thing, he has never been stingy with his points. Just then a crashing sound sounded, and the sound of metal chains colliding echoed in the dark and long corridor. The back of the young man running towards the distance was bound by some invisible force, and he couldn't even move half a step. Behind, the voice of the old witch was getting closer and closer, the ground shook, and the sound of water dripping gradually became louder. The space was cramped, the air was tense, and some kind of terror settled in the darkness. The youth struggled desperately, but was completely unable to escape. He turned his head to look at Kong Shishing and said in a weak and trembling tone, "Please, I was wrong. I will return your things to you. Please let me go." Ha! Kong Shishing couldn't help laughing, his expression slightly distorted with excitement and pleasure. "When you were playing with me, you should have thought of now. Let you go? Impossible." The young man's face turned pale again. He murmured and said in a very low voice, "Please, please let me go. It will be good for both of us, please." Hee hee. The smile on Kong Shishing's face deepened. "I want to watch you being tortured to death with my own eyes, enjoy your wailing and struggle, and watch you scream on the edge of death. But you can continue to beg me. Maybe I will really let you go." Although he said so, in his heart, he was not ready to let him go. Kong Shishing was just enjoying the appearance of the other party tossing and turning at his feet to survive, howling humbly. The old witch was already very close. A vague and eerie humming sound swirled, and the huge figure gradually entered the sight. Compared to the last time they saw her, the old witch now looked more distorted and alienated. On that deformed face, 2 bloody eye sockets could vaguely be seen, and countless bluish-black sarcoma-like swellings squeeze out from the gaps in the shriveled clothes. The skin cracked, revealing countless dark and gloomy eyeballs, rolling and turning. The smile at the corner of Kong Shishing's mouth couldn't help but expand more and more. "Very good. Scream, howl, beg for mercy. I want to see you die in despair and regret." Alas, the young man sighed softly. Like the thin snow melting under the sun in winter, the previous expression of fear and despair faded instantly, and only faint regret and sympathy remained. "I told you." Kong Shishing was stunned, and he couldn't react for a while. He didn't quite understand why someone who had already fallen into a desperate situation suddenly became so calm. Wen Jianyan's lips had a careless and shallow arc, and his eyes were slightly raised. He smiled and said lightly, "Let me go? It will be good for both of us." Kong Shishing's heart was suddenly alarmed. Before he could react, the old witch was already close at hand. Her huge body squirmed, and the countless pairs of eyes on her body twitched wildly, and then they locked onto Kong Shishing's figure. The humming stopped. The old witch moved in his direction step by step. What's going on?" Kong Shishing's face turned pale. He couldn't help but take a step back. His mind was suddenly chaotic. No, it shouldn't. The person who was locked in by NPC hatred was right in front of him. Why did the old witch turn a blind eye to him and come toward him instead? The young man's calm and smiling voice sounded. "If I were you, I'd touch the pocket on the left." Kong Shishing put his hand into his pocket. His fingers touched something hard, and he took it out. Something fell down along with his movements, but Kong Shishing didn't notice it at all. He stared at the shoddily made little puppet in his hand, and his pupils contracted instantly. He recognized the prop. Stand-in puppet. Create a puppet that contains your smell, which works for 1 minute. Suddenly, the scene when he collided with the other party flashed through his mind, and his heart skipped a beat. It's over. It was definitely at that time. The other party stuffed the puppet into his pocket when he was not paying attention. He was deceived again. Not far away, the eyes on the old witch's body rolled, and her gaze slowly landed on the ground. The piece of paper that fell out of Kong Shishing's pocket was a yellowed photograph. It fell on the floor facing up, and through the half-dimmed light, two figures, one big and one small, snuggling together were vaguely visible. Their smiles seemed vague and distant. Ah-eh-ha-ha. A shrill scream of hatred rang out, and the old witch stared at Kong Shishing deadly. Her originally huge and cumbersome body suddenly moved at an astonishingly fast speed. Thief! 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 Her voice was frantic and full of hatred. She rushed toward the person in front of her full of anger. Not good. Kong Shishing was shocked. In the end, he was also a senior anchor. The moment the opponent pounced on him, he reflexively activated the life-saving props on his body and awkwardly blocked the opponent's blow. While dodging, he cast a glance in Wen Jianyan's direction. The restraint prop has already lost its effect. At the end of the corridor, the young man put one hand in his pocket and showed him a relaxed smile. Bye. After speaking, he turned around and walked away without looking back. Looking at the other party's back, Kong Shishing's eyes were filled with the desire to peel his skin and eat his flesh. His teeth clenched, and his eyes burned with hatred. If he could survive this time, he would dig 3 feet into the ground to find this liar, and use all means to make him pay the price. In the 789-326-QWK live broadcast room. Viewer's message. Damn, scored twice. Viewer's message. Fold again, ha ha ha. Miserable. Viewer's message. It's over. This hatred has become bone deep. Ha ha ha. Dog liar's enemy, +1. Viewer's message. Speaking of which, where did that photo come from? I don't remember it. Viewer's message. It was a long time ago. There were not many people in the host's live broadcast room at that time. I remember that it was in that special branch, where he combed Xiao Jie's hair. After the end, the anchor took it from the secret compartment. I didn't expect him to still carry it with him now. Viewer's message. But I still have to say, the anchor has actually given a lot of face this time. He really put the doll in the other's pocket. But if Kong Shishing really let him go at that time, it will probably be just like what the anchor said. It will be good for both of them. Viewer's message. Just rely on this. You can't survive without rewards anyway. Reward points 100. Viewer's message. To tell you the truth, I actually came from Kong Shishing's live broadcast room next door. I wanted to see what kind of dog shit this was, but I didn't expect to turn into a fan, so go. Reward points 500. Viewer's message. I want to tell a secret. When the anchor said please just now, I was filled with excitement. Ayaha. Viewer's message. This is too colorful for me to stand ayaha. Reward points 100. Viewer's message. The strange XP has increased. Composed. Taking advantage of the old witch being distracted by Kong Shishing, Su Cheng got out of the original hiding place. Succeeded? Wen Jianyan lazily drew the corner of his lips. You don't even see who I am. Su Cheng looked at the other party silently, with a somewhat complicated expression on his face. He had been played for so long, and really felt resentment in his heart. However, in that mission, the two of them were like grasshoppers tied on the same rope, and they had to work together. He had to suppress his emotions and continue to act with the other party. Su Cheng really didn't expect. When being attacked by both sides with almost no hope of surviving, the other party didn't hesitate to let him hide and face the old witch who was chasing him and the senior anchor who holds a grudge against him alone. When he was hiding in the room just now, he stuck to the door panel and nervously listened to the noise outside. Su Cheng recalled many previous details. Although this liar was lying from beginning to end, he never pushed him out to prevent disasters, and even saved his life more than once. Now, Su Cheng found he was completely unable to hold grudge against Wen Jianyan without knowing it. After realizing this, he couldn't help but feel a little sullen. This dog liar. Wen Jianyan looked over and said, "Let's go?" Su Cheng looked away, gave a dull and nodded. Okay. The two left the dormitory building as quickly as possible. At night, the entire campus was shrouded in impenetrable darkness, and the air was filled with ghostly auras, which was very terrifying. In the distance, deep and faint shadows could be faintly seen approaching. They couldn't see their face or their body shape, but they could feel the strong malice coming from those shadows.
Run, Wen Jianyan said in a low voice. Suching nodded. The two ran wildly in the darkness. Fortunately, they came out of the dormitory in time, and the space outside was not completely occupied by the shadows. After escaping several dangerous areas, the two finally came to the artificial lake. The temperature here was extremely cold. The lake was extremely calm, reflecting the dark sky, like bottomless black water, which makes people feel like they will be swallowed. Wen Jianyan took a deep breath, took out the mirror fragment from his pocket, and slowly walked forward. Su Cheng stood not far away, looking out for him, monitoring the movements of those dark shadows. The risk of throwing the mirror fragment into the lake was too great. If his initial guess was wrong, there would be no chance to come back. Wen Jianyan leaned down and carefully placed the fragment into the shallowest part of the water. The pitch-black water drowned his palm. The temperature of the lake water was bone-chilling, causing him to shiver subconsciously. The mirror fragment sank into the water, and a strange little light reflected from the fragment. Ding! The final hidden line task of Danmei Middle School has been completed. Point settlement is in progress. Hearing the system's mechanical sound ringing in his ears, Wen Jianyan breathed a sigh of relief. He straightened up and was about to turn around to tell the good news to Su Cheng, but in the next second, a sudden change occurred. A pale arm stretched out from the lake without warning, and icy fingers tightly gripped Wen Jianyan's wrist. Wen Jianyan's eyes widened in horror. Exclamation mark. This. More arms emerged from the lake, grabbing his body, arms, calves, and waist, dragging him in together. Wen Jianyan didn't even have time to struggle, and the whole person fell into the pitch-black water with a thud. The cold, smelly lake water poured into his mouth and nose, squeezing the air out of his lungs. He could only hear the gurgling sound of water in his ears, and an irresistible force on his legs dragged him to the bottom of the lake. No. Wen Jianyan struggled to reach out of the lake, but he could only watch the light getting farther and farther away from him. Except for approaching faint light. Wen Jianyan saw the source of the light. It was the mirror fragment. It fell to the bottom of the lake with Wen Jianyan, but the surface of the mirror was still emitting a faint but steady light. The mirror fragment flipped by the water waves. Through the cold and dark lake water, Wen Jianyan looked into the depths of the mirror. A phantom was faintly visible in the dimly glowing mirror. He could not see the man's face clearly, but he could see the strange lines all over his body. He was laying quietly in the depths of the mirror, dangerous and peaceful, silent and ominous. Every cell in Wen Jianyan's body was screaming to flee. Danger, run. Accompanied by suffocation and weightlessness, Wen Jianyan felt that his head was getting heavier and heavier, and his thinking became more and more laborious, as if he would fall into eternal sleep in the next second. He gritted his teeth and forcefully reached out his hand for the mirror amid the pulling of countless pale arms below. The distance between the finger and the mirror was getting closer and closer. Finally, the cold and smooth mirror surface touched the young man's fingertips. A shrill scream spread through the lake and into his numb mind. It took Wen Jianyan 2 seconds to realize that the sound was from the arms wrapped around his body. The arm on his body disappeared. As if encountering something terrifying, they scrambled to escape, leaving only the young man floating in the dark depths of the lake. In the next second, Wen Jianyan felt an irresistible strong attraction coming from the mirror, dragging him into the depths of the mirror. He watched helplessly as the phantom got closer and closer. Before losing consciousness, a word came into Wen Jianyan's mind in bold letters. Fuck. Chapter 18. A pair of golden eyes stared at him. The live broadcast square was boiling. Just a minute ago, the D-level instance of Danmei Middle School suddenly dashed on the list without warning, floating up 4 areas in an instant, and jumped directly to the top of the entire square. Now it was tied for 3rd place with a B-level instance, and the other 2 instances above it were all A-level. How is this possible? This is something that has never happened before. What the hell is going on? The audience in the live broadcast square was sensational and immediately rushed to the live broadcast hall of Danmei Middle School. Under the name of the instance, the blood-red logo flashed. Lobby difficulty level D+. Highest unlocking progress in history. 100%. Viewing value A. Heaven. 100%.
An anchor has achieved 100% progress in the Danmei Middle School instance. He completed the main storyline. Not only has the difficulty increased, but the viewing value has also increased. My mother, my mother, my mother. What the hell happened in this instance? And it seems that there are still several hours left before the instance ends, right? Completing the main storyline so soon? What kind of perverted anchors are there in the instance? Awesome. I'm going. While the audience was having a lively discussion, suddenly, someone realized a blind spot that had been ignored before. Wait a minute. I remember that if the main storyline is completed ahead of time and the 100% progress is made, the instance would end automatically, right? It seems to be like this. The rest of the audience was stunned. Yes, it stands to reason that no matter how much time is left in the instance to survive, as long as the main task is completed, the entire instance will end automatically. But, thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but cast their eyes to the upper right corner of the live broadcast hall. There, the bright red characters were slowly flashing, which was extremely dazzling and could not be ignored at all. Live broadcast. Almost at the same time, the exact same question popped into the minds of all viewers. Why is this instance not over yet? Wen Jianyan's eyes were spinning. A strong sense of weightlessness was pulling him, and the whole person seemed to be falling down quickly. The feeling of fear strangled his neck, and the suffocation made his eyes dark. Before fainting, a muffled groan overflowed from Wen Jianyan's throat, and he fell to the ground. The word ground was not accurate enough. Beneath him was a thick black shadow, and the only thing he could feel was the coldness that oozes out of it. Looking around, one could only see the boundless darkness. This space seemed to be independent of the whole world. The passage of time had long stopped, and there was a dead silence in the ears. Wen Jianyan could only hear the sound of his distorted and rapid breathing. The beating of his heart was chaotic and irritable, and the blood pumped to his ears, hitting his eardrums suddenly, making him unable to think calmly. He took a deep breath, moved his eyes with some difficulty, and slowly looked not far away. The entire space was pitch black, but for some reason, the phantom that had been called God the Father by the mirror was still clearly visible. He could no longer be called a phantom. His body was solid and stable, the waist down was immersed in the shadows, and the terrifyingly strange runes was spread along his slender and pale limbs. In all fairness, this male body was exceptionally perfect, almost transcending the boundaries of gender, like a work of art, and the dark runes add a bit of evil and wild beauty to it. Wen Jianyan was feeling frightened. There was a huge power that he couldn't understand, sleeping in the opponent's body. Because of his existence, the entire space was filled with a high sense of oppression. If it wasn't for the fact that there was no way to escape, Wen Jianyan would turn around and run as far as he could, never approaching the other party even half a step. He raised his hand and wiped his face hard. Calm down. According to what he knew now, there was a high probability that this God the Father was unlikely be able to wake up temporarily. Otherwise, Mr. Mirror would not go to great lengths to collect human souls, just to wake him up. Therefore, at this moment, he should focus on finding a way to leave, instead of worrying about the phantom. After straightening his thoughts, Wen Jianyan calmed down a lot. In this space, except for the sleeping God the Father, there was only a boundless void and dead silence, and there was no way to find a way out here. Wen Jianyan opened the live broadcast interface. As soon as he opened it, he was taken aback. The number of online viewers displayed in the upper right corner of the live broadcast room has tripled, almost approaching 30,000. Obviously, when the anchor turned off and turned on the barrage hiding function, there would be prompts inside the live broadcast room. Therefore, as soon as Wen Jianyan opened the barrage, the entire live broadcast room was swept away by the enthusiastic audience. Viewer's message. Oh, the anchor is here. The anchor is here. Viewer's message. Hey. Congratulations to the anchor for completing the main storyline. I just don't know why the instance hasn't ended yet. Is there someone who knows what's happening? Reward points 50. Viewer's message. Anchor is NB1. I'll continue to stay in the anchor's trumpet. Viewer's message. Question mark. What? Am I the only one who clicked in because of the anchor's face? Wife kiss. Viewer's message. Love rival Guna. Wife. Ignore him. Come here to deceive me. Reward points 100. Wen Jianyan. Question mark. He didn't know why, but felt that the direction of the barrage was a bit weird. After ignoring the strange barges, Wen Jianyan suddenly saw a very crucial barrage and accurately captured the hidden information. He was slightly startled. Viewer's message. So, as long as the main storyline is completed, the instance will end automatically? Viewer's message. Yes, yes. Viewer's message. No matter how long it takes to survive, as long as the main storyline is completed, all players in the entire instance will be able to pass automatically. That's weird. Wen Jianyan touched his chin and asked. Speaking of which, the person sleeping over there, have you seen him in the live broadcast room of other anchors? Viewer's message. No. Viewer's message. I haven't seen him before, but from this angle, he looks quite good. Viewer's message. This should be the boss in this instance, right? I don't know. After all, the highest unlocking degree of this instance before was only 72%, and the current highest record is created by you. In the end, there was still no clue. Wen Jianyan sighed, and after a simple thank you, he closed the barrage again and opened the store interface with the last glimmer of hope. Maybe there are some props that can help him escape? Although the previous points have been emptied once, after completing several tasks later and receiving numerous rewards from the audience, Wen Jianyan's current point balance was very sufficient. Even if it wasn't enough to buy all the props in the system store, it was still enough to buy some expensive and precious props. However, when Wen Jianyan confidently opened the store interface, his whole being suddenly started to feel hurt. All the items in the store were gray, and no matter how much he clicked, he couldn't buy it. In just a few seconds, he has gone from a rich man with tens of thousands of wealth to a man who has tens of thousands of wealth but has nowhere to spend it. Wen Jianyan, I really want to hit someone right now. I really suspect you're fucking targeting me, garbage live broadcast room. He took a deep breath, suppressed his resentment, and opened the live broadcast room again. Apparently, other viewers in the live broadcast room haven't seen this scene. They gave Wen Jianyan their opinions, but most of the suggestions were of no practical value until. Viewer's message. How about the anchor go to that NPC to find clues? Maybe there will be a way to leave. Wen Jianyan's eyelids twitched ominously. It's not like he hadn't thought about this. But as a life-saving person who was used to seeking advantages and avoiding harm, he had been trying to find other ways to avoid close contact with the NPC who looked dangerous at first sight. But now it seems that there was no other way. Wen Jianyan sighed in frustration. He closed the barrage, then moved step by step, and reluctantly approaching the sleeping man not far away. Don't know if being in the same space as the other party, Wen Jianyan had gradually become accustomed to the terrifying aura around the other party. He even had the leisure of looking at the other party's face curiously. As the distance got closer, the face of the other party gradually became clearer. It was a very pale face, as lifeless as ice. However, his facial features are extremely handsome. Even the word handsome seems insignificant. The shocking and purely visual impact has almost exceeded common sense, to the point of absurdity, attracting people's attention like a magnetic pole. He was floating peacefully in the darkness, his long black hair spread out like water, and fell on the white marble-like skin. Wen Jianyan, well, looking so good-looking, the probability of being a ghost is even greater. He cautiously stopped a few steps away from the man. While Wen Jianyan was trying to psychologically prepare himself, a cold mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his ears. E-level anchor, ZZZZ, task release. In the dark and dead silence, Wen Jianyan was almost moved after hearing the familiar voice. Until, task. Exchange body fluid with question marks for 30 seconds. Wen Jianyan. He stared blankly at the blood-red 30-second countdown that was attached to the top of his line of sight, and fell into silence. Huh? What did you say? What task? Exchange what? Are you sick? What the hell of a mission? Wen Jianyan was a little broken. He opened his live broadcast interface and refreshed it repeatedly, but the task always appeared on the edge of his line of sight, and bright red font seemed to mock him silently above his head. 0 hours, 0 minutes, 30 seconds. Wen Jianyan. I'll go to your uncle's stupid live broadcast room. However, things have reached this stage. In order to leave this dark and strange space, even if the task is strange and outrageous, Wen Jianyan has to bite the bullet and give it a try. The so-called body fluid exchange generally comes in two ways, kissing or some kind of physical contact that can't be broadcast live. However, in the face of the strange NPC who was neither human nor ghost, and almost seemed like a corpse, no matter what he looked like, Wen Jianyan was not ready to adopt either of the two strategies of kissing him or fucking him. He admits that he was still not so heavy-handed as to broadcast such intimate things live. Wen Jianyan took a step forward. The man was sleeping silently in front of him, looking like an overly terrifying large-time bomb. Wen Jianyan frowned and bit his fingertips, and red blood gushed out of the wound. Blood is also a body fluid. He took a deep breath and stretched out his hand. The white and bloody fingertips stayed on the other side's closed pale lips for a few seconds. The bright red hot blood dripped down, landing on the man's lower lip, flowing down the gap between the lips. Wen Jianyan closed his eyes forcefully and made 5 seconds of mental preparation before he finally gathered up enough courage to press his fingertips down. The man's lips were as cold as ice, and the extremely low temperature seemed to stimulate Wen Jianyan's warm fingertips. But what surprised him was that, contrary to the marble-like cold and pale appearance, the other party's lips were soft, and under his nervous force, they opened slightly without resistance. It's even more fucking weird. Wen Jianyan shivered, getting rid of the goosebumps that had risen on his skin. Then he gritted his teeth. His heart was beating faster. He used his fingertips to pry open the other party's closed teeth, and then pressed his warm and bloody finger against the other's unresponsive tongue. 0 hours, 0 minutes, 29 seconds. The blood-red countdown overhead began to move. Although it was slow, the number was decreasing steadily and smoothly. Wen Jianyan breathed a sigh of relief. It seems to have worked. He stared bitterly at the numbers that kept decreasing above his head. 30 seconds, which could have passed by in the blink of an eye, seemed extraordinarily long now. Every second seemed to be a century apart. Suddenly, the numbers stopped. 0 hours, 0 minutes, 12 seconds. With more than 10 seconds left, the blood-red countdown suddenly stopped, and without a sign of moving again. Wen Jianyan blinked in disbelief. What happened? After a brief panic, Wen Jianyan quickly realized the problem. The most likely reason was that the wound was too small and was no longer bleeding out. If he had known, he would have bit harder just now, and he wouldn't have to suffer a second injury now. He sighed with a headache, ready to pull his fingers back. The next second, the feeling of being bitten came from the fingertips. Exclamation mark. Wen Jianyan took a deep breath, widened his eyes suddenly, and looked down in horror. A pair of golden pupils stared at him in the darkness. The color was like molten gold, revealing a kind of fanaticism and cruelty. He silently stares at the young man in front of him, like a predator staring at his prey, bloody, inhuman, primitive, and powerful. It was almost chilling and blood-clotting. At that moment, Wen Jianyan had the illusion that he was captured. He was rooted at his feet, unable to move in fear, until the cold and soft tip of the tongue climbed up, as wet and flexible as a snake. It tightly wrapped the young man's white fingertip, licking and sucking greedily. Don't. Wen Jianyan woke up suddenly. His pupils shrank, and the whole person began to struggle. However, the dark and quiet shadow around him boiled up, wriggling as if it had taken on life. The dark shadow wrapped around the youth's waist, thighs, and arms, and then dragged him toward the man's direction. Exclamation mark. Wen Jianyan suddenly realized something. This darkness, this space, it's a part of the other person's body. This, how else to do? Wen Jianyan's whole body was tightly bound, and the muscles on his body were tense in tension and fear, but he couldn't move one bit, and could only watch the man getting closer and closer. The upper body covered with strange runes leaned over. A deeper, thicker darkness rolled around, spreading and licking every inch of the youth's skin, devouring his body little by little. Pain. It's more of an emptiness and numbness than pain. His body was disappearing, and the tightly bound limbs had lost their sense of existence. The strength in his body was lost little by little. After a brief trance and daze, Wen Jianyan suddenly realized that he was being eaten. Literally being eaten. Wen Jianyan's pupils trembled, and the swear words that had accumulated in his mind for a lifetime lingered on the tip of his tongue, trying to pour out all of a sudden. Hey ha ha ha. What the hell? A pair of pale and strong arms with black runes spread across the surface solidified from the darkness. The man had already let go of Wen Jianyan's fingers at this moment. He stretched out his hand, hugged the young man's waist intimately, and pulled him into his arms. He leaned down gently and touched the side of the young man's neck with the tip of his icy nose, as if he was sniffing the other person's warm and trembling skin, enjoying the fresh fragrance of flesh and blood. Wen Jianyan shivered for a moment, then leaned back subconsciously, trying to avoid the other party's terrifying and dangerous behavior. Unfortunately, his struggles were almost ineffective. It's over, it's over, it's over. I'm really going to be eaten now. When Wen Jianyan was in despair. At this moment, a voice sounded in his ear. The fruit of lies has ripened. Do you want to eat it? Wen Jianyan's eyes widened, and he answered immediately. Yes. 100 times, 10 million times yes. Please tell a lie to the subject in front of you, and it will become a fact unconditionally. The time limit is 1 minute. You have 3 chances. Wen Jianyan didn't waste much time on thinking. He looked at the man in front of him and said at the fastest speed, "You never woke up." Clatter. In midair, the delicate 10-sided dice began to turn. 27 of 20. Failure. Wen Jianyan. My luck value. Please cheer up. You have 2 more chances. Wen Jianyan gritted his teeth. You can't hurt me. Clatter. 98 of 40. Big failure. Wen Jianyan. Help. You have 1 more chance. The mechanical voice sounded again. With the passage of time, Wen Jianyan's body had been unable to move and had completely become numb from below the chest cavity. The other party seemed to realize the unwillingness and resistance of the prey in his arms, and his arms tightened in displeasure. Along with the creaking sound of the bones, a gasp was caught deep in his throat. Wen Jianyan's eyes darkened, and a creepy touch came from the skin on the side of his neck. The man buried his head between his neck and greedily licked the warm and white neck of the young man with his smooth and cold tongue. His sharp teeth picked up a little flesh and grinding it finely, as if he was tasting delicious food. Of course, for the ghost in front of him, he was indeed delicious food. Lick, lick, lick your uncle. Wen Jianyan gritted his teeth and showed a hideous smile. When he was about to die, he couldn't care about anything else. With anger that had nowhere to vent, he said unscrupulously and maliciously, "You love me to death and can't wait to be my dog." Clatter. 1 of 5. Great success. Lie judgment successful. Chapter 19. My good dog. When he heard the words great success, Wen Jianyan's ear buzzed, his mind went blank, and he couldn't react for a while. Huh? What? Success? In the next second, Wen Jianyan felt that the hands on his waist tightened suddenly, successfully pulling him out from his daze. The man's arms, which were covered with pitch-black runes, held his waist, pulling him into his pale and strong chest, with such strength as if he was about to break the bones of Wen Jianyan's body. The sharp canines pierced the skin, leaving bite marks even more ferociously, sweeping away the scarlet blood oozing from the wound without a trace, sucking and biting more and more greedily. Wait a minute, wasn't it successful? Why does it feel like something isn't quite right? In the suffocating embrace of the other party, Wen Jianyan's eyes darkened, and a painful groan overflowed from his throat. The limbs started to disappear slowly, and the terrifying feeling of being swallowed bit by bit continued. Wen Jianyan understood that he was still being eaten. However, the speed was much slower than before. The other party seemed to be enjoying some delicious food, and was savoring the human flesh and blood in his arms at the slowest speed. In comparison, the quick feeling of emptiness and nothingness before was like a gift. Now the slowness was far more torturous than before. He could even feel his skin, muscles, blood, and bones peeling off layer by layer, possessing and assimilating inch by inch. It didn't hurt, but this strange and terrifying feeling still made Wen Jianyan's scalp numb and his blood cold. This is worse than before. Wen Jianyan rolled his eyes angrily and was about to abandon his self-restraint and angrily yell at this idiotic live broadcast room. At this moment, the man raised his head. The long, black and cold hair, as if running water, hung down, spreading out on the pale broad shoulders, and fell on Wen Jianyan's body, covering him like a big net. He stared at the young man in front of him with those golden, beast-like eyes. His eyes were burning with a bit more greed and desire than before. The tip of his scarlet tongue stuck out and licked his lips provocatively, rolling the blood on his lips into his mouth, tasting it carefully. Exclamation mark. Wen Jianyan was stunned for a moment. As if he suddenly thought of something, his eyes widened slightly, and a look of daze flashed through his eyes. No, it was indeed a success. It's just that he habitually put the common sense and values of human beings on the evil spirit in front of him. Among human beings, love means cherishing, staying together, dedicating, and not wanting to see the other party suffer any harm. However, to this non-human, the meaning of love was different. It was desire, possession, and destruction. It was precisely because of love that he wanted to eat his favorite existence and let the other party become one with himself. At the moment of successfully getting the other party's brain circuit, Wen Jianyan couldn't help but feel a chill. Damn, what a pervert. But this also means that although his lie has become a fact, it doesn't help him in the current situation. At this moment, a light flashed in Wen Jianyan's mind. But, if he thinks about it carefully, there is actually an attribute added to the lie. Since that's the case, Wen Jianyan gritted his teeth, raised his gradually weakening arm, and used all his strength to slap the man in front of him hard. Slap. A clear voice echoed in the dark space. The man's face slightly turned sideways. From Wen Jianyan's angle, he could only see the other party's graceful jaw and long black hair hanging down. You dog thing, let me go. The young human being was in a weak position. Most of his body was firmly imprisoned, and he cannot break free. His face was pale, his chest was raising up and down due to the loss of strength, and there was a touching sense of vulnerability between his eyebrows. Still not letting go, Wen Jianyan gritted his teeth, his amber eyes squinted slightly, as if an arrogant god was looking down at the creature at his feet, and said word by word, "You don't recognize me as your master? My good dog?" The air seemed to freeze. The darkness in the space surged up and down, and the shadows fluctuated wildly, as if it was as violent as the owner's emotions. Time passed minute by minute. The man slowly turned his face, and looked at Wen Jianyan's figure with those cold golden eyes. Under the other party's gaze, Wen Jianyan's heart was beating wildly, and even his fingertips began to tremble slightly. When his heart started to sink bit by bit, the restraint on his body disappeared. The disappearing temperature gradually returned to the body, and the perception of the limbs slowly awakened. Wen Jianyan was startled for a while, then burst into ecstasy. Good. He was right. Wen Jianyan quickly raised his head and glanced at the countdown not far away. 25 seconds left for the lie's time limit to end. The task of body fluid exchange still had 12 seconds left. Wen Jianyan looked at the man in front of him and said in a commanding and unquestionable tone, "Return me to land." A crack opened in the pitch-black space. The cold and damp wind wrapped in the smell of water slowly blew in from the outside. Wen Jianyan quickly glanced outside. Yes, it was the Danmei Middle School. Very good. The young man smiled. The next second, he leaned over, pinched the man's chin with his long and slender white fingers, forcing the man to raise his head, and kissed him as if giving a charity. Warm and soft human lips covered the other party's cold ones. The tip of his tongue licked the other's icy teeth, and the movement swept through like a storm. A thick smell of blood spread between his lips. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. 12 seconds passed. Ding. Mission accomplished. The system's mechanical prompt sounded in his ears. Wen Jianyan let go of the other party, panting slightly from the long kiss. He saw the man's golden eyes widen slightly, looking at him almost at a loss and daze. The young man raised a casual smile on his lips, patted the man's cheek with the palm of his hand, and said evilly, "Rewarding you, my good dog." After speaking, he turned around, as if he was afraid of being caught, and rushed out like a rabbit. Wen Jianyan took a deep breath and jumped up, and the whole person disappeared between the gap. The movements were smooth and fast, without any hesitation. Su Cheng stood by the lake with a blank face. Just a few minutes ago, he personally watched the pale arms stick out from under the Blackwater Lake and dragged Wen Jianyan into the river. The lake's surface quickly calmed down, as if the thrilling scene just now was just an imagination in his mind. What happened? He was a little dumbfounded. The mechanical sound of the completion of the mission still seemed to reverberate in his ears. Su Cheng's current account balance was enough to survive the remaining time. He has a certain understanding of the entire instance. Even if he didn't have teammates, he should be able to pass the level smoothly. Even without the liar who offended the entire instance, his probability of survival could be greatly improved. But for some reason, Su Cheng felt a little unbelievable. The liar who has been enscathed in so many life and death situations, who didn't have a word of truth in his mouth, but was always at ease, died just like this? How was this possible? There were more and more shadows pouring out of the teaching building, and some of them had even gathered by the lake. The best thing Su Cheng should do now was to stay away from this dangerous area. Reason told him that it was best for him to return to the dormitory building now. Although there was an old witch in there, the rest of the ghosts had disappeared under Wen Jianyan's efforts. Relatively speaking, it would be the safest place in the entire campus. But Su Cheng bit his lower lip tightly and stood hesitantly on the spot. For some reason, he just had a strong premonition. Wen Jianyan can't be dead. He took a deep breath and decided to wait. Time passed by minute. The lake's surface was still as smooth as a mirror. There was no change in the slightest, only shadows, gathering more and more. Su Cheng dodged several times, but the remaining survival time on the ID card was still eaten up a lot. Could it be? Was his hunch wrong? Su Cheng was a little unsure. Just as he fell into strong self-doubt, suddenly, a gap opened in the void in front of him without warning, and the next second, a familiar figure jumped out of it. He rolled on the ground, then jumped up in dismay. It was Wen Jianyan. The moment he saw the other's face, Su Cheng's eyes widened slightly, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. He really wasn't dead. Wen Jianyan was also slightly taken aback when he saw Su Cheng. Obviously, he didn't expect the other party to be waiting for him outside. However, he quickly reacted. Hurry up. Let's go. The young man jumped up. He skillfully pulled Su Cheng's arm and ran to the distance at an unabated speed. At this moment, the familiar system sound sounded in the instance. The mainline task of Danmei Middle School has been completed. The unlocking degree has reached 100%. The instance is closing. 10, 9, 8. Wait, it'll be over in 10 seconds, so why are you running away so desperately? Seeing the familiar appearance of the liar in front of him, Su Cheng suddenly had an ominous feeling in his heart. He turned his head and cast a glance behind him. The lake water seemed to be boiling, and piercing screams sounded from all directions. The pale corpses struggled in the black water, as if they wanted to flee into the distance. The shadows who had been slowly gathering towards the lake suddenly dispersed, scrambling to escape. It was almost as if they were avoiding something. The dark shadow spread and drowned everything in an instant. The sky, the ground, and the lake water were like black holes. Whether it was sound, light, or entity, they all disappeared in an instant. In that unfathomable shadow, a figure emerged. Exclamation mark. Su Cheng's pupils instantly contracted, the hairs on his back stood up, and a strong sense of fear struck him, making him immediately react to where the danger was coming from. Ha! What's that thing? With a white face, he quickly retracted his gaze and subconsciously sped up. Halfway through running, Wen Jianyan's profile came into sight. Su Cheng. I fucking knew it was this dog liar who caused it. 4, 3, 2. Obviously, it was only a few seconds, but the dark and cold shadow already reached behind them, as if they would be swallowed up in the next second. 1. The countdown reached 0. End of the live broadcast. The cold mechanical sound echoed in everyone's minds, and the next second, Su Cheng's eyes went black, and he lost consciousness. Chapter 19. The anchor has gone offline. The 789326 QWK live broadcast room will close in 1 minute. Countdown. 60, 59. The live broadcast barrage fell into a dead silence. After a few seconds, the audience finally came to their senses, and scattered barges floated across the black screen. Viewer's message. Fuck, it was wonderful. Viewer's message. I can't stand it. This live broadcast was too awesome. Is this the level that a D-level instance can reach? It shocked my whole family. Viewer's message. No wonder its viewing value is of A level. I really was sweating profusely when I saw it, and was truly excited. Viewer's message. Aya, the last lie was so exciting, I was shouting like crazy. Viewer's message. Why am I not that NPC? I also want to be kissed by my wife. Damn it. Viewer's message. Rewarding a good dog was just too colorful for me. I was just chirping like a bird and then exploded. Viewer's message. Excuse me, is there a line to be a dog here? I don't need to be deceived. I can go to work directly. When Wen Jianyan opened his eyes again, he found that he had returned to the white space at the beginning. Among the countless large and small cameras, those suspended transparent rooms have disappeared, leaving only a white plane with no edge in sight. There was a huge screen in front of them, which was showing the current live broadcast status. The instance that was still going on was followed by a blood-red live. The completed instance turned gray, including Danmei Middle School. These instances were followed by a row of numbers. 6 of 18. Wen Jianyan guessed that this might refer to the number of survivors. He got up with some difficulty. His stomach churned, his eyes darkened as if he was about to collapse. The body repairing is in progress. After 5 seconds, Wen Jianyan felt his body lighten up and the pain in his hand also disappeared. The body has been repaired. Deducted points. 200. Ding. Congratulations to the anchor for completing the first live broadcast. Now I'm going to give you rewards. The maximum number of online users in your live broadcast room has reached 35,789, and the reward points will be credited to the anchor's account. Achievement. Everyone's attention. 21,400 points has been rewarded in the live broadcast room. The points will be credited to the anchor's account. Achievement. Gold-sucking rookie. Congratulations on becoming the most popular anchor in this live broadcast. Reward points. 10,000, which has been credited into the anchor's account. Achievement. The most beautiful cub in the live broadcast room. The clanging sound of points settlement and achievement rewards sounded in Wen Jianyan's mind, causing his head to hurt. Can you mute the sound and just tell me the final result? The sound in his ear stopped for a while, and everything quieted down. However, before Wen Jianyan could breathe a sigh of relief, a new voice sounded in his ear again. In this live broadcast, the instance of Danmei Middle School has reached 100% unlocking degree. The mainline task has been cleared, and all hidden items has been collected. It took Wen Jianyan 2 seconds to realize that not only he could hear the sound, but all the anchors on the field could also hear it. Unlike the previous mechanically cold voice, this time the voice was full of passion, and bright and brilliant fireworks exploded on the huge screen, which was particularly festive and lively. Congratulations to the 789326QWK live broadcast room for successfully completing the Danmei Middle School instance and getting Platinum Achievement. On the screen, the 3 words of Danmei Middle School turned gray, with a mark next to it. Permanently closed. The next second, Wen Jianyan saw a huge platinum trophy rising on the screen, with a clear and shiny string of characters. 789326QWK. Immediately afterward, accompanied by exciting music, the trophy slowly rose to the top of the Hall of Fame. Wen Jianyan. Well, it seems that the name of this live broadcast room has to be changed quickly. At this moment, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a commotion in front of him. It seemed that a group of angry senior anchors was looking for someone. In the gap between the crowd, Wen Jianyan saw a familiar face coming toward him. Wasn't that Kong Shishing, who had been tricked twice by him before? Wen Jianyan took a deep breath. He never thought that he would meet the victim so soon, and in such a place where there has nowhere to hide. The system store couldn't be accessed. Wen Jianyan was anxious and asked in his mind, "Personal assistant, are you still there?" A familiar and lively voice sounded in his ears. "Hello, I'm your personal assistant. Is there anything you need help with?" Wen Jianyan asked. "Is there any prop that I can buy now? Preferably the one which can make me invisible. Sorry, the system store is temporarily unavailable in the system space." Wen Jianyan. Then, is there any way to make others not recognize me? The little assistant's sweet mechanical voice rang in his ear. "I can change your appearance temporarily for you. It costs 10,000 points. May I ask if you want to do it right now?" Wen Jianyan. Damn capitalist. He gritted his teeth and said, "Change it." Su Cheng stood at the same place and looked around in confusion until a commotion sounded in his ears, and Kong Shishing's fierce face appeared not far away. He couldn't help but be shocked, and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Although it wasn't he who deceived him, according to the previous situation in the instance, the other party would definitely recognize him as Wen Jianyan's accomplice. So, regardless of whether he participated in the scam or not, these people will definitely not let him go easily. Su Cheng frowned anxiously and stepped back, trying to leave without being noticed. Then his back bumped into a soft body. Sore? Su Cheng apologized subconsciously and turned his head to look. It was a very beautiful woman, with flaming red hair lining her snow-white skin. A pair of fox eyes squinted slightly, the tails of the eyes were lifted up, and even a fluttering glance could take away one's breath. It's okay. She raised her eyebrows, her soft white fingers covering her lips slightly. The beauty of the other party was almost sharp, which made Su Cheng a little unable to resist. After he apologized again, he looked away embarrassed and was about to turn around and leave. Number 598405. At the moment of passing by, the other party's smiling voice drifted into his ears. Although the timbre was different, the lazy, mocking tone was particularly familiar. Question marks. Su Cheng was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes widened suddenly. He turned his head to look at the other party with a shocked expression and said a little awkwardly, "Ew, you are actually that dog liar." Soon, under the guidance of Wen Jianyan, Su Cheng also changed his appearance, became an ordinary middle-aged man, and stood with Wen Jianyan. He stared at Wen Jianyan's appearance, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Why did you change your appearance like this?" Wen Jianyan winked at him. "Why, am I not good-looking?" Su Cheng. He felt a little nauseated. He took a deep breath, suppressed the strange feeling of overturning the river in his stomach, and said, "I mean, you are too flamboyant now." Su Cheng glanced around vaguely. Due to his excessively superior appearance, there were always eyes from all directions that vaguely swept toward Wen Jianyan. Most of them were from men. But he didn't seem to care. The more people want to hide, the more they want to be invisible to everyone. But if you don't want to attract people's attention, you don't have to hide appearance, but have to hide your motives. Wen Jianyan smiled slightly and raised his chin in a certain direction. If you don't believe me, look. Obviously, Kong Shishing's gang knew very well that the anchor could change the appearance with points. So they're questioning all the people one by one. And the ones selected by them basically look ordinary, and they seem to disappear in the blink of an eye if they fall into the crowd. Su Cheng looked down at his unremarkable middle-aged appearance and fell into silence. Damn, there was one more thing Wen Jianyan didn't say. Good looks always get preferential treatment. On the way he just came here, he has already got a lot of news from several anchors without a trace. About the audience, about the live broadcast room. At this moment, Su Cheng thought of something. By the way, in the instance just now, why did you end up being chased? Wen Jianyan sighed. Hiding about the task and the fruit of lies, he briefly told Su Cheng about what happened. Su Cheng's eyelids twitched, and he said quietly, "Then you offended the last NPC who wasn't offended." He knew it. This dog liar won't stop until he offends every ghost at least once. And the one who was left to the end was also the most ruthless. Damn, are you going after everyone you see? Wen Jianyan smiled casually. Anyway, that instance is permanently closed. Can he still chase me out of the instance? When the two were chatting, a group of aggressive senior players walked in this direction. The leader was Kong Shishing. His face was blue, and his clothes were messy and dirty. Although the wound on his body had healed, the huge hole in his clothes obviously proved how embarrassed he was in the instance. Su Cheng's heart shuddered. Here it comes. Kong Shishing looked at Su Cheng and commanded condescendingly. Hey, you open the live broadcast interface and reveal the name of your live broadcast room. Su Cheng took a deep breath and was about to do as he said, but the next second, a white and slender arm blocked his movement from the side. Wait. A lazy female voice rang in his ears, and the slightly raised tone in the end was extraordinarily enchanting, almost making his body soft. Su Cheng's body froze subconsciously, and a layer of goosebumps crawled up from his back. He raised his eyes and looked at Wen Jianyan next to him, trying to make the other person understand his thoughts with his eyes. The other side obviously didn't suspect you, anyway. The person they wanted to open the live broadcast interface was him. It won't matter. But if you keep bouncing around like this, they might start to doubt you. It doesn't matter if he gets caught. If you get caught, you're screwed. But Wen Jianyan didn't look at him, and obviously didn't receive the signal that Su Cheng was trying to convey. He just raised his lips slightly, staring at the few people in front of him. A pair of light-colored pupils were hidden under the long and curly eyelashes, and there was a little interesting light in the bottom of his eyes. Why does this look seem a little familiar? Where has he seen it? Su Cheng. Oh, he remembered. In the instance of Datsai Middle School, near the end, when the old witch was chasing after him, and in front, he met Kong Shishing, who came down from the 4th floor. Wen Jianyan didn't hesitate to put him into one of the empty bedrooms and told him not to come out and leave the rest to him. At that time, there was such a light in his eyes. This stubborn, almost shining, beautiful luster, jumping in the depths of the young man's amber eyes, looked particularly attentive and moving in the dim light, with an irresistible, strange, evil atmosphere. Dangerous, naive, and beautiful. Su Cheng turned his head to look at the senior anchors in front of him and fell silent again. Fuck, dog liar, do as you please. But don't drag a sheep into it. Chapter 20. Integrity first. Wait. The voice sounded abruptly in the space, lazily, with a little carelessness. But it was very loud with some strange magic that couldn't be ignored. The few people in front of them couldn't help being silent and subconsciously looked in the direction of the speaker. Wen Jianyan smiled. As a scammer, he knew exactly how to take advantage of his current appearance. A pair of seductive fox eyes squinted lazily. His red hair was as fiery as fire, skin was fair and facial features were sharp, giving him a dazzling beauty. He slowly repeated Kong Shishing's words. Open the live broadcast interface for you to see. Wen Jianyan showed a smile that was not a smile, and asked slowly, why? Under the overwhelming aggressive temperament of the other party, Kong Shishing's original irritable mood was subconsciously reduced. But he still had a cold face and said in an impersonal and blunt tone, there was a vicious and treacherous villain who tricked us in the instance, and now he is hiding in the crowd. He must pay the price for his actions. So it's like this. That's understandable. The woman stroked her thick red hair with her white and soft fingertips, nodded lightly, and said with a smile, after all, who hasn't met a few villains in the instance? However, before Kong Shishing and the others could relax, they heard the other party say in an indifferent and arrogant tone, however, what identity do you have to give orders? Kong Shishing was choked by the other party's words and suddenly became speechless. The other party's words just hit the key point precisely. He doesn't have the identity and capital to give orders and was just relying on the guild's resounding reputation. After the instance was over, he successfully merged with other members of his guild. And because there were more people now, and most of the people in the square were low-level anchors, the investigation has been unobstructed all the way to the present. Who would have thought that this time they would directly encounter a tough stubble? Kong Shishing's eyes swept across the middle-aged man who was guarded by the beautiful woman. The other party was silent, and his eyes were dodging slightly, which made him look even more suspicious. He said eloquently, since you aren't, wouldn't it be nice to use your live broadcast interface to prove it? Or, do you have a guilty conscience? If I'm not wrong. Wen Jianyan's expression sank obviously, and the last trace of smile in his eyes disappeared. Are you suspicious of my friend now? This face was smiling brightly just now, but now that it wasn't, it looked particularly cold, like a blade that had been opened, quietly and precisely kissing the man's neck, and was capable enough to slit the man's throat in an instant. This time, Kong Shishing couldn't help but feel thumping in his heart. Although there are more low-level anchors and no B-level or A-level anchors today, could it be that the other party is a famous anchor or is related to some big guy? Which guild are you from? The other party took a step closer and laughed again, but the smile didn't reach the bottom of the eyes. Instead, there was a bit of anger. Kong Shishing's aura was already a few points weaker than before, but he was still very confident when reporting his guild. Darkfire Guild. Oh. The woman bent her fox eyes and sneered contemptuously. It turns out that there is still someone like you in President Zhao's guild. Very good. I'll remember it. Kong Shishing's expression wasn't very good, and as time passed, he already had the intention of retreating. He stared at the beautiful and bewitching appearance of the woman in front of him, and his previous guess gained a little more credibility. In the nightmare, a beautiful woman can't survive on her own and became a senior anchor who was difficult to mess with. Either her means are ruthless, or she has a wide range of connections. No matter which one it was, he couldn't afford to offend either. If he continues to persevere, he may really provoke a strong enemy for himself, and it was even someone who was familiar with his own guild. This possibility was too terrifying. Kong Shishing couldn't afford to take this risk. When he was about to give up to this hard bone, the other party spoke lightly. However, it's okay to show it to you. What? Kong Shishing was stunned for a moment and looked at the other party in shock, and some couldn't believe that the other party would give in so easily. Our Oracle Guild and your president also have a bit of personal friendship, so it's not impossible to give you some face. Kong Shishing's pupils shrink. It's actually Oracle? The #1 guild in the nightmare. Even the senior anchors in their guild stay away from this existence. If the other party is some heavyweight in the Oracle, he will be really unlucky this time. I've been scammed before, and I understand your desire to find someone quickly, so I'm willing to make an exception for you. The woman didn't seem to notice the flinch in the other party's eyes and continued speaking lightly. The fox's eyes narrowed slightly, and the rosy and soft lips raised. However, if it's not, you have to be mentally prepared. She put her hand on her chest, and the chill in her smile disappeared. But because of it, she appeared even more dangerous. My self-esteem is very fragile. After speaking, Wen Jianyan turned his head and waved to Su Cheng lazily. Show him. Su Cheng cooperated and stepped a few steps forward and obediently opened his live broadcast interface. Kong Shishing stepped forward half uneasy and half hesitantly and looked at the other party's live broadcast interface. Although it was a garbled code, it wasn't the string of characters branded on the platinum trophy. You must know that as long as you enter the system space, the system store can't be opened and the anchor can't buy a name change card. The reason why Kong Shishing had to hurry up the investigation was that the appearance of all the anchors and the name of the live broadcast room can be modified using points. If he missed the blank period after the instance was over, it would be difficult to find someone again. That's why he was so reckless and hurried. Therefore, the plain-faced middle-aged man in front of him was indeed not the liar he was looking for. Kong Shishing's face turned pale. At this moment, a cool female voice came from the side. Finished looking? Kong Shishing's momentum has completely weakened at this moment. Yes. Wen Jianyan looked at him with a half-smile. Do you want to look at mine too? No need. Kong Shishing hardly dared to look directly at the other party's bewitching appearance. He shook his head in a non-committal manner. I'm sorry, I made a mistake this time. I'm very sorry to bother you. I apologize for my attitude just now. He thought of the other party's self-esteem just now and hurriedly added, as compensation to you, I'll pay for your accommodation and expenses in the system space for the next 3 days, all according to the highest level. All accommodations and expenses in the system space must be paid with points. The more points, the more luxurious the life that can be redeemed. When the points are spent, the anchor automatically determines death. However, with the passage of time, the cost of living for the same grade will double every day, and the anchor will have to continue to enter the instance for a new round of earnings. Only the high-level anchors with excessive points on hand dare to rest for a long time after the instance. Although Kong Shishing also had accumulated some points in a month, he rarely would be willing to buy the highest level of living expenses. But this time, he had to grit his teeth and bleed heavily, endure the faint flesh pain, and spend points to make up for his previous disrespect. Thinking of this, Kong Shishing's expression distorted slightly. It's all because of that dog liar. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't have offended such a big person and won't have to spend such a large amount of points. He must settle this account with the other party with his own hands. As soon as they entered the room, the appearance of the two people disappeared automatically, and they changed back to their original appearance again. Looking at the gorgeous and huge room in front of him, Su Cheng was in a daze. Wow, isn't it too luxurious? Wen Jianyan on the side was obviously not as surprised as Su Cheng. He threw himself into the big, comfortable, and soft bed, and a comfortable sigh escaped from his throat. Ah, so cool. Su Cheng stared at Wen Jianyan's contented face, and he couldn't come back to his senses for a while. So, this guy not only made those fierce senior anchors apologize with sincerity, but also forced a mental compensation fee from those people? This is too strong. Wen Jianyan raised his eyes to look at Su Cheng, who was dumbfounded at the door. Come in. Su Cheng walked into the room in a trance and sat down on one of the sofas. The touch under his body was like a cloud, and he knew it was worth a lot when he touched it. The unfamiliar touch was too strange and made him feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. And that dog liar was completely at ease, as if he was in his own home. Wen Jianyan stretched out his hand to grab the gilded beverage menu on the side and flipped through it casually. He raised his brows slightly and said cheerfully, there are many kinds, and it can be delivered directly to the door. The corner of Su Cheng's eyes twitched slightly, and he finally asked the question he had been holding all the way. Just now, what guilds did you and the anchors talk about, and how did you know about it? Wen Jianyan is a novice anchor just like him, and the last at Danmei Middle School should also be his first instance. Whether it's a guild's name or the surname of the guild leader, it's not something he has a chance to find out. So where did he learn it? Of course, I asked about it on the way. Wen Jianyan looked up, and his amber eyes gleamed in the light with a faint smile. There was even an anchor who offered to invite me to join their guild on the way. You see how useful a good-looking face is. As he spoke, he imitated his previous appearance and winked at Su Cheng. Although the previous appearance has been replaced, for some reason, the half-evil, half-enchanting femininity of the past is still present on his face, ingeniously blending with the present handsome male face, and even adding a 3-point strange sense of fascination. Don't you think my face is very good-looking? Su Cheng. He suddenly understood why things like outward appearance were unreliable. Those anchors who encountered Wen Jianyan still couldn't help being tricked by this scammer and even invited him to join the guild. It's easy to change your appearance, but it's really difficult to rely on your temperament to do so. Su Cheng raised his hand to wipe his face. He looked away, trying hard to resist the indiscriminate charm of the other party, and then changed the subject and continued to ask. Speaking of which, why are you keep pitting those guys all the time? Even doing it twice wasn't enough. You have to do it the third time. Even fatter sheep will be bald by you. Although Su Cheng despised their behavior of deceiving people to death and throwing them away after they finished using them, he couldn't help but feel a strange kind of sympathy after seeing the embarrassing appearance of the opposite side. Sad, really sad. Hearing this, Wen Jianyan spread out his hands innocently. I didn't mean it either. He always took the initiative to send himself to the door to let me pit him. What can I do? Su Cheng. He couldn't refute for a while. He sighed. Aren't you afraid that those people will get revenge on you after they find out? Revenge, revenge. It's not like they didn't want to get revenge on me before. Wen Jianyan had ordered drinks at the moment and was lying on his back on the soft and big bed. He stretched his slender arms and legs comfortably and yawned lazily. My motto in life is that drink today while drink you may. As for what sorrow may come tomorrow. He rolled over. Long live hedonism. As expected of you. Su Cheng stared at the heartless liar in front of him and suddenly felt very tired. It was a completely different kind of tiredness from being in the instance. At this time, Wen Jianyan threw something over. Catch. Su Cheng hurriedly took it and found that the other party threw over a beverage menu. Feel free to order. Wen Jianyan raised his eyebrows at him and said with a smile, Anyway, someone has paid for us. It won't be a good thing if we didn't enjoy it. Su Cheng looked at the beverage menu in his hand, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Seriously, it's really not easy to grow such a thick skin. After sleeping in the room for 2 days, the exhaustion from the last instance was finally swept away. Wen Jianyan bought another appearance. This time it was of a tall and thin young man with a sluggish expression as if he is sleep-deprived, and then he once again came to the anchor hall wearing this appearance. Different from the snow-white space that had been just after leaving the instance, the anchor hall was brilliant and lively, with a high dome and smooth lines that looked particularly graceful and impressive. All kinds of people were walking in and out of it, and the various areas and facilities present around were very dazzling. On the left was the shopping area, where streamers can use their points to buy whatever they want. Not only were there many kinds of objects, but you can even spend points to buy a clearance prompt for the next instance from the system. In addition, a free trading area was also set up for the anchor to freely buy and sell various items obtained from the instance. On the right was the guild hall. On the huge screen, the major guilds were arranged in order of points. The top one was the Oracle Guild mentioned by Wen Jianyan last time, and the Dark Fire Guild where Kong Shishing is, was the third. Right in front of the anchor hall, surrounded by dazzling light, there was a high platform, and then up, through a long staircase was the Hall of Fame. All anchors who have achieved platinum achievements will be among them. After making a rough turn, Wen Jianyan had a basic idea of the structure of the anchor hall. He used his points to buy an ice cream cone, and sat down on a chair in the guild hall, lost in thought. After going around in circles, Wen Jianyan found that most of these places were related to the consumption of points, but the concept of audience was not mentioned anywhere, and the anchor had no opportunity or place to watch any live broadcast. The subject of the audience seemed to be half hidden. It's as if the people who gave points as rewards and spoke enthusiastically in the barrage area did not exist. The ice cream in hand exudes a sweet and creamy smell. Wen Jianyan raised his head and looked towards the top of the anchor hall, where there was a light screen floating in the space, with bright red characters written on it. Entertainment to death. The audience is God, and popularity is everything. Wen Jianyan narrowed his eyes silently. Before he knew it, the ice cream in his hand had slowly melted, and the sweet and white cream slowly slid down onto his fingers, bringing a strange sticky and icy touch. While thinking about it, he suddenly heard a chatter not far away, and several familiar keywords caught Wen Jianyan's attention. The instance of Danmei Middle School hit the platinum achievement. Did you know about it? I heard. Seems to be a newcomer? I don't know, but I don't feel like it. I heard that he played with a vest. Open a vest in an instant? The point cost isn't small. After all, this isn't a problem that can be solved by changing the appearance. The anchor who can do it must be at least a level. Who knows? Even if I have so many points, I won't do it. I will lose all the fans I accumulated in the live broadcast room, and will have to start from scratch. The cost is too high. If it's really a vest, then this person must have offended some big person. The two men talked as they walked. Speaking of this, have you heard? The Dark Fire Guild seems to be looking for a newcomer. It seems that one of their members had been scammed in the instance of Danmei Middle School. I also heard that after leaving the instance, he was also cheated once. I have an impression, and that member seems to have recently contacted the Oracle through a relationship, right? What did he contact the Oracle? It seems that someone pretended to be their member. I don't know if the Oracle will care. The two walked out of the hall chatting, and their backs gradually disappeared. Behind the vending machine on the side, Wen Jianyan walked out slowly. He watched in the direction in which the two men disappeared. He threw the melted ice cream into the trash can, took a tissue and wiped his fingers clean, and then let out a long sigh. Alas, it seems that I still have to go to an instance. If I didn't have enough points at hand, it wouldn't be easy to run after being targeted. Su Cheng stared at the young man in front of him and fell into silence. He should have known that as long as he acted with this guy, there would be no good results. So, I should hurry and go to the next instance now. Wen Jianyan sighed, looked at Su Cheng, and instructed earnestly. After I leave, remember to order all kinds of room service for me. What you eat is what you earn. Su Cheng was dumbfounded. At this time, you still have the time to say this. Su Cheng pondered for 2 seconds, then stood up and said seriously, you will take me to the next instance. Wen Jianyan raised his eyebrows in surprise. Huh, Su Cheng. After all, in a sense, I was also your accomplice and enjoyed what you earned. No, I have a bad conscience about the things I've cheated on, and I don't have a lot of points on hand. Anyway, I will go sooner or later. It's better to go with you. Die sooner rather than later, and there will still be a companion on the road to the underworld. He craned his neck, showing the appearance of a dead pig who was not afraid of boiling water. Wen Jianyan was very moved. Good brother. He patted the other person's shoulder and said, forget about me accompanying you to the road to the underworld. It's quite gay. I'm afraid my future partner will misunderstand. Su Cheng, damn it, a dog can't spit out ivory. And I'll see what the hell you can find in this shitty place. Above the live broadcast square, a new round of live broadcasts was starting. Countless screens were spinning, various channels were lit up, and the list was hanging in the air, waiting for a new round of spectators to arrive. Fukong Private General Hospital lobby is open. Below, the blood-colored logo flashed. Lobby difficulty level. C. Highest unlocking degree in history. 63%. Viewing value. E. Ding. The live broadcast room 789326QW K you are following has started broadcasting. After a familiar prompt, all the viewers who had watched the live broadcast and also followed the anchor by the way were all refreshed. Viewer's message. Oh. The anchor is starting so soon. Viewer's message. My happiness is back. Viewer's message. I was going to die without seeing my wife for 2 days. Aya. The audience that had been waiting for a long time rushed to the live broadcast room. The screen was still black, and the anchor was not online yet, but when they saw the name of the live broadcast room, they all fell into silence. The anchor Wen Jianyan has used the renaming card, and the name of the live broadcast room has been modified. Welcome to the Integrity First Live Broadcast Room. Audience from the last instance. We beg you, have some shame. Chapter 21. Congratulations to the anchor for clearing the lucky E-stigma. Wen Jianyan returned to that transparent room again. It was surrounded by strong lights, and there were countless large and small cameras around it, looking like prying eyes. The next live broadcast will start in 5 minutes. It was the familiar voice again, followed by the familiar countdown. Wen Jianyan thought that he would be a little more accustomed to it, but he still felt a little uneasy when he saw this strange scene again. There was no progress at all. He sighed, suppressed the emotions in his heart, and lowered his head to open his live broadcast interface. There were 2 props in the backpack. Xiao Jie's tooth. Difficult level item in Danmei Middle School instance. Effect. Summons Xiao Jie's hair to resist damage for 1 minute. Mr. Mirror. Legendary item in Danmei Middle School instance. Effect. Question mark. According to the information collected by Wen Jianyan during this period, the items above the difficult level collected from the instance could be brought out, traded, and could even be used in the next instance. If it was not for the fact that Danmei Middle School was closed now and selling the props would be too conspicuous, Wen Jianyan would have already sold them earlier. The apple seedling above the backpack was lush and green. Apple seedling. Level 1. Flower of delusion. Growing. Fruit of lies. Growing. Wen Jianyan looked at the points balance in his account. Well, not bad, it's quite a lot. As long as these points can be brought in, I won't be as bad as last time. Maybe I can still be comfortable. Before Wen Jianyan's thoughts were over, the little assistant's lively voice sounded in his ears again. The number of points that an E-level anchor can bring into the instance. 1,000. Requesting the anchor to save the expense and try to survive. Wen Jianyan. Okay, these points can still be changed to 10 minutes of survival time. What are you afraid of? Harden your fist. He gritted his teeth and asked, what if the anchor's level is upgraded? The little assistant replied in a formulaic voice. After the anchor's level is upgraded, although the difficulty of the instance will increase, the number of points that can be brought into the instance will also increase accordingly. Small reminder, only the points accumulated by the number of viewers can upgrade the anchor's level, and the points obtained by rewarding and completing tasks can't play a role in this aspect. It's really comprehensive, and there's no possibility of exploiting loopholes. You guys are really good at business. Outside the transparent walls, countless small cube-shaped rooms were hanging in the air, and all the anchors locked in them had different behaviors. Some anchors were leaning on the wall of the room with their eyes closed, while others were checking their live broadcast interface, like Wen Jianyan. There were also some anchors who looked horrified and dazed, hitting the grid hard and letting out a silent scream. It was like an absurd comedy shrunk to the size of a square. The blood-red countdown was floating on the wall. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Welcome to the Nightmare Live Room. The next live broadcast will start soon. The emotional female voice sounded. Our aim is to entertain to death. Something was shaking. A dull vibration came from the side, like the creaking sound of a tire running over a pebble. Wen Jianyan frowned and opened his eyes. He found himself sitting on an old bus, with a dizzying smell of oil floating in the air. Dirty seats, closed curtains, dim light, and the people sitting on other seats not far away who could only vaguely be seen. Are you okay? A concerned female voice came from the side. Wen Jianyan turned his head to look and saw a girl in a blue and white dress with short hair sitting beside him, looking at him with concern at the moment. Is it motion sickness? Yeah, a little bit. Wen Jianyan nodded, holding his head slightly in cooperation, and showed a slightly pale and weak smile. As he spoke, he raised his eyes and glanced at the inside of the bus without a trace. The entire bus was half full, and there should be less than 20 people. It was impossible for so many people to be anchors. It should be a mix of NPCs and anchors. Some anchors were easily recognizable, such as dressing too abruptly and fashionably, or looking really different. Either too nervous and scared or too calm and collected. But some people were difficult to distinguish whether they were the anchor or the NPC from their appearance. Just like Wen Jianyan. The clothes he wore in the instance this time were ordinary black trousers and a white shirt. He was dressed in a classic style, which was timeless, and it was difficult to determine which faction he came from just by relying on his clothes. After looking all the way to the back, Wen Jianyan quickly found Su Cheng, who entered the instance with him. The other party was sitting by the window at the moment, with his back to him, and seemed to be looking out of the window. After confirming the other party's location, Wen Jianyan retracted his gaze and touched his bulging pocket. His fingertips touched something cold and heavy, like a mobile phone. He took out his phone and glanced at it. Not bad, a smartphone. The battery was full, but there was no signal. The screen of the phone can be unlocked with his fingerprint. After unlocking, a message immediately popped up on the screen. Identity card. Name: Zhao Qingyi. Age: 23. Occupation: trainee nurse in Fukong Private General Hospital. Related plot: not yet unlocked. Initial survival time is being allocated. Just hold on, we should be there soon. The girl obviously misunderstood his intention of taking out his phone. She fanned Wen Jianyan with her hand and said comfortingly, I also didn't expect that Fukong Hospital will be so far away from the city. Sigh, but we trainee nurses have no choice. What can we do? Wen Jianyan turned to look at the female NPC beside him and smiled at her. Thank you, I'm much better now. Under the other party's attentive gaze, the girl's cheeks turned slightly red, and she turned her eyes away slightly. No, it's all right. We are all fellow students. Wen Jianyan leaned slightly closer, and the smile on his lips increased even more. Since it's still a while before we arrive at the hospital, why don't we chat? With the start of the broadcast, the Integrity First Live broadcast room became active. Viewer's message. Oh. My wife is starting to show his charm again. Viewer's message. Damn, why isn't it me who is being told by my wife? I really want to be the one who is chatted up by the anchor. Viewer's message. Ha. Am I the only one who noticed something? This time the anchor's identity is of a trainee nurse, and it will be difficult for him to pretend to be a trainee this time. Viewer's message. Yes, I think that the live broadcast room deliberately led him into this instance to avenge the old grievance. Viewer's message. Nice job. Viewer's message. I rather watch the anchor roll over than watch him pass the hurdle with ease. Ha. Soon, the bus shook slightly, and the speed gradually slowed down until it finally stopped. With the hoarse and harsh sound of the handbrake, the car body staggered to a stop. The driver at the front turned his head. His face was particularly stiff and rigid in the light, and his cloudy eyes stared at everyone on the bus. Fukong Hospital is here. Everyone, get off. The NPCs and the anchors in the front row stood up first and left the bus one after another. Through the dusty bus window, Wen Jianyan looked out. It was getting late, and there was pitch black and silence all around. Looking around, except for a crooked dirt road, the surroundings were almost deserted, and the headlights on the bus became the only light source in the darkness. A small hospital stood in front of it. The old-fashioned building looked extremely old. The white and wretched wall paint was peeling off, revealing the earth-black walls underneath. The signage on the outside also looked mottled and blurry, but it was clear enough to distinguish the text above. Fukong Private General Hospital. It was dark all around, which made the old hospital in front of him look particularly gloomy. Just as everyone got out of the car one after another, suddenly, someone abruptly turned around and rushed toward the driver. He stared at the driver with bloodshot and crazy eyes, and his pale fingers tightly grasped the driver's arm. Despite the other party's obstruction, he still stretched out his hand toward the steering wheel persistently. No. I don't want to go in. He seemed to be babbling nonsense because of the nervousness. Please drive. I don't want to get off. I don't want to get off. Judging from his studded trousers and trendy coxcomb hairstyle, this person should be an anchor, and he should be a novice anchor who is entering the instance for the first time. Many anchors already weren't surprised by this, and only glanced at it slightly and got off the bus. Several NPCs approached with concern, both comforting and persuading, as if they really thought that the other party would have such an exaggerated reaction only because they were not used to the internship life. The driver was even more impatient. Hurry up, get off the bus, don't waste my time. I'm only responsible for dropping you here. I don't care about the rest. Finally, the struggling and shouting new anchor got off the bus. The bus jolted away behind the crowd, leaving only a string of raised dust. He huddled alone at the back of the crowd, with a pale face lowered, muttering something in his mouth, looking terrified and frightened. Soon, a woman in a nurse's uniform walked out of the hospital. Her figure was thin, Her face had deep lines, and she looked about 50 years old. Her eyes were mean and cold, and there was a name tag pinned on her clothes. Shui Mingyan was the head nurse of Fukang Hospital. Why are you here so late? She raised her thin, shriveled eyelids and glanced at the loose crowd in front of her with a cold gaze. Her brows furrowed in disgust. Hurry up, go change your clothes. There is not enough manpower. If you continue to delay time, believe it or not, I will write a note in your internship record. Shui Mingyan waved her hand as if chasing flies and pointed in the direction. On the first floor, hurry up. In the locker room, the nurse's uniform of his size was already present. Wen Jianyan pulled the curtain, then reached out and took the phone out of his pocket. The last line of the text message was still, "Initial survival time is being allocated." It seemed that only when the plot was officially triggered, just like the last time in the dormitory when he saw Su Yuan, the initial survival time would be allocated to his account. This at least showed that during this time, the anchor should still be safe. At this moment, Shui Mingyan's impatient voice came from outside the door. Are you done? Wen Jianyan came back to his senses. Here it comes. He lowered his head in response to the loud voice and quickly unbuttoned his shirt. The neckline of the shirt loosened, revealing the slender collarbone. Under the dim light, his skin looked white as if glowing. His chest and abdomen were firm, and beautiful muscle lines were faintly visible between movements. The sudden benefit made the live broadcast room explode, and the audience became excited. Viewer's message. Unexpectedly, this dog liar's figure is really good. Viewer's message. A wife exposed. Exploded. Thank you. Reward points 50. Viewer's message. My figure is also pretty good. Does the anchor still lack a warmer at home? I can start my job today. Reward points 50. Viewer's message. Hurry up. Keep going. That's what we paying viewers should watch. Reward points 100. Wen Jianyan didn't know anything about the trends in his live broadcast room. He changed his clothes as quickly as possible. The blue nurse uniform assigned by the hospital was quickly pulled down, covering the young man's beautiful body lines, strong chest, narrow waist, and white dazzling skin. It all disappeared in a blink of an eye. There was wailing in the barrage. Viewer's message. Aha. No. Why does the anchor change clothes so quickly? I haven't watched it enough yet. Viewer's message. Take it off again. This child really hasn't seen enough. Viewer's message. When an anchor can change the direction of the live broadcast by just looking good, I'll definitely buy it. Wen Jianyan put his mobile phone in his pocket, opened the curtain, and walked out. The nurse station in Fukang Private General Hospital was not very large. The dirty walls were white and green, and there were a few old desks, chairs, and cabinets. After being squeezed in by more than a dozen trainee nurses, it looked a bit crowded. A wall clock was hanging above the wall. Its hands were moving slowly, making a ticking sound. Looking at it, it was still 10 minutes away from 10 o'clock in the evening. Su Cheng stood not far from Wen Jianyan, but the two never greeted each other from beginning to end. Before entering the instance, Wen Jianyan had told him not to reveal the fact that they were familiar with each other in the instance. Otherwise, it was very likely that like Kong Shishing in the previous instance, people would quickly find out about their identities and teammates, and would formulate strategies for their actions. After all, with Wen Jianyan's current state of carrying hatred of several people, in addition to ghosts, he also needed to beware of other anchors at any time. Hey, the girl who had talked with Wen Jianyan on the bus came over and asked with concern, how are you feeling now? Are you still dizzy? When she was on the bus earlier, Wen Jianyan had already collected a lot of information. This girl was called Danmei, and according to her ID card, she was a classmate and also a trainee nurse at Fukang Hospital. She was a local. Although she had never been to the outskirts of the city where the hospital was located, she had vaguely heard rumors of Fukang Hospital. It was said that this place was a bit creepy and a lot of weird things happened in the hospital. The death rate here was also ridiculously high, resulting in a sparse number of patients here. Few people were willing to come to Fukang Hospital to see a doctor, and the place gradually turned into ruins. But unexpectedly, they suddenly wanted to accept a batch of trainee nurses. Maybe it's because the number of patients suddenly increased? Chengmei guessed. Wen Jianyan nodded thoughtfully. Maybe. While the two were talking, Shui Mingyan walked into the duty room. She clapped her hands, and the room that was buzzing immediately became quiet. A pair of eyes that were either panicked, uneasy, or ignorant looked over. Under everyone's attention, Shui Mingyan cleared her throat and began to lecture the trainee nurse in front of her. From the rules in the hospital to the discipline of the internship to the distribution of grades, etc. Finally, after 3 minutes, she stopped speaking. Shui Mingyan picked up the cup and moistened her throat and began to introduce the main topic. Although today is your first day of practice, Fukang Hospital is short of staff, so tonight you will be participating in the night patrol. Show me your hard work and don't be lazy, understand? She raised her thin fingers, pointed to the clock, and continued. The first round of night patrol starts at 10 o'clock in the evening and ends within 2 hours. We'll gather on the floor after that, and then I'll assign you the next round of patrol tasks. You can go to your respective floors to get acquainted now. If a patient rings the bell, maybe they need something, be sure to arrive as soon as possible. If there is an emergency that cannot be handled, come to the nurse's station and find me. Did you hear me? Yes. Understood. A faint reply sounded. Shui Mingyan squinted her eyes and looked around at the trainee nurses in front of her and began to assign work. You, and also you, go to the second floor. You 3 will be with me on the first floor. You 2, go to the third floor. She turned her gaze to Wen Jianyan's direction, and her mean gray eyes narrowed slightly behind the lenses. You, and the 2 next to you, go to the first underground floor. Soon, the floors for the patrol were assigned to all intern nurses. Cheng Mei was assigned to the third floor, while Wen Jianyan, Su Cheng, and another NPC were assigned to the first underground floor. After the floor assignment ended, a familiar voice rang in the ears of all the anchors. Survival time allocation is completed. This instance is a normal time-limited instance with a duration of 9 hours. Survive from 10 o'clock in the evening to 7 o'clock in the morning to clear the instance. Then, after repeating the method of obtaining points, the voice said passionately, "The audience is God, and popularity is everything. Please fight for your live room." Wen Jianyan and the 3 walked along the dimly lit corridor. He took out his mobile phone and glanced at it. The blood-red countdown has already begun. 59 minutes and 1 second. Oh God, this time the initial survival time is actually an hour long. Wen Jianyan was slightly startled. It's tripled. Although compared to the 9 hours, it was still a drop in the bucket. After the last 20-minute hellish difficulty start, he was a little moved by seeing this extremely normal initial survival time. Viewer's message. Not bad. Although the initial survival time is not much, at least it is not 20 minutes. Viewer's message. Congratulations to the anchor for clearing the lucky E-stigma. Viewer's message. But the overturned anchor's image can't be brought back. After all, lucky E-overturning is also a form of overturning. Viewer's message. In short, congratulations, it's impressive. The corridor was deep and empty. The doors of the wards on both sides were all closed. And it was completely dark inside, with no sound or light showing through, like a silent eye socket, fixedly watching the coming person. The air was filled with the smell of disinfectant. On the mottled and faded wall on the side, doctors' recommended photographs were hanging. In the dim light, their smiles were the same, and even the curvature of the corners of their mouths was very similar, appearing particularly vague and empty. The sound of the 3 people's footsteps echoed in the corridor. The further they walked forward, the stronger the invisible spine-chilling pressure became. Wen Jianyan's heart became more and more disturbed, and a chill raised up through his spine. So how long do we have to walk? The temperature in the air was getting colder, and Su Cheng shivered uncomfortably and asked, "Didn't the head nurse say, just now? There is a special elevator to the underground floor." The NPC replied unconsciously as he walked forward, seemingly completely unaware that they were walking away from the crowd. "Don't worry, it should be right ahead." Soon, the 3 of them turned the corner of the corridor. Not far away, under the faint light, a mottled and old elevator door appeared in front of them, which looked bigger than an ordinary elevator. It presents a dull iron gray under the light, which inexplicably gives a very heavy sense of oppression. There was a sign on it. Special elevator, staff only. Wen Jianyan stepped forward and looked at the map posted on the wall, which marked the entire Fukang Hospital's building layout. The 5th floor, Dean's office and the meeting room. The 4th floor, operating rooms. The 3rd floor, obstetrics and gynecology department. The 2nd floor, radiology department and archive room. The 1st floor, lobby, and the emergency department. His gaze moved down inch by inch, and the sense of foreboding in his heart gradually came true. The first underground floor. Mortuary. Wen Jianyan. The huge iron-gray elevator doors in front of them stared at them coldly, as if silently exuding a cold aura. In the Integrity First live broadcast room. Viewer's message. So this is the special elevator for you. Viewer's message. It's only for corpses, LOL. Viewer's message. I remember that during the first round of patrol in this instance, the first underground floor was the place with the highest mortality rate. Basically, only a few of the anchors who were sent down came up alive. Viewer's message. Absolutely, it's such a dangerous place. I feel that our previous conjecture seems a little wrong. You wait, I will go to the live broadcast room of other anchors to take a look at their survival time. Viewer's message. I'll go too. Viewer's message. Take me with you. Viewer's message. I'm back. I saw 2 hours and 3 hours of initial survival time there. Viewer's message. I just came back from the next door, and I saw 5 hours over there, which is very lucky. Viewer's message. There are also 3 hours. Viewer's message. And this. Soon, the audience, scurrying the live broadcast rooms, came back, and after seeing the survival time of all the anchors in the instance, everyone fell silent. Well, it was a little early to congratulate you just now. So, in the end, yours were still the minimum. Chapter 22. The first underground floor. Mortuary. ZZZ. ZZZZ. The light overhead made an unstable buzzing sound. Because of being old and unrepaired, the elevator door was a little stuck when it was opened. The space inside was much larger than an ordinary elevator. The iron-gray walls were densely covered with reddish-brown rust, which almost looked like dried blood in dim light. Wen Jianyan gritted his teeth and forced himself to walk in. He didn't know if it was a psychological effect, but with the strong smell of disinfectant, there was still a faint stinky smell in the elevator, which made people feel uneasy. On the button panel in the elevator, there were only 2 buttons, the first floor and the underground floor. The -1 button lit up. With the buzzing sound of machinery, the elevator fell slightly and then began to move down slowly. The phone in Wen Jianyan's pocket vibrated twice. He paused, reached out, and took the phone out of his pocket. Although there was still no signal, 2 lines of words popped up on the screen. Due to a large number of NPCs in this instance, in order to ensure the quality of your live broadcast, the Nightmare Background App service will be opened for you. Please continue to work hard to create a more exciting and innovative viewing experience for the audience. The text disappeared. Wen Jianyan saw that an app with a dark icon appeared on the screen at some point. There was only one word written below, Nightmare. He clicked on the icon and found that there was everything in it except for the barrage. It was simply a miniature version of the entire live broadcast interface. Not only did it have ID card information, but you could also check your points in backpacks and even shop in the system store. The current main task had been updated on the taskbar. Complete the patrolling task on the first underground floor within 2 hours. Degree of completion, 0%. High difficulty side quest refreshed. Protect NPC Qi Shun on the first underground floor. Wen Jianyan turned his head thoughtfully and looked at Su Cheng. Su Cheng cast a meaningful glance at Qi Shun, who was in front, and Wen Jianyan immediately understood. It seemed that the other party's task should be the same as his own. The main task was to complete the patrol, and the side quest was to protect the NPC. In this case, Wen Jianyan stepped forward, put his hand on Qi Shun's shoulder, and let out a long sigh. Hey, I really don't know what's there to patrol on the underground floor. Isn't it just the mortuary? Could it be that the corpses inside can still come back to life? Qi Shun clearly felt the same way. He nodded. Yes, and it's also a night patrol, which is really weird. After a short back-and-forth conversation, Wen Jianyan had easily become acquainted with the other party. At this moment, his words suddenly changed. Speaking of which, do you know? There seemed to be some strange rumors about Fukang Hospital. Wen Jianyan narrowed his eyes slightly. His amber eyes shimmered slyly under his long and dense eyelashes, and his casual voice was slightly depressed. Qi Shun was startled. What rumors? Didn't you notice that the speed of the elevator is too slow? Wen Jianyan's voice didn't fluctuate, and it looked particularly gloomy in this special elevator used to transport corpses. It is said that in the following time, Su Cheng witnessed how this dog liar made up all kinds of bizarre, scalp-numbing morgue ghost stories without changing his face. The added emotions were rich and vivid, and the sense of substitution was very strong. Soon, the elevator made a ding sound, and the old elevator door slowly opened. Outside was a bottomless bluish-white corridor leading to several halls in the distance. The temperature here was much colder than that on the first floor. Even with a layer of long-sleeved shirt and trousers, you can still get goosebumps. Crack. The sound-sensory light overhead lit up. Even though he knew that 80% of the stories that Wen Jianyan told were made up, under the atmosphere of the mortuary, Su Cheng couldn't help feeling a little uneasy, and he almost didn't dare to move forward. Not to mention Qi Shun. With a pale face, he subconsciously moved closer to Wen Jianyan's side, and said in a pretentiously calm tone, "Zhao, brother Zhao, why don't we act together? Anyway, it won't be long before the inspection is over." Wen Jianyan turned his head and blinked at Su Cheng, indicating that he was done. Su Cheng's face was expressionless. "You're a damn liar who scares innocent NPCs and also frightens his teammates, by the way." Although the other party's method was indeed rogue, it also fully ensured that the NPC would stick to their side along the way, and the success rate of the side quest became much higher. Wen Jianyan stopped in front of the map next to the elevator and secretly remembered the layout of the mortuary. The area here was much larger than he imagined, consisting of 3 main halls, all of which were connected by narrow corridors. These morgues here were independently powered, and the main electric switch was near the elevator. The one closest to them was used to temporarily store the patient's body, which would be taken to the crematorium by the patient's relatives in a few days at most. The other one not far away was responsible for the storage of the body of the deceased, who donated their bodies voluntarily. These bodies will be transported to the medical school to contribute to the training of the next generation of medical students. The innermost morgue was also the smallest on the entire floor. Most of the corpses stored there have a strange death. They needed to be sent to the police's medical appraisal center for autopsy and tests, and they couldn't be buried until the cause of death was determined. According to Shui Mingyan's account before leaving, they need to count the number of bodies within 2 hours and send them to a freezer to be locked. Wen Jianyan turned his head to look at the deep corridor not far away, the 3 inner halls that had been connected by the corridor. "It's over. The after effect of the ghost stories I just told is coming up." Now he himself was a little frightened. Wen Jianyan maintained a calm expression and said to the other 2 bravely, "Let's go and start. The sooner we finish the task, the earlier we can leave." Su Cheng and Qi Shun nodded and followed behind him. They first came to the temporary storage room for the patient's bodies. The area here was the largest among the 3 halls. The iron platforms connected to the refrigerated cabinets were neatly arranged in the empty morgue. The blue light above the head was buzzing, becoming the only sound in the entire hall. The corpse lay motionless on the platform, covered with white cloth from head to toe, and the undulating human figure could be vaguely seen. The 3 people had a clear division of labor. Wen Jianyan was responsible for matching the list with the corpse one by one and ticking it off, and the other 2 were responsible for pushing the corpse into the freezer after he was finished taking notes. The tip of the pen slid across the paper, making a rustling sound. After making the mark, Wen Jianyan nodded to the 2 of them. The metal pulleys under the iron bed made a sliding sound, and the body covered with a white cloth was pushed into the refrigerator cabinet with force. Jingle, jingle. All of a sudden, the crisp bell sounded in the empty morgue, sounding extraordinarily strange. The 2 who pushed the iron platform were startled. They subconsciously released their hands and took a step back. The white cloth covering the corpse was pulled down slightly, revealing the bluish-purple, half-stiff toes. In addition to the labels tied to the toes, there was also a small bell tied around the ankle. "Oh." Qi Shun seemed to have thought of something. His eyes widened slightly, and he said, "I didn't expect Fukang Hospital to keep this tradition." Su Cheng was startled. "What do you mean?" In the past, many old morgues used to tie a bell around the feet of the dead body. As a semi-professional who was relatively familiar with this, Qi Shun talked about it. Because the technology was not developed enough in the past, it was sometimes difficult to judge whether the corpse was dead or alive, so a bell was tied on the foot to prevent misjudgment. He lowered his head and looked at the bell tied to the corpse's ankle with some strangeness. But later, this method became more symbolic than practical. I didn't expect that Fukang Hospital was still using it. While these few people were talking, suddenly, a faint voice sounded from the depths of the morgue. Jingle jingle. The voice was very small, separated by the deep corridor and the huge open space. It was almost suspected to be auditory hallucinations, but it was inexplicably deafening, causing the three of them to subconsciously suck in a breath of cold air. They abruptly stopped the conversation and turned toward the voice, looking in the direction from which the voice came. The air was dead silent. Su Cheng swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty, and his face became pale. Did you also hear it? The expression on Qi Shun's face was stiff and panicked, and he seemed to be trying to convince himself. No, it's impossible. It should be because we are too tired and have hallucinations, right? Wen Jianyan felt his stomach tighten again. The symptoms of fear manifested themselves physiologically, and his body's instinct urged him to escape from this ominous place. But his reason was very clear. If he did not complete the main task, he would die even if he went upstairs. Wen Jianyan took a deep breath and said hurriedly, "Let's speed up, finish the task, and leave quickly." Su Cheng's face was pale, and he nodded vigorously. The movements of the three people accelerated significantly. In the first morgue, there were a total of 25 corpses, 20 males and 5 females. In the second morgue, there were a total of 9 corpses, 6 males and 3 females. At the very end of the corridor, the overhead sensor light came on, illuminating the narrow room not far away. The third morgue was in front of them. It was only 10 steps wide, had no windows, and the walls were compacted, making it seem particularly claustrophobic and narrow. There were only 4 iron beds inside, and only a solitary corpse lay inside. Looking at the scene in front of him, Su Cheng's hair couldn't help but stand on end. He subconsciously turned his head to look at Wen Jianyan, who was standing beside him. Under the dim light, the young man's face profile was clear and neat, and his eyes were bright and focused, looking fixedly into the third morgue. For some reason, seeing the calm and composed eyes of the other party, Su Cheng suddenly felt a lot more at ease. He took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and took the lead to step forward. "Let's go, it's the last one." Wen Jianyan's pupils suddenly trembled, and he turned his head to look at Su Cheng in disbelief. Question marks. "Brother, why are you in such a hurry? I'm still doing mental construction, and you've already stepped forward." He sighed, raised his hand to wipe his face, and followed reluctantly. 3 people were squeezed into the narrow room, and it suddenly seemed a little crowded. The air in the room was turbid and cold and was very difficult to circulate. They don't know if it was an illusion, but the temperature here seemed to be even lower than the outside, almost bone-chilling. Wen Jian looked down at the screen of the mobile phone without leaving a trace. Complete the patrol mission on the first underground floor within 2 hours. Degree of completion, 92%. Just hold on, it will be over soon. Wen Jianyan lowered his head and made a tick on the booklet. Zhang Hua, 24 years old. The voice got stuck in his throat, and it couldn't go up or down. He stared at the booklet in his hand. His lips were a little white, and his expression was stern and serious. Su Cheng noticed something was wrong. "What's wrong?" Wen Jianyan slowly raised his head, opened his mouth, and only after 2 seconds did he make a sound. "Here. There should be 2 corpses here." This time, both Su Cheng and Qi Shen's faces also turned pale. Qi Shen stammered, No. Is it possible that there is an error in the record?" He shook his head in disbelief. "Or someone has already." Suddenly, a soft sound came from outside the door. Jingle. "Aya. Fuck your stupid uncle, grandfather, father, your ancestor." When Jinyan's pupils shrunk, and he was so frightened that he almost lost his soul. The next second, a familiar voice sounded in both Su Cheng and Wen Jinyan's ears at the same time. "Congratulations to the anchor for triggering the scene. Hide and seek. Count. 3 times. Countdowns to hide. 1 minute. Don't stay in one place for too long." Jingle. The voice became clear, and it seemed to be slowly approaching in this direction. Wen Jianyan had triggered a similar scene before, so he immediately reacted and began to draw the route in his mind. The third morgue is the innermost one. If they want to go to other morgues, they have to go through the narrow corridor on the outside, and it's very likely that they will collide with the sound that was slowly approaching. Then, the most suitable place for hiding is here. Wen Jianyan jumped up and opened the door of the refrigerator. "Quick, go in."
There were 4 refrigerator cabinets in this morgue, and there just happened to be 3 empty for them to hide. Qi-shun's face was as pale as paper. Are you kidding me? The corpse freezer, which can only accommodate 1 person, was opened, revealing a dark hole as if it was watching them silently. Wen Jianyan's voice was hurried. Do you have any other way? Countdown to hide. 42 seconds. Jingle. The sound of the bells outside was getting closer. Crawling into the corpse freezer alone has become a more acceptable option than being caught by an unknown corpse outside. Su Cheng faced death calmly and bent down to get into the freezer. Wen Jianyan turned to look at Qi-shun. Quick. Qi-shun swallowed hard as if he had finally made up his mind, and crawled in with trembling hands and feet. Countdown to hide. 6 seconds. Wen Jianyan closed the door of the freezer for the 2 of them as quickly as possible. At this time, the sound of bells was already close at hand outside the door, and the thin layer of walls only made people panic. He gritted his teeth and moved quickly to hide inward. His palm stuck on the door of the freezer, cleverly taking advantage of the inertia to move it in. Crack. The freezer was closed. Countdown to hide. 0 seconds. It was pitch black in front of him. The temperature in the freezer was extremely low. The cold was teeth-chattering, and a strong smell of formalin was lingering in the nose. The iron walls on all sides press against the chest cavity and limbs, and only heavy and disordered breathing can be heard in the ears. Other than that, there was only a panic-stricken silence. Wen Jianyan held his breath and listened to the movements outside with trepidation. Countdown to find. 1 minute. Jingle. Jingle. The sound of footsteps against the ground rang outside the cabinet door, accompanied by bursts of crisp bells, making people extremely terrified. Time passed minute by minute, and the long time made them almost desperate. The black and heavy air was pressing against their bodies, almost suffocating them in such a narrow space. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of bells and footsteps fade away. Countdown to find. 0 seconds. Countdown to hide. 3 minutes. This time, there were 3 minutes of hiding time. Almost in the next second after the sound fell, Wen Jianyan pushed open the door of the freezer and jumped out. On the other side, although Su Cheng was a little slower, he also climbed out. The 3rd morgue was empty, including, on the iron platform where the corpse was lying just now, there was only a white cloth left. Its one end was hanging to the ground, still shaking slightly. Wen Jianyan felt a chill rush to the top of his head. He stepped forward quickly and dragged the NPC Qi-shun out of another freezer. You can only hide in a place once, or you will be discovered next time. Qi-shun was so frightened that his face was dull, and he seemed to have lost his ability to struggle and speak. Wen Jianyan didn't care either. He and Su Cheng dragged Qi-shun, whose legs were weak, from both sides. They walked out quickly, hurried through the corridor, and ran into the 2nd morgue. Just like before, they did the same this time. After stuffing Qi-shun into a freezer, they each found a cabinet to hide in it. Countdown to find. 3 minutes. This time, the sound of bells wandering outside the cabinet door turned into 2, echoing in the huge space. Countdown to find. 0 seconds. Countdown to hide. 10 minutes. The 3rd time, the hiding time increased to 10 minutes. Wen Jianyan left his hiding place. He looked up at the 2nd morgue in front of him, his scalp tingling suddenly. All the refrigerated cabinet doors in front of them were opened, revealing a pitch-black interior. Each one was empty. They had just pushed them in earlier, and now all the locked corpses have disappeared. Su Cheng's face was as pale as paper, but after all, he had already experienced the baptism of an instance, so his mood was stable for the time being. But Qi-shun, who was on the side, was on the verge of collapse. He held his head with his hand, buried his head deeply, and muttered something in a low voice. Wen Jianyan didn't have so much time to talk nonsense with him. He grabbed Qi-shun. Let's go to the next room. The 1st morgue was the same as the 2nd one. All the freezer doors were wide open, and the cold blue-white light was pouring down from overhead like an invisible rope hanging around a person's neck. After stuffing Qi-shun into a refrigerator together, Su Cheng hid in a cabinet near the corridor. Taking advantage of the fact that there was still some time left, Wen Jianyan took a few steps forward. The elevator and stairs were not far away, looking like shining gates beckoning to him. He sighed, withdrew his gaze, and was about to walk toward an outside hallway cabinet.
But when he passed by the freezer where Qi Shun was hiding, Wen Jianyan paused involuntarily. He was stunned and turned his head to look in the direction from which the voice came. There was dead silence in the morgue. Separated by the thick iron cabinet door, he could vaguely hear the other party's absent-minded muttering. Big sister, big sister, big sister. Countdown to find. 10 minutes. When Jianyan was lying in the freezer, he turned on his phone and stared thoughtfully at the screen that lit up in front of him. Big sister? Was it the third corpse that disappeared in the morgue? If so, does Qi Shun, as the younger brother, know something? This difficult task released by the system, saving NPC Qi Shun, was it just to increase the difficulty, or was there any other consideration? Outside the freezer, the sound of bells and footsteps came and went. Wen Jianyan could almost clearly imagine the horror scene of countless pale corpses wandering in the morgue in his mind. At this moment, a screaming sound came from the outside. Aya! The sound was penetrating. Wen Jianyan was slightly startled. Based on the direction and distance, the sound probably came from the third morgue. Across the iron door, he heard the sound of bells and footsteps. Then, all the footsteps began to move again, chasing in the direction of the sound, and gradually moved away from the first morgue. At the same time, the system prompt sounded in his ears. Ding! The high-difficulty side quest is about to fail. In the Integrity First Live Broadcast Room. Viewer's message. Alas, it really failed. Viewer's message. So far, it seems that no anchor in Fukang Hospital has successfully completed this task. It really deserves to be the only high-difficulty side quest in this sea-level instance. Viewer's message. Damn, the main thing is that there is really no way to do it. They have already stuffed him into a safe place. If Qi Shun, the NPC, is going to run out and die, which anchor can stop it? Viewer's message. But the anchor is already very strong. I remember that the survival rate in the underground morgue of Fukang Hospital was extremely low, right? Viewer's message. Yes, in the situation just now, the anchor can react immediately and hide in the freezer. This response speed is really awesome. Viewer's message. Although he hasn't completed the high-difficulty side quest, it is good to survive. Although the morgue is difficult, I remember that the reward was extremely good. When the audience was discussing in the live broadcast room, suddenly, a soft bang was heard, and the freezer where Wen Jianyan was located was pushed open from the inside. Immediately afterward, the young man cautiously stuck his head out. The live broadcast room fell into a dead silence. Viewer's message. Question marks. Viewer's message. Question marks. Time hasn't come yet, right? Viewer's message. No. Viewer's message. What's the anchor doing at this time? Courting death? After confirming that there were no corpses guarding outside the cabinet, Wen Jianyan nimbly slipped out of the cabinet and ran toward the elevator. The audience was even more puzzled. Viewer's message. What does the anchor want to do? Viewer's message. I can't understand anymore. Viewer's message. The third round of hide-and-seek is about to end. Does he suddenly want to run at this time or something? Then they saw that when Jianyan rushed to the elevator with a clear goal in mind. It was because of the independent main switch next to it. Hearing a click sound, the power supply in the entire morgue was cut off, and the surroundings suddenly plunged into darkness. Viewer's message. No, it can't be, right? Does the anchor think this is the last instance? Viewer's message. I think so. There are all corpses in this instance. They don't rely on light sources to move. Viewer's message. Is this anchor okay? After cutting off the power supply, Wen Jianyan took a deep breath and pulled out his mobile phone from his pocket. He opened the phone's voice memo and clicked the play button. The next second, the familiar jingle-jingle sound came from the mobile phone. The barrage was silent for a moment. After a few seconds, the barrage area finally came alive again. Viewer's message. FECK, reward points 50. Viewer's message. Damn, reward points 100. Viewer's message. I finally know what the anchor is trying to do. Reward points 100. Viewer's message. Question marks. What? Am I alone in the fog? Can a kind-hearted person come and explain it? Viewer's message. Come, kind-hearted person, please come. Now the anchor doesn't want to give up the high-difficulty side quest, so he's ready to save the NPC. Viewer's message. The corpses in the morgue are not ghosts. They are dead people, so their way of judging friends and enemies is still the same as when they were alive, either listening or watching. Now because the anchor has cut off the power supply, they are only left with one way. Viewer's message. Understood. Thank you, kind-hearted person. Viewer's message. Exclamation marks. I also understood. Viewer's message. So, this dog liar didn't have enough fun pretending to be an NPC to deceive the living in the last instance. So he's now going to pretend to be a corpse to deceive the dead this time? Chapter 23. I fucking believe you. The morgue became pitch dark, so dark that you couldn't even see your hand in front of you. The cold air was filled with the pungent smell of formalin, and the rotten smell of the corpse could also be vaguely detected. The bare soles of their feet rubbed against the ground, moving slowly and sluggishly in the darkness. Jingle, jingle. The eerie sound of bells rang from all directions, echoing in the empty morgue. In the corner of the third morgue, Qi Shun was curled up on the ground, shivering. He buried his head deep into his knees while holding something tightly in his hands. He seemed to be in a daze, and from time to time, an indistinct scream came from his throat. Jingle, jingle. The sound of the bell was approaching. Qi Shun's eyes widened in horror. Staring at the bottomless darkness in front of him, he had already begun to construct a picture in his mind. The pale corpses swayed and surrounded him step by step. The bells on their ankles made noises as they walked. Pairs of dead gray eyes stared at him, and then slowly stretched out their stiff and cold hands. Oh, ha. Qi Shun let out a sharp and intermittent scream and retreated backward in horror. Jingle, jingle. The voice quickly approached. It was so close, almost as if it was ringing in his ears. The next second, a palm came from the depths of the darkness without warning and suddenly covered Qi Shun's mouth, blocking the rest of his screams back into his throat, turning them into a meaningless woo sound. Shoo, be quiet. The young man's deliberately lowered voice sounded in his ear. It's me. But Qi Shun still seemed to be trapped in a nightmare, like a dehydrated fish, struggling and trembling frantically. The strength that burst out of a person in a moment of despair was too great, so much so that Wen Jianyan could hardly hold him down, and the back of the other party's head banged against the metal freezer, making a strange noise in the darkness. If he continues like this, it will definitely attract the attention of the corpses, and his previous efforts will be in vain. Don't move. Wen Jianyan hurriedly said, his voice calm. I'm also here to find your sister. Exclamation marks. The moment these words came out, Qi Shun suddenly stopped struggling. He was still trembling in horror, but the look in his eyes gradually became clearer, as if he had finally come back to his senses. Qi Shun gasped sharply and rolled his eyes with difficulty, trying to look at the man covering his mouth. He couldn't see anything. However, in the dead silence, he could vaguely hear the breathing sound of someone other than himself. Although it was a little faint, it was controlled evenly and steadily. The hand covering his nose and mouth was strong and warm. The human body was close to him, his chest rising and falling with his breathing, and the fiery temperature of his skin was all that was transmitted in the darkness. Qi Shun finally calmed down. He held on to the other person tightly and didn't let go, as if he was clenching the last life-saving straw. The life-saving straw's face twisted slightly in the darkness. Hiss. This hand is really strong. The place where he pinched will definitely turn green after a while. Wen Jianyan walked very carefully all the way. As an old acquaintance who had been targeted by this garbage live broadcast room several times, he already had a vague idea about the current situation before getting to the elevator. Therefore, in order to prevent the previous chase from happening again, Wen Jianyan had been memorizing the layout and route here since entering the morgue. Although the darkness also brought him a lot of obstacles, it wasn't that much of a problem after groping in the dark for a while. Wen Jianyan listened carefully to the sound of the bells making noises in the other two morgues, led the corpses stuck in the corridor away, and then left quickly, carefully avoiding the sound of the bells as he rushed toward the third morgue. After holding down Qi Shun, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was on time. The 10 minutes of search time should also be almost over. Wen Jianyan stared at the darkness in front of his eyes. Every nerve in his body was subconsciously tense, and he silently counted the countdown in his mind. Waiting in the dark was always tormenting, and after an unknown amount of time, that familiar voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the anchor for completing the scene. Hide and seek. Bonus points. 5,000. The moment the sound fell, those jingling bells in the distance disappeared instantly, as if they had never been there. Wen Jianyan suddenly seemed to be amnestied. He exhaled slowly, his body relaxing a little bit. He let go of Qi Shan, who was still trembling, took out his phone from his pocket, turned on the screen, and ended the looping playback of the recording. At the moment when the stop button was pressed, there was only boundless silence left in the darkness. Compared to just now, the dead silence at the moment seemed extremely reassuring. Not far away, the sound of the door of the refrigerated cabinet being pushed open sounded, and Su Cheng's half-nervous and half-hesitant voice rang out from the first morgue. "Hey, are you still alive?" Wen Jianyan wiped his face and raised his voice. "I'm still alive." Su Cheng's voice relaxed significantly. "That's great. You really scared me to death just now." He was huddling in the freezer alone, listening nervously to the noise outside. Suddenly, the thin light that was penetrating through the crevice of the cabinet disappeared, leaving only darkness, and then, things gradually became weird. The sound of bells became more and more complex, and the sound of deliberately lower running could be vaguely heard. From time to time, various strange noises were coming from different directions, making Su Chen's heart jump, so much so that he didn't even dare to move in the cabinet. While worrying about whether they had done something wrong, he couldn't help but also worry about the safety of Wen Jianyan, who was not with him. He didn't feel relieved until the sound of the final task completion prompt sounded. Why did the lights go out? Wen Jianyan sat paralyzed on the ground, and as the adrenaline disappeared, the side effects of the thrilling scene finally took effect. He was feeling so weak that he could barely get up now, and could only command Su Cheng in a weak voice. "I turned them off. You go to the elevator, about 5 steps to the right of the elevator door, and you will be able to find the electric switch." Across the walls and corridor, Wen Jianyan heard Su Cheng fumbling forward in the darkness, and from time to time there were a few clanging sounds of him hitting the open door of the freezer and the sound of him gasping for breath. 3 minutes later, there was a distant popping sound. The electric switch was turned on. The lights overhead made a sizzling sound and then turned on together. The sudden light made Wen Jianyan's eyes flicker, and he squinted his eyes subconsciously before finally getting used to the light. The cramped mortuary had been restored to its original state, except for the opened freezer doors. In the third morgue, the missing corpse also laid back on the iron bed obediently. Except for the white cloth that was covering it, which hadn't recovered, the rest was almost the same as before. Soon, Su Cheng rushed in from the corridor. "Are you all right?" Wen Jianyan stood up staggeringly with a blank face and waved at the other party, indicating that he was okay. Then he suddenly rushed to the corner, leaned against the wall, and started vomiting. "Su Cheng, no matter how you look at it, you don't seem to be okay." He stepped forward, his eyes swept over Qi Shan, who was still sitting in the corner, and he basically understood what had happened. Wen Jianyan probably thought of some method just now. That's why he rushed out of the hiding place to save the NPC. Su Cheng patted Wen Jianyan's back. The young man's back arched, trembling slightly from vomiting, and he could almost feel the other's bulging thin bones under his palm. After a few seconds, Wen Jianyan straightened up. His face was pale, and it didn't look like he would have the courage to rush out of the hiding place. Su Cheng stared at the young man in front of him with a puzzled face. Really, he didn't know if this guy's psychological quality was good or bad. If it was good, he wouldn't run faster than anyone else when encountering a ghost, and vomit more often than anyone else. If it was bad, the things he could do sometimes made Su Cheng feel terrified by just thinking about them in his mind. Wen Jianyan took a deep breath and wiped the corners of his lips. Except that his face was a little paler, he looked almost the same as before. He took 2 steps towards Qi Shan, who was still slumped on the ground, and before he could say anything, something from the side caught his attention. Wen Jianyan turned his head to look at the iron bed, and subconsciously inhaled a breath of cold air. The corpse came back, but the white cloth on his body was also lifted, revealing its full appearance clearly. It was a male corpse. There was a large open wound on his neck, just enough to cut off his aorta, and through the whitish, rolled-out skin and flesh, the pale neck bones were faintly visible. But this shocking cut wasn't the real reason for his attention. The reason why it attracted Wen Jianyan's attention was because of the corpse's face. On the corpse's pale face, there were thin black lines like crooked worms, passing through the bluish-purple bloody eyelids and lips, stitching his upper and lower eyelids and mouth together. According to the color of the wound, it should have been sewn up while he was still alive. Su Cheng raised his hand, twisted the tag on the corpse's foot, and read, Zhang Hua, 25 years old, estimated time of death, 2 a.m. on April 20th, 2014. Other than that, there was no other information. Wen Jianyan walked to the front of the iron bed and looked at the male corpse in front of him. He was not a coroner, but as a professional fraudster, he had his own way of obtaining information. He held up the corpse's palm and looked at it. The knuckles had calluses, and based on the position, it should be because of long-term manual labor. There were traces of being bound at the wrist. According to the color of the congestion and the angle of rotation of the wrist joint, his hands should have been tied behind his back during his lifetime, but the technique wasn't very professional, and there were traces of struggle to get free. But obviously, the other party had failed, otherwise, the corpse would not have been placed in front of them. In the Integrity First Live broadcast room. Viewer's message. Aya, the anchor is NB. Viewer's message. My good fellow, this is a high-difficulty side quest. Even in the sea-level instance, the high-difficulty side quest is not something that can be done casually. Really, he's too good, too good. Viewer's message. And the operation just now was really amazing. I really couldn't imagine that someone would think of such a solution. Not only was the map memorized, but the position of the corpse could be accurately predicted by sound. He is simply an escape game master. Viewer's message. It's really amazing. Although it's theoretically feasible, it's very difficult in practice. In fact, I always believed that the anchor was a rookie, but now I had to go to the Vest faction. Wen Jianyan secretly memorized the details he had observed from the corpse in his mind, which might be useful later. At this moment, Qi Shun, who had been slumped on the ground just now, finally got up and stepped forward slowly. He held his breath slightly, looking at Wen Jianyan half in disbelief and half in hope. Brother Zhao, you just said, you came here to find my sister. Is it true? Wen Jianyan was awakened from contemplation by the voice of the other party. Fuck, almost forgot about it. Generally speaking, Wen Jianyan wouldn't tell such a lie under the premise that he had far less information than the other party, especially when it involved relatives whom the other party was familiar with, and he knows nothing about. The chances of this kind of lie being exposed are too great. Even Wen Jianyan can't guarantee that it won't go wrong. However, the situation was urgent just now. In order to prevent Qi Shun from continuing his frantic struggle and stop him from courting death, he had no choice but to resort to this. Lying for a while was cool, but lying continuously to patch it up was the crematorium. But what could be done now? He had to do it. Wen Jianyan cheered himself up and took a deep breath, then turned to look at Qi Shun and nodded slowly. That's right. Su Cheng looked at Wen Jianyan with a confused look on his face, and his head was filled with small question marks. Dude, what are you talking about? Wen Jianyan didn't look at the other party, but said in a low tone, Qing and I used to be a couple. What? Qi Shun and Su Cheng exclaimed at the same time. On the list that Xue Mingyan gave to Wen Jianyan, there was basic information about all the corpses, including the corpse that had disappeared from the beginning and had not reappeared until now. Lin Qing, female, 29 years old. Although the two have different surnames, according to the previous situation, Wen Jianyan boldly guessed that the deceased might be Qi Shun's sister. So he took a gamble. But, sister never told me. Qi Shun said in disbelief. She actually fell in love with you? How is this possible? Very good, he took the right gamble. Wen Jianyan breathed a sigh of relief without a trace. Great, now he can play freely. She came to see you at school at that time, but I don't know why she only chatted with me. Although it has been a long time and I have forgotten the content of our conversation, I can still recall the moment when she smiled at me that day. I think I've been moved since then. Wen Jianyan sighed. Later we added each other's contact information and got to know each other slowly. Qi Shun thought about it for a few seconds, and then, as if he thought of something, his eyes widened slightly, and he slowly took a deep breath. You guys have known each other since my sophomore year? The details fit together perfectly and are quite stable. Even if Qi Shun argued that his sister had never come to school to find him, Wen Jianyan had a way to get things around. The two had different surnames, and it was very likely that they had been separated since they were young. Maybe it's because of family reasons that they have gradually drifted apart. Then, her coming to school can also be explained as, although the older sister didn't say it on the surface, she actually cared about her brother very much, so she secretly came to the school to visit after work, but never told the other party. Just bring the other person into your own rhythm, and the next step will be much easier. We have been secretly dating, but because of the huge age gap between us, and because I am your college classmate, your sister has been reluctant to disclose our relationship. Under the light, the handsome young man raised his thin eyelids, and under his long and thick eyelashes, a pair of amber eyes looked over fixedly. His sad eyes were almost hot, making people's hearts tremble. Then, we broke up. When I heard Qing's name again, it was the news of her death. He looked sad and affectionate, and the contours of his face were shrouded in a melancholy color, which could even make hard-hearted people feel moved. That's why I asked my mentor to put me into the internship team of Fukong Private General Hospital, just to see her secretly for the last time. Su Cheng, I fucking believe you. Damn liar, you are too impersonal. You lied to me at the beginning, but now you have even lied to the NPC. The new victim, Qi Shun, showed a deeply moved expression on his face, and it was obvious that he had completely believed the other party's lies. In the Integrity First Live Broadcast Room. Viewer's message. Ellipsis. Viewer's message. Look up at the name of the live broadcast room, and everyone will understand what I want to say. Viewer's message. Come on everybody, spit it out and go. Reward points 50. Viewer's message. Bah. Shameless. Reward points 100. Viewer's message. Although I know that this dog liar is making this all up, his affectionate appearance is really handsome, and I am moved. Reward points 50. Viewer's message. Give me the way, give me the way. The current partner is here. Thank you, everyone. We will be together happily from now on. The air fell into a dead silence. After a long time, Qi Shun took a deep breath slowly, as if he had made up his mind. Since you and my sister have such a relationship, then I won't hide this from you. I just heard something as if my sister was talking to me. Wen Jianyan took a step forward, her eyes widened in amazement. What? She told me to get out of here quickly, Qi Shun said without thinking. He opened his hand, revealing what he had been holding tightly in the palm of his hand. It was a thin card, something like a work card. Then she gave me this. Wen Jianyan stretched out his hand and took the card from the other's palm. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Congratulations to the anchor for obtaining the hidden item in the instance. Difficult. Collection level. 1 of 4. Wen Jianyan calmed down and looked at the card in his hand. The plastic seal on the identity card was slightly folded, and there was a little dried blood on it. Across the blood, Lin Qing, who was wearing a white coat, was smiling in the 1-inch photograph. Attending physician in the obstetrics and gynecology department. Wen Jianyan looked up at Qi Shun and asked cautiously, "This photo, can I keep it?" His face was pale, and his thin lips were pursed, making him look extra fragile. We have always been in a secret relationship. I don't have anything to miss her, not even a photo. Of course. Qi Shun sighed sadly. He stepped forward, raised his hand, and patted Wen Jianyan's shoulder. You. Keep it. For the first time, Su Cheng, who had been watching the whole process from God's perspective, couldn't bear to look at it. He silently covered his face. After all, as a former victim, the sense of substitution in this scene was too strong. Chapter 24. After the unusual scenario ended, the other 2 morgues also returned to their original shape, and all the corpses returned to their original positions as if they had never moved. After all the corpses were pushed into the freezer and were locked, the notification sound of task completion sounded in Wen Jianyan's ears. The reward of the live broadcast mission is being settled for you. Main task. Complete the patrol task on the first underground floor within 2 hours. Completion degree. 100%. Reward points. 5,000. Instance exploration degree. 25%. Reward points. 2,000. Current plot modification. 18%. Reward points. 10,000. Wen Jianyan shook a little. The psychological shadow left by the previous instance had not dissipated yet, and now he couldn't help but feel panicked when he saw the increase in the plot modification degree. However, for the better, at least his wallet swelled up all of a sudden. Seeing that the 1-hour survival time was about to be used up,
Wen Jianyan quickly redeemed points for another 2 hours. After purchasing the survival time, there were still 11,000 points left in the account. He thought about it for a while, and then fed the remaining fraction to the apple seedlings. It was indeed useful in one aspect, and more importantly, he didn't want to encounter the same situation as last time this time. Rather than directly losing all the points in the account by the system all of a sudden, it was better to feed it a little from time to time, at least to control the growth progress of this guy. Su Cheng also got the prompt for the completion of the task. His initial survival time was 1 hour longer than Wen Jianyan's. Although he didn't get any reward for plot modification, the points of the main task and instance exploration alone were enough for him to survive. Wen Jianyan looked down at the booklet in his hand. All the names of the corpses were ticked, but only one corpse was still missing. Lin Qin, female, 29 years old. She was also Qi Shen's older sister and an obstetrician and gynecologist at Fukong Private General Hospital. Her cause of death was unknown. After completing the task given to them by Xue Mingyan, the three got on the elevator again to leave the underground floor. The elevator doors slowly closed with a rusty creaking sound. At the moment when it was about to close, Wen Jianyan saw that a white shadow appeared outside the elevator. The woman stood motionless in the morgue. Her face was pale and blurred, and she seemed to be looking in this direction. Wen Jianyan became frightened and suddenly shuddered. The next second, the elevator doors closed. The buzzing sound of the machinery sounded, and the old elevator for transporting corpses slowly ascended. Wen Jianyan felt a chill behind him, and a layer of cold sweat slowly oozed out from his forehead. No way. No way, no way. The fake identity last time lasted for more than half of the instance, and this time it was unlikely to be seen through in just 5 minutes. When he thought that the lie he had just told might have been told in front of the boss, Wen Jianyan's eyes went black. His career as a fraudster won't face another tragic defeat. The number on the elevator display changed from -1 to 1. Ding! The elevator door opened slowly, and Su Cheng took 2 steps out, but found that Wen Jianyan didn't follow. He turned his head doubtfully, but saw that the young man was standing on the spot with empty eyes. He was looking listless, and his whole body was shrouded in a layer of depressing air. Su Cheng asked inexplicably, "What's wrong?" Wen Jianyan dropped his head and walked out of the elevator step by step. "No, it's nothing. Forget it. It's already like this anyway. Counter soldiers with arms, and water with an earth weir." Wen Jianyan wiped his face and thought about the broken pot. Soon, the three returned to the duty room, where Xue Mingyan was waiting at the moment. When she saw the three of them, she raised her eyebrows in surprise. "Not bad, you're quite fast. Are all the tasks completed?" "Yes, it's all done." Wen Jianyan nodded and handed over the list back to her. Xue Mingyan, "Okay, good. Take a rest for a while." Wen Jianyan walked toward the chair in the duty room. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded. Ding! High difficulty side quest. Protect NPC Qi Shen on the first underground floor has been completed. Reward item. Magnetic identity card ×1. Wen Jianyan was stunned. Magnetic ID card? He sat down, took out his mobile phone, and opened the backpack in the app to check. Sure enough, there was a blood-stained magnetic card in one grid of the backpack. The handwriting printed on it had already been worn away, and it was impossible to see what was written on it. Who knows what can be opened by it? Wen Jianyan stared at the phone screen with a thoughtful look on his face. Time passed little by little, and the hands of the clock moved towards 12 o'clock. During this process, other trainee nurses gradually returned to the duty room. All of them were pale, as if they had lost their souls. Who knows what happened with them on the floor they were patrolling? But no matter what, it was definitely not a good thing. Ding! Ding! The bell struck 12, marking the arrival of midnight. Wen Jianyan's gaze swept through the entire duty room without a trace. Compared to when he left, the current duty room was obviously much more empty. There were originally 17 trainee nurses, but now there were only 9 people gathered here. The number of NPCs and anchors has been reduced to a certain extent, and from some floors, there was not even a single person who has returned. Xue Mingyan stood up and looked coldly at the remaining people in the duty room in front of her. The corners of her mean mouth were slightly down. Why are there so few people who came back? Shouldn't the first round of patrol be over in 2 hours? She frowned and said sarcastically, "The current interns knew how to be lazy on the first day?
The people on the second round of patrol will go up and bring them back to me. Did you hear? Yes. A sparse response sounded in the duty room. Xue Mingyan wet her fingers with saliva and lowered her head to flip through the roster of interns in front of her. Let me see. This time, the first underground floor shouldn't need to be patrolled. In that case, the list of the second round of patrols. At this moment, an anchor's trembling voice sounded, breaking the dead silence in the duty room. That. Xue Mingyan's fingers stopped in midair, her eyes narrowed, and she looked up in the direction of the sound. The anchor who made the sound raised his hand. His face was pale, his chest was still rushing up and down. The nurse uniform on his body was wrinkled, and there were faint dark marks on it. At first glance, it was blood that had not dried up. Wen Jianyan recalled that this person had been assigned to the second floor in the previous round, the radiology department and the archives room. There was still fear in the anchor's eyes. Excuse me, can I choose which floor to patrol? Xue Mingyan sneered. You can't. The anchor's eyes darkened instantly. He lowered his hand and began to bite his fingernails nervously. Wen Jianyan retracted his gaze and listened to Xue Mingyan continuing her assignment. You two, fifth floor, you and you, fourth floor. Her eyes turned to Wen Jianyan. The gloomy eyes hidden behind the lenses looked at him, sending a chill down his spine. You. Xue Mingyan glanced around at the remaining people, sighed, and said reluctantly, You go to the third floor. The moment her voice fell, the anchor who had just raised his hand to ask a question breathed a sigh of relief as if he had survived the disaster and was glad that it was not him who was sent over. Wen Jianyan, isn't your relaxation too obvious? The third floor is the obstetrics and gynecology department, which was also where Lin Qing used to work. However, in addition to that, there was one thing Wen Jianyan was very concerned about. Am I going alone? He confirmed. Xue Mingyan raised her eyelids. Yes. She pointed at the remaining people in front of her with thin fingers. Look at the number of remaining interns. Are there enough to send 2 people per floor? There were a total of 9 people including NPCs, and the hospital has 5 floors excluding the morgue. If each floor was to be patrolled, there would definitely be one unlucky person who would be left alone. The unlucky person who was left alone. Okay, I understand. You rubbish live broadcast room. You're aiming at me, right? Xue Mingyan's tone rarely softened a little. Young man, don't be so afraid. Those strange rumors are all made up to deceive people. We are a serious hospital here. How can something strange like in a movie happen here? Don't scare yourself. I'm scaring myself? So all the ghosts in the morgue were all my imagination? The corners of Wen Jianyan's mouth twitched, and he answered dryly. Got it, thank you. The elevator slowly ascended. The narrow space was very full. Except for the 2 people on the first floor, the other 7 people were all crammed into this small iron box, watching the bright red numbers flashing on the screen. Ding! When the second floor arrived, Su Cheng and Qi Shen walked out. They reluctantly turned their heads to look at Wen Jianyan, who was left in the elevator, waved goodbye to him, and then walked towards the darkness. The elevator doors closed, and it went up again. Ding! The third floor arrived. Wen Jianyan's Adam's apple moved, and he looked out of the slowly opening elevator door. This floor was terribly quiet, with the mottled words obstetrics and gynecology sticking on the glass door above his head. The empty corridor spread into the distance, looking like its edge couldn't be seen at a glance, which made people panic. He gritted his teeth and slowly stepped out of the elevator. The rest of the people in the elevator looked at the young man's back, and there was more or less a trace of happiness on their faces. Thankfully, it wasn't them who were sent to this floor alone. Patrolling the third floor alone was really terrible. The elevator door closed behind Wen Jianyan with a soft sound and continued to ascend. Soon, the buzzing sound of the machinery disappeared, leaving only a suffocating silence. Wen Jianyan took out his mobile phone from his pocket, opened the app's live broadcast interface, and took a look. The main task has been updated. Main task: complete the patrol mission on the third floor within 2 hours. Degree of completion: 0%. Optional side task refreshed. Find the trainee nurse who was patrolling on the third floor. Degree of completion: 0 of 3. He took a deep breath and looked up. The corridor in front of him was empty. There was only dead silence in his ears, and he could only hear the sound of his own breathing and heartbeat. Wen Jianyan couldn't help but feel the goosebumps on his back, and the chill rushed up from his feet.
Although Su Chung is useless in most cases, at least having a person to accompany you is not so bad. Wen Jianyan sighed deeply. After all, I'm really scared. In order to relieve the psychological pressure brought by patrolling alone, Wen Jianyan opened the live broadcast interface for the first time after entering this instance. The Integrity First live broadcast room suddenly exploded. Viewer's message. Aha! The anchor is here. The anchor is here. Viewer's message. Finally, you opened the barrage. Viewer's message. Aha! Wife, look at me, look at me. Reward points 50. Wen Jianyan glanced at the number of people online in the upper right corner and couldn't help being a little surprised. It's only been 2 hours since he entered the instance this time, and the number of people online in his live broadcast room has reached nearly 4,000. He wasn't sure how many times it was better than the deserted and miserable times before. The young man squinted his eyes slightly, and his long, thick eyelashes covered the amber-colored eyes and the pleasant look that flashed past in them. Long time no see, everyone. Viewer's message. Aha, long time no see. Viewer's message. Obviously, it's only been 2 days since the broadcast started, but I'm already waiting for it. Dog liar, are you going to show me some tricks or not? Viewer's message. It's indeed been a long time. So, will the anchor roll over later? I can't wait. The barrage flashed past quickly on the live broadcast interface, almost dazzling. Wen Jianyan picked a few barges to reply. Why did the live broadcast room change to its current name? He blinked innocently. It's just that I felt like there should be more trust between people, right? Viewer's message. Bah. Viewer's message. Bah. Viewer's message. Bah. Wen Jianyan ignored the long list of spurious barges and picked another barrage without changing his face. How does it feel to go to the 3rd floor alone? It feels very bad. He sighed lightly. In all horror movies, you will be dead if you're alone. The young man smiled at the barrage. The light and shadow were swaying in his face. His clear voice was slightly pressed with a little childishness of a young man, and the ending tone was slightly sticky and raised as if he was acting like a spoiled child. So, my survival rate depends on everyone. The barrage was quiet for a moment, and then suddenly exploded. Viewer's message. Aha! The anchor is acting like a spoiled child. Reward points 50. Viewer's message. Damn it. I knew that this dog liar wanted to trick us to give rewards, but why can't I control my hand? Reward points 100. Viewer's message. Aha, I don't care. My wife smiled at me, and I'm with him. Reward points 100. Listening to the ringing sound of rewards coming in the background, Wen Jianyan was instantly refreshed, and his spirit became 100 times greater. Yes, earning rewards is the best way to alleviate the horror. After saying goodbye to the audience happily, Wen Jianyan closed the live broadcast interface, turned around, and walked to the elevator, looking up at the floor map posted on it. From the structural diagram, the obstetrics and gynecology department of Fukong Private General Hospital was very complete. Not only did it have a gynecology ward, delivery room, and neonatology, but also a neonatal intensive care unit, diagnosis, and treatment center, and so on. It was almost everything. The structure of this floor was also much more complicated than that of the morgue. There was not a single corridor, but a network of interconnected departments. The duty room where Wen Jianyan was right now was in the center of the entire network structure, and it was very convenient to go to any department from here. Compared to the morgue just now, it took Wen Jianyan a little longer to imprint the whole map in his mind. Suddenly, ding ding ding. In the silent and empty duty room, the voice was particularly abrupt and clear, echoing mechanically in the night, almost scaring Wen Jianyan into having a heart attack. He calmed down and walked towards the direction where the voice came from. On the duty desk, a small red light, symbolizing the ward, lit up, and it seemed that a patient in one of the wards had pressed the emergency button. Obstetrics Ward 308, 4th bed. Wen Jianyan. I really don't want to go. He took a deep breath, toughened his scalp, and walked in the direction of the obstetrics Ward 308. The deadly silent corridor was long and deep, and the lights above were cold and bright, but they didn't give people the slightest sense of peace of mind. The door of the ward was closed, the lights in the room were dark, and it could vaguely be seen through the glass. In the dim darkness, vague bloated figures were lying on several hospital beds. This Fukong hospital actually has patients. Wen Jianyan took a deep breath
raised his hand to push open the door, and walked in. The temperature in the obstetrics ward was very high, like a stove smothered in the dark. As soon as Wen Jianyan walked in, a thin layer of sweat steamed on his forehead. There was a strange, sweet smell floating in the air, which was almost nauseating. Wen Jianyan raised his spirit to 120,000 points and walked slowly to the fourth bed of the patient. Suddenly, a bony, pale arm popped out of the bulging quilt and turned on the night light by the bedside with a click. A woman's face flashed under the light. She looked astonishingly thin, almost skinny, with sunken eye sockets, high cheekbones, and withered hair scattered on the pillow, like a living skeleton. But her eyeballs were bulging for no apparent reason, staring at Wen Jianyan in the dim light. "Nurse, I'm thirsty." Her mouth opened and closed, and her scarlet needle-like tongue loomed between her teeth. "Can you pour me some water?" Wen Jianyan felt the hair on his back stand up at the end, not because of the weird face of the woman in front of him, but because he felt that the moment the other party opened her mouth, several eyes were cast on him from all directions at the same time, greedy and hungry, sticking to his back, making him feel like thorns were stabbing him in the back, and his whole body tightened involuntarily. With his head slightly sideways, he glanced at the other beds in the ward with his peripheral vision. The entire ward was full of people, and every bed was raised high. All the pregnant women stuck out their skull-like heads from the head of the bed. Their necks below were thin and long, looking as pale and soft as noodles. One of them sticks out a needle-like tongue and slowly licks her bloodless lips, with a look of hunger and thirst in her bulging eyes. There wasn't much space for the night light to illuminate, and at the edge of the room, there were faint tan spots on the snow-white walls, looking like bloodstains. At that moment, Wen Jianyan's breathing became suffocated, but his mind was as clear as a mirror. The patients on all four beds leaned their heads further forward, and their thin necks under the skull-like head protruded from under the quilt. "Nurse?" But why didn't they call him the moment he entered the door? And now, even waiting for him to answer the question, Wen Jianyan's mind spun like electricity, and he made up his mind in just a few seconds. "Hey, what did you just say?" The young man suddenly raised his hand to cover his lips and smiled slightly. "Where am I, a nurse? I'm from 307 next door." "Next door? 307? The woman on the bed slowly rolled her bulging eyes, with a puzzled look on her face. Wen Jianyan covered his flat abdomen with the other hand, and a sweet smile appeared on his face. His eyes narrowed, and there was a charming maternal glow in his gaze. "You are really a noble person with a bad memory. We've just greeted each other outside during the day. Then, what are you doing in 308? The woman's neck probed longer, almost at the same height as Wen Jianyan. The skull-like head approached him, her eyes rolling as if trying to see some flaws on the other person's face. Wen Jianyan's throat trembled, but his voice was still calm and composed. "It's because I want to share the secret method of my family's ancestors with you sisters." "Secret method?" "Yes. As long as you do as I say, your children will be smart and healthy, with an IQ of 200. My third uncle's second uncle's daughter-in-law gave birth to a gifted child through this. Not only was he an athlete, but he was also a national maths Olympiad champion, and was accepted in advance by 3 of the world's top colleges and universities at the age of 12. When Jianyan spouted nonsense. "What?" The voices of surprise rang out from all over the ward. All the pregnant women no longer kept silent, and exclaimed in shock and joy. "What method? Teach us." Sure enough, for mothers, hoping that their son will become a dragon and their daughter will become a phoenix is an instinct engraved in their DNA. Even monsters are no exception. Wen Jianyan took a deep breath and said in a charming and intimate tone, "Sisters, don't worry. I'm here to share this secret method with you. Come on, I'll teach you step by step. The first step is meditation." Wen Jianyan leaned over and turned off the night light. Everyone lay back on the pillows. Then he heard the sound of fabric rubbing in the air. Those outstretched necks disappeared, and they all lay back down on the pillows obediently. And then, Wen Jianyan took a light step, and step by step walked back cautiously. The second step, close your eyes and take a deep breath. He finally reached the door, slowly stretched out his hand for the doorknob, then twisted it open little by little. The third step, the door handle made a crisp click sound, which was particularly abrupt and clear in the extremely silent room. In an instant, All the pregnant women on the bed opened their eyes, and their scarlet eyes flashed with murderous light in the darkness. They all looked at the young man who had been standing at the door of the ward at some point. Wen Jianyan. Oh no. Catch him. The ferocious voice sounded, and several figures with bloated bellies and limbs as thin as bones burst out of the bed and rushed towards the door. But Wen Jianyan's reaction was one step faster. He rushed out of the ward without looking back, then closed the door and locked it. All in one go. The door of Ward 308 was locked firmly, and there was a sound of bang-bang hitting the door, which seemed particularly infiltrating the dead corridor. Wen Jianyan slowly stepped back while panting, his eyes fixed on the door that was being shaken desperately. The dust was flying and the door frame was shaking. However, after a minute, the sound of hitting the door gradually stopped, and everything became quiet again. Wen Jianyan let out a sigh of relief. His legs softened, and his whole body almost collapsed on the ground. Oh God, that was too dangerous just now. If he was slightly careless, he probably would have become a meal for the group of female mosquitoes. Wen Jianyan raised his hand to wipe off the sweat dripping from his forehead. His heart was pounding in his chest, and he still had some lingering fear. Suddenly, a sharp stabbing pain came from his lower abdomen. Hiss! He gasped, his expression slightly distorted. The pain came and went quickly. Although it disappeared in just a moment, an ominous premonition slowly rose in Wen Jianyan's heart. He swallowed his saliva and slowly reached out to lift the hem of his clothes. On the firm and fair belly of the young man, a blue-black mark appeared at some point in time. It was small, like the palm of a baby. Wen Jianyan. Wait, isn't it? At this moment, he felt the hem of his nurse uniform being pulled by some invisible force. Wen Jianyan put on a blank face and slowly looked around, only to see a small blue-purple hand firmly tugging at the hem of his clothes, leaving a charred handprint on the light blue fabric. At this moment, a young child's voice sounded in Wen Jianyan's ears, with a creepy intimacy and dependence. Mom. Wen Jianyan's pupils trembled. This kind of thing. No. Chapter 25. Mom, you look so beautiful. The phrase mom made Wen Jianyan stupefied. He didn't expect that in just 5 minutes, he would change from an innocent single young man to the mother of a child who he didn't even know was a ghost or a human. Does this even make sense? However, Wen Jianyan found himself unable to move the next second. The little blue-purple hand tugged at the hem of his clothes tightly. A burst of irresistible force struck him, and his body seemed to be under control as he walked forward, step by step. Every inch of muscle in his body was tense, and every nerve was resisting, trying to resist this invisible force, but everything was useless, and it was completely impossible to break free. Wen Jianyan could only move mechanically, walking stiffly along the corridor. In this case, he couldn't even reach into his pocket to get the phone, let alone open the store to buy props. Not good, not good. Wen Jianyan moved his eyes and looked around, trying to find some way to get out. Suddenly, his eyes stopped and fell on the glass door he had just passed by. The glass reflected the young man's blurred figure. His movements were stiff and slow, like a puppet walking slowly forward. Beside him, a dark, half-blurred little shadow could be vaguely seen. Like a child, the ratio of the head to the body was unbalanced. The head was extraordinarily large, but the body was thin and small, looking particularly deformed and strange. A flesh and blood blurred umbilical cord was wrapped around the young man's body, dragging him forward. At that moment, Wen Jianyan felt a chill rush up his back, and his hair stood on end. He feels like something bad is about to happen. Regardless of how anxious he was in his heart, his body moved uncontrollably forward, leaving the obstetric department step by step. Wen Jianyan watched helplessly as he crossed the duty room and walked straight toward the maternity department. The body turned a corner skillfully, pushed open the door, and walked into the prenatal examination room. The room was brightly lit, but it was far more frightening than the darkness. There were various anatomical diagrams of reproductive organs on the wall. In the middle of the room was a gynecological bed where one could lie down on their back. It was surrounded by blue curtains, and on the side was a machine that was responsible for doing B ultrasound, which started at some point, making a buzzing sound. Wen Jianyan lay down uncontrollably. The clothes on his abdomen were lifted up, revealing a white and flat belly. The bruise that was the size of the baby's palm had spread, covering almost his entire lower abdomen, looking particularly shocking in bright light. Z. The B ultrasound machine on the side started to operate automatically. A black and white picture of the abdominal cavity quickly appeared on the small screen. However, unlike ordinary B ultrasound pictures, Wen Jianyan was able to clearly see the face of the child this time. Huge head and a malnourished body. It pressed its face firmly against the screen as if it wanted to get out of it, and its black and white blurry facial features moved a little as if smiling. Its mouth was opening and closing as if saying, "Mom." Wen Jianyan. A layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. He swallowed his saliva with difficulty, and his throat became dry and sore. "Hello." Wen Jianyan moved the corners of his mouth and forced himself to show the most natural smile. "I don't know. When will I see you? My baby." He needs to know how much time he has before he can decide how to get out of here. Snap. The B ultrasound machine switched off automatically, and the entire room fell silent. The next second, Wen Jianyan felt something cold grab his fingers, and the baby's voice sounded in his ears. "We will meet soon, Mom." He glanced down quickly. The little blue-purple hand that was holding him tightly was much more solid than before, and he could almost see the wrist vaguely as if it was rapidly gaining life and existence. "Mom, when you give birth to me, we'll be together forever." The child's voice was extraordinarily innocent, but inexplicably carried a sense of creepy gloom. "Mom, do you want to be with me forever?" "Of course," Wen Jianyan replied without hesitation. He moved his fingers with difficulty, feeling the state of his body, and tried his best to reply in an affectionate and loving tone. "Mom's most beloved person in the world is you, and of course, we will be together forever." "Great." The ghost baby let out a giggling laugh. Wen Jianyan found that with the change in the other party's mood, he gradually gained a little bit of body autonomy. He moved his eyes without a trace and looked at the window on the side. The bright light fell on the window, and he could vaguely see the reflection of the room. Wen Jianyan could clearly see his body lying on the bed and the pitch-black baby that was clinging to him. The ghost baby leaned his deformed head on his shoulder affectionately, stared at Wen Jianyan with those pure black eyes, and giggled. "Mom, you're so good-looking." Wen Jianyan quietly moved his fingers and replied calmly. "Really? You must be making me happy. How could it be?" The ghost baby got a little closer, almost sticking to the young man's face. Wen Jianyan could almost smell the foul and rotten smell emanating from it. The ghost baby giggled. "You are the most beautiful mother I have ever seen, better than all the mothers of other children." "Mothers of other children?" Wen Jianyan was startled, and an incredible idea suddenly crossed his mind. He asked tentatively, "Have you seen other mothers?" "Of course." The ghost baby giggled and laughed. "But other children's mothers are not as good-looking as my mother, nor as gentle as mine." Its outline gradually becomes more clear. The huge, blue-black head was pressing against Wen Jianyan's shoulder. The pure black eyeballs were the size of tennis balls, without any whiteness, and the skin was covered with blood vessels, like an overinflated balloon that would burst open at the slightest touch. But for some reason, Wen Jianyan still saw a strange obsession and admiration from the depths of the other's pure black eyes. "Also, my mother said that she loves me and that she will always be with me. Everyone else's mother hasn't said it." It put its arm around Wen Jianyan's arm. "I love my mother the most." "Everyone else?" Wen Jianyan asked. "Do you have any other friends here?" "Of course. Can I meet them?" The ghost baby fell silent, seemingly reluctant. "I want to be a part of my baby's life." Wen Jianyan said softly. "Don't you want me to, baby? Don't you want to be with your mother forever?" "Okay." The ghost baby finally moved. It stood up with Wen Jianyan and exhorted a little uneasily. "But, Mom, don't be taken away by others." Under the leadership of the other party, Wen Jianyan left the prenatal examination room and walked towards the newborn child care center. As soon as he entered this area, Wen Jianyan immediately noticed that it was very different from other places. If the other areas were quiet and creepy, they were still in the category of a normal hospital, but the feeling here was completely different. The lights overhead were pale and dim, flickering from time to time and making a buzzing sound as if influenced by some unknown force. The temperature dropped drastically, and the icy and gloomy air was scraping at the bones like a steel knife. Within a minute of walking in, Wen Jianyan felt like he had fallen into an ice cave, and the temperature all over his body was being sucked away. Soon, a closed door was in sight. The walls outside the room were painted with small animals and children, and there were a lot of cute stickers, but perhaps because a long time had passed, those original brightly colored pictures had become dull and peeling, and the stickers were mottled. The picture that should have been very cute and childish was looking extraordinarily distorted and weird now, and even had a taste of a children's cult. Wen Jianyan took a deep breath and watched as his hand pushed the door uncontrollably. It was a baby's room. The space inside was extraordinarily spacious. The small beds were neatly arranged. There was also a small game room not far away. The floor was covered with colorful sponge cushions, and some things, like puppet toys, were scattered on the floor. But it wasn't these things that caught Wen Jianyan's attention. Instead, the entire baby's room was densely packed with blue-black ghost babies. Some of them were lying on the crib, some were lying on the ground, and some were stuck to the wall. Each of them has a huge head and a thin body. When they heard the door opening, a pair of pure black creepy eyes were looking in his direction at the same time. Even though Wen Jianyan was mentally prepared, he still got goosebumps involuntarily. "Mom, new mom." Whispers sounded from all directions. The ghost baby holding Wen Jianyan held his arm possessively. "This is my mother. You are not allowed to rob him." Whispers rang out from all directions of the nursery, as if they were communicating in a language Wen Jianyan didn't understand. Thick darkness was flowing all over the room, giving a feeling of extreme unease. It was unknown if it was because the other party had felt that it had reached its own territory, but the ghost baby seemed to relax its vigilance. Although the umbilical cord on its body was still wrapped around Wen Jianyan's waist, it released his arm. Wen Jianyan was suddenly able to move freely. He breathed a sigh of relief without a trace, rotated his already stiff wrist, and slowly changed his standing position. Perhaps because of the change in angle, Wen Jianyan suddenly saw that in the corner of the game room not far away, a person was sitting in the shadows against the wall. It should be a man. The whole person was hidden in the depths of darkness. His head was lowered, and it was unknown if he was dead or alive. His belly was bulging high, making him look extraordinarily miserable and pitiful. Exclamation mark. This is probably the other mother that the ghost baby said just now. Wen Jianyan turned his head and looked at the ghost babies in the room in front of him. When no baby noticed him for a while, he took a deep breath and turned around quietly to walk toward the man. As the distance drew closer, Wen Jianyan recognized the other's iconic hairstyle. A coxcomb head. Then it dawned on him. Oh, it turned out to be the anchor who was making a fuss at the door of the hospital and didn't want to come in. As if hearing the approaching footsteps, the coxcomb head moved and slowly looked up. His face was extremely pale, his cheeks were visibly sunken, and his eyes were blue and black, looking extremely haggard. The hem of his nurse uniform was propped up by his bulging belly, and the thin clothes on his body could no longer hide the change in his body. They were lifted up, revealing a blood vessel-encrusted bluish-black belly. The blue veins on the belly burst, revealing the thin capillaries beneath the thin skin. It seemed that something was wriggling under the surface, struggling, and from time to time it pushed out strange bulges, as if the next second it would burst open his belly and come out from under the flesh. The shape vaguely resembled the face of a smiling, deformed baby. A long umbilical cord was wrapped around the man's waist, extending far into the group of ghost babies. The eyes of the coxcomb had lit up the moment he saw Wen Jianyan. But soon, his eyes fell on the umbilical cord around Wen Jianyan's waist, and the light of hope extinguished and dimmed again. Wen Jianyan took out his phone and opened the task list. Sure enough, the side quests were updated. Optional side quest refreshed. Find the trainee nurses who were patrolling on the 3rd floor. Completion. 1 of 3. The coxcomb had obviously misunderstood Wen Jianyan's actions. He let out a weak snort. Don't think about it. There are no props in the system store that can solve this situation. Even if there were, the price is not affordable for us anchors. As long as you are tangled in the umbilical cord, you will not be able to run away. No matter where you are, the ghost baby will follow you. I have done everything I can do. The coxcomb head stretched out his arms, letting the other party look at his current state of embarrassment. Look, I am still here. His eyes fell on Wen Jianyan's belly, with a stunned expression on his face. Look at this, You should have been entangled just now, right? Yes. Wen Jianyan nodded. What about you? The coxcomb head twitched the corners of his mouth, showing a smile that was not a smile, and replied dryly. It's been more than an hour. He reached into his pocket with trembling hands, took out a box of squash cigarettes, and smoked it. He took a sip from his lips and said vaguely, according to my experience, 2 hours should be the limit in this instance, and it shouldn't be long before I give birth. After saying this, he sneered with twisted lips, as if he was amused by his words. Wen Jianyan heard the word limit in the anchor hall. It means that in some instances, a certain time itself is a hint and acts as a time point, such as the last instance Danmei Middle School that Wen Jianyan had cleared, the key time point in it was 12 o'clock in the night. Beyond this limit, the instance will have irreversible changes. There were also instances with duration of time as the limit, just like this instance Fukong Private General Hospital, which should be divided into different parts with 2 hours as the limit. In this instance, most of the game rules will abide by this limit, such as patrolling and giving birth. The coxcomb head handed over the flat cigarette case. Wen Jianyan shook his head, indicating that he did not smoke. He narrowed his eyes, and his thoughtful gaze fell on the man in front of him. Whether it's the status or the information he knows, the other party doesn't seem to be a new anchor who enters the instance for the first time. He opened his mouth and asked, which instance is this one? The 5th one. Perhaps he knew that his deadline was imminent and there was no need to hide this information, so the coxcomb head answered very clearly. Wen Jianyan made a rough estimate in his mind. If he had already completed 4 instances successfully, even if the unlocking degree in each instance was not high, the points of the live broadcast should have been accumulated one by one, and he should at least be the lowest D-level anchor by now. In other words, his store content should have been unlocked by a whole level more than his own current self, and the number of points that he could bring in was much higher than his own 1,000. However, since the other party is not a newcomer, then why? As if seeing Wen Jianyan's doubts, the coxcomb head raised his eyes and took a sip of his cigarette. The scarlet cigarette but disappeared in the darkness. Do you want to ask, since I didn't enter the instance for the first time, why is there such a big reaction at the entrance of the hospital? Wen Jianyan nodded unabashedly, affirming the other party's guess. Yes, the coxcomb head hummed, shaking the cigarette ashes on a puppet toy. The gray-white ashes fell on the dull glass eyes of the puppet, burning a little black trace. If we can get out alive, I'll tell you how about it. Deal. Wen Jianyan nodded lightly. The coxcomb head raised his eyes somewhat unexpectedly, and his eyes fell on the young man standing in front of him. Obviously, he just finished listening to what he said, but for some reason, the expression on this young man's face did not change too much. On the contrary, he appeared calm and composed, as if oblivious to the dangerous situation he was in. He was tall and slender, with an extremely strong and calm temperament. Even the coxcomb head, who thought he was about to die, couldn't help feeling a little shaken because of him. He asked, speaking of which, in how many instances have you entered? Wen Jianyan smiled. The light and shadow in the corridor outside the door fell into the bottom of his light-colored eyes, floating like broken gold, with a touch of narrowness and mystery. If we can get out alive, I'll tell you. The coxcomb head was shocked by the other party's attitude. He straightened up subconsciously, narrowed his eyes in surprise, and looked at the young man standing in front of him from a new angle. Fuck, what a drag. This young man looks weak, white and thin, is he? Some big shot. In the Integrity First Live broadcast room. Viewer's message. Ellipsis. Viewer's message. I don't know why, but seeing this scene in front of me, I suddenly have a strong premonition that this liar has absolutely no good intentions. Viewer's message. Me too. Viewer's message. +1. Viewer's message. According to previous experience, the anchor is definitely going to cause trouble again. Viewer's message. Ha 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 ha. The real big shot. The D-class anchor who has already played 4 instances. The false big shot. Only played in an instance. Didn't have any problem being a mother, and likes to deceive people like a damn scammer who is full of lies. Viewer's message. I have a hunch that there will be new victims again. Viewer's message. Welcome newcomer to the large family of Wen Jianyan's victims. Our atmosphere here is warm and friendly, healthy and harmonious. If you don't believe me, see how the ghosts and anchors of the last instance are laughing happily. Chapter 26. Unsolved dead end. Fukang Private General Hospital, second floor, radiology department, and archive room. Hurried and messy footsteps echoed in the spacious and empty corridor. Su Cheng and Qi Shun ran desperately, and the shadows behind them spread as if chasing them, unwilling to let go. Quick, over here. Su Cheng took out the master key exchanged from the system store and rushed into the archive room at the last moment before they were about to be caught. Bang! The door was slammed shut at the last minute, blocking the monsters that followed after them. Su Cheng leaned against the door panel in horror, panting heavily. In front of him was the huge archive room. The light inside was dim, and the rows of shelves were covered with dust, extending into the distance seemingly with no end in sight. Su Cheng recalled what Wen Jianyan had told him before parting. As part of the high-difficulty side quest, the role of Qi Shun's sister, Lin Qing, must be very important, and the cause of her death might become a key point in the main plotline of the entire hospital instance. Although they were forced to split into 2 teams this time, it was actually a good thing in a sense. After all, it was more efficient to divide into 2 teams. Therefore, the main purpose of Su Cheng's going to the second floor this time was to find information and clues related to Lin Qing in the archive room. And Qi Shun, Lin Qing's younger brother, would also follow him and could help him eliminate many interference options. Some places in the archive room were messy. Obviously, they were the traces left by the anchor of the previous round. After all, starting from this place was naturally the most convenient. Su Cheng and Qi Shun looked through the archives separately and soon found some useful information. The predecessor of Fukang Private General Hospital was actually a professional women's and children's private hospital, which was transformed into a more complete general hospital around the year 2000. However, the obstetrics and gynecology department of Fukang Private General Hospital was still the representative star department in the whole hospital, accepting more than twice as many patients as other departments. However, after the full 3-year peak period of admissions from 2010 to 2013, the number of patients admitted to Fukang Hospital began to decline sharply, and the entire hospital became decadent and deserted. As for the specific reason, Su Cheng was also unclear about it. The archives of that period have been lost to a certain extent. It was unknown whether they were taken away by other anchors or if they were not here in the first place. Su Cheng turned his head to look at Qi Shun. By the way, when did your sister come to Fukang Hospital? Qi Shun recalled for a moment, raised his head, and replied, It's about 2012. But since she joined Fukang Hospital, maybe it's because she was too busy. She rarely contacted the family anymore. So I don't know exactly what happened during that time. According to the clues provided by Qi Shun, Su Cheng began to look for the obstetrics and gynecology archives between 2012 and 2014, but the shelves on which these materials should be located were empty, and they seemed to have been emptied quite some time ago. The road was blocked again. Su Cheng frowned tightly, almost frustrated. At this moment, as if thinking of something, he reached out into his pocket, took out his mobile phone, and opened the calendar. The time displayed on the phone is April 24th, 2014. This should be the current time in this instance. In the morgue before, the corpse whose eyes were stitched died at 2 a.m. on April 20th. That is, 4 days ago. According to the information provided by Xue Mingyan when she gave them the morgue task, no matter which morgue the corpses were in, they would not stay in Fukang Hospital for more than a week. Then, the corpses lying in the hospital morgue now should all have died this week. So, it was very likely that their case data had not been filed yet. Thinking like this, Su Cheng walked toward the file card at the entrance of the archive room. There were some documents scattered on the file card, which should be the materials that haven't been archived for the time being. He squatted beside the file card and began to read them carefully one by one. Found it. Su Cheng's eyes lit up, and he pulled out a folder from the file card that looked brand new. The more he read, the more solemn the expression on Su Cheng's face became. He roughly counted the number of deaths during this period of time. There were more than 80. But the number of corpses in the morgue, even with Lin Qing, was only a mere 36. This could be explained by the fact that they were taken away in advance by family members or other institutions. But another point didn't make sense in any way. Of the 80 or so deaths, 27 were male and the rest were all female. However, in the morgue, all the 27 corpses present were males. In other words, The disappeared corpses were all female corpses. After carefully reviewing the case files, Su Cheng made a more important discovery. Except for Lin Qing, all the female corpses that disappeared were pregnant women with dead babies. Su Cheng closed the file with a livid face and threw it back into the file cart. He now understood why the anchor, who had just been assigned to the patrol on the first floor, didn't want to go to the third floor, where he had just returned from. No matter from which angle you look at, the third floor must be the most dangerous. And the person who was sent to the third floor alone must be the most unlucky person in the entire instance. Fukong Private General Hospital, third floor, Obstetrics and Gynecology Department. The coxcomb head looked at the young man in front of him in disbelief. For a moment, he was not sure whether the other party was a rookie who didn't know the height of the sky or a big guy who really wouldn't be surprised. Wen Jianyan took out his mobile phone, opened his own system store, and took a look at it. With the increase of points in the account, although the D-level store had not yet been unlocked, he could see the appearance and specific effects of many props in the store, including this. His eyes fell on one of the props, and his eyelashes drooped slightly, covering the gleam at the bottom of his eyes. This prop was very important, and it could almost be regarded as an indispensable part of his next plan. What are you going to do next? The coxcomb head asked hesitantly. Of course, I'm going to escape. Wen Jianyan smiled and raised his head. His face was illuminated by the screen of the mobile phone and was coated with a light halo. He added lightly, unscathed, the kind that didn't even have a small injury. Although he was mentally prepared, after hearing this almost arrogant declaration from the other party's mouth, the coxcomb head couldn't help but be shocked for a moment. How is this possible? Although he was not a senior anchor who had gone through hundreds of instances, his survival experience from several instances in the past had made it very clear that this was a dead end. As long as they were wrapped around the umbilical cord of the ghost baby, there was no way to survive unless it voluntarily released them. It would be fine if there was only one, but now this baby room was full of ghost babies. Even if they escaped from one, the second and third would still be entangled, and sooner or later, all the anchor's points would be exhausted, which was an unsolved dead end. And Wen Jianyan squatted down to level with his eyes and said with a smile, "If I'm in a good mood, it's not impossible to take you out with me." Exclamation mark. The coxcomb head's eyes widened, and he subconsciously held his breath. Behind the young man was the gloomy baby's room. The blue-purple ghost babies were giggling, almost making him feel chilled, but for some reason, even in this environment, the young man in front of him exuded indescribable strong confidence that couldn't be ignored. His voice was calm and soft, and there was something magical about it that one couldn't help wanting to believe. Even though he knew that the current situation was almost incomprehensible, the coxcomb head's eyes couldn't help but light up with a glimmer of hope. However, he was well aware that there was no free lunch in the world. He composed himself and tried to ask slowly in the calmest tone, "What do you want?" "Oh, looks like you are mentally prepared." The young man smiled slightly, the light spots swaying in his amber eyes. "My commission is very expensive. I have 18,000 points left on hand." The coxcomb head straightened up and said somewhat urgently, 18,000. Wen Jianyan narrowed his eyes, and the look on his face was a little elusive. The coxcomb head's live broadcast room had already exploded. Viewer's message. Fuck, the opposite is not a big shot at all. I just went to his live broadcast room to watch. He's just an E-level anchor who has only experienced an instance. He's a newbie. It is said that he is a scammer who often deceives people. The anchor must not believe his words. Viewer's message. And the name of his live broadcast room is Integrity First. Bah. Shameless. Viewer's message. Yes. E-level anchors can only bring 1,000 points in this instance at most. It is not yet the time for the points settlement in the live broadcast. And even if you kill the opponent, you can't get so many points to buy the props to restrain the ghost babies. Viewer's message. Yes. I have seen this Fukong Hospital instance before. As long as the ghost baby dragged someone into this baby room, they would definitely die. The two anchors should not look down on each other. They are all mice that fell into the same pit. At most, one will die first, and then the other. The above user's remarks involve the same instance anchor and will only be open to the audience. Seeing that his offer didn't seem to impress the other party, the coxcomb head gritted his teeth and said, as if he had lost everything he had earned by his blood and sweat. I still have the difficult level prop left over from the previous instance. Although it is only a difficult level, its rarity is very high. Even in the free trade market, it can be sold for at least 30,000 points. If you can really take me out, I am willing to give it to you. Wen Jianyan raised his eyebrows and became interested. Oh, what prop? The coxcomb head took out his mobile phone, opened his backpack, and showed one of the props to Wen Jianyan. It was a very old-looking toy gun. The turquoise paint has peeled off, revealing a pale plastic handle. There were tanned, dried blood stains near the muzzle, and below was the description of the prop. Toy gun of the wrong soul. Difficult level prop in the orphanage instance. Usage. Fire a bullet that will surely hit and will 100% destroy a target. Utilization times. 1. The coxcomb head smiled bitterly. Actually, my judgment is also wrong. If I had used this item from the beginning, I would not have fallen into this situation now. Unfortunately, due to his wrong judgment and hesitation, he was dragged to this place by the ghost baby. Only then did he suddenly realize that the existence of this prop had already become meaningless. Toy gun of the wronged soul could only be used once. Even if this ghost baby was eliminated, he still couldn't escape the fate of being regarded as a mother, and the outcome still couldn't be changed. He looked hopefully at the young man in front of him. Wen Jianyan spat out an ambiguous evaluation. Not bad. Now that the most useful things had been delivered, the coxcomb head didn't care anymore and used 1,000 points to exchange for a temporary contract in the system store. If you are really willing to rescue me, I will become your subordinate in this instance. You will be able to draw 20% of my points, and I won't be able to lie to you. Besides, the guarantee of my own life safety will be under the premise that I'll obey all your orders. When Jianyan estimated in his mind, the sheep's wool has almost been shaved, and dragging it again will not be very profitable. Since it's like this, then it can end here. Wen Jianyan lowered his eyes and looked at the other party with regret. Do you think these are enough? Or, do you think these are of any use to me? The coxcomb head was startled, and his eyes suddenly darkened. Indeed, these things he provided were only a drop in the bucket for a big shot who had the means to repel all ghost babies. All his points might be a fraction of the other party's reward for a live broadcast, and the rare difficult level prop was just icing on the cake for a senior anchor. They are dispensable. He had nothing left to trade, although the conditions you offered are not too attractive. At this moment, the young man's words changed with a smile. However, I am a good-hearted person, so it is not impossible to help you. Besides, I'm very interested in the information you have now. He narrowed his eyes slightly and tapped his plump lips with his fingertips. Well, let's add some extra to this transaction, and then it's a deal. The coxcomb head's eyes widened, and he looked up at the other party anxiously. What? Isn't there sleeping candy in the D-level store? The young man said lightly. Just that. The number of people who purchased this prop was very small because its usage conditions were too limited and harsh. There were almost no suitable occasions to use it, so the price was low, only 500 points. The coxcomb head, who thought that the other party would open his mouth wide like a lion, was stunned. He stared blankly at the young man in front of him, and there was a hint of surprise and emotion in his eyes. Only this is enough? This is charity. This guy is too kind. In the live broadcast room of the coxcomb head. Viewer's message. Ellipsis. I bet 50 points. The dog liar on the other side just wanted this item from the beginning. Viewer's message. I can bet 100 points with you. Viewer's message. Yes, he is E-level. Even if the points are enough, he can't buy props in the D-level store. I guess the other party was going for this sleeping candy from the beginning. Viewer's message. Damn. A transaction that can be made with 500 points has been raised to this level. It even made our anchor overwhelmed with gratitude and even feel that he was taking advantage. Viewer's message. What a born capitalist. Slowly leaning back. Viewer's message. I'm more curious about what he wants this sleeping candy for. Even if it makes the ghost babies fall asleep, it can't loosen the umbilical cord. I really don't understand. What is the anchor on the other side trying to do? He doesn't really think that this hip-pulling prop can save both of their lives, right? Viewer's message. Sorry guys, I'm very curious, so I'm going to the live room next door. I'll be back later. Viewer's message. Me too, wait for me. The number of online viewers in the coxcomb head's live broadcast room suddenly dropped, while the number of people online in Wen Jianyan's Integrity first live broadcast room began to soar. All the people who came in were curious viewers who wanted to see what the anchor was doing from a first-person perspective. After confirming the terms, the two pressed their fingerprints on the temporary contract. The yellowed parchment flickered for a moment and instantly turned into a light spot and disappeared, which meant that the transaction was protected by the system and neither party could violate it. Wen Jianyan opened the interface, and the toy gun of wronged soul and sleeping candy appeared in the backpack, and a smile quickly crossed his lips. Well, this transaction was quite pleasant. Immediately afterward, he clicked on the system store interface, spent 1,000 points, purchased the 5-minute opening time of the daily necessities section, and then started a shopping spree. The coxcomb head's body had reached its limit, and he could only hold up the huge belly that seemed to be swelling. He sat on the spot uneasily, watching the big shot who had just made a deal with him, put away his mobile phone, turned around, and walked toward the group of host babies. He really didn't know, since they had already reached this point, what kind of heavenly means the other party had to let them escape together. 5 minutes later, the young man put the mobile phone back in his pocket, then walked along the umbilical cord around his waist, and accurately found the ghost baby that was entangling him. "Baby, why didn't you come to find your mother?" The young man's voice was soft and gentle, with a hint of pampering and reproach. In an instant, all the ghost babies turned their heads and looked in this direction. The pair of pure black eyes looked terrifying on the huge blue-purple head, staring at the young man in front of them, and firmly locked onto his figure. Wen Jianyan controlled his expression with his strong psychological quality, his face hardly changing in the slightest. He bent down to pick up the deformed ghost baby and let it lie in his arms at a comfortable angle. "Baby, don't you want to spend more time with your mother?" The blue-purple ghost baby was visibly stunned for a moment, and then it suddenly eased up and raised its voice hastily. Of course, it once again embraced Wen Jianyan's arms possessively, staring at its mother with those pure black eyes that occupied a large proportion of its head, its voice surprised and admiring. "My mom is my favorite. Look, I have already said that my mom is the most gentle, beautiful, and loving mom in the world." The ghost baby turned its head. Its expression suddenly turned ferocious, revealing its sharp teeth at the other ghost babies who were sneaking up closer. "This is my mom. You are not allowed to rob him." Wen Jianyan embraced the ghost baby and smiled affectionately at it. "Mom won't go anywhere. Mom loves you so much." The ghost baby pressed its forehead on the young man's chest and looked at him with the eyes of a child's pure admiration and dependence. Although its appearance was terrifying and frightening, almost making people feel goosebumps, the young man didn't seem to notice it at all. Wen Jianyan took a walk in the baby room with the ghost baby in his arms. While stroking the ghost baby's gradually solidifying uneven and deformed head, he slowly turned the pages with a gentle smile on his face and whispered the illustration book in the baby's room to it. As if by magic, he took out toys, brightly colored candies, and snacks from his pockets, pampering his child unconditionally. Even when the other party ate the candy and started yawning sleepily, he still hugged the ghost baby tightly, shaking it gently while humming a lullaby in a low voice, waiting for it to fall asleep. In this world, no mother was more competent and gentler than him. Wen Jianyan hugged the ghost baby who fell asleep after eating the sleeping candy, walked slowly to one of the cradles, leaned down, carefully put it into the cradle, and then gently touched its head. The young man's expression was very gentle and affectionate, filled with pure and holy motherhood. "My dear, go to sleep." The coxcomb head not far away was stunned. With a ghost-like expression, he stared at the scene in front of him that was beyond human comprehension and common sense. His brain shut down, and he could hardly think. This is too fucking weird. He had imagined 100 ways for this big shot to single out a group of ghost babies, but not a single scene in his mind looked like this. The audience in the 2 live broadcast rooms was full of question marks. Viewer's message: "I really don't understand. What is the anchor doing?" Viewer's message: "Does he want the ghost baby to have feelings for him and be reluctant to kill him? But did the anchor forget that the more he does this, the more attached the ghost baby is to him? The more he wants to be with him forever and wants him to give birth to itself. The anchor is just asking for his own death." Viewer's message: And it's also a little strange. The ghost baby fell asleep after eating candy. Why is he still acting so hard? For whom to see? Viewer's message. I'm sorry, although everyone is working hard to discuss the instance. But why do I feel like my XP has been smashed when I look at the anchor? Viewer's message. Aowa man, long live mommy. Of course, Wen Jianyan acted hard, but not for the ghost baby who was wrapped around him from the very beginning. After putting the sleeping ghost baby in the crib, he straightened up and turned his head to look behind him. It was unknown when, but the whole baby room has fallen into a dead silence. All the ghost babies were motionless and silent, staring in this direction. Their bodies were purple and deformed. Some were on the ground, some on the wall, some on the bed, but the only thing they had in common was, in the depths of those pure black eyes, there was a flash of extreme desire and envy. Mother, mother. They had seen screaming, terrified, distressed mothers who struggle frantically, eager to escape from their children, killing them by all means, staying away from them, torturing them. But they had no complaints or regrets, because this was their mother. What they loved the most and desired the most was their mother. The blue-purple ghost babies snuggled up to the human being admiringly. No matter whether the face of the other party was distorted by fear, they were tightly entangled, never to let go. They stared at the inflated belly of the human being with their pure black eyes carrying morbid happiness and contentment. Whether it was resentment or fear, what does it matter? Children were born with their mothers. No matter how bad the mother's attitude was, the child's love for the mother would never waver. They would always love their mother. Mom, soon. The ghost baby showed a smile full of sharp teeth, its face bulging on the human belly, with a fanatical and paranoid attachment, eager to burst out of the other's body. We will soon be inseparable forever. Together forever. In the dimly lit baby room, pairs of pure black eyes stared at the young man not far away, and the desire in their eyes seemed to materialize, flowing down from their ugly blue-black faces. They had never seen a mother like this since they could remember. A smiling, beautiful, and gentle mother who stretched their arms and hugged their child, coddling it with love and pampering, reading to it, singing to it, giving it candy. It was the kind of mother that only appeared in fairy tales. So envious, so envious, so jealous, so jealous, so jealous. Wen Jianyan turned his head and looked at one of the ghost babies. The ghost baby's body was much more solid than other ghost babies. A long, wriggling umbilical cord was extending from its body to the play area and was tightly tied to the coxcomb head. Oh, poor little one. Wen Jianyan showed a look of pity. Your mother has a very bad attitude towards you. Otherwise, he would not have left you alone in such a far place. That kind of person is not worthy of being your mother. All children have the right to be happy. The young man smiled and stretched out his hand to it. Do you want to be my child? The ghost baby stared at him blankly, looking at the perfect mom of its dream. The next second, the coxcomb head suddenly found that his inflated belly shrunk little by little like a punctured balloon. The umbilical cord that was wrapped around his body was moved away and turned in the direction of the youth. Soon, a second umbilical cord was wrapped around the youth's waist again. His face suddenly turned pale, and a trace of pain flashed across his eyebrows. Exclamation mark. The coxcomb head suddenly realized what the other party was doing. No, no way. Is this anchor crazy? This is simply a suicidal action. Although he was now saved, this anchor would surely die, and the speed of his death would be faster and more painful than if he was just wrapped around by one, because he would be feeding two ghost babies with his own blood and chi. Before the coxcomb head could recover from his overly complicated mood, he saw the young man reaching out to the second ghost baby. What about you? Do you want to be my child? The coxcomb head. Question marks. 3. This man doesn't want to live. Wen Jianyan didn't seem to notice the almost collapsed appearance of the other anchor. Although his face had turned pale, he still maintained that gentle and kind expression. The upright and handsome facial features showed a different kind of holiness and fragility in the dim light, with a strange power that was almost magical. He turned his head and sent an invitation to the 4th, 5th, 6th ghost babies. Each of them couldn't wait to run into the arms of the young man, like moths to a fire, attracted by the irresistible gravity, frantically and eagerly running toward the most perfect mother in their dreams. Mom, Mom. The voice of obsession echoed in the baby room, like some kind of old, frenetic incantation, repeated over and over again by the mouths of evil spirits. A total of 110. Wen Jianyan's body was so tightly wrapped that it was almost impossible to see it. Countless blue-purple ghost babies nestled happily beside him, like babies thrown into the arms of their mothers. Unbelievably peaceful. The scene in front of him was too bizarre. The coxcomb head was pale, and his teeth were chattering. He felt his back was covered in a cold sweat, and the terrifying tremor made him not dare to go forward at all. Even though he had experienced 4 instances, he had never seen such a frightening scene. The other party must be dead. No one can be alive while feeding 110 ghost babies at the same time. The coxcomb head took a step forward timidly. A low hum sounded from the depths of the ghost babies. The coxcomb head! Exclamation marks. He abruptly stopped his steps and stepped back in horror. However, to his surprise, those blue-purple ghost babies began to fade slowly, gradually fading in color. Even the scalp-tingling umbilical cord began to become transparent and was assimilated into the color of the air little by little. Soon the horrific sight disappeared. In the darkness, the young man sat calmly on the ground, with his back against the wall. His head was drooping slightly, his half-length black hair hanging down, and a thick shadow blocking his face. From the direction of the coxcomb head, he could only vaguely see the other side's beautifully contoured chin and lips. Although the young man in front of him was still in human form, the coxcomb head couldn't help shuddering. His body was dominated by a strong, instinctive fear, and he couldn't wait to escape. What happened? The barges in the 2 live broadcast rooms fell into a dead silence. No audience spoke. They just stared at this absurd, bizarre, and unexplainable scene in front of them, whose probability was so small that there was no possibility at all. Exactly. What's going on? The young man hummed again. His shoulders moved, and he slowly raised his head. The half-length black hair spread out from his face with his movements, revealing an extremely pale, dead-like face. His long eyelashes trembled, and then he slowly opened his eyes. There was no whiteness in the pure black eyes. The ghostly aura in the bottom of the eyes was deep, and the blue-purple lines appeared and disappeared. Wen Jianyan shook his head, then closed and opened his eyes. The cold blue-purple faded, and the pupils became black and white again, but the original amber pupils now turned into a very deep pure black, as if the abyss which could not be penetrated by the light, and the vortex attracted all existences to sink into it. You. The coxcomb's voice was trembling and nervous, like a chicken strangled by its neck. Are you still human? Not quite. Wen Jianyan's voice was hoarse and his breathing was somewhat unstable. Compared to a human, he was actually closer to a ghost now, and he was almost hanging on the line between life and death. As long as he took one step forward, he would die completely. He leaned against the wall and sighed deeply after surviving a disaster. After Wen Jianyan entered the baby room, the flower of delusion in the backpack, which was developed successfully at some point, took effect automatically when the anchor's life was threatened. And as he talked to the coxcomb head, an introduction to these ghost babies popped up. After reading it, Wen Jianyan immediately realized that he had made a mistake in his judgment. He should have figured out a way to get the ghost baby away when it first got entangled with him, instead of waiting until now to be brought here, deep into the ghost baby's base camp. Even if he had a way to get rid of a ghost baby now, he would still end up being a host mother for them to parasitize. Should he let them kill each other? No. This idea was quickly rejected by Wen Jianyan. There will always be a victor in the ghost babies, and he will still die at that time. Wen Jianyan forced himself to calm down and read the information given about the ghost baby carefully again. Again and again. Look for it. The way must be hidden between the lines. Calm down. After all, it's not that you haven't encountered this type of desperate situation before. Suddenly, Wen Jianyan found something. Unlike the previous plaster statue, this time, for the monster ghost baby, the introduction did not mention its weaknesses, but instead described their characteristics and killing methods in a great length, including how they use yin qi to modify the mother so that the human body can give birth to them. So, is it possible that their weakness was hiding in it? As a fraudster, Wen Jianyan learned how to look beyond the frame long ago. Only by jumping out of the rules can you break them and get the most benefit. He stared at the detailed introduction, and a strange and adventurous method slowly formed in his mind. If it wasn't successful, it would be death at most, but if it was successful, the benefits brought by this move would be unimaginable. Since there was no way out, it was better to fight to win or die. The coxcomb head swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty and slowly. Although his heart was still full of fear, curiosity prevailed, and he asked cautiously, "Just now, what happened just now?" Wen Jianyan held the wall with one hand, struggling to prop himself up, his body swaying slightly. The ghost baby was formed from the resentment of an unborn child who had an unparalleled desire for the mother's existence. After parasitizing the mother's body, it will assimilate the mother's body with its own yin qi, making it a hotbed for its own birth. The young man raised his eyes. The dim, pale light outside the window fell on his face, and the light and shadow carried up his face, making his complexion look paler and paler. His eyes were pitch black, almost making him a bit spooky. His eyes fell on the lower abdomen of the coxcomb head, which was still swollen just a moment ago. He combined the conclusions he had drawn from the flowers of delusion, conjectured up the deductions based on this, and spoke in an extremely calm tone. If the yin qi in the ghost baby is 10, then in order to grow up in the mother's body, it must make the yin qi of the mother's body reach 10. You should have experienced this process yourself just now. Little by little, your body transforming into a perfect container for the fetus. The coxcomb head got goosebumps on his whole body under the other party's gaze, and couldn't help but secretly took a half step back. Under the gaze of the young man, the abdomen that was no longer bulging seemed to start to ache again, giving the illusion that it was still tightly wrapped by the umbilical cord. Of course, to conceive 2 ghost babies, you need 20 yin qi, and so on. Wen Jianyan said in a calm tone. In the Integrity First Live broadcast room. Viewer's message. Ellipsis. Fuck. Viewer's message. I understood. Viewer's message. This is too scary. Viewer's message. Is this a fucking bug? Viewer's message. I don't care about the live broadcast room, but won't he crash the entire instance by doing this? Unlike the audience, the face of the coxcomb head showed a more dazed look. He felt like what the other party said was beyond his comprehension. His brain seemed to be frozen, unable to turn, and there was absolutely no way to figure out the meaning hidden in the depths of the words. Wen Jianyan said patiently, if there are 100 ghost babies and they choose the same human being as their mother, then the human body will need 1,000 yin qi to give birth to all the ghost babies. The coxcomb had opened his mouth, his face full of doubts. But, in the end, don't you have to give birth to all the ghost babies? Won't you still be dead? Wen Jianyan smiled slightly. Do you think that a human being with 1,000 yin qi can still be counted as a human? The coxcomb head. The young man has stood up straight now, his voice still calm. The most important thing is, now my yin qi has become 1,000, but a single ghost baby's is still 10. He raised his bloodless thin lips and smiled gently, but that pale face inexplicably gave a very strong sense of danger and terror. Guess what happens when the power balance between the mother body and the ghost baby reaches such a disparity? The screen of the mobile phone in the young man's pocket lit up. ID card had already become distorted. On the screen of the mobile phone, a bit of thick scarlet blood smeared out. The anchor's identity has been changed. Mother of ghost babies. Remaining survival time. Question marks. Plot modification. 63%. Reward points. 50,000. Ding. It has been detected that the plot modification has reached the threshold, and the instance is now undergoing uncontrollable changes. The new plot is opening. The new form of the instance is being unlocked. Wen Jianyan spread his arms between the light and shadow. Behind the slender and tall figure, the endless huge shadows wriggled, as if an invisible abyss whose limits couldn't be seen. He smiled even more. Now, I am their mother, and they obey me. Chapter 27. What are you waiting for? The operation is about to begin. The room was dimly lit, and the light in the corridor penetrated through the blurred glass, barely illuminating the faded and mottled children's paintings on the walls. The coxcomb head stared blankly at the young man in front of him with his mouth open. Under such a strong shock and impact, his brain was already messed up. He had already gone through 4 instances and was no longer a novice, so he could understand every word and concept spoken by the other party without any obstacles. And it was exactly because of this that he found it more and more unimaginable, tempting more ghost babies to regard themselves as mother, taking advantage of the loopholes in the concept, jumping out of the rules, and making themselves the true mother of ghost babies who could control them in turn. This was no longer a matter of slight carelessness, and the full game lost. How terrifying does this person have to be to come up with such a crazy and bold solution? It's too scary. The coxcomb head stood there blankly and felt a chill slowly creep up his back. This strong sense of fear did not come from the monster in this instance, but from the living human standing in front of him. Wen Jianyan took out his phone and opened the Nightmare app. In addition to the change of the ID card and the increases in points in the account, he also saw another line of small characters. Countdown to instance alienation. 0 hours, 10 minutes, 0 seconds. It was still an hour last time, but this time it directly was shortened to 10 minutes. Wen Jianyan sighed. He knew it. After all, in the last instance, he only got rid of a boss and had already been able to alienate the NPC. But this time he directly became a bug, not only controlling all the ghost babies, but also making his remaining survival time incalculable. And the modifications made by him in this instance might be even more extreme than the last time. Forget it. Anyway, it was not the first time he had been targeted by an instance anyway. That being the case, the 10 minutes before this alienation must be grasped well. Wen Jianyan put the phone back in his pocket and turned to look at the coxcomb head beside him. Let's go, hurry up. Go, where to go? The coxcomb head had not come back to his senses and asked in a daze. Wen Jianyan pondered for 2 seconds and replied, let's go to the office on the 3rd floor first. Before the alienation happened, he had to find Lin Qing's office quickly to see if there were any clues inside. In the anchor hall, under the splendid dome, in the square divided into different areas, countless crowds of people flowed endlessly. The anchors belonging to different guilds were free to trade, socialize, and entertain during the intervals of their live broadcasts. As a strange space independent of the whole world, it was extraordinarily lively and peaceful here. Only the light screen suspended in the space above the head showed a hint of ominousness. The blood-red words "entertained to death" were hanging in the air, quietly looking down at the huge space below. Everything was the same as usual. Suddenly, a ding sound sounded in the dome. This mechanical sound was so familiar that everyone in the hall subconsciously stopped their movements and looked toward the source of the sound. Dear anchors, the sea-level instance Fukong Private General Hospital is now open for emergency recruitment. The points are doubled, and the time limit is 10 minutes. On the light screen hanging in the air, the blood-red slogan disappeared at some point, leaving only a slowly flickering countdown. 0 hours, 10 minutes, 0 seconds. What? The anchor hall was in an uproar. All the anchors looked at each other and saw the exact same shock and excitement on each other's faces. The chance of an instance that had been opened temporarily recruiting anchors was very small, which often means 2 possibilities. First, shortly after the opening of the instance, the death rate of anchors had reached more than 90%. In this case, the instance would open temporary recruitment. But this situation often occurs in instances above A level or below D level instances in which either the instance was too difficult or the anchors were too bad. This kind of recruitment was rarely accepted. After all, the benefits of instances below the D level were too low, and the mortality rate of instances above the A level was too high. Even if you participate, it was easy to lose more than gain. Another possibility was there were unpredictable changes in the instance. The anchor broke the overall balance, and the instance could not adjust itself, so it was necessary to recruit new anchors to adjust the unbalanced plot. This situation was much more ideal. High reward and low risk. As long as you complete the tasks assigned by the system, or play the characters in the script well, you could have a very considerable income. The low-level anchors in the entire square couldn't help but get excited. Hey, just forget about it. An old anchor looked coldly at the new anchor who was eager to try. He sneered and said, even if you go, you won't be able to grab a place. Why? The new anchor frowned and asked in dissatisfaction. This instance is sea level, isn't it? Then there will definitely be a limit on high-level anchors. If the level is too high, there is no way to enter.
Since everyone is a low-level anchor, why can't I get a place? Of course, high-level anchors can't get in, and they're not interested in going in either. The old anchor shook his head and said, however, the major guilds will not let go of this low-risk and high-return opportunity. They will definitely send new recruits from their own guilds who are relatively low-level and have high training value. This way they can have experience and can also reduce the death rate. Do you have the confidence to grab the place from those guilds? Saying that, the old anchor raised his hand and pointed to the guild rankings hanging high not far away. Oracle, Dark Fire, Eternal Days. The guilds with the top 3 points hang high on the top of the glory rankings, which looked extraordinarily unattainable. The new anchor fell silent and clenched his fists secretly. The old anchor said, don't be too upset. This kind of opportunity will come to you sooner or later. He narrowed his eyes slightly, looked up at the blood-red countdown not far away, and said leisurely, moreover, no matter how unlucky you are, you can't be as unlucky as the anchor who broke the balance in this instance. This person is absolutely doomed. The 3rd floor of Fukong Private General Hospital. Wen Jianyan quickly found the doctor's office area. He recalled the information on Lin Qing's ID card and stopped at the door of one of the offices. The sign hanging on the door of this office was removed, leaving only a small empty white area on the wall, with a slightly yellowed edge that was slightly different from the color on the wall. It should be here. Wen Jianyan pushed open the door and stepped inside. The office was not large, but it looked clean and tidy with a white doctor's coat hanging on the hanger on the side. Professional books on obstetrics and gynecology were neatly stacked in the bookshelf, and several medical records were stacked on top of each other on the spotlessly clean desk. Everything here looked extraordinarily normal and ordinary. The coxcomb head stood at the door, while he was still hesitating whether to go in or not. Wen Jianyan stepped into it without hesitation and began to search quickly and efficiently. He turned over all the pockets in the white coat one by one, carefully inspected the inside of the vase, disassembled the photo album on the table, and looked for the mezzanine, wardrobe, desk drawer, secret door in the bookshelf, and even the eye-catching places like the professional reference books and case books were not left by Wen Jianyan. And as soon as found suspicious points, he took pictures with his mobile phone. The coxcomb head stared stunned at the skillful movement of the other party rummaging through things in admiration for a while. Isn't this too professional? After conducting a thorough search of the entire office, Wen Jianyan noticed something was wrong. It was a little too clean here. The professional reference book had no traces of being read or any notes, and each case in the casebook was nothing special, so common that they had no reference value. There was no trace of living and working here. This was really weird. Either after Lin Qing's death, this place was thoroughly cleaned and rearranged, or this was not Lin Qing's real office. Wen Jianyan stopped and stood in the center of the office, lost in thought. He took out his phone again and looked at the countdown on the screen. 0 hours, 4 minutes, 43 seconds. There are less than 5 minutes left. So, which part did he miss? Wen Jianyan recalled the map on the 3rd floor and was suddenly startled. There was another very important place on the 3rd floor that he forgot. Delivery room. If a pregnant woman gave birth, she would not be sent to the operating room on the 4th floor, but would be sent to the delivery room in the obstetrics and gynecology department on the 3rd floor. This was the core area of the entire 3rd floor. If there were no clues there, then the entire 3rd floor would not have them. Thinking of this, Wen Jianyan turned around and ran towards the delivery room at the fastest speed. The coxcomb head was taken aback by the other party's rapid movements. He was stunned for 2 seconds. When he recovered, only the back of the young man was left in his field of vision, which was gradually drifting away. Hey, boss, wait for me. The coxcomb head hurriedly chased after him. This was not only because of the contract between the two, but more importantly, based on previous experience, the coxcomb head was now completely convinced that Wen Jianyan was actually a big shot. In this case, of course, he must hold the big shot's thigh tightly and not let go. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the empty corridor and became more and more terrifying in the empty late-night hospital. Soon, the door of the delivery room was close at hand. As the distance shortened, Wen Jianyan could smell the smell of blood in the air getting stronger and stronger. He panted slightly and stopped running. The words delivery room hang high, showing a strange green under the illumination of the lights. Walking through the door, There were empty offices and nurse stations inside. Going further, there was a large pre-delivery room. Pregnant women who were about to give birth are usually sent here to rest and wait until the cervix was opened enough to give birth before being pushed into the delivery room. At this moment, there was also no one in the pre-delivery, and only the empty hospital beds were neatly arranged in it. Further forward was the delivery room. The door to the delivery room was closed, with a signed family member stop here posted on it. The delivery room of Fukang Hospital was built a long time ago. At that time, there should be no habit of accompanying at the time of giving birth. All family members had to wait outside the delivery room and were not allowed to enter. The further you go, the dimmer the light became. When Wen Jianyan walked to the door of the delivery room, the overhead light was only faint light, flickering slightly like an unstable current. There was a dizzying sweet smell floating in the air as if an operation had just been performed and the smell of blood had not dissipated. The door to the delivery room was tightly shut, unable to be pushed open, and there was no keyhole that could be pried open. But when Jinyan's gaze fell on the card swipe at the door of the delivery room, and his gaze couldn't help but pause slightly. He opened his backpack and took out the identity card that was rewarded by the system after completing the difficult side quest. A blood-stained magnetic card appeared out of thin air in his palm. The writing on it was either worn out or deeply hidden under the bloodstain, making it completely unclear. Wen Jianyan put the magnetic card close to the machine at the door. D. A soft sound rang out, and the door of the delivery room in front of him slowly opened inward, revealing a pitch-black passage. In the next second, a familiar mechanical voice sounded in his ears. The hidden branch line opening is completed. Almost at the moment when the voice fell, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. Starting from the place where the magnetic card was in contact, a little brownish-red blood started to spread. Mottled, deep, and shallow bloodstains appeared everywhere on the ground and walls. There were also drag-like traces and splattered bloodstains. Some were old, with only dried bloodstains left, while others were still very new, as if they had just been splashed, still slowly sliding down the wall. He didn't know when it began, but the empty delivery room filled with people. Saying that they were human was not accurate. Whether it was family members in ordinary clothes waiting outside the delivery room, or doctors and nurses in white coats, they all had blank faces without facial features. At this moment, a nurse came toward Wen Jianyan. Her face without facial features turned to him, and she said in an ordinary voice, "Dr. Lin, what are you waiting for? The operation is about to begin." Dr. Lin? Wen Jianyan suddenly realized that the role he played in this absurd drama was probably Lin Qing. He nodded without changing his face. "Okay, I'll go in right now." Wen Jianyan turned around and found that the door of the delivery room in front of him was already open to him, and the lights inside the cleaning were bright. All doctors participating in the operation have to change their surgical gowns and clean and sterilize themselves before entering the final operating area. The preparation of medicines and medical equipment was also carried out here. However, the cleaning area here was far from clean. The traces of blood on the walls were deeper and heavier, and the ground was sticky as if there were some kind of blood-red tissue all over it. And when you stepped on it, it would make a strange noise. Further inside was the operation area. Through the blurred glass covered with blood, Wen Jianyan could vaguely see the moving figures inside. It seemed that this was the delivery waiting for him. Aha! The terrible scream that seemed to tear the eardrums apart came from deep in the operating room, sending a cold shiver down his spine. Wen Jianyan maintained a calm expression. Under the guidance of the faceless nurse, he changed into a full set of surgical gowns, put on blue disposable gloves, and stepped into the operating area. The door to the delivery room was pushed open to him. The area inside was bigger than he thought, but there was only a surgical lamp on the ceiling that illuminated the only delivery bed in the center of the delivery room, and all the other places around were shrouded in darkness that was impenetrable to sight. Around the bed were nurses and doctors who were also fully dressed. Through the masks, he could see their blank faces without facial features. He didn't know when it started, but the shouting had stopped, leaving only a dull mumbling sound. "Dr. Lin, you're finally here," one of the doctors said. "We are just waiting for you." After he finished speaking, he made way for Wen Jianyan, took out a gleaming scalpel from the operating tray, and handed it to him. "Please be the chief surgeon." Wen Jianyan took the scalpel,
then turned to look at the operating table. In the next second, his breathing suffocated slightly. He saw a woman tied tightly to the delivery bed, with her arms fixed on the top of her head. Her wrists had become mutilated because of rubbing, and the bones were deeply visible. Her body was sweating profusely, her black hair was stuck to her neck, and her belly was very high, like a balloon that was about to burst. And under the thin and almost transparent skin, winding blue-red blood vessels could be vaguely seen. Both of her feet were also wide open and fixed. Scarlet blood was dripping from under the surgical gown, and it had gathered into a small pool of blood on the ground. On the belly, a strange shape stood out, as if something was struggling under the skin, trying hard to break free. Although her face was contorted with pain and fear, Wen Jianyan could still recognize her. This was Lin Qing's face. Her lips were sewn tightly with needles and thread. The lower half of her face was stained red with blood, and her eyes were wide open. She stared at Wen Jianyan, her sewn lips squirming as if she wanted to say something. "What's the matter, Dr. Lin?" A faceless man said. "Why don't you use the knife?" The scalpel in Wen Jianyan's hand reflected a cold light in the light, as if urging something silently. He took a deep breath, stepped forward slowly, and stood on the side of the delivery table. Although they didn't have facial features, Wen Jianyan could feel that all the nurses and doctors were staring at him, waiting for the moment when he would cut Lin Qing's belly. The cold light of the scalpel flickered, and the slender fingers holding the handle of the knife did not hesitate in the slightest and cut it with precision. The next second, the tip of the scalpel quickly cut through the thin line that tightly sewed the woman's lips. More blood gushed out, but Lin Qing didn't seem to notice it. She widened her frightened and trembling eyes and screamed at Wen Jianyan. Second underground floor. She seemed to want to say something, but soon, a cold light passed by. Wen Jianyan's pupils trembled. Lin Qing's body tumbled for a moment. Her head slowly leaned back. Blood gushed out of her widely slitted throat, and she lost her breath in an instant. The doctor standing opposite took back the bloodstained scalpel in his hand and stared at Wen Jianyan with his face, without facial features. His voice was cold. "Lin Qing, you have disappointed me so much. Since this hotbed is useless, then you'll be the next one." The other faceless people around approached and reached out to Wen Jianyan as if trying to catch him. "Hey, ah!" A terrible scream rang out. The faceless man who was holding Wen Jianyan's wrist suddenly let go of his hand, and on his palm, he could see a small blue-purple bite mark, like the mark of a baby biting down hard. "What's going on?" On the operating table, Lin Qing's dead body lay quietly under the light, her dark pupils staring in this direction, but her high belly was still wriggling, and the amplitude of action became even more violent. Rip! The sound of flesh being torn rang out, and something drilled out from the depths of the corpse's belly. The bloody mass of flesh looked at Wen Jianyan. It turned its head and retracted back into the corpse's stomach as if it had never appeared before. "No, it's impossible. How is this possible?" The scene in front of him was really too sensational. The faceless man said in a panicked tone, subconsciously taking 2 steps back, staring at the seemingly weak, pale youth in disbelief. "What's that?" Wen Jianyan took out a handful of candies from his pocket. The next second, the invisible little palms scrambled, and soon only the candy wrappers were left. "Oh, you meant buy them?" The young man replied pleasantly. His originally amber eyes were dyed bottomless black with ghostly qi, and the corners of his bloodless pale lips twitched, revealing a happy smile with a pleasant expression. "Of course, they're my children." Chapter 28. Double insurance, foolproof. As if realizing that the current situation was not good for them, all the faceless people slowly backed away. Soon, all the pale faces disappeared into the darkness around the delivery room, leaving Wen Jianyan alone in the huge operating room. In the Integrity First Live Broadcast Room. Viewer's message. FECK. Viewer's message. Damn. Viewer's message. Male mommy YYDS. Viewer's message. Thanks to the anchor, this child's pants are already bursting, sha. Viewer's message. The anchor's bug card is really awesome, eh? I'm afraid this instance will be very easy, but I'm very excited. Viewer's message. Ha 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 upstairs, don't be afraid. Is it your first time watching the live broadcast? Relax. Seeing how big the bug card is and how harsh the limits given by the instance are, For the sake of instance balance, any ruthless move can be used in the live broadcast room by the system. The air was filled with a strong, bloody smell. Under the illumination of the only surgical lamp, Lin Qing's body lay on the operating table. Her lifeless and cloudy eyes were wide open, staring at the distant place. The blood was still gushing out from the cut on her neck, and the pale limbs were lifeless, looking bloody and miserable. Wen Jianyan stepped forward, his eyes falling on the corpse, and he was thoughtfully silent. Just before her throat was cut, Lin Qing shouted out the words, "Second underground floor." Whether it was the map or the elevator, there was only one floor underground, which means there should be a whole floor hidden in this Fukong Private General Hospital, with the core secret of the entire hospital buried there. Moreover, after this encounter, Wen Jianyan also had some vague speculations in his mind. Sewn mouths, slit throats, and the familiar way of dying. And what that faceless man said, "Lin Qing, you let me down. Since this hotbed is useless, then you will be the next one." Since the role he just played was Lin Qing, was it possible that the scene that just happened was some kind of reflection of reality? Wen Jianyan's eyelids drooped slightly, and he reached out and gently closed Lin Qing's wide-open gray eyes. At that moment, a mechanical voice sounded in his ear. Ding! The hidden branch line is completed. The next second, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. He returned to the empty delivery room, and the familiar feeling of dizziness struck him, making Wen Jianyan almost unsteady. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the face of the coxcomb head close to him. Wen Jianyan was startled and leaned back subconsciously. Ding! The special mission of the live broadcast is completed, and the special line is unlocked. Reward points: 5,000. The reward for the live broadcast mission is being calculated for you. Instance exploration: 60%. Reward points: 10,000. Current plot modification: 76%. Reward points: 10,000. Remaining points in the account: 75,000. Wow! Congratulations on being the richest anchor in the entire instance. Achievement unlocked. With all due respect, everyone here is poor. Special line? The coxcomb head asked curiously. Since the contract had been signed and the cooperation between the two was guaranteed by the system, Wen Jianyan did not hide the necessary things from him. He nodded. Yes. Oh God, that's amazing. The coxcomb head sucked in a breath of cold air. On the way over, he casually clicked on his live broadcast interface and was shocked by the number of viewers that had been reduced by half. After all, most of the time, in a situation like this, the number of viewers usually increases. If you live with a high-level anchor with high popularity, your online audience would also increase because the audience in the other party's live broadcast room would occasionally want to watch from a different perspective. But this time, although he had teamed up with the big guy, the number of online viewers had not increased but decreased. The coxcomb head was a bit unreasonable in his heart before, but now he would not go with it. This big shot is 100% a big shot. Even if he is not a senior anchor now, he will become one soon. Wen Jianyan took out his mobile phone and turned on the screen. The blood-red countdown dwindled little by little, and now there were only a few seconds left. Countdown to instance alienation. 0 hours, 0 minutes, 0 seconds. Ding! At that moment, all the anchors heard a familiar mechanical sound. The instance Fukong Private General Hospital has been successfully alienated. The difficulty has increased. 8 new anchors are on the way. In the successfully alienated instance, there will be a new team battle mode. Please think carefully about your position and make your choice carefully. The coxcomb head. Question marks. What the hell? Instance alienation? Difficulty increased? New mode. Although he had gone through 4 instances before, each player in them was very well behaved. He had never encountered a teammate who was as fierce as a tiger and raised the plot modification degree above the threshold. So he was completely unfamiliar with the current plot, and he even had a sense of unreality because something like this had never happened to him before. This kind of thing, does it have anything to do with me? The coxcomb head took out his mobile phone and opened the Nightmare app. A team selection circle appeared in the background. The red team and the black team. The number of people in the red team was 8. It should be the so-called new anchors who had just been put in. The number of people in the black team. It was 1. Looking lonely and miserable. In this case, anyone would choose the side with the larger number of people and the greater chance of winning. The coxcomb head muttered in his mind. However, Before he could make any choice, a pop-up window suddenly popped up on the screen of his mobile phone. You have been bound by a contract with the black team anchor. You cannot choose the red team, and also cannot change the team in the middle. The system is going to automatically assign you to the team. In the next second, the black team's number jumped from 1 to 2. The words black team slowly appeared on his live broadcast backstage. The coxcomb head. What's going on? He raised his head in a trance, and subconsciously looked at the only young man who had been bound by a contract with him. Under the shocked gaze of the coxcomb head, the young man's eyes were a little erratic for some reason. Cough. After clearing his throat, he awkwardly said something to comfort him. Although we have a smaller number of people on our side, we are not entirely without an advantage. After all, you see, at least the number of people in our team will double very quickly. The coxcomb head. Well, yes, 1 becomes 2, and the speed of doubling was indeed very fast. Looking at his only teammate in front of him, the coxcomb head couldn't help but be in a trance. For some reason, he suddenly felt as if he was on a pirate ship. Must be his delusion, right? At the moment when the alienation countdown returned to 0, the sign hanging outside the live broadcast hall of Fukong Private General Hospital changed. The data on the sign flickered, and each rating jumped by 1 or even several levels. Instance difficulty level C+, the highest unlocking degree in history. 63%. Viewing value A. In the next second, the quick entrance of the entire hall jumped suddenly, directly entering the forefront of the entire live broadcast square. It even directly surpassed the other 2 A-level and B-level instances that were being broadcast live. The audience in the live broadcast square suddenly burst into an uproar. What was going on here? Why did this C-level instance suddenly run to such a front position? Is there a problem with the system algorithm of the live broadcast room? Just as the audience was talking, a line of striking bloody red characters appeared on the screen of the Fukong Private General Hospital instance. This instance has been successfully alienated, and the team battle mode is about to begin. Betting is about to start. In an instant, the whole square exploded. Team battle? There were 2 ways to start the team battle in an instance. Either as the instance developed, the system determined that there was a clear faction distinction among the surviving anchors, which interfered with the balance of the game, making the viewing value too low, or 1 or several anchors had made excessive modifications to the instance, so that the instance couldn't be adjusted internally. The first situation was more common. After all, there were guilds and mini-groups in the instance, so from time to time, there would be instances that were judged by the system to be too low in viewing value, and the team battle would be started. But the second one was rare. This situation was often called the hunt among the audience because there were often only a few people who broke the rules, so this kind of team battle often developed into the encirclement and hunting of a single anchor by multiple anchors, and the development would always be more bloody and exciting. There was no audience that didn't love team battles. Team battles could make the situation in this instance more turbulent, and the viewing experience would also be the most exciting. More importantly, in the team battle instance, all spectators could participate in the bet. They could give their points to the red or black team anchors participating in the team battle. Each point was counted as a bet, which would accumulate votes for both parties, and the system would also calculate the odds based on the number of votes and the performance of the 2 parties, and the winner takes all. Blood, excitement, and gambling. In this world of entertainment to death, who could refuse it? I haven't seen a team battle for a long time. I'm so excited. I don't know which type it would be. I hope it's the hunt. At least I will be able to make a steady profit. Come on, although the hunt is stable, the odds are not good. I'd rather have a guild team battle. The Oracle, the Dark Fire, and the Eternal Days point rankings haven't changed for a long time, right? I am looking forward to it. The enthusiasm of all the viewers in the square was fully ignited, and while they were discussing enthusiastically, they rushed to the side of Fukong Private General Hospital. Outside the Fukong Private General Hospital, 8 figures suddenly appeared in the night. Several people nodded cautiously at each other. Although they were very unfamiliar with each other, they knew exactly which guild they belonged to. 3 oracles, 2 dark fire, 2 eternal days, and a free anchor who didn't belong to any faction. After saying hello, they took out their mobile phones from their pockets and began to read their identities and the plot assigned by the system. A doctor in your Fukong Private General Hospital, who is also a member of the hospital's secret plan, suddenly receives a message the night before the plan is about to be completed. A trainee nurse on night shift patrol stole the most important part of the completion of the plan. If you don't catch him, you will all fail. Mainline Live Mission 1. Destroy all Black Team members before the instance ends at 7 a.m. Mainline Live Mission 2. Ensure the successful completion of the plan. System suggestion. The operating room on the 4th floor can directly lead you to the 2nd underground floor, where you will learn everything about the plan. Chungmi, C+, Oracle. One of the anchors wearing glasses took the lead. Do you have any method against the Black Team? What method? A tall anchor in a tight shirt sneered. What method can there be? Do you really think that anchor can survive this kind of hunting? He introduced himself as Liu Yuza, a member of the Dark Fire. I've often played the hunt. Liu Yuza relaxed his strong and sturdy neck and wrists. His bones made a rattling sound, and his falcon-like eyes flashed with excitement. I've heard of this kind of instance, and there is no better way to earn the points than this. I don't think you should be careless. One of the members of the Eternal Days, a slender and soft-looking woman, said. Was it not mentioned in the introduction? That anchor got the most important part of the completion of the plan. If there is an exceptionally lethal prop, the situation will be reversed. I think it would be best for us to be careful. And, if my estimation is correct, the difficulty in the instance should have also increased. So even if we won't be able to find the Black Team, all the ghosts and evil spirits in the instance will do it for us. In the end, several people reached a consensus. The 4 people of the Eternal Days and the Dark Fire would enter the 2nd underground floor to search for clues. The 3 oracles and the free anchor would search for the remaining anchors in the instance together, increasing the number of Red Team members. The fewer the number of Black Team members, the smaller the advantage, and the easier it is to be attacked. Before leaving, Chungmi took out a prop from the backpack. It seemed like a small and delicate palm-sized compass with 8 trigram symbols on it. Its strange gears started to turn, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, and then slowly stop after more than 10 seconds. How is it? Another person in the Oracle Guild stepped forward. Is there a good chance of winning? Chungmi smiled, and the eyes under the lens shone with excitement. Very big. Oh, his companion was excited. How do you say it? The anchor has a deep karmic entanglement. I'm afraid that not only did he offend a lot of people, but also a lot of ghosts, and more importantly, Chungmi pointed to a black line on the compass and said firmly, he is hated by a very powerful and very terrifying existence. With that prop given to us by the vice president, even if there is a mistake in the process, we can summon him to get rid of the Black Team. Double insurance, foolproof. Chapter 29. The Virgin Mary holding the baby. After the experience last time, Wen Jianyan had already guessed that the instance would definitely target him next. After all, he took advantage of the loopholes in the rules to become the mother of ghost babies this time, so that the remaining survival time on the ID card could not be calculated. Although this meant that he no longer needed to spend points to redeem the survival time, nor did he need to complete the mainline task to survive, and all the points he obtained through the live broadcast could be used to purchase props. But such a powerful advantage also meant that this behavior must have greatly exceeded the scope allowed by the instance. However, Wen Jianyan really didn't expect that at the end the new team battle mode would be activated in the instance. After seeing the ratio of people on the Red Team and Black Team, he immediately understood the terrible situation he was facing now. With such a disparity in strength between the teams, only the fool would join the obviously weaker Black Team to be strongly targeted by the instance the next moment. And under such development, the situation would definitely evolve into a one-to-many encirclement, pursuit, and attack. In addition to the increase in the difficulty of the current instance, if he continued to be targeted, it would definitely be more difficult for him in the future. It's too bad. Really too bad. Wen Jianyan sighed and opened the Nightmare app. He didn't know when it started, but the mainline task on the app had been refreshed. Mainline Mission 1. Escape from the Red Team before the end of the instance at 7 a.m. Mainline Mission 2. Prevent the plan from completing. Based on his own mainline task, the Red Team's task should almost be completely opposite of the Black Team and should be nothing more than destroying the Black Team and completing the plan. Wen Jianyan narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. But, There was one very important variable that had to be considered. That was the instance itself. Complete the plan, prevent the plan from completing. What was the plan here? According to Wen Jianyan's speculation, this should be related to why Fukong Private General Hospital had cultivated so many ghost babies and why Lin Qing died. But the key point was, the red team had no clear understanding of all this. They had just been put into the instance, and their understanding of the instance was definitely not as good as that of the black team, who had been struggling here for nearly 4 hours. Then, in order to ensure that the cognition between the two teams was balanced to a certain extent, the instance would definitely reveal some information to the red team that the black team didn't know. Wen Jianyan didn't think the instance would directly reveal all the secrets to them. After all, although the red team held the responsibility of eliminating the black team and maintaining the balance of the instance, they were still the anchors in the end. They were living people who would be attacked by ghosts in the instance. For the sake of a better viewing experience for the audience, the instance wouldn't give them that much of the green light. Wen Jianyan stood at the door of the delivery room, pondering with his eyes down. If he was a member of the opposite side, the most sensible method for the red team was to split into 2 groups. One team would look for clues according to the instance task prompt to make up for the information gap between the black team and the red team, while the other team would be responsible for searching for the traces of other anchors in the entire hospital. If they found the black team, that would naturally be best, but if the other anchors were found, they would be drawn into the red team and the black team would become isolated. The coxcomb head stared at the young man who had been silent for a long time not far away, not knowing what he was thinking about, and cautiously said, "Boss, what shall we do next?" Hearing his voice, the young man raised his eyes and looked over. "How about we go back to the first floor first?" The coxcomb head suggested. He knew very well that the first floor was very dangerous now, and it was very likely that it had already been taken over by the red team, but his remaining points were not enough. At most, he could only buy life-saving props once, and if he didn't have enough points to buy survival time, he would still be killed by the instance. It would be better to take advantage of the fact that the red team might not have fully controlled the first floor and go to the duty room to complete the mainline task, and then leave quickly after earning points. The coxcomb had explained his own thoughts. His idea was clear with strong evidence, and no one would be able to reject such a proposal. "No need." Wen Jianyan interrupted him lightly. The coxcomb head choked and looked up at the other party blankly. No need. Why is it not needed? It's obviously necessary, isn't it?" Wen Jianyan asked. "How many points do you have left?" The coxcomb head was stunned for a while, and subconsciously replied, 18,000. The young man lowered his head and performed a few simple operations on the mobile phone. The next second, the coxcomb head heard a ding sound from his mobile phone. "Your black teammate has transferred points to you. 20,000. The coxcomb head. Question mark. Question mark, question mark. He blinked sluggishly, and it took him 5 seconds to realize that such a huge number of points was actually real. Oh my god. The coxcomb head's eyes widened in disbelief, barely believing his own eyes. How advanced an anchor must be to be so generous. In the blink of an eye, he transferred 20,000 points. How high were the initial points he could bring into the instance? No wonder he was completely uninterested in the 18,000-point transaction that he proposed. Wen Jianyan, an E-level anchor with only 1,000 initial points, said without changing his expression. "Is it enough now?" "Enough, enough." The coxcomb head held his phone and said in a trance. Wen Jianyan was not a kind person. Since he was willing to give out more than 1/4 of his points to the other party at once, he obviously had other plans. The first step was to further strengthen his identity as a big shot. Although the other party was now forced to tie to the same boat as him, if the disadvantage on his side was too obvious, and the anchors of the opposite party could come up with any way to resolve the contract, then their friendship boat would be in jeopardy. And in Wen Jianyan's next plan, the other party was absolutely indispensable. How to make the other party completely obey your orders. First of all, blind the other party so that they did not feel that they were at a disadvantage. The identity of a senior anchor was the best cover. Sufficient experience in the instance, countless props in the backpack, and numerous points were all temptations that couldn't be rejected. There were 2 ways to get a perfect alliance. The first was profit, and the second was fear. According to Wen Jianyan's information on the anchor hall some time ago, Most of the senior anchors were the core backbone of the guild. They not only represent themselves, but also represent the huge force behind them. In other words, the identity of senior anchor also had another meaning. If you betray me, my guild, and I will take revenge on you. Wen Jianyan now had ghost babies on his side, so he didn't need to buy the survival time. That was why he could take out such a large amount of points. But the coxcomb head didn't know this, and he would only think, this person is really a big shot. Sure enough, after receiving such a huge transfer of points, the coxcomb head looked at Wen Jianyan exactly the same way. Boss, tell me, what am I going to do next? Wen Jianyan returned to Lin Qing's office with the coxcomb head, took out the pen and paper from the drawer, and wrote a few words on the paper. Then he folded the paper, took out his mobile phone from his pocket, and handed them to the coxcomb head together. Ellipsis question mark. The coxcomb head held the piece of paper and the mobile phone, with an extremely dazed expression on his face. What are you doing? Wen Jianyan slowly put the cap of the pen back, raised his eyelids, and said in the attitude of a big boss who would not change his expression even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Next, you go to the second floor and give these things to an anchor named Su Cheng. He thought for a while, then added, he's probably in the archive room right now. You can go look there first. After all, before the two separated, Wen Jianyan had entrusted Su Cheng to take Qi Shun to the archive room to find information. If nothing unexpected happened, he should probably still be in the archive room now. It seems that this anchor named Su Cheng should be the teammate of this big shot. The coxcomb head couldn't help but be in awe. To be able to hold such thick thighs, this Su Cheng might not be that easy. But he looked down at the other party's mobile phone in his hand with a hesitant look on his face. This mobile phone was allocated by the system, and no one could open it except the anchor himself. Even if it was given to a teammate, the teammate couldn't use the mobile phone to go to the system store to buy props or use the props in the backpack. Simply put, this prop was just a brick in the hands of other anchors. Moreover, if you didn't use a mobile phone, you could only open the live broadcast interface for shopping. Although other NPCs couldn't see the live broadcast panel, tapping in the space was too weird, and it was easy to be suspected. The anchors could also see each other's live broadcast panels. And if someone opened the interface during team battles, they would be located almost at once. The coxcomb head couldn't figure out why the other party would make him take the phone away. After all, the mobile phone had no signal in the instance. Unless you used the props purchased with points, there was no communication possible between the two anchors. And as the team battle would progress, the situation in the instance would definitely become more and more complicated. And who knows what would be the situation the next time they would run into each other. In other words, if the other party wanted to get the phone back, it would be even more difficult. You don't have to worry about that. Wen Jianyan's face was calm, and his tone was gentle and indifferent. You just do as I say. The lights in the doctor's office were very bright, illuminating the young man's face clearly. His skin was morbidly pale, and his eyes became more and more dark, like a bottomless vortex that could suck people in. The coxcomb head was shaken. There was a sense of authority and oppression in the other party's attitude, which made people subconsciously want to obey, with almost no doubt in mind. Since the boss has already said so, he must have his own considerations. I'm just a D-level anchor who has only been through 4 instances. Isn't it too stupid and superficial to question in front of a senior anchor? At this moment, Wen Jianyan added lightly, don't worry, although there are not many people on our side. As long as you do as I say, it's entirely possible to change the current situation. The young man's expression was calm, and his clear voice carried convincing and strong confidence. Okay. The coxcomb head's eyes became firm. He put the things Wen Jianyan gave him in his pocket, and after asking in detail about Su Cheng's appearance, he turned around and left. With the opening of the team battle mode in the instance, the number of people online in the Integrity First live broadcast room had risen, and the new influx of viewers online soon outnumbered the old viewers in the live broadcast room. Viewer's message. ? Did I enter the wrong live room? He is the captain of the Team Black? Viewer's message. E-level, isn't it already over? The opponent is at least D-level, and there is even a C+ level Oracle anchor. There is no suspense here at all. Alas, I'm hoping for the hunt not to end so early. I haven't seen it for a long time. Viewer's message. Speaking of which, do any of you find it strange? If I remember clearly, the other anchor of the black team is a D-level, right? Why is he so obedient to an E-level anchor? And his expression looks like that of a blind worshiper. So strange. Viewer's message. Right. You also think it's weird. Viewer's message. And the name of this live broadcast room. Integrity first. What kind of weird name is this? Watching the other person's back disappear from sight, Wen Jianyan breathed a small sigh of relief. The previously unfathomable appearance of a big boss disappeared, and the young man seemed to have his bones removed in an instant. He relaxed and collapsed lazily on the chair in Lin Qing's office. The success of his next plan largely depends on whether the coxcomb head could find Su Qing safely. The reason why Wen Jianyan gave his 20,000 points so generously was precisely for this. The difficulty of the second floor was not very high. The anchors who patrolled the second floor in the last round all survived, and the coxcomb head was a D-level anchor who had experienced 4 instances. Plus, with the 20,000 points he had transferred, it should not be difficult for him to find Su Qing. All he had to do next was to wait. In the space, the little blue-purple baby hand slowly emerged, approaching silently. The audience in the barrage which had seen this instance before was shocked. Viewer's message. FVCK, a ghost baby. Viewer's message. Why is the ghost baby here? Viewer's message. FVCK, FVCK, FVCK. I'm scared. Viewer's message. It can't be, right? The team battle hasn't even started yet, and the captain of the black team is about to be finished here. The next second, the little blue-purple hand secretly grabbed the young man's slender little finger hanging by his side. Wen Jianyan lifted his eyelids lazily, as if he was not surprised at all. There was no sign of struggling or running away. He just said one word lightly. Good. In the live broadcast room. Ellipsis. Viewer's message. Question mark. Viewer's message. Question marks. Viewer's message. Question marks. As if realizing that the young man did not reject this, more and more small blue-purple hands emerged from the void and wrapped around the young man's body one after another. Some grabbed the corners of his clothes, some hugged his calves, some hugged his waist, and some even leaned directly on the young man's chest, with an intimate and reliant attitude. The young man with clear facial features and a pale complexion allowed them to move on his body. Soon, his slender and straight body was covered with small blue-purple arms and huge heads. He pulled the ghost baby on his chest to make it lie down more comfortably. His long and dark eyelashes drooped down, the corners of his bloodless lips were slightly raised, and his expression was gentle and indulgent, almost doting. The overly handsome pale features of the human being and the terrifying babies wrapped around him were combined, creating a highly distinctive visual impact, an almost heretical terrifying beauty. In the live broadcast room. Ellipsis. Viewer's message. Is it really not my screen that is malfunctioning? Viewer's message. Sorry to interrupt. Viewer's message. Folks, I have really begun to doubt life. Can some big shot tell me what's going on? Viewer's message. What the hell with this Captain Black? A small number of barges that were incompatible with other audiences jumped out. Viewer's message. Awa. It's my beautiful wife I was destined to be with in our 110 love crystallization. Viewer's message. Pants on fire. Viewer's message. The Virgin Mary holding the baby. Is this the Virgin Mary holding the baby? Fukang Private General Hospital, 2nd floor, archive room. What's wrong? Qishan looked at Su Qing and asked with some doubts. Our patrol mission on this floor should be over, right? Isn't it time to report back to the 1st floor? Su Qing was silent and did not answer. He pulled his phone out of his pocket, and the dim light from the phone screen illuminated his face. The instance had changed just now, and the difficulty also increased. Su Qing had also received the system notification about the start of the team battle, and the moment he heard the content, Su Qing had an inexplicable premonition. This probably had something to do with his unreliable liar friend. The live broadcast backstage was quietly waiting for him to make a choice. Red or black. The red team has now become 9, and the black team still has only 2. Su Qing gritted his teeth and turned off the screen. Before meeting Wen Jianyan, he couldn't make a rash decision. The situation of being separated into 2 different teams and having to fight each other to survive was something he didn't want to see. At this moment, a series of hurried footsteps came from the corridor, which seemed to be coming down from the direction of the third floor. Su Cheng's spirit was lifted. He walked to the door of the archive room, pushed the door slightly to open a slit, and looked out the door, only to see a sneaky-looking coxcomb head coming down from the third floor, and then walking in this direction. Su Cheng held his breath subconsciously, and his body tensed slightly. He was not sure whether the person who came was an enemy or a friend, so the best thing to do now was to reduce his sense of existence as much as possible and wait and see. What he didn't expect was that the coxcomb head stopped at the door of the archive room, knocked on the door 3 times with his knuckles, and said in a low voice, "Su Cheng!" Exclamation mark. Su Cheng was surprised. After entering this instance, he never told anyone his name, and only Wen Jianyan should know his real name. But Su Cheng still did not let his guard down. After all, there were many props sold in Nightmare System Store with strange effects. He couldn't be completely sure that the other party was sent by Wen Jianyan to find him. He also lowered his voice and responded cautiously. "Who sent you here?" "Your teammate." The coxcomb head answered confidently. Seeing that there was no movement inside the door, the coxcomb head was a little anxious. It's that senior anchor. He should be the only big shot in the entire instance. The door of the archive room opened from the inside, revealing Su Cheng's expressionless face. "Oh, come in." If the other party reported Wen Jianyan's name directly, he would not believe it. After all, that dog liar would never reveal his real name so easily, and in the last instance, he was also forced to disclose himself. But the coxcomb head said so. It was definitely Wen Jianyan. After all, he had a fart senior anchor teammate. His only teammate was an E-level liar, who spoke lies without changing his expression, deliberately mystify the simple things so as to be mysterious and deceive people all around. There was a ding in Wen Jianyan's ear. Ding. Congratulations to the black team for reaching 3. Feeling refreshed, he jumped up from his seat. The ghost baby hanging on his body disappeared quickly along with his movements, and soon the surroundings became empty, just like before. It seems that the coxcomb head found Su Cheng. Wen Jianyan opened his own live broadcast interface, and sure enough, the familiar live broadcast room appeared under his team list. He tapped his finger in the void, leaving only 5,000 points for himself for an emergency, and then transferred the remaining points to Su Cheng. 5,000 points couldn't buy any props in the store, but just in case the ghost babies disappeared, and he had to continue to redeem the survival time. And the pressure on Su Cheng would be very great next. There must be enough points to guarantee that they could all survive. But Wen Jianyan was different here. He closed the live broadcast interface and took a deep breath slowly. His eyes were shining mischievously, with a trace of uncontrollable excitement and pleasure. He didn't leave himself any points for purchasing props, because Wen Jianyan was not planning to and had no way to purchase props in any form. Fukang Private General Hospital, 4th floor, operating room. Ding. The elevator arrived. The old and decaying iron door slowly opened, and the figures of the 4 red team anchors appeared in the elevator. They lowered their voices and discussed the next plans and tactics. Suddenly, Lu Yuza, who was in the dark fire, suddenly raised his head, and his falcon-like eyes shot sharply at the dark corner not far away. "Who's there?" In an instant, all the anchors immediately became nervous and looked in that direction vigilantly and solemnly. Tap, tap, tap. Even steps came from the darkness, and a slender figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. A young man in a white coat walked out slowly. His facial features were handsome, with thin gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, and under the dim light, his skin showed a sickly pale color. A pair of pitch-black eyes, as if they couldn't be penetrated by the light, were squinted slightly like an unfathomable dark abyss, with a ghostly aura coming toward them in an instant. His eyes were indifferent, as if he was staring at some lifeless dead thing, almost as cold and sharp as a scalpel, causing everyone who was locked by his gaze to shudder with fear. The 4 anchors of the red team stood at the elevator entrance, looking at the doctor not far away in disbelief. "You are too slow," the young man said coldly. "Don't you know that time is pressing?" There was a badge on his chest. Obstetrician and gynecologist. Lin Qing. What should you do when you were targeted by the instance, surrounded and suppressed by the red team, who had several times more people than the black team, and were even about to lose the advantage of understanding the instance? Simple. Wouldn't it be good to join the red team? At the bottom of the young man's dark eyes, a hint of a smile swept by, like a fleeting ripple. Chapter 30. Inviting you to watch the most beautiful Captain Black in the entire instance. The phone made a ding sound. Sucheng looked down, only to see a message pop up on the screen. Your black teammate has transferred points to you. 50,000. Oh God. Although after reading the notes sent by Wen Jianyan, Sucheng already had some speculations about what would happen next, he was still shocked after suddenly seeing such a large number of points. Obviously, when they were separated, they both were the same poor people. Why did the gap between the rich and the poor become so big in just 2 hours? Connecting to the sudden increase in the difficulty of the instance and the black and red team battle mode that started without warning, Sucheng fell silent. It means, after the guy went upstairs, he did something intolerable by himself. Brother Su, what are you going to do next? The coxcomb head on the side looked at Sucheng, his eyes shining, an expression full of expectation. The person who could be friends with a big shot must also be a big shot. As a non-rookie anchor who had experienced 4 instances, the coxcomb head was very clear about his identity, especially when dealing with senior anchors. He knew very well that it was best not to ask things that should not be asked, otherwise, you would lose their trust at the best and bring disaster on yourself at worst. Secondly, even if you take a look at it, it was possible he might not understand it. After all, the anchors who were in a group often had their own set of code words for communication, and there would be many empty words and references to prevent information leakage. So, although he was very curious about the contents of the note on the way, the coxcomb head didn't actually open it secretly to see what was written on it. Sucheng was dragged back by the voice and regained his senses, and he seemed to have suddenly woken up. By the way, why did you join the black team? Yuan. His voice froze for a moment. After pausing for 2 seconds, he asked dryly, Hey, how did the boss form a team? The coxcomb head didn't notice the rigidity of his attitude, and replied without realizing anything. When I was in the building, I was saved by the boss. As a reward, I gave him the difficult level hidden item I got from the previous instance, and signed a temporary contract that can last for the entire instance. So the system directly assigned me to the black team. He touched the back of his head and sighed. He is really a good person. Obviously, the conditions I gave were not of much value to a senior anchor, but in such a dangerous situation, he still protected me without hesitation. There are very few strong and good big shots in the nightmare. Sucheng. Not only did a D-level anchor willingly sign the contract of sale and gave the props, but he also felt that the guy who seemed to be a big shot, but was actually an E-level anchor, was a kind and good person. Wen Jianyan, as expected of you. He sighed and slowly raised his hand and patted his right shoulder. The coxcomb head with a pure and ignorant smile on his face. Question mark. He didn't notice the strange and complicated expression on the other party's face, but instead was eager to get into action. Are you going to attract more anchors to join our team next? The coxcomb head clenched his fists. As long as we work together, the red team is definitely not our opponent. Sucheng's mouth twitched. I'm sorry, what is going to happen next may not be what you expected. The coxcomb head. Question marks. Sucheng handed Wen Jianyan's mobile phone to Qi Shun. Put it in your pocket. Although Qi Shun couldn't understand what the 2 people in front of him were talking about, after the shocking moment of horror in the morgue on the first underground floor and on the second floor, he had already realized that the world was not as simple as he used to think. At the same time, Qi Shun also vaguely felt that Wen Jianyan and Sucheng might have some unknown power. After being rescued several times by both people, Qi Shun gave them his 100% trust. After all, if it wasn't for the 2 of them, he wouldn't be standing here now. In this case, he was even more obliged. Okay. Qi Shun nodded, took the phone, and put it in his pocket. Sucheng, the next road may be more dangerous, but if you let us, we will do our best to protect you. Qi Shun nodded. I believe in you. Although the conversation between the 2 just now was mixed with things he did not understand. However, Qi Shun still understood one thing very well. Zhao Qingyi was in a very dangerous situation now, and the 2 people in front of him were trying to turn the situation around. He smiled and said, After all, after rounding up, Brother Zhao can be regarded as half a brother-in-law. Sucheng. Sigh. Coxcomb head. Question marks. What brother-in-law? Why couldn't he understand? He always had a feeling that something wasn't quite right, but he couldn't seem to say it. However, now was not the time to pay attention. The coxcomb head thought about what Su Cheng had just said and asked anxiously, "You said, what happened next might not be what I expected. What do you mean?" The literal meaning. Su Cheng had already sorted himself out at the moment, secretly opened a slit in the door, and looked outside. He glanced at the coxcomb head and said in a low voice, "The number of black team members will not increase, and we are not going to attract other anchors to join us. They all will soon become red." The coxcomb head was a little slow to understand. Su Cheng continued to say, "As long as it is necessary, don't save the props. Use them when they need to be used, and if the points are not enough, just ask for them. Because when the moment comes, all the surviving anchors will be looking for us in the hospital, and without a lot of points, I'm afraid there will be no way out." The coxcomb head was dumbfounded by 2 lightning strikes in a row. It was indeed completely different from what he imagined. He originally thought that there would be some thunderous method to reverse the disadvantage, but in the end, he still had to struggle hard without support. "Oh, that's right." Su Cheng suddenly turned back and added, "Let's go to the first floor and face the red team next. You quickly buy props and get ready." He didn't know how to respond. Did he really get on a pirate ship? Fukang Private General Hospital, 4th floor, operating room. Standing at the door of the tightly closed elevator door, the 4 people were discussing in low voices, and from time to time, they turned to look at the young man in a white coat not far away. The young man's eyebrows were furrowed slightly, his back was leaning against the wall, and his slender legs were slightly bent. The dim light above his head was cast down, carving up his face, his expression a little impatient. The spotless white coat was draped over his body, making his face look paler and less like a living person. "So, why are you all gathering here? This NPC should be the reason why the system wants us to come to the 4th floor. Is there anything else to discuss?" Lu Yuza frowned and asked in confusion, "The time is pressing now. Why are you all still hesitating?" Although the members of the Eternal Days and the Free Anchor did not speak, their faces clearly showed their agreement. Another person who was also in the dark fire with him interjected, "I understand what you mean, but a D-level friend told me about a new anchor before, so I'm a little concerned about it." The speaker was not tall, and his expression was slightly gloomy. He looked thin and small, and was easy to be ignored in the crowd. "Come on, Kong Laolu. Who doesn't know that the D-level friend you are talking about is your distant relative? Listen to what you said. If not for your relationship, he wouldn't be able to get into the dark fire, and with his personality, qualification, and IQ, it'd be over for him from the very beginning." Lu Yuza interrupted him impatiently. At that time, the woman of the Eternal Days spoke. Her voice was as calm and soft as herself, without the slightest attack power, especially calm and peaceful. "So, you now suspect that this NPC is an anchor in disguise?" The anchor known as Kong Laolu looked a little embarrassed. I understand your concerns, and I have heard that there may be many anchors who do this in the instances, but it is very difficult to do in this instance." Wenya shook her head, her voice still soft and calm. "Look at his clothes." Everyone followed suit and looked at the young man not far away. Inside the long white coat, the young man was wearing ordinary knitted yarn and trousers, which modified his figure to be slim and tall. Although it was an ordinary style, it was inexplicably pleasing to the eye on him. Yes, all the anchors who came in at the beginning of the instance will have to change into nurse clothes, Lu Yuza said suddenly. In fact, Kong Laolu didn't think deeply at first. It was just recalling the warning about that anchor that made him have an instinctive connection. After being woken up by Wenya, he had already been persuaded more than half, but he still couldn't help but say stubbornly, "Not necessarily. As long as you use the living supplies section and spend 1,000 points, clothes can be exchanged." His voice has gradually become less confident. "So, where did he put his cell phone?" Lu Yuza said coldly. The clothes on the young man were all light and close-fitting. If he put a mobile phone in the pocket of the white coat, the hem of the clothes would definitely fall down. The fabric of the trousers was also close to the slender thigh. If he had a mobile phone, the traces could have been seen at once. Kong Laolu. He gritted his teeth and was speechless. Just then, Wenya's cell phone rang. Although in the instance, the mobile phone didn't have any signal, anchors could purchase the communication time in the sea-level store interface, which could be used by them for short-term communication in the instance. Wenya answered the phone, and Cheng Mi's voice came through the microphone. In the buzzing sound, his voice appeared a little distorted, but it couldn't hide his excitement. The black team members have all been located. They are moving from the first floor to the second floor. We are chasing after them. How are you guys doing? Wenya. Still ongoing. We'll let you know if there's any progress. The phone was hung up. Everyone's eyes turned to Kong Laolu as if to say, see. Kong Lao's lips twitched for a while, and he averted his gaze a little, not speaking anymore. He was now very regretful of his initial judgment. He knew that he shouldn't have spoken without thinking, and now he had become the most ignorant and suspicious of the entire team. In the instance, once there was any danger, this kind of person was often the first to be abandoned. He secretly made a note on Kong Shirshing in his mind. If it wasn't for that guy giving him the wrong guidance before entering the instance, he wouldn't have come to such a stupid conclusion. Actually, in a sense, I think Kong Laolu is right. The free anchor said slowly. We should indeed be vigilant about this person, but our vigilance direction is wrong. The others were stunned. How do you say it? I have a special skill. I'm very sensitive to smell. The free anchor turned to look in Wen Jianyan's direction and said, the smell on that person is very cold and terrifying. I smell the rotten blood, and there is also sweetness. He frowned and seemed to be a little confused by his conclusion. In short, it is more likely that he is a member of the instance and is very dangerous. The eyes of the others fell on Wen Jianyan, who was leaning against the wall not far away. The young man's eyelashes were drooping, covering his dark and cold pupils, and the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose didn't make him appear gentle but aggravated his strange and sharp temperament. Under the bluish light in the operating room area, his skin showed an unhealthy paleness. He looked almost like an instance boss with no sense of incongruity. As if aware of their sight, he looked up. The abyss-like eyes with no trace of impurities just fell on their bodies, making them feel creepy. Isn't it over yet? He said impatiently. You have already wasted a lot of time. The 4 people on the red team froze immediately. Lu Yuza stepped forward. I'm sorry, Dr. Lin, we're done. While observing Wen Jianyan's face, Xiao Wingyi asked, we received news that the way to the second underground floor is on the first floor. Excuse me, can you lead us there? Wen Jianyan didn't answer, just squinted his eyes and stared at them. Under the emotionless and silent gaze, everyone was startled. They all blamed Kong Laolu for his insistence in group discussions, resulting in the delay for so long. Could it be that he lost his patience and was feeling unpleasant? What the free anchor said just now left an ominous shadow in everyone's heart, and now it was even more difficult to sit still. In the barrage area of the red team's live broadcast room, viewer's message. Wow, the NPC in this instance is too beautiful. So imposing. White coat and gold-rimmed glasses, gentle and scummy gloomy Dr. Boss, my favorite type. Viewer's message. Yes, I didn't see it before because the level of the instance Fukong General Private Hospital was too low. It was really a big loss. In the future, even if it's for an NPC, I have to come and visit often. Viewer's message. Wait, that's not right. I've seen this instance before. Why don't I have any impression of this NPC at all? Viewer's message. Lin Qing. This name has an impression on me. But why do I remember it was a woman? Viewer's message. Huh, woman? Viewer's message. What's going on? Viewer's message. Hee. Hello everyone. This good person is from next door, guiding the way to the Integrity First Live broadcast room. I sincerely invite everyone to watch and admire the most beautiful Captain Black in the entire instance. My destined liar wife. Viewer's message. Question mark. Viewer's message. At this time, the only people taking the elevator might be the red team members who had joined the instance. He only needed to see which floor the elevator would stop at, and then he would rush over there. When the 4 red team anchors in front of him were looking at him up and down, Wen Jianyan said slowly, you guys don't know how to go down to the second underground floor? A pair of dark eyes narrowed under the gold-rimmed glasses, and the original clear voice was suppressed very deep with a trace of strange coldness, looking even more terrifying and creepy in the cold corridor. Lu Yu's hair stood on end. He suddenly realized that he had said the wrong thing. According to what this NPC said just now, it had been a long time since he was waiting for people from the same organization, and as a companion to solve the problem, they actually didn't know how to find the way. Was there anything more suspicious than that? Well, of course not. When you quietly kicked Lu Yuza, then slowly stepped forward and continued with a respectful tone. Dr. Lin, I'm sorry. He's a newcomer. You don't have to care what he said. Oh. Wen Jianyan gave a long-sounding answer with no expression on his face. Is that so? Yes, yes. Liu Yuzhen nodded hurriedly while sweating profusely. Okay. Wen Jianyan chuckled lightly, but there was no warmth in his eyes. He turned slightly to the side, giving way to the passage behind him. In that case, lead the way. The number of viewers in the Integrity First live broadcast room had soared to 20,000, but the barrage area was silent. Viewer's message. Ellipsis. Viewer's message. Ellipsis. Viewer's message. Everyone, I'm shocked and have nothing to say. Viewer's message. Fuck, I'm from next door, and he's actually fucking Captain Black? I'm speechless. Help. Who's going to tell me what's going on? Viewer's message. It's just that he used the number of black anchors to distract the red team members and secretly sneaked into the red team, but didn't really sneak in. The guy is too good. He scared the other side almost stupid. Viewer's message. What do you call turning from a guest into a host? This is just what you call turning from a guest into a host. Chapter 31. Tool Man, so easy to use. Fukong Private General Hospital, 4th floor. After crossing the spacious waiting area, there was a long, narrow corridor. The floor was smooth, cold, and reflective, and the green and white walls looked particularly desolate and bleak under the blue light. The steel doors were tightly closed. The operating rooms were arranged in sequence, and the inside of every thickened partition window was pitch black. Chaotic footsteps echoed in the empty corridor. The 4 people from the red team were walking in front, and Wen Jianyan was walking behind them, separated by a small distance. What should we do next? Liu Yu's face was a little pale. He was looking straight ahead, and without turning sideways, he asked in a low voice as he walked forward. Although the prompt said the operating room on the 4th floor can lead directly to the 2nd underground floor, the 4th floor was too big, and the entire floor was full of operating rooms. Of course, the best way was to act separately and start a thorough search on the 4th floor, but there was a troublesome NPC following behind them. It was easier said than done to find the way to the 2nd underground floor without causing suspicion. Wenya also replied in a low voice without looking sideways. Let's go ahead and see if there are clues. If we can't find any clues, we'll use the props. Logically speaking, this kind of passage should be hidden very secretly. However, due to the special nature of this instance, the information gap between them and the black team was too great. For the balance of the live broadcast, the rules of this instance wouldn't make it difficult for them in this regard. The group of people, each with a ghost in their hearts, slowly walked forward along the corridor. Drip. In the dead silence, a slight sound of water droplets sounded. Wen Jianyan turned his head slightly, looking in the direction from which the voice came. Each operating room has a makeshift wash basin, and one of the wash basin's faucets was unscrewed and water was slowly dripping down. Drip. Another drop of water fell. There was a scarlet sticky mark on the white porcelain wall of the wash basin. It was blood. Drip. 1, 2. More water droplets rang out from all directions, and the faucets in each operating room began to drip blood more and more urgently, giving people a feeling of imminence as if they were surrounded. The 4 red anchors walking at the front also noticed this. They were all anchors who had experienced multiple instances and had joined guilds with more comprehensive information and richer resources. So, they were sensitive to the signs of approaching danger. Everyone's senses heightened, and all their attention was secretly focused on the sound, nervously waiting for any change to happen. The sound of water droplets was getting faster and faster. The faucet loosened and spun under an unknown force, making a tooth-aching creak, and a small stream of scarlet blood gushed out, then became thicker and faster, and finally fell directly on the inside of the white porcelain wash basin. Splash, splash. There was a strange, empty sound in the drain, as if it was blocked by something. The smell of blood in the air was getting stronger and stronger, making it hard to breathe. The scarlet viscous blood gradually leveled with the wash basin's wall, and then began to gush out uncontrollably, flowing recklessly to the ground. On the surface of the surging pool of blood, one could vaguely see pale limb fragments floating up and down silently. Although they had expected such a thing to happen, the faces of the 4 anchors of the red team were still filled with solemn expressions. They didn't forget about the troublesome NPC who was still following them closely. If they were besieged in this corridor, it was very likely to lose the whole game. Fragments of limbs along with the blood in the wash basin water gushed out and fell on the ground. Soles of feet, calves, abdomen, greasy internal organs, ribs, half-missing skull, mutilated brain, eyeballs with optic nerves, and small halves of cheeks. Men's, women's, young, old, immature, mature. Countless limb fragments belonging to different human beings, soaked with scarlet blood, combined together by some unknown force. Fuck, what the hell is this? Looking at such a bizarre scene in front of them, all the anchors couldn't help but be shocked. They stopped their steps, subconsciously approached each other, stood back to back, and took a defensive posture. The dark, ugly centipede-like thin threads sewed the pieces together one by one, and the human beings spliced together from different corpses appeared in the bloody water on the ground. They staggered, their flexible and exposed eyeballs rolled, and their irises of different shades reflected a cold and cruel luster in the cold light. In the entire corridor, Wen Jianyan had the most fragmented limbs near him, and the assembling speed of the corpse was also the fastest. When the corpses around the other anchors were just patched up together, the corpse here was already sewn up and started to attack him staggeringly. Wen Jianyan, I'm not saying this, but this really doesn't have to be so obvious. Wen Jianyan barely maintained the unfathomable calm expression on his face. He stepped back, barely dodging the monster rushing towards him, and cursed inwardly. Fuck. He knew that the hatred of these monsters must be all on him. Even the monsters near the red anchors were not interested in their nearest prey, but they were using faster and more flexible movements to get closer to him. At this time, one of the monsters suddenly approached with a posture and speed that was beyond human comprehension. The mutilated, malicious face rushed in front of him in an instant. The loose mandible opened, the long blood-red tongue drooped down, and it was about to bite Wen Jianyan's arm that he used to block in front of him. Suddenly, without warning, a small blue-black palm print appeared on the corpse's face. The movement of the corpse froze slightly involuntarily. In the next second, more small palm prints appeared on the broken face of the fragmented corpse. From the cheeks to the neck, to the chest, bluish-purple traces protruded strangely. Cluck! The monster's eyeballs protruded enough to show the eye muscles, making strange clucking sounds as if it was suffering some kind of indescribable pain. Immediately afterward, its entire body slowly fell backward, sinking into the bloody water that was already deep to the calf with a thud. Wen Jianyan took 2 steps back in shock, and the blood under his feet made a rattling sound. The young man raised his hand, and his pale and slender palm caressed twice in the space beside him. His voice was low, and the ending was very gentle because of this. Thank you, baby. In the Integrity First Live Broadcast Room. Viewer's message. Yaoi, I don't care. The anchor is calling me baby. He's calling me baby, so he is mine. Viewer's message. Yaoi, my heart is soft, help. Viewer's message. Oh God, this Captain Black is really awesome. I finally understand why the hunt has been open after so long. This really can't be done without the hunt. Viewer's message. Ghost Mother is NB. Viewer's message. Ha 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 ha, never imagined that the anchor would have 110 ghost babies wrapped around him to protect him. Viewer's message. I've decided. I want to support the black team. Reward points 100. Viewer's message. Me too, me too. Bet, people. Black Rush. 100 reward points. Viewer's message. This kind of hunt where the black team has the upper hand is really rare. I have never seen this kind of situation before. This situation is an eye-opener. 200 reward points. Viewer's message. This senior nightmare viewer came to say that the anchor can really get the upper hand if he played like this. At least ordinary ghosts and the anchor of the red party can't hurt him. But, according to my experience of watching so many live broadcasts, he absolutely can't survive by doing this. Viewer's message. Even if he really wins this team battle, he will definitely die. Viewer's message. Huh. Why, please explain. Viewer's message. Because the anchor is not a complete human anymore and is recognized by the ghost baby as a ghost mother. At the time, when the instance is over, the live broadcast system will directly determine that the anchor has lost his human identity, and he will be left in the instance forever. Let's watch and cherish it, everyone. Viewer's message. I seem to have heard of such cases. Some anchors had used the power of ghosts too many times in the instance, and as a result, they were assimilated and finally became a monster recognized by the instance rules, slowly losing their human sanity and wandering in the instance forever. Viewer's message. Although this situation is rare, it is not impossible. The power of the ghosts in the instance is really strong, and sometimes it can even help the anchor, but this kind of power is poisonous and will backfire sooner or later after getting along for a long time. You wait. This anchor will not be an exception. Viewer's message. Alas, it's a pity. This anchor would have probably become a good seedling in the future, and his face value is still high. Everyone, let's take a second look. You might not be able to see him in the next instance. At this moment, Wen Jianyan felt his fingers being pulled. A small blue-purple hand appeared in the void and pointed in a direction. A childish voice accompanied by an ice-cold breath passed by his ear. Mom, here. He quickly glanced in the direction of the 4 anchors of the red team. Apparently, those few people hadn't noticed this for the time being, as all their attention was focused on the monsters in front of them. They didn't realize that they were far less interesting to these monsters than this NPC and the frightening moment that just happened here. Wen Jianyan made a quick decision. Let's go. When he was struggling with the monsters in front of him, Kong Laolu swept a glance into the distance and suddenly exclaimed, "That NPC is gone." The other 3 were stunned for a moment, and they all looked not far away. Sure enough, the NPC that had been not far behind them disappeared at some point. This was a great thing for them, and everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. When the NPC was there, they didn't dare to escape or fight back at will, for fear of arousing the suspicion of the other party. Although they didn't know where the NPC went now, it at least avoided the risk of being attacked by the enemy from the front and back at the same time, and they could now act freely. When you threw a ball that was the size of a palm, and in the next second, a strong light exploded, and all the monsters froze in their position. She shouted, "The prop will expire in 1 minute. Let's go." The group ran forward at the fastest speed. The pool of blood under their feet made a sticky sound. Their heavy breathing swayed in the narrow space, soon disappearing. After a minute, time seemed to flow again, and the fragmented corpses standing in the pool of blood recovered from their stiff state and slowly began to move again. However, this time they lost the smell of a living person and started wandering around the corridor like flies, bumping into the wall from time to time, stopping, and then starting to wander around again. At this moment, the pool of blood on the ground surged. Splash! With the sound of water, a monster with several blue-black baby handprints on its face slowly stood up with blood flowing down its broken body. Cluck! The eyeballs on its face rolled twice, and then it walked towards the corpses on the side step by step. It grabbed one. Ignoring the unwilling struggle of its own kind, it opened its dislocated bloody mouth and bit down fiercely. The creepy sound of chewing and swallowing echoed in the dead silence. After an unknown amount of time, the blood no longer flowed out of the faucet, and the pool of blood accumulated on the surface gradually faded away, leaving only a few pieces of debris after being bitten. The only remaining monster slowly stood up. The muscles on its eyeballs had already grown, and it fit back properly in place along with its cheeks. The lower half of its face was dyed scarlet with blood and minced meat, and it was still dripping down. The black threads all over its body were stitched tightly, like hideous scars. The blue-purple baby handprints on its face still had yet to disappear, but they looked even more terrifying. Cluck, cluck, cluck. It stood in place for a long time, as if looking for something. A strange sound came from its half-broken throat, and after a few seconds, it turned around and walked staggeringly towards the direction where Wen Jianyan had disappeared. After getting rid of the group of monsters made of fragments of corpses, the 4 people in the red team shuttled through the complicated 4th floor, and soon they could no longer hear the sound of blood flowing. They stopped breathlessly and looked at each other. Fortunately, they didn't know whether it was because they belonged to the red team. The monsters on the 4th floor didn't seem to be very aggressive. Therefore, they could escape even if they had some scruples and couldn't use their full abilities. But even so, they couldn't afford to lose time. No one knew if something more outrageous would happen on the 4th floor, so they'd better find the way to the 2nd underground floor as quickly as possible. After a brief discussion with his teammates, Liu Yuza opened his backpack and purchased and activated the pathfinding prop. Soon, a beating arrow appeared in front of everyone's eyes, flashing regularly, as if guiding the way for them. Let's go. Following the guidance of the arrow, the group walked around the maze-like fourth floor and finally came to a seemingly abandoned operating room. There was a smell of rotten dust floating in the air with a faint smell of blood that seemed to be mixed in it. The arrow that was pointing the way disappeared. It should be here. Lu Yuza took a deep breath and said. The other 3 people in the red team nodded and walked inside carefully. The overhead lighting circuit seemed to be broken, making a rustling noise and flickering from time to time, barely illuminating the dark and open operating room. Dilapidated, discarded surgical equipment was piled with tin spots on them, and it was unknown whether it was traces of rust or dried blood. The floor was messy, littered with disposable surgical tools that were no longer usable. Everything here was out of tune with the modern operating room outside, and the room temperature seemed to have dropped to a minimum, making them feel cold. After passing through the operating table with the broken leg, the crooked surgical lamp, and the steel frames, several people came to the end of the abandoned operating room. There was an old-fashioned elevator here. The rusty diamond pattern iron door was blocking the way. Inside was a narrow old elevator that could only barely accommodate a few people, and dim lights were flickering inside it. Several people looked at each other. It looks like it's here. 2 strong male anchors stepped forward and pulled open the rusted iron door. Soon, the iron door made a creaking sound and slowly opened to both sides. They went into the elevator. The elevator touchpad here was also extremely old-fashioned, with only 2 round brass-colored buttons, one with -2 and one with 4. Apparently, this elevator could only be stopped in 2 places. Lu Yuza pressed the -2 button. Nothing happened. What's the matter? He was a little puzzled, and when he was about to continue to press, he was stopped by Wenya. Wait, look. Lu Yuza looked in the direction of Wenya's finger, only to see that there was a small keyhole at the bottom of the touchpad. Looking at this situation, they were afraid that the elevator could only be activated if the key was obtained. Their brows were instantly wrinkled. Key. This hospital was really too big, and all the hints could only lead them here at most. If they needed a key to go down to the 2nd floor, then they really didn't know where to find it. At this moment, a soft sound of dings sounded from the darkness of the elevator, like some kind of metal collision, breaking the dead silence abruptly and making people stunned subconsciously. Everyone was startled, raised their heads suddenly, and looked in the direction of the voice together. In the dim light, a person could barely be seen standing in the vague shadows. You are here. A familiar voice rang out. The young man put the scalpel he was playing with in the tray and walked out of the darkness step by step. The hem of his white coat was soaked with fresh blood. The scarlet blood was splashed on the glasses of the young man and on his bloodless cheeks. A few drops of blood dripped down the soft lines of his cheeks, making his eyes look darker as night, and his face paler. Under such a strong color contrast, what was originally almost ascetic became evil and sinister. The pale and handsome face was stained with scarlet blood, casting a layer of almost evil charm on him. In short, it looked very perverted at first glance. It seems that you do know the way. Wen Jianyan narrowed his eyes and glanced over the 4 people in front of him. If that's the case, then there is no need for me to hide it from you. He added lightly. The key is in the dean's office on the 5th floor. The 4 people in the red team were instantly overjoyed and subconsciously relaxed. Great. It seems that they've passed the test of this NPC. However, in the pocket of Wen Jianyan's white coat, there was a folded piece of paper with a little rust of the door on its edge. It was obviously left on the iron door for a long time. It reads, the key is in the dean's office. Left on April 23rd. In the Integrity First Live Broadcast Room. Viewer's message. Ellipsis. Bah. Viewer's message. Bah. Viewer's message. Bah. Viewer's message. How can this anchor lie without blinking? This guy obviously arrived 2 minutes earlier than them, took the note, and then secretly hid in the dark to pose and wait for others. Viewer's message. Bah. This pretentious man. Viewer's message. Damn, why is he pretending? And why am I still being tricked? This is unscientific. In fact, when he found the elevator, the group of red team members was useless to Wen Jianyan. He was going to leave the group and go directly, but when he arrived, the presence of this key disrupted his plans. If he now went to take the elevator to the 5th floor, no matter how fast he moved, there was still a great possibility of bumping into these anchors during the return journey. and it would be a little difficult to tell lies at that time. Since this was the case, it would be better to continue to drag these red anchors and let them continue to work for him. Wen Jianyan walked out of the darkness without changing his expression. The corners of his lips raised slightly. He casually curled them up in an arc that seemed like a smile, but not a smile. His dark eyes containing ghost chi narrowed slightly, and his long and dense eyelashes drooped down, covering the cynical smile at the bottom of his eyes. Tool man, so easy to use. Chapter 32. A mother for a day, a mother for life. If they want to go to the second underground floor, they must have a key. It seemed that the fifth floor was a must-go. The 5 people left the abandoned operating room and returned to the elevator room of the building through the same route. The lights in the corridor were cold and pale, and the ground was covered with blood-stained footprints left behind when they had just fled, vaguely imprinted on the smooth ground, and the air was filled with a faint smell of blood that had not yet dissipated. Along the way, everyone was worried, but fortunately, they didn't encounter any danger. Ding! The elevator door opened. The familiar bright lights dispelled the uneasiness, and everyone subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief and entered the elevator. Liu Yuza pressed the 5 button. The elevator door slowly closed. But at the moment when it was about to close, the steel elevator door suddenly got stuck, as if something was caught, and then slowly opened again. The corridor in front of him was still empty, quietly extending into the distance. Liu Yuza was startled. He lowered his head to check the elevator door in front of him, and after confirming that there was no difference, he pressed the close button again. The elevator doors closed. Click. When there was only a small gap left, the 2 doors slid silently to both sides again. This time it was definitely not an accident. Go, the elevator is not safe. Wenya lowered her voice and said hurriedly. However, as soon as they stepped out of the elevator, they heard a strange sound of footsteps coming from the corridor in the distance. Patta, patta, patta. It was like the sound of wet, sticky feet stepping on the smooth ground, one after another, dull and slow, but regularly approaching. In an instant, everyone's heart lifted to their throat, and they instinctively turned their head to look in the direction from which the voice came. At the end of the corridor, a strange humanoid figure covered in blood appeared in the dim light. Its movements were stiff and slow. Its knee joints turned in the opposite direction when it moved, and its limbs were swaying uncoordinatedly, as if sewn together by black threads. It was exactly the same monster that attacked them in the corridor before. The free anchor's pupils shrank, and he exclaimed, "Run! The smell of blood on its body is too heavy. It's not on the same level as the previous one." Crunch! A strange metallic sound came from behind. Wen Jianyan, who was walking at the back, turned his head and saw an extremely frightening scene. One after another, pale fingers crawled out of the elevator shaft, stuck into the gap between the elevator doors, propped the door open little by little, and then reached out to Wen Jianyan to grab him. FECK. Wen Jianyan felt a chill run down his spine. He took a few steps back and got away from the elevator shaft as fast as he could. At this moment, the corpse not far away seemed to smell a familiar smell, and the originally slow and stiff footsteps suddenly accelerated. It rushed in this direction with flexibility that ordinary people couldn't imagine. "The stairwell is over there," Kong Laolu screamed in a terrified voice. Li Zongzi gritted his teeth. "Damn, why is it still attacking back and forth? This instance is too difficult. Is this a sea level? Is this really a sea level?" Kong Laolu shouted while running. Shouldn't this kind of difficult treatment be for the black team? Even the difficulty on their team's side is so high. Wouldn't it be a hell of difficulty for the black team? In the live broadcast room of the red team. Viewer's message. Ellipsis. Viewer's message. Ellipsis. Viewer's message. Yes, this treatment should really be for the black team, but you guys are working with Captain Black. Viewer's message. I don't know what to say except for my heartache. Alas, for the first time, I feel like I'm supporting the wrong team in the hunt. My points are. Everyone ran toward the stairwell at the fastest speed. Messy and hurried footsteps swayed in the corridor, and the temperature of the air dropped sharply. Suddenly, Wen Jianyan felt his ankle tighten. He moved slowly, almost tripping over directly. He looked down. He didn't know when the pale fingers in the elevator began to chase him, and they were holding his ankle tightly at the moment. At this moment, the corpse rushed over as if it had found its target, and the distance between them quickly shortened, making Wen Jianyan see that the opponent's wrist was actually empty, with only a thin thread for stitching floating. Oops. He's afraid these fingers belong to this monster. The corpse's mouth that lost its joints widened fiercely, biting down hard on Wen Jianyan. Mom, run! A ghost baby emerged from midair, screaming and pushing Wen Jianyan away, but was bitten by the monster fiercely. Ah! The captured ghost baby let out a miserable scream. The corpse gnawed at the bluish-purple ghost baby. A pair of eerily turning eyes shone with greed. Its mouth wriggled and chewed, but its eyes were still firmly fixed on Wen Jianyan's body. More ghost babies emerged from the void. Some of them rushed towards the monster, trying to block its movements. Some wrapped their small arms around Wen Jianyan's shoulders and screamed in his ear. Mom, run! Mom, run! Yes, running away was the best solution. Becoming the mother of ghost babies was just an expedient measure. Now they were the ones willing to take the initiative to use their bodies as bait. It wasn't easy to hold back this monster, which could even devour ghosts. For Wen Jianyan, it was simply a good thing delivered to the door. Even if one ghost baby was sacrificed, he still carried 100 or so on his back. It wasn't a problem. Wen Jianyan's gaze subconsciously moved to the chewed ghost baby. The ghost baby screamed, Mom, Mom. FECK. Xiao Jie's teeth, a difficult level hidden item from the Danmei middle school instance, has been activated. The next second, the overwhelming jet black hair rushed toward the monster, wrapping it tightly in an instant, making it unable to move. Wen Jianyan rushed forward a few steps, suddenly raised his hand, and pulled the ghost baby out of the other party's mouth, held it under his arm, turned around, and ran away. He gritted his teeth. Forget it. A mother for one day, a mother for life. Between the squirming hair, a greedy eyeball turned, staring at the back of the young man running away. Its mouth was slowly chewing in the void, as if imagining the taste of the other party. Soon, Wen Jianyan ran to the stairwell. Perhaps because of leaving the fourth-floor area, the other party didn't catch up to him again. The ghost baby whose half of the spiritual body was eaten was lying in his arms, sobbing softly. The little blue-black hands hugged the young man tightly, clinging to his chest dependently. Mom. Wen Jianyan stroked its head. Does it hurt? It hurts. It lifted its dark and terrifying eyes, stared at the other party, and said in a longing voice. Wen Jianyan lowered his eyes, and the dim light from the stairwell hit his face, making his already handsome facial features look even more gentle at the moment. He put his arms around the ghost baby and said softly, Hoo-hoo. The pain is flying. The other ghost babies. Bah. You shameless. Just know how to grab Mom's attention. We are ghosts. Where will it hurt? The jealous and deformed ghost babies showed up one after another and jumped into Wen Jianyan's arms, not to be outdone, vying for the warmth in the young man's arms. Mom, I'm also hurt. Mom, I need blowing too. Mom. In the Integrity First Live broadcast room. Viewer's message. Damn, what is this? A large-scale petting competition? Viewer's message. But the anchor is really interesting. For one of 100 ghost babies, he is willing to use a difficult level prop. Viewer's message. What? It's obviously stupid, right? This was clearly a new monster spawned by the instance in response to his bug behavior. Although the number of stitched corpses was large, the threat was not really big. But this monster that eats other corpses is different. At least I have never seen it in this instance before. It probably came out after the difficulty was increased. Viewer's message. Yes, obviously. It was a counter mechanism formulated by instance for him, and he actually wasted a precious difficulty level prop in a situation like this. To be honest, I am very disappointed. I didn't expect the anchor to be so emotional. I feel that he won't be able to live long in this instance. Viewer's message. Why are you all talking so passionately about such boring things? Am I the only one caught by the anchor's maternal brilliance? Viewer's message. Save me. Caught by the male mommy's charm for the first time. Viewer's message. Mommy, hug me. I want blowing too. Viewer's message. Hey man. If mommy didn't come and kiss me, I'd die of blood loss. Wen Jianyan calmed the ghost babies and climbed the stairs to the 5th floor. Unlike the other floors, the 5th floor had a simple layout with only 2 parts. The conference room and the dean's office. The 3 red anchors were standing at the door on the 5th floor, tinkering with something, and seemed to be trying to find a way to open the door. Kong Laolu stood on the side to watch, observing the abnormal situation around. And the moment he saw Wen Jianyan, he immediately coughed lightly. The other 3 red team anchors immediately stopped, turned around as if nothing had happened, and looked at the NPC who was walking slowly behind them. Wearing a white coat, with gold-framed glasses on the bridge of his nose, the young man was giving a gentle and bookish appearance, but because of the dark eyes and the scarlet blood on the clothes, it looks weird and gloomy. This was the NPC. If he found that they were actually trying to pry open the door of the dean's office, he would be suspicious again because of their disrespectful behavior. Dr. Lin, you're here. Wen smiled and took a step forward. We're waiting for you. But she changed her words and frowned in annoyance. The door to the dean's office seems to be locked. Do you have the key? The young man swept a glance at them and said in a smooth voice, Let me do it. Hearing this, the 4 red team anchors made way for him one after another, looking at Wen Jianyan expectantly, waiting for him to take out the key from his pocket to open the door, only to see the young man lift a long leg and slam the door lock. Bang dang. The front door panel and door frame were kicked apart and moved inward swaying, revealing the darkness inside. The 4 anchors of the red team. Isn't your approach even more disrespectful? In an emergency, don't care about etiquette. The young man said, I believe the dean will understand us. The anchor of the red team looked at each other. Under the leadership of Wen Jianyan, the 4 entered the dean's office. The area here was large and neatly divided. There were bookshelves on the 4 walls, which were filled with medical books of various languages and styles, and there was even a small temporary lounge attached to it. Let's search for it separately, Wen Jianyan said. In the Integrity First Live broadcast room. Viewer's message. LMAO, why is the anchor more like Captain Red than anyone else? Viewer's message. Ha ha ha. Is this what it feels like to go from an undercover to the boss? LOL. The 5 people spread out and searched carefully in the empty dean's office, looking for the key to open the elevator. Wen Jianyan was walking slowly beside the bookshelf alone. His eyes swept across the rows of books above, looking for possible clues. Although most of these medical books were written in foreign languages, it was not a problem for Wen Jianyan. As a fraudster with a wide range of business, it was only a basic quality to have a rough understanding or be even proficient in multiple languages. He could basically master the languages that were used by a large number of people. He even had a simple understanding of some unpopular languages. Except for some obscure professional vocabulary, there were no major obstacles to reading the titles of these books. Perhaps because of the nature of Fukang Hospital, most of these books were related to obstetrics and gynecology, but a few of them were theological books. One of the books caught Wen Jianyan's attention. It was a Latin book tucked between many books, and with his barren Latin reserves, he could barely recognize the title of the book. Mother of the World. Kind of weird. Wen Jianyan frowned, raised his hand, and took out the book. Click. A slight soft sound came from below. Wen Jianyan was startled and looked down in the direction from which the sound came, only to see a small hidden compartment pop up on the bookshelf. In the depths of the dark compartment, there was a small jar the size of a palm, with pale yellow formalin liquid, and a shriveled and deformed baby body floating. The deformed body and the huge head that was disproportionate to the body looked kind of familiar. Wen Jianyan reached out and picked up the jar. In the next second, the familiar sound of the mechanical system sounded in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the anchor for getting the hidden item, Legendary, of the instance. Collection degree. 2 of 4. Legendary. Wen Jianyan was startled and looked down at the small jar in his hand in disbelief. No way. Is the legend so easy to get? Not that this threshold is not high. It was just that when he was in the last instance, he was only able to obtain the qualification to unlock the legendary item after completing a few tasks. Did he directly collect it this time? It was too easy. Before he could understand, the voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to Captain Black for obtaining the legendary hidden prop of the instance. It is also the core of the most critical ritual of this instance. Opening the prop snatching battle. If the red team fails to snatch it within an hour, it will directly determine the victory of the black team. In the next second, Wen Jianyan saw a familiar arrow floating in the air. Red, throbbing, pointed at the baby jar in his hand. He didn't know when it started. All members of the red team stopped. They all followed the arrow, and all 4 pairs of eyes fell on Wen Jianyan's body. The dean's office was dead silent. Wen Jianyan, the captain of the black team, holding the legendary item. Ah, this. You fucking played this shit again, you trash live room. Fuck your ancestors.